If Iron Man's closest friend, Ethan, had not perished, but instead ascended to the extraordinary, what might have transpired? Wait, Tony exclaimed anxiously, his Mark-eye arm futilely raised. Can you truly save Ethan? Rather than lead him to paradise? Suspended midair, Locke looked down, finally allowing Tony to behold his youthful visage radiating with divine brilliance. Chapter 1. Gene Transference. Hudson Valley, New York, October 2006. Leaden clouds loomed low, heavily pressing upon the fields of Hudson Valley. The first snow fell like fine salt, blanketing the exposed brown earth of the recently harvested lands and burying the path to the farm. The farmhouse glowed with light, faint sounds of livestock stirring within. Beneath this warmth, delving over 50 meters into the cold, hard granite substratum, lay a starkly different world of fortress of iron constructed from high-strength alloys and liquid cooling pipelines. The bunker laboratory hummed with the operation of the air circulation system in the northern section, intermingling the buzzing of servo motors with the hissing of high-frequency currents, creating an atmosphere unique to the laboratory. White LED strips embedded in the streamlined walls illuminated everything brightly. This is the closest we've ever come. If we can activate the human creation furnace, it will provide dark energy to the knowledge repository. The rest will be left to the repository. Locke mused, gazing at the petri dish before him, a hint of unnatural flush coloring his cheeks. Years of effort had yielded 10 successful cultivations, employing various biological substitutes, a process that exacted a heavy toll, evidenced by the myriad remains he had disposed of. Only on the 8th attempt had the creation furnace been successfully activated, but the biological subject succumbed to the overwhelming surge of energy, leading to rapid death. Due to genetic collapse, the subsequent 2 experiments followed suit. After perusing the knowledge repository's gene modification, from initiation to grave, Locke confirmed that for a biological subject to transcend into the extraordinary, it must either begin with an extraordinary embryo, wherein the extraordinary genes would persist within the host until activated by energy, or utilize the transmutation chamber of the Meluo Celestial Court to integrate gene data into the host via supercomputing. Alas, neither option was within Locke's reach. An outsider had no access to genetic embryos. As for the knowledge repository, there was good news. There was some brother, indeed. The bad news was that only data backups existed as a host. Locke, who had yet to transcend into the extraordinary, could not even mobilize energy, leading him to fully comprehend the meaning of being an impotent husband. Thus, he had to resort to desperate measures. Within the memory palace created by the knowledge repository, he simulated countless scenarios. The distinction between him and an ordinary subject lay in the sacred knowledge repository dwelling within the depths of his consciousness, although not a physical entity. It existed within Locke. Provided he could channel energy, it could initially intervene in Locke's body and assist him in harnessing that energy. This time, the target was Locke himself. It was perilous, yet he had no choice but to gamble. 2008 was fast approaching. Here goes. He injected the reagent into his main vein. Locke felt a searing sensation coursing through his veins, gradually reaching his heart. He gazed at the faint golden liquid remaining in the syringe. His eyes swept across the screen beside him, where data cascaded like a waterfall. His voice was hoarse. Yin, save the chart and continuously record my biological status. Inject nutrients into the transmutation chamber. He then bit down on a specially designed oxygenator, shed his clothing, and stepped naked into the cylindrical reinforced glass cultivation chamber. The viscous, icy mixture of nutrients rapidly enveloped him. This was a product of liquid helium at -269 degrees Celsius and high-concentration bioactive nutrients forcibly fused under a specific magnetic field, maintaining the bare minimum of life support. Now at a normal temperature, as his body heat rose, the mixture would rapidly cool, ensuring his temperature remained stable. The chamber door slowly closed with a hydraulic sound, isolating him from the outside world. Through the thick glass, he cast one last glance at the values on the screen, inhaled deeply, and began to await the completion of the reagent cycle within his body. Late December, the eve of Christmas Eve, this moment. The usual order of the laboratory was shattered by a piercing alarm. In the center of the laboratory, within a cylindrical reinforced glass cultivation chamber over 3 meters in diameter, Locke floated, fully submerged in the viscous mixture. The tranquility of previous days had vanished. The speakers above howled frantically, and along with the spinning red lights in the laboratory, the space was suffused with a hellish crimson hue. Temperature control system failure for the 3rd time. Attempting to reboot failure. On the monitoring screen, the temperature curve within the chamber skyrocketed, akin to stocks soaring uncontrollably, aiming to breach the red zone. Pain, so much pain. It felt as if every cell was being forcibly stretched, twisted, and reconfigured within the gene chain, erupting in agony, burning like incandescent steel. The pain pierced through every atomic crevice of his body. Beneath Locke's skin, those faint golden tattoos that had surfaced after the gene reagent was injected now bubbled with energy and boiled over. They transformed into molten rivers, wildly distorting beneath his flesh, casting a blinding light that turned the nutrient mixture into burning blue flames. Under the intense pain, Locke, who had slipped into a dormant state, finally opened his eyes. The warning on the screen outside the chamber flashed erratically, the crimson text cold and urgent, each character striking the soul like a hammer. Warning: telomerase activity index exceeds safety threshold of 512. Chromosomal telomeres abnormally elongated. Cell division out of control. Warning: mitochondrial energy dissipation rate exceeds limit. Core temperature: 97.3 C, 98.1 C, 99.8 C. Warning: biological molecular bond energy levels in chaos. Protein structure stability on the brink of collapse. Complete disintegration expected in 47 seconds. Warning: strong radiation and unknown high-energy particle overflow detected. Ugh. A roar escaped from Locke's clenched jaws, the sound waves rippling through the viscous liquid. He felt as if every one of his 206 bones were being hammered repeatedly on an anvil. The pain in his shoulder blades surpassed imagination, as if two miniature neutron stars, on the verge of gravitational collapse, were forcibly lodged within his flesh. Boss, highest level emergency status. The synthesized voice of the AI, codenamed Yin, rang out again, cold and piercing, as the text on the screen scrolled synchronously. Current nutrient temperature: 102.4 C, exceeding critical value. Cell disintegration rate: 99.8. Risk of core organ failure: 100. Strongly recommended. Initiate forced ejection procedure immediately. Repeat, strongly recommended. Initiate forced ejection procedure immediately. Otherwise, unpredictable consequences will occur within 11 seconds. Execute. The life signs curve on the screen was a glaring blood red. Locke felt as though he had lost control, his consciousness like a fragile boat amidst a tempest, on the verge of being utterly torn apart by the storm of pain and energy. At the brink of bodily collapse, a rational voice rang out in his consciousness, drowning out all pain. Detection of the repository host's life signs breaching the creation furnace critical point. Determination: first generation angel gene template conversion rate 5. Determination: host meets the minimum activation standard for dark energy conversion. Authorization confirmed. Initiating sacred knowledge repository minimum energy consumption mode, available computing power. 0.02 host is connecting. Protocol confirmation. Prioritize execution of the primary guardian protocol authority takeover in progress. Warning: energy instability detected. Initiating genetic takeover of the vessel, activating energy absorption matrix, forcibly converting dissipated energy into sacred particle flow. Notice: biological structural. Genes unlocked. Initiating sacred encoding. Writing program overriding vessel sequence, restructuring molecular bonds. Writing target: basic framework of the first generation super soldier. Angel type: core engine photon energy aggregator, writing complete. Auxiliary curvature generation engine, writing complete. Primary spatial perception array, writing complete. Sacred language compilation module, writing complete. Eye of analysis module, writing complete. Authorization confirmation. Initiating protocol divine river authority takeover in progress. That anti-void editor framework, writing complete. Initial anti-void gene, writing complete. Writing overall progress 10/5099. Writing complete. Buzz. The force field erupted violently within the nutrient solution. The golden patterns dancing upon Locke's exterior tightened, beginning to retract inward. The magnetic confinement field of energy resolutely locked away the rampaging energy beneath the surface. Boom. Deprived of the internal tumultuous energy support and simultaneously enduring the pressure of boiling, ultra-high temperature liquid, the specially reinforced glass wall could no longer withstand the burden. It detonated like a bomb from within, shattering with a deafening roar. The mixed liquid, entwined with countless shards of glass, sprayed outward, colliding with the alloy walls and erupting in a torrential cacophony of impacts. The scent of char filled the entire subterranean space. Locke's body, akin to a projectile, was engulfed in searing debris, crashing onto the frigid alloy floor with a muffled thud. Chapter 2, Fully Spicy. Struck by fortune. Crouched on the ground, Locke began to cough, each spasm expelling a faint blue nutrient fluid mixed with blood from his trachea, as he spat out the shattered oxygen supply device. His damp, black hair clung to his pale forehead and cheeks, droplets of water mingling with sweat cascading down. The once resplendent golden patterns on his skin, akin to a starry river completing its mission, rapidly dulled, ultimately converging at the location of his shoulder blades. Resembling coins sinking beneath water, obscured beneath the surface of his skin, leaving only a faintly warm sensation. The piercing alarm continued to drone, straining to quell the aftermath of the laboratory's overheating. The laboratory at this moment resembled a battlefield ravaged by artillery fire, debris strewn throughout. Nutrient fluid trickled down Locke's bare skin, rising in a mist of ethereal blue and pale gold that danced above the floor. Slowly, Locke opened his eyes. The once black pupils transformed into a striking gold, imbued with an extraordinary sensation of both unfamiliarity and mastery over his own body. The world reflected in his eyes was utterly reconstructed. Silvery light flooded his vision, allowing him to perceive the energy and faint radiation in the air. The subtle sound of bearings grinding amidst the hum of the cooling system, the rhythmic thump of his heart pumping blood, all were now within Locke's keen observation. Every sense elevated to an unfathomable dimension. Information surged forth without chaos, meticulously received and integrated by Locke's mind. This was no longer mere sight or sound. It was a direct reading of the essence of the world's information. Taking a deep breath, he pressed against the ground, attempting to rise. His muscle fibers tensed. Locke felt that what lay dormant within him was not flesh and blood, but a hydraulic machine. Shards of shattered glass and fragments of metal cascaded from his shoulders and back, clattering onto the floor. Locke lowered his gaze, staring at his outstretched palm. The skin was smooth and new, radiating a healthy white sheen. Yet upon closer inspection, one could faintly discern the flow of pale, golden energy coursing through the veins beneath. His fingertips grazed the skin of his arm, sensing its tautness and resilience, as if his very bones had been replaced with biological alloy. Is this the sensation of a super soldier? Locke murmured, his voice imbued with an indescribable relief and a joy stemming from the instinct of life itself. The power contained within this body far surpassed the limits of his understanding as an ordinary man over the past 23 years. He slowly turned, his gaze landing on the alloy wall, reflecting his current form. Tall and robust, his physique was perfectly proportioned, the pale golden glow beneath his skin adding an otherworldly beauty. Then came the moment when he took a deep breath, his will activating the switch he had simulated countless times before. With a resounding crack, two immense, pure white wings erupted from his shoulder blades. It was not a mere growth, but rather the unfolding of some spatial fold. The pristine wings fully extended under the harsh light of the emergency lamp, spanning nearly 4.5 meters. Each feather refracted a piercing halo under the light. Locke could sense the presence of every single feather. These wings were not mere ornaments, but a flawless extension of his own body, a pinnacle of biotechnological and energetic engineering. They instinctively absorbed particles from the ambient radiation, thermal energy, and even the residual energy waves that lingered in the laboratory, transforming them into gentle power, continuously supplying energy to his form. He attempted to gently flap his wings, stirring the air and disrupting the previous tranquility. How magnificent this sensation was! An impulse, born of instinct, surged within him, urging Locke to shatter the alloy dome with these newly sprouted wings and embrace the sky. Yet, the remnants of rationality extinguished this urge. Impulse is a devil. Impulse is a devil. Impulse is a devil. He had only just successfully transformed less than 10 minutes ago. Everything remained in its primordial state. Testing? It required a more prudent, discreet, and comprehensive environment, especially in this Marvel world teeming with countless monsters and phantoms. Yes, Locke Lee, the soul within this youthful body, that consciousness deep within, namely Peng, was not a native of this world. In the summer of 2018, in the Lingnan region of Guangfu, he was just an unremarkable youth from the Blue Star Huaxia Nation. His life goals were clear and simple: to be a carefree, idle person, with the greatest worries being what to eat upon waking and where to sleep at night, reveling in the joys of being a happy landlord. His days were filled with sunshine, milk tea, gaming, and occasional nighttime workouts. Each day was a pursuit of knowledge, exploration, and incense burning. Life was simply boundless joy. What? You ask what I saw to my exploration. Then I ask you, is the path of the foot not a path? Is the technique not a law? Answer me. Look into my eyes. It was meant to be a sunlit day. From the first glow of streetlights until the moon shone dimly, both sides exerted themselves fully, and the battle was exceptionally fierce. The morning sun was not blinding. The national road was lined with lush greenery and distant silhouettes of buildings. A striking flash of red and the blinking emergency lights caught his attention. A stranded red sedan with its hazard lights on, its deflated tire reflecting helplessness. Of course, the most helpless was the young lady standing beside the car, looking at the completely flat rear tire, her face etched with anxiety. Was her back sore? Weak? At that moment, hormones and sentiment temporarily overwhelmed the thoughts of the great sage. The compassionate Lee was instantly invigorated, accompanied by the jarring screech of tires. With a graceful drift, he parked his sports car at a safe distance, opened the door, stepped out, and wore what he believed to be a radiant smile. Chapter 3. Alas, Marvel, we are doomed. Accompanied by the jarring screech of tires, with a graceful drift, he parked his sports car at a safe distance, opened the door, stepped out, and wore what he believed to be a sunny, handsome, and charming smile. Hello, do you need assistance? The process of changing a tire proved to be far more arduous than he had anticipated, particularly for a waist that had just endured several hours of intense core strength training. After toiling for over half an hour to assist the young lady, and having exchanged contact information, Locke resolutely declined her invitation for ice cream, vowing instead to express his gratitude in person on another day. He felt that all his efforts had been worthwhile. The waist? What is that? It does not exist. Oh my goodness. He hummed an off-key tune, content as he gathered his tools, brushing off the dust and grease from his hands, filled with a sense of accomplishment as if he had saved the world. He turned towards his car. Just as he opened the car door and placed one foot into the driver's seat, at the very moment his weight shifted forward. A deafening roar of an engine surged from the distance, approaching at an alarming speed, completely overtaking his field of vision. Like an out-of-control steel titan, emanating a terrifying aura of destruction, it barreled through the median and into his lane with reckless abandon. Time seemed to freeze. A heavy vehicle, a behemoth. Locke barely had time to register any expression before the world around him spun wildly. He did not even feel pain before his consciousness began to ebb away, retreating like the receding tide. In the final moment before plunging into that cold, eternal darkness, he thought he heard, perhaps just a figment of his imagination, the driver's slurred speech, thick with local dialect. Ah, this big city is quite different. Even the speed bumps are all soft. Soon after, his awareness drifted into darkness where the concept of time ceased to exist. There was no light, no sound, no sensation, not even a sense of self. Only an eternal, void-like feeling of floating, when a sensation of existence flickered back to life like a faint spark in the abyss of perception. He struggled to open his heavy eyelids, as if they were burdened by immense stones. He found himself in this world. After initially grappling with fear and a disorienting sense of cognition, he slowly adapted to the new language, that heavily nasal American English, the new body, and the new environment. Aided by the soul of an adult and the strong learning instinct of an infant, he had once thought that this was merely a side effect, a hallucination, or perhaps he had been flung to another land at the other end of the earth by a garbage truck. Although he could gradually comprehend the language, place names, news events, and even certain technological products emanated a subtle sense of strangeness. Locke had begun to accept the fact that he had transformed into someone else entirely. It was only after his current father, Comrade Lee, took him to school, and the teacher pointed to a character in the elementary school textbook dressed in a stars and stripes uniform, speaking in a deep voice laden with accent. Look, this is Captain America, our nation's hero, who led the army to defeat the Nazis during World War II. At that moment, Locke's soul felt as if it had been struck by a thunderbolt from the depths of the universe. No way. This is utterly unimaginable. Captain America? Red Skull? Hydra? Marvel? What the heck? Alas, what a predicament. Is this a cinematic universe or a comic universe? If it is indeed a comic universe, then this world must be utterly chaotic, on the brink of annihilation and rebirth. Earth is about to explode and reset. Today, let us reset. However, such a reset is decidedly unkind to outsiders. If it were merely a cinematic universe, it would be somewhat more tolerable. However, Marvel's New York is perilously close to being a place where one could spontaneously combust at any moment. Living here entails facing the constant threat of stampedes during parades, being pursued by reckless chases, the unfortunate chance of a stray bullet for those unluckily struck, the bizarre disappearances of friends, the tragic executions of close companions, neighbors being dismembered, and so forth. Fortunately, this profound upheaval of the soul did not persist for long. By the time he turned 8, on a tranquil afternoon at the farm, he found himself in the vast barn, striving to prove to his father that he was no longer a timid child, no longer needing to don the adorable pink attire to school. He endeavored, with all his might, to lift a sack of grain far too heavy for him, his face flushed and veins bulging. Just as he expended his last ounce of strength, A warm surge unexpectedly emanated from the deepest recesses of his mind. Following this, a cold, mechanical voice resonated powerfully within the palace of his thoughts, detecting mental carrier, scanning mental spectrum. Self-check in progress. Current carrier, no physical embodiment. Current energy, none. Current computational supply, none. Level, identity confirmed. Sacred Kesha knowledge repository, offline backup, status, dormant. Binding program initiated, establishing mental link channel, authorization verification. Verification successful, highest authority. Link established. Carrier, Rock Lee, welcome to the Sacred Knowledge Repository. May the brilliance of justice illuminate your path. At that moment, the hay piled high within the barn seemed to glow. Had he not been utterly drained of energy, Rock would have leapt with joy. The golden finger, the indispensable golden finger of a traverser, had finally arrived. Moreover, it belonged to one of the two premier celestial supercomputers in the universe of Super God Academy, the Sacred Kesha Knowledge Repository. This was akin to placing the nuclear button into the hands of a primitive man. Elation surged like a tsunami through his very soul. Yet, soon, reason regained its hold. As Rock delved into this repository, reality doused him with cold water, yet simultaneously opened a gateway to the divine realm. This knowledge repository was in an exceptionally unique state. Lacking physical embodiment, it now resided within the depths of his consciousness. Thus, it did not exist as an entity within the material universe or the dark planes. Rather, it resembled a core database backup imprinted upon the depths of his soul. It could not temporarily connect or rely upon the dark planes of this universe, nor could it provide the terrifying computational power capable of driving the movement of galaxies or rewriting the laws of physics. It was more akin to a slumbering giant, possessing vast knowledge, yet devoid of the muscle to wield it. However, it possessed knowledge. Its value far eclipsed that of any artifact. It is essential to comprehend that the technological accumulation of the angelic civilization spans hundreds of thousands of years, encompassing a complete technological tree from the era of cold weaponry to traversing the vastness of the cosmos. Nearly all of this knowledge is preserved within these confines. From the fundamental principles of nuclear fusion, material science, and genetic engineering to the theories of higher dimensional spaces, wormhole, traversal technology, stellar energy propulsion, and even the operational logic behind the sacred forms and secondary biological engines that the angels take pride in. Furthermore, there exists the manipulation of time and space above the realm of the physical. Although these are merely the foundational theories of an earlier epoch, it is vital to recognize that at the inception of the Super God Academy, during that illustrious golden age teeming with celestial beings, the enigmatic headmaster of the cosmos, the divine Kaisar, alongside the harbinger of ultimate dread, the grim Reaper Karl, the iconoclastic yet brilliant King Apocalypse, Liang Bing, who later became Morgana, and the sagacious King He-Shi, who stood at the pinnacle of cosmic technology, collectively engaged in profound research. How could the comprehensive repository of their collaborative inquiries, theories, conjectures, experimental data, lessons from failures, and forbidden knowledge possibly lack a backup? With Queen Kaisar's regal pride and Shui Wei's overwhelming desire for control, it is undeniable that while I may temporarily refrain from utilizing this knowledge, I must thoroughly understand it and never allow others to possess it without my awareness. Stellar propulsion, void engines, anti-void, secondary biological theories, ultimate dread, any concept that has been proposed, discussed, or researched, regardless of its taboo nature or avant-garde essence, is bound to have meticulous records preserved within the repository, complemented by Queen Kaisar's fundamental analyses and deductions during her leisure. It is crucial to acknowledge that this knowledge essentially underpins the apex civilization of angels within the super god universe. It serves as the unparalleled ladder to the realm of the divine, and Rock is the fortunate, or perhaps unfortunate, soul thrust upon this ladder by the whims of fate. From the tender age of 8, his aspirations have been remarkably clear. Guided by the repository of knowledge and combined with all potentially existing special resources within this Marvel universe, he aims to forge himself into a being capable of thriving in this perilous world, whether as a man or a god. To this end, Rock has exploited old Lee's indulgence towards his precocious insights and whimsical ideas, embarking on a journey to monetize knowledge, sell patents, raise funds, and secretly plan a laboratory. Utilizing the advanced clandestine engineering techniques and material science knowledge provided by the repository, he dedicated years to secretly constructing this bunker laboratory deep beneath a farm, and, akin to Tony Stark, he created an intelligent assistant named Yen. Countless simulations and small-scale hazardous experiments ensued, resulting in numerous failures, adjustments, and optimizations, even narrowly escaping the clutches of death on several occasions. All efforts directed toward this very moment. In this underground sanctuary, which consumed a significant portion of Rock's savings and encapsulated his countless efforts, under the dual catalyst of Queen Caesar's blessing and Rock's own determination to temper his power. He succeeded. He forcibly stabilized the genetic template of the first-generation super soldier, achieving the first leap in the hierarchy of life. Rock slowly retracted his magnificent wings. Chapter 4. The Harvest. The following day, the laboratory had largely restored its order. The shattered fragments of the capsule were meticulously cleared by the assisting robots, leaving the floor as pristine as new, while the lingering odors in the air were thoroughly purified by the powerful circulation system. Locke stood before the floor-to-ceiling data screen, the ethereal blue glow illuminating his youthful visage. Under the influence of angelic genes, his minor imperfections transformed into striking features, so refined that his pores were almost imperceptible. Locke suddenly realized that his charm could barely rival the esteemed figures displayed on the screen. His fingertips danced rapidly across the holographic keyboard, complex lines of data cascading swiftly before him. He was in the process of cleansing all data from the previous night, backing it up to the knowledge repository through covert channels, as this was his inaugural step into the extraordinary, a moment worthy of documentation. However, this world was fraught with peril. He did not trust all the machines within it, including Yen. After all, the world was indeed precarious. Even at the onset of his journey into the life furnace, he had severed all external networks connected to Yen, for caution was never misplaced. Concurrently, he accessed the external network, grappling with the mountain of emails and information that had accumulated over the 2 months of his ascension. Command confirmed. Data archiving complete. Log cleansing finalized. Yan's synthetic voice resonated with its customary icy efficiency. Locke's gaze drifted to a notification from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT. The subject read, "Congratulations to Dr. Lee for garnering widespread attention for his theoretical model on the correlation between higher-dimensional topological structures and gravitational anomalies, published in the latest issue of Nature Physics." A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. To him, it had long ceased to be a sanctuary for acquiring knowledge. Rather, it resembled an intriguing social venue and a source of funding. Thanks to the sacred repository of knowledge imprinted deep within his soul, Locke possessed insights that far surpassed the imaginative limits of contemporary terrestrial civilization. To put it plainly, consider the prospect of ascending to a divine form. Mastery of foundational genetic engineering was imperative. One must comprehend and optimize every base pair, every protein folding pathway, and even delve into the quantum realm of gene expression regulation. This endeavor transcended biology, representing the ultimate fusion of physics, chemistry, and bioinformatics. Once genetic editing was accomplished, energy was essential, encompassing but not limited to wartime propulsion, alongside the formidable energy required for constructing repositories in the dark universe. The mere theoretical framework of a Dyson sphere was but an unattainable conjecture in the current era. Yet, in the realm of angelic technology, stellar energy propulsion was a requisite course. Surely, one would not naively believe that the energy for the angelic blade's judgment materialized out of thin air. The knowledge repository could only provide computational support. Thus, Queen Kaisha's initial challenge revolved around how to safely, efficiently extract, transform, and store stellar-level energy. A theoretical depth that would evoke tears of envy from today's nuclear fusion experts. Of course, the theory of storing stellar-level energy within a divine form had yet to be realized up until the moment of Queen Kaisha's demise. For no one desired to emulate the Taliban players, did they? Even the experts of solar manipulation, known as the blazing sun, merely accumulate a minuscule amount of energy, far from the stellar reserves required. The excess energy is simply uncontainable. Their primary objective remains the adept utilization of stellar forces. As for the realms of void engines and anti-void, they delve into the fundamental rules of the cosmos. The divine code, an ultimate programming language based on the fundamental string theory of the universe, intertwines advanced mathematics with conceptual logic, serving as the central key. It directly defines the existence or non-existence of entities or redefines them as other forms of matter. This endeavor is undeniably challenging, yet possesses an undeniable allure. The term grind scarcely suffices to encapsulate Locke's state over the past 15 years. It was an intense conflagration at the level of his very soul, a relentless squeezing of his willpower. Had it not been for that enigmatic warning, he would have already succumbed to the overwhelming multidimensional knowledge, leading to a complete mental collapse. What? You wish to gamble on a mere 50% survival probability? No, my friend. Anyone who has driven knows that it is far safer and more comfortable to have the steering wheel firmly in one's own hands. Autonomous driving is fraught with peril. Furthermore, Locke is not a local. Should he falter, what would become of him after the universe restarts? That is a risk he dares not take. Fortunately, all of this is not in vain. Rewards are swiftly forthcoming. At the age of 23, Locke presents himself as the son of a wealthy farmer in New York State. However, he is simultaneously a 3-time doctoral student at MIT, pursuing theoretical physics, genetic engineering, and computer programming. Although the courses and professors at MIT provide a fundamental education, they seem rather elementary in the face of the vast repository of knowledge. More crucially, the institution serves as an excellent conduit for legal financial gain. The prestige, connections, and platform offered by this esteemed academy were precisely what Locke required at that time. Thus, the pursuit of profit became paramount. Friends with laboratories at home are well aware that conducting experiments at the genetic level demands financial resources far beyond what a farm can afford. Without accounting for equipment, initial investments exceed $1 million, and when including equipment, the expenditures climb into the tens of millions. Moreover, this does not factor in the ongoing operational costs. Therefore, leveraging the advanced yet obscure knowledge from the repository, Locke has registered a plethora of patents over the years. For instance, he developed a microbattery technology based on a novel carbon nanotube structure, boasting an energy density several times that of existing lithium batteries, albeit only releasing a civilian-safe version. He also secured patents for a core algorithm optimizing data compression and transmission efficiency. These patents have been cleverly licensed in batches to various tech giants, pharmaceutical firms, and telecom oligarchs through anonymous or offshore corporate holdings. Each licensing agreement is accompanied by an influx of astronomical funds into his meticulously constructed offshore financial network. Most of this capital is allocated to sustain the exorbitant costs of his bunker laboratory. After all, those alloys, liquid helium, and high-energy particle generators are not something that can be traded for farm corn. The remaining small fraction is invested in angel investment firms. It resembled an invisible hand, amassing an ever greater fortune for Locke. He was bound for the headquarters of Angel Investments to launch his next business endeavor aimed at accelerating the world's progress. A sleek, custom-made armored limousine came to a silent halt before a strikingly modern glass-paneled skyscraper in Midtown Manhattan. Atop the edifice, a silver logo gleamed brilliantly in the winter sunlight. Locke alighted from the vehicle, clad in a perfectly tailored deep gray bespoke suit that accentuated his tall, statuesque figure. He muted his superhuman senses. Yet the calm demeanor emanating from his absolute command of power, coupled with the occasional glimmer of wisdom and experience beyond his years reflected in his profound gaze, compelled the passing elite to cast admiring glances. Without the need for a formal announcement, the exclusive elevator whisked him directly to the uppermost floor. Vast circular windows framed a breathtaking panorama of Manhattan's skyline. His chief executive officer, a shrewd and capable Caucasian woman in her 40s named Evelyn, was already engrossed in reviewing documents in her office. "Locke, Merry Christmas. Did you bring color contact lenses?" she remarked, momentarily taken aback by the golden hue of his irises before suppressing her curiosity and diving straight into business. "Here is the comprehensive analysis report you requested on the mobile communications market, the semiconductor supply chain, and global consumer electronics brands, along with a summary of our current cash flow and available resources." "Thank you, Evelyn. Merry Christmas." Locke received the documents, yet his gaze did not linger on them. He approached the expansive window, surveying the ants-like throngs of vehicles and pedestrians bustling below. His enhanced vision effortlessly discerned the images being projected on the colossal screens in Times Square several blocks away. A smile, imbued with a sense of technological superiority, crept onto Locke's lips. Turning to Evelyn, he declared, "I intend to establish a new company, a genuine mobile smart terminal." The word smartphone slipped from his lips, as if he were savoring the dawn of an era he was about to usher in. The touchscreen would be the cornerstone of interaction, the powerful multi-core processor its brain, high-speed wireless networks its veins, an open and flexible operating system its soul, and a sustainable energy supply its lifeblood. At that moment, standing atop the angel investment firm and gazing down upon Manhattan, Locke resolved to create a new enterprise, targeting the smartphone market, a truly revolutionary mobile smart terminal. Reflecting on the narrative of Iron Man from 2008, where Tony Stark still utilized a keyboard phone, a smile of future mastery played upon Locke's lips. Touchscreens, formidable processors, intelligent operating systems, and enduring batteries could forge a vast industrial chain, an accelerated means of wealth accumulation. Although he already possessed sufficient wealth to last a lifetime, who could ever have too much money? Would you not agree? 2 years later, in late January 2008, time seemed to lose its significance. The passage of time was evidenced by Locke's mastery over this angelic super soldier physique, which had long surpassed his initial expectations. Originally, he had contemplated further enhancing the genetics of the second-generation super soldier by integrating some of the extraordinary genetic data from Queen Kaisa's collection. One fateful night, unable to restrain himself, he ventured to the precipice of the sun, harnessing its stellar energy to connect with his essence. To be honest, it was nearly catastrophic. However, he narrowly escaped, evolving into the second-generation super soldier known as Locke. The fear of returning loomed heavily over him. The Taliban's terror was indeed overwhelming. The foundational melee algorithms of the angelic warriors, inherited from ancient combat angels, blended the pinnacle of mechanics with the exquisite art of energy manipulation. Indelibly etched into the deepest recesses of his neural reflexes, requiring no conscious thought. Merely a thought would suffice for immediate action. His mastery of energy was unrestricted. The sphere of light coalescing in his palm blazed like a miniature sun, while the energy beams flowing from his fingertips were as precise as a surgeon's scalpel. His spatial awareness had undergone a qualitative leap. Though his genetic makeup as a second-generation angelic warrior did not inherently favor space or wormholes, the computational support from his knowledge base, coupled with the algorithms bequeathed by the Apocalypse King and refined by Queen Keisha, enabled him not only to perceive the folds of space but also to initiate minor disturbances, allowing for short-range, high-energy spatial leaps through wormholes. Most crucially, he had also developed the countervoid technology. He had initially inscribed the framework into the first-generation genes, primarily revolving around algorithmic issues. While his regular operational speed was limited to 4 frames, he could achieve 8 frames under the overclock conditions of his knowledge repository. Locke, regrettably, lacked creativity in naming. Nevertheless, countervoid was quite melodious. One might ponder why he relied on the countervoid for propulsion. After all, one can master both manual and automatic transmissions. Yet under certain circumstances, most would still opt for the automatic. The scene of Xiaolun negotiating with Reina while effortlessly conjuring a chair was truly impressive. Based on the preliminary application of countervoid and secondary engines, he had begun constructing a tangible repository within his dark universe, which now provided him with a computational power of 2%. Initially, he had doubted whether the dark universe existed solely within the realm of the supergod. It is worth noting that in the world of supergod, particularly among angels, the majority of combat prowess is derived from computational power. Perhaps your divine form is strong and resilient, but at most, you would only reach the early stages of Xiaolun. In contrast, when augmented by computational power and external enhancements, one could effortlessly dispatch formidable foes like the Howling King with a mere gesture, embodying the early stages of a demigod. Even Xiaolun's sister-in-law, Lingxi, was utterly captivated. Thus, the significance of computational augmentation cannot be overstated. After all, one cannot overlook how, following Queen Keisha's explosive demise, her expression remained stoic, her petite wings and short skirt softened. However, when he acted as a detector, mobilizing the uniformly distributed dark matter around him, he finally comprehended that the so-called dark universe was merely a space, or, more aptly, a subspace that overlapped with reality. The dimensions of this space differed, rendering effective detection impossible in this era compared to Locke's previous life. Presently, Locke had not yet attained the formidable strength of the third-generation angels endowed with computational power. But prior to the Iron Man incident, Earth's extraordinary beings had yet to enter a period of eruption. Hence, he could still safeguard himself. Yet, although the computational power of the repository was limited, it was solely dedicated to him. He could easily contend with others of the second-generation or third-generation beings lacking computational support. The expansion had begun. Chapter 5. The Dawn of the Narrative. Boss, the situation regarding Tony Stark that you urged me to pay attention to has escalated. A sudden voice of Yin pierced through the silence, reaching Locke's ears as he reclined in the plush chair at Pineapple Mobile's headquarters. Locke rolled his eyes in response. His consciousness summoned a vivid data stream. The imagery retrieved was tumultuous, rife with choking dust and explosive flames, set against the desolate Afghan mountains. The title text blazed like blood. Breaking news. CEO Tony Stark of Stark Industries ambushed by unidentified armed militants following a weapons demonstration in Kandahar, Afghanistan. The entire convoy has been annihilated. Stark himself has been confirmed kidnapped. His fate remains unknown. Stark Industries, SDK, shares plummet by 35 upon opening. The market is engulfed in panic selling. The image froze on the irreverent visage of Tony Stark, juxtaposed against the somber backdrop of the news anchor. At last, Locke's voice resonated in the stark silence of the office, his golden eyes shimmering with intensity. Yin, contact Angel Investments immediately. Connecting now. Please hold, came the response. Locke, what brings you to seek me out? Have you uncovered a new investment opportunity? Evelyn's voice chimed in. Now, Evelyn, deploy all available liquid assets from Angel Investments. Liquidate all short-term, low-risk bond positions, including all liquid assets from Pineapple Mobile, and activate the maximum financial leverage across all global open markets. Purchase every circulating share of Stark Industries, SDK, without regard to cost. Ignore the prices. Buy as much as possible. Locke, do you possess some insider information? As the current executor of Angel Investments, I believe this decision, Evelyn began, her brow furrowing. Evelyn, trust your employer. Locke interrupted her. Very well. Who am I to contest the true boss? Your decisions are never misguided. Evelyn conceded with a wry smile. Yet, Stark Industries is currently in dire straits. However, even a famished camel outweighs a horse. After all, the military and government are still watching closely. Stark Industries, to Locke, represented not merely monetary value, but a tool, a lever to propel the future, especially in this world on the brink of upheaval due to the tin in that cave. The stocks of Stark Industries lay buried beneath the rubble of panic, a vein of the purest gold. Locke's profound gaze seemed to pierce through the fog of time and space. He perceived clearly this plummet was merely the overture to the panic. When Tony Stark emerged from the desert clad in the rudimentary yet significant Mark I armor, and with a sardonic expression declared the closure of Stark Industries weapons division before the flashing cameras, that would herald the true market ice age. The stock traders of New York would come to understand the meaning of prices crashing through the floor. Panic would consume all reason, and when that moment arrived, he, armed with a vast reservoir of cash, would re-enter the arena like a specter, seizing more bloodied chips at near giveaway prices. And then he would simply await, biding his time until Nini made her powdered appearance amidst the ruins of Gemilla Town, until the moment he proclaimed, I am Iron Man. At that time, the stock price of Stark Industries would soar like a rocket propelled by an arc reactor, reaching the heavens, and he, Rock Lee, could indulge in a live-action film version, effortlessly reaping the immense wealth brought forth by this financial myth starring Tony. With a few taps on the control terminal in his laboratory, he dispatched 2 emails that were nearly identical in content, their wording so succinct it bordered on perfunctory. Recipients: Evelyn, CEO, Angel Investment; Dr. Ayers Thorne, Mentor, MIT Physics Department. Subject: Notice of absence. Content: Due to an urgent personal matter requiring immediate attention, I will be on vacation for several weeks starting today. Communication may be inconvenient during this period, so please refrain from reaching out. Any urgent matters will be handled by my assistant. Do not worry. Rock Lee. Closing the virtual interface, a radiant smile fully blossomed on Rock's face, filled with an excitement long anticipated, akin to a child about to enter an amusement park, intermingled with a knowing jest. Vacation? Capturing iconic moments surely counts as a holiday. Beyond this, he remained curious about Tony Stark's mind. The Formula R, which utilizes a simple magnetic field to induce cold, nuclear fusion in palladium, merely represents an extension of basic physics achieved after civilization reaches a spacefaring level for the Angel's knowledge. Rock's bunker laboratory had already transitioned its energy source the moment he formally stepped into the extraordinary. It employed a modified giant tokamak reactor, utilizing erbium instead of palladium. The lattice structure of this rare, earth metal can more efficiently confine deuterium atoms, creating an ultra-high-density fuel environment. The electrons within the lattice, through the Coulomb screening effect, weaken the repulsion between atomic nuclei, facilitating fusion at room temperature. Though theoretically, the palladium reaction could achieve room temperature nuclear fusion under analysis from the supercomputer in the treasure trove. That remained a theory. In this era, it was not a straightforward endeavor. Moreover, how did Tony Stark manage to bypass energy conversion altogether? Friends who frequently handle nuclear reactors would know that nuclear fission generates thermal energy, while nuclear fusion essentially releases the kinetic energy of particles as thermal energy. The conventional path of energy utilization must follow the chain of thermal energy to mechanical energy, such as driving turbines, to electrical energy. Each conversion inevitably incurs substantial energy loss, as dictated by the Carnot cycle limit, and the conversion equipment is vast and complex. How, in this era, did he circumvent the second law of thermodynamics? Rock sipped his coffee, his brow furrowed, his eyes brimming with pure curiosity and a thirst for inquiry. Tony Stark not only achieved room-temperature nuclear fusion, but also directly converted fusion energy to electrical energy. Could such technology truly exist in this era? He had no doubts. After all, it was Tony Stark. He merely wondered how the technological tree of Earth in this age had been forcibly branched into this seemingly impossible avenue by Tony. Location: Eastern Kandahar Province, Afghanistan, in that nameless mountain range forgotten by God, ruled by yellow sands and rocks. Objective: to occupy the front row VIP seats and observe the rebellious genius, Tony Stark, who is destined to alter the global landscape. As he crafts the epic-defining Mark I armor under the ominous gaze of terrorists, using nothing but a heap of missile parts and scrap metal. This handcrafted lesson within a cave, destined to be inscribed in history, is an opportunity that Locke cannot afford to miss. Not only is this a witness to history, but he also aims to ascertain whether this world is a cinematic realm or a comic universe, despite the absence of detectable mutants thus far. Nonetheless, his personal safety must be assessed with utmost diligence. After allowing Yin to masquerade as a self-driving tourist, he whispered with a hint of amusement, "Tony Stark, I have come to evaluate your graduation project." A mere flicker of thought, and the light within the office seemed to warp. Behind him, a pair of pure white wings unfurled in their entirety, emanating spatial fluctuations before Locke. What lay before him was no longer mere air, but rather a tranquil water surface disrupted by colossal stone, violently contorting and sending ripples shimmering with a blend of ethereal blue and soft gold. At the heart of these ripples, a profound passage, seemingly linking to an infinite void, was swiftly taking form. There was no cataclysmic roar, only the low hum of space being forcibly torn apart. Locke stepped into the center of that distorted ripple, akin to a droplet merging into the ocean. In the next moment, the spatial ripples trembled violently before abruptly collapsing inward, vanishing entirely. The office returned to an eerie silence, as if no one had ever existed there. Only the massive screen at the center displayed a soaring bar graph representing Stark Industries, SDK, stock trading volume, ascending with unprecedented fervor as if invigorated by a stimulant. The read-by-transaction alerts cascaded down like a waterfall, while the cold digits danced in harmony with the silent roar of capital waves. Meanwhile, the catalyst of this tempest had already traversed thousands of miles, landing upon the scorching sands of Afghanistan, in the depths of an unnamed mountain range east of Kandahar. Above a concealed cavern system, the space rippled like a water surface disturbed by a stone, emanating an intertwining glow of ethereal blue and soft gold. Locke's figure emerged silently from within, his pure white wings gracefully retracting, stirring not a speck of dust. Being a second-generation entity, his genetic foundation lacked the spatial affinity of time-space genes. Traversing such considerable distances through a wormhole was no trivial feat, however. He had not neglected the calculations in this regard. With the treasure trove's analysis, 3 jumps were sufficient. He had already locked onto the life signals of Tony Stark and Ethan within the cavern below through dark energy perception, establishing a comprehensive, passive monitoring dark network with a focus on Stark's vital signs and any anomalous energy fluctuations. Locke issued commands directly into his consciousness. Command confirmed. Deployment of passive gravitational wave detectors and microneutrino imaging devices completed. Monitoring in progress. Notice: high-precision electromagnetic spectrum analysis array network establishment requires authorization from the ambition level. Do you grant access? Command confirmed. Authorization obtained. Network established. Monitoring in progress. The response was cold yet efficient. Locke did not hastily pry into the matter. Instead, he took a keen interest in pausing on a nearby natural rock ledge that offered an exceptional view, sheltered from the wind and dryness. He extended his finger, establishing a mental connection with the core. With a mere 2% of the vault's computational power at his disposal, the rock face began to delineate and reorganize as if it were a living entity. Under his will, the space was adroitly twisted, folded, and constructed into a rudimentary observation post, imperceptible to the naked eye yet capable of obstructing all external detection. Within, an ergonomically designed recliner, sculpted from the rock wall, gradually emerged, accompanied by a glass of chilled juice exuding a refreshing vapor. Comfortably reclining, Locke felt as though he were about to witness a play he had seen countless times before, yet it remained far from tedious. Chapter 6, Worker No. 1 prepares to go online. The rock face and stone mill, scorched under the blazing sun, became unbearably hot, yet this did not affect Locke in the slightest. The scene below, within the cavern, was vividly projected onto his retina through a passive monitoring network, every detail crystal clear. Tony, having just undergone a life-threatening chest surgery, lay unconscious on a makeshift bed, an unsightly electromagnet embedded in his chest. Ethan busied himself nearby, exhaustion and worry etched across his face. However, Locke's gaze penetrated beyond the surface, honing in on the rudimentary car battery array that Ethan was using to sustain Tony's life. What a disheveled sight it was. Locke mused with a slight grimace. Yet what truly piqued his interest was the brain of Tony Stark, often referred to as a man cursed by knowledge. Time slipped away as Locke immersed himself in constructing the genetic blueprint of 3 generations within his consciousness. 2 weeks later, Tony finally struggled to rise from his weakened state, the flames of survival and creation igniting in his caramel-colored eyes. The ensuing 2 days transformed into a genuine science fiction moment in Locke's perspective. He watched as Tony, his hands smeared with grease, almost violently disassembled missile components. He listened as Tony commanded Ethan's assistance, his words a blend of English, slang, and formulas. He sensed Tony employing rudimentary coils and magnets to construct a simple, yet exquisitely ingenious circular magnetic confinement system. When Tony ultimately embedded the palladium core into the rough center of the ring and successfully activated it, even through the thick rock layers and spatial shielding, Locke distinctly perceived a minuscule yet incomparably pure energy pulse. It worked. Simultaneously, monitoring data cascaded before Locke's eyes. Reaction type: controlled palladium cold fusion, confirmed. Energy output: stable peak of 3 billion joules per second, 3 gigawatts, equivalent to the output of a small nuclear power station. Energy conversion efficiency: theoretical limits surpassed at 98. Nearly perfect direct nuclear fusion energy to electrical conversion. Radiation leakage: effectively contained by the magnetic confinement field and reactor casing. The leakage values were astonishingly low. Indeed, the realization of miniaturized cold fusion in this era was remarkable. No wonder Tony dared to embed it in his chest. Locke could not help but exclaim. Even though he had anticipated this moment, witnessing the birth of such a groundbreaking masterpiece left him utterly astonished. The arc reactor lived up to its illustrious reputation. Its energy conversion efficiency and radiation confinement technology alone were sufficient to ignite a revolution in the realm of physics. No wonder the military, like sharks sensing blood, swiftly classified this technology under the Marvel category. In that instant, he comprehended the frenzied covetousness of various factions in the film towards Tony's inventions. Command confirmation: creation of the Marvel Collection category is complete. Command confirmation: controllable palladium element cold fusion recorded. For this era, it signified an energy revolution, but more importantly, it was the key to unlocking Pandora's box. In stark contrast, the Mark I armor, crafted from leftover missile parts, steel plates, and rudimentary welding equipment, appeared mundane in Locke's eyes. To be fair, in a scenario where the energy issue was resolved, a doctoral student well-versed in mechanical engineering and physics could likely cobble together something comparable. Given ample materials and tools, he remarked with a hint of sarcasm. This cumbersome tin can had yet to step into the realm of the extraordinary, aside from demonstrating Tony's craftsmanship and survival instinct. Its technical sophistication paled in comparison to that diminutive heart. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye amidst Tony's relentless hammering and Ethan's meticulous care. Locke, the most patient of spectators, witnessed the entire dramatic narrative of cave survival and technological marvel unfold. Simultaneously, he contemplated whether to rescue Ethan. In the original storyline, Ethan served as a minor character driving the plot, yet he was a source of pride for Graeme. If one were to follow the sacred Kaiser's approach, upon witnessing Ethan, undeterred by the script, boldly charging forth with a gun to buy Tony precious moments, Locke realized that his moment of revelation had arrived. At the cave's entrance below, the cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and anguished cries intertwined. When Tony finally completed the final system integration of the Mark I and erupted from the cave, fueled by rage and the roar of hydraulic assistance, what greeted him was a sight of Ethan, sprawled in a pool of blood, a bullet wound piercing his chest, barely clinging to life. The weighty armor of Mark I prevented him from bending down, leaving him helplessly watching his savior approach death. In that moment of overwhelming despair, a serene voice resonated deep within Tony's cochlea, rising above the hum of the armor and the distant gunfire. "Do you wish to save him?" Tony abruptly lifted his gaze, his caramel-colored pupils widening in shock. There, silhouetted against the blinding light of the rising sun, a figure slowly descended from sky. The pure white wings, shimmering with a cold luminescence, unfurled beneath the sun, their edges refracting a sacred and chilling halo. The sunlight outlined the figure's tall and perfect form, Yet the face remained obscured, leaving only the sense of an otherworldly, vast, and tranquil aura enveloping him. My God! Tony's voice shifted within the confines of his helmet. An angel? Wait, my angel is a man? Following the initial shock came a surge of exhilaration and urgency akin to grasping a lifeline. No, that is not important. Can you save him? Please. As long as it can save him, what do you need me to do? Anything. As long as it is within my capability, or I can bear the cost. Loki hovered a few meters in front of Tony, his wings gently flapping, creating a soft breeze. He was immensely pleased with his entrance. Mysterious, powerful, perfectly embodying the persona of his savior. It was simply exquisite. You need not do anything. Loki's voice emanated a soothing power. Rather, pursue whatever you wish. Cleanse this place of its filth for justice, or perhaps for yourself and Ethan. As for him, Loki's gaze fell upon the faintly breathing Ethan. Leave that to me. Before his words faded, Loki's figure appeared beside Ethan as if he had teleported. He did not bend down, but simply extended his right hand, palm facing down, enveloping Ethan's body in a gentle golden aura. With the computational power of the vault, he swiftly analyzed Ethan's condition. Consciousness communication with the core. Maintain life status. Command. Ordinary male of divine lineage. Current status. Dying. Analysis complete. Foreign object penetrating the heart and lung. Life preservation command activated. In the next moment, the gravely injured Ethan floated as if weightless, lifted by an invisible force to Loki's side. Wait, Tony exclaimed anxiously. The arm of Mark I futilely raised. Can you truly save him? Instead of taking him to heaven? Loki looked down, finally allowing Tony to see his youthful visage radiating with divine brilliance. A meaningful smile graced his lips. Heaven? Rest assured, Tony Stark, I am indeed an angel, but not in the way you envision. At least, I do not hail from heaven. You shall see him again. Oh, and after resolving everything here, head east, and you'll be saved. No sooner had he spoken, the space before Loki twisted violently once more, the eerie blue and pale gold ripples expanding instantaneously, forming a profound passage. With Ethan suspended beside him, he stepped into the depths of this portal, his figure and the rippling space vanishing in an instant, leaving behind the scorching sunlight and a bewildered Tony Stark, whose heart was tumultuous. In the bunker laboratory, at a depth bordering the mantle, an absolutely secret space, the spatial passage stabilized and disappeared within the core region of the laboratory. Loki gently placed the floating Ethan upon a central platform composed of active alloys. The bunker laboratory had transformed beyond recognition. After Loki mastered the ability to stabilize spatial leaps, he had simply relocated the entire laboratory deep into the crust, near the ultra-high pressure and high-temperature area of the mantle. Utilizing the natural geothermal barrier and his formidable spatial shielding technology, he completely severed all physical connections with the surface. Entering and exiting? Wasn't that akin to opening a wormhole? Observing the critically endangered Ethan on the platform, Loki's expression grew contemplative. This fellow was not too shabby. It was time to recruit some diligent workers. An efficient, loyal legion capable of handling menial tasks. A slight smirk played on his lips as his gaze swept over Ethan. This one was resilient in spirit and indeed a worthy investment. As a second-generation super soldier, possessing preliminary permissions for both void and anti-void engines, the creation of a gene transformer for Locke is as effortless as a university student conducting a high school physics experiment. Regarding energy, a colossal reactor, exceeding 20 meters in diameter and crafted by Locke himself, is currently operating stably at the lowest level of the bunker, radiating a soft golden glow. This powerhouse far surpasses the capabilities of Tony's cave version, relentlessly channeling a torrent of energy through superconducting conduits to every corner. The risk associated with harnessing stellar energy on Earth for the second-generation warriors is indeed substantial. No one desires to find themselves atop the Himalayas confronting the Taliban. With a mere thought, the metal redefined by the mighty core surged towards the platform like a silvery tide, swiftly constructing a transformation chamber. He extended his finger. Intangible genetic codes flowed from his fingertip, weaving and reorganizing like golden threads in the void. A simplified yet stable gene framework for a first-generation super soldier was rapidly edited, eliminating unnecessary engines while enhancing combat instincts, implanting loyalty commands and knowledge infusion, strengthening basic physique, fostering energy affinity, and, most crucially, enabling the reception of sacred codes and fundamental computational abilities. Go! Locke commanded as he infused the edited genetic blueprint data stream into the control core of the transformation chamber. The soft, golden nutrient solution quickly filled the chamber, enveloping Ethan entirely. Watching Ethan float within the nutrient liquid, his body beginning to emit a faint golden light, Locke suddenly felt a pang of envy. An indescribable sourness surged within him. Even having ascended to the extraordinary, Locke could not help but covet the fortune of others. The feeling of envy was palpable. Chapter 7. The Adventurous Journey of Princess Nini. As the figure, adorned with divine radiance and vast wings, vanished with Ethan into the rippling distortions of space, the last taut thread of tension within Tony Stark snapped, giving way to deeper concern. Just moments ago, overwhelmed by emotion, he had not had the opportunity to contemplate or inquire about the nature of that being. Was it God? An angel? Where, aside from heaven, could angels dwell? Hell! Ethan, he let out a growl, his caramel-colored eyes fixated intently on the empty air, as if striving to pierce through the barriers of space to ascertain the safety of his dear friend. But the next moment, the chaotic shouts of remaining terrorists outside the cave, accompanied by the chilling metallic sound of weapons being chambered, pierced through his reverie like icy steel needles. Anger. When had I, Tony Stark, ever endured such humiliation? Assaulted and forced into action. At that moment, Tony resembled a long-restrained volcano, filled with seething magma and a will to obliterate all, instantly filling the void left by Ethan's departure. He abruptly turned his head. The heavy helmet of Mark I emitted a piercing metallic screech as his bloodshot eyes, peering through the rudimentary observation slit, locked onto the conspicuous Stark Industries emblem emblazoned on the mountainous pile of weapon crates in the cave's corner. To him, that symbol no longer represented glory, but rather a shameful brand, a mark of his hands stained with the blood of innocence. It was he who forged the weapons that brought about the demise of Ethan, the very soul tasked with his protection, as well as countless ordinary lives akin to Ethan's upon this land. No longer did he waver. Hesitation was a luxury he could ill afford. With a thunderous roar, the rudimentary flamethrower affixed to the left arm of Mark I was unleashed with fervent might. A robust serpent of hellish flames surged forth, instantly engulfing those frigid, merciless killing machines. The metallic shell emitted a haunting wail under the searing temperatures, swiftly yielding to the inferno. The flickering flames illuminated Tony's visage, cold as iron, and the battered armor smeared with oil and blood. Resembling a vengeful deity returned from the depths of hell. But it was not sufficient. Far from it. Tony's rage did not subside with the destruction of the weapons. Rather, it intensified. He craved release. He yearned for those scoundrels to pay dearly. With each step heavy as a battering ram, he charged forth from the cavern. The substantial steel frame of Mark I crashing through the narrow entrance, displacing debris. The remaining terrorists outside gazed in terror at this sudden apparition of iron, their AK-47s spitting fire wildly, bullets pelting the armor like a torrential downpour, creating a cacophony akin to hail striking metal, sparking countless embers, yet leaving only shallow white marks on the formidable steel, hardly even a tickle. Scrap, Tony bellowed as he raised his armored right arm, revealing a weapon slot he had ingeniously modified from the core of a ground missile's warhead. Mark I was equipped with only a single armor-piercing, high-explosive round. There was no intricate targeting system, only fury and instinct. A blinding flash accompanied by a deafening roar erupted from his right arm. The armor-piercing projectile, like the scythe of death, accurately struck the rear of the pickup truck where the terrorists were concealed, laden with ammunition. Boom! A cataclysmique explosion ensued. The pickup was instantly transformed into a colossal fireball, the shockwave sweeping forth with a torrent of scalding air and metallic shrapnel. The surrounding terrorists were sent flying like ragdolls. Severed limbs and fragments ignited in a chaotic scattering. The fortunate ones who survived emitted desperate wails. Clear the field. As Tony surveyed the nightmarish scene before him and the fleeing foes, a flicker of his pent-up rage found release. Yet soon after, a fierce wave of dizziness and the rising temperature inside the armor reminded him that Mark I was never designed for combat. Rather, it was intended for escape. The overloaded flamethrower seared his hand through the leather. It was time to depart. Gritting his teeth, Tony cast his gaze toward the vast, desolate expanse. He needed to extricate himself from this damned Hell's Cape as swiftly as possible, his eyes fixed upon the 2 jetpacks on the back of Mark I, originally conceived for short-distance leaps and posture adjustments. A reckless yet audacious thought seized his mind. Fly! Tony nearly shouted. He understood the peril. The fuel reserves and structural integrity of the jetpacks were not designed for flight. But now this was his sole hope. He could afford no more deliberation. He abruptly pulled the emergency launch safety pin of the jetpack, his fingers resolutely pressing the ignition button. Virum! Whoosh! A torrent of ferocious flames and thick smoke erupted from the nozzle in an instant. A force far beyond his expectations slammed into Tony's back. The heavy Mark-I body soared into the air as if kicked by a giant. The overwhelming thrust caused Tony's vision to darken, his insides feeling as though they had surged to his throat. The crude external dashboard on his arm displayed the fuel gauge plummeting like a diver. His heartbeat blared like an alarm, piercing the air with its urgency. Too fast. The fuel was depleting at an alarming rate. Tony's heart sank to the depths of despair. He could only strive to control the trajectory of his flight. The massive steel frame lurching forward at low altitude, carving a deep trench into the sandy ground, stirring up clouds of yellow dust, resembling a disheveled, golden earthen dragon. In mere seconds, he had flown only a few hundred meters when the violent thrust abruptly ceased. The fuel completely exhausted. No, Tony barely managed to emit a frustrated roar before the sensation of weightlessness engulfed him. The Mark-I plummeted like a heavy meteor, accompanied by a deafening rush of air, crashing down toward a stretch of undulating sand dunes. Boom! Thunderous impact. The sand billowed upward like a tsunami. The heavy armored components disintegrated instantly under the immense force. The chest plate, armors, leg guards, and helmets scattered like petals from a celestial maiden, embedding deeply into the dunes or crashing onto the hard gravel, producing a mournful clatter. The steel giant shattered in an instant. However, at the center of this catastrophic impact, Tony Stark miraculously did not become a mere puddle of flesh. In the final seconds of the fall, his brilliant mind calculated at an overload speed. He forcibly twisted his body, adopting a posture that minimized the impact. Simultaneously, he precisely aimed for the top of a gentle slope, where the sand was relatively soft. The yielding sand served as the perfect cushion, absorbing the majority of the lethal force. Thud! Tony struck the summit of the dune like a stone hurled from a catapult, sending a spray of sand into the air. The immense kinetic energy spun him like a high-speed top, tumbling and sliding down the sandy slope, leaving behind a long, twisted trail until he finally came to rest at the dune's base. Coughing, Tony struggled to lift his head from the scorching sand, spitting out mouthfuls of granules. Pain radiated throughout his body. The violent impact and rolling made him feel as if his bones had shattered. His skin exposed beneath tattered clothing covered in fine abrasions and bruises, stinging fiercely. His ears buzzed, and his vision flickered darkly. Yet he was alive. His consciousness remained relatively clear. A visual assessment revealed no fatal injuries, no fractures. It was nothing short of miraculous, a convergence of luck, medicine, and physics. He laboriously rolled over, lying on the hot sand, gasping for air. The blinding sun beat down relentlessly, compelling him to squint. The overwhelming sensation of having survived a catastrophe, coupled with the agony coursing through his body, rendered him nearly immobile. With great effort, he lifted his hand, surveying the myriad of abrasions and bruises adorning his arm, and gently probed his aching ribs, managing a wry smile, perhaps a fracture. Nevertheless, he was Tony Stark. After a brief respite, he struggled to sit up and surveyed his surroundings. The vast expanse of golden desert shimmered beneath the scorching sun, emanating a distorted mirage of heat, a silence that was almost despairing. He tore a relatively clean strip from his tattered clothing, hastily bandaging the deepest wound on his arm. Then, relying on the position of the sun and his hazy recollections, he endeavored to discern his bearings. "The rescue will come from the east," he murmured, his voice hoarse. There was no water, no food, only the searing yellow sand and the relentless sun. He removed his ragged clothing, wrapping it around his head to shield his eyes from the harsh ultraviolet rays. One shoe had vanished, leaving him barefoot on the blistering sand. Each step akin to treading on a red-hot iron plate, the pain piercing. Yet he did not falter, gritting his teeth, dragging his weary body forward, step by painful step, toward the direction he believed to be salvation. Time became an abstract concept. Sweat had long since dried, his lips cracked and bleeding, and his vision began to blur. Just as he felt his will being consumed by the boundless desert, a distant yet approaching sound pierced the silence like a divine melody, the throbbing of rotor blades. Tony shot up, his bloodshot eyes igniting with a fierce glimmer. In the distance, two small black dots were rapidly enlarging, the silhouette of a UH-60 Black Hawk helicopter, emblematic of the U.S. military. Hope surged through his nearly depleted body like a revitalizing elixir, summoning his last reserves of strength. He waved his arms and shouted with all his might, "Hey, over here, I'm here, Tony Stark, right here." One of the Black Hawks had evidently spotted him, lowering its nose and rapidly approaching his location. A powerful downdraft stirred up clouds of yellow sand, nearly blinding Tony. Though he collapsed in exhaustion, he cared not. He simply cracked a smile through his parched lips, a radiant expression mingling fatigue, elation, and the thrill of survival. At last, he had clawed his way out of hell. Chapter 8. The Sword of Judgment. New York City, Manhattan, the Pineapple Building. The news of Tony Stark's rescue spread like wildfire, with the media swarming like sharks catching a whiff of blood. At that moment, Loki lay in the top-floor office of the Pineapple Building, his consciousness drifting toward a celestial map he was sketching, a genetic blueprint for the third generation of the god body he was still conceptualizing. In theory, it could achieve an invincible form coexisting with the thunder factor of angel yin, yet this required extensive calculations from the repository of knowledge. Outside, it was the early summer of 2008 in New York, bustling with traffic and basking in perfect sunlight, a stark contrast to the moment he had plunged into the depths of the desert. On the screen before him, an emergency news broadcast from New York State was airing live. In the scene, the familiar figure of Tony Stark, clad in a meticulously tailored suit, is strikingly devoid of his usual irreverent smile. He appears exceedingly haggard, with one hand bandaged and suspended, and his face bears the remnants of bruises that have yet to fade. Unlike his customary stance behind the podium, he sits casually, almost despondently on the ground beside it, holding a half-eaten cheeseburger. The journalists hold their breath, their cameras flashing in a frenzy. Tony lifts his gaze, his caramel-colored eyes scanning the crowd, revealing a tumult of emotions within. The exhaustion of survival, the sorrow of losing a dear friend, the fury of witnessing his weapons used for atrocities, and a chilling resolve. Then he speaks. His voice, though quiet, resonates clearly throughout the venue and reaches the ears of those with Rock. I have witnessed young lives taken by the very weapons we manufacture to protect them. I have seen myself become an irresponsible part of this chaotic system. And then, with a weighty finality, he declares, effective immediately, I am shutting down the weapons manufacturing division of Stark Industries. Boom! Despite the foreknowledge of this moment, when the words finally escape Tony's lips, Rock feels the palpable sense of history grinding forward. Stan hurriedly steps in to interrupt, but it seems futile. An uproar erupts both inside and outside the venue. The journalists' inquiries surge towards Tony like a tsunami, and the live broadcast triggers an immediate reaction in the financial markets. Evident on a split screen, where Stark Industries stock price plummets like a cliff dive, Rock lifts a glass of whiskey infused with high-purity energy, taking a measured sip as the ice clinks crisply against the glass. He observes the figure of Tony, crouched beside the podium, enduring the eye of the storm, a knowing smile curving his lips. In the bunker laboratory, deep in space, Rock reappears in the core area, sensing that Ethan's transformation is nearly complete. Inside the transformation chamber, a pale golden nutrient solution, a blend of high-concentration energy and genetic induction factors, is slowly draining, emitting a faint gurgling sound. Within the chamber, a naked figure gradually materializes, Ethan. In this moment, he is no longer the battered doctor on the brink of death. He slowly opens his eyes, clarity shining through with a hint of bewilderment at his rebirth. Yet, soon, he is overcome by the vast flow of information that accompanies his new knowledge. Instinctively, he raises his hands, clenches his fists, and feels an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, a strength he has never known before. Immediately, a subtle shift in his thoughts occurred, and an extraordinary sensation emanated from the region of his scapula. A pair of pure white wings, sharp at the edges and shimmering with a cold light, unfurled with a swift motion, stirring a gentle current of air. At this moment, Ethan's physique, honed by potent genetics and abundant energy, appeared more refined and robust, his skin smooth and exuding a healthy radiance. Most striking were his eyes, once concealed behind lenses and filled with compassion. Now they were deeper, with a faint golden stardust swirling within the pupils, revealing an inner tranquility. The edges of his wings refracted the sterile light of a laboratory, embodying both sanctity and authority. Ethan gazed down at his seemingly reborn body and this otherworldly pair of wings, his expression devoid of any peculiarity. Back in Afghanistan, he was willing to charge forth with a weapon, having long since lost any sense of purpose in life. His country had been ravaged by war, and his family, his loved ones, and his homeland had been consumed by the flames of conflict. Now, someone had bestowed upon him this new existence, and even his hair had regrown. Within the data transmitted to his consciousness, there existed an order that captivated him. This order was known as justice, to fight for those who could not. Ethan was overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of awe and belonging. He exited the transformation chamber, donning the pure, white attire prepared for him. Following Yen's guidance, he arrived at the leisure area of the fortress. Locke was reclining against a floating chair made of active metal, several data screens hovering before him, displaying intricate physical models. He appeared to be working, yet his relaxed posture suggested playfulness. Approaching Locke without hesitation, Ethan knelt on one knee, bowing his head slightly in a gesture of respect and reverence. His voice was steady, infused with a profound respect drawn from the descriptions and conjectures of memory. My lord, thank you for granting me rebirth and bestowing upon me powers and life beyond the mundane. This grace, I, Ethan Van Cott, shall remember for eternity. And with the sword in my hand, I will dispel chaos and spread your justice. Locke released the light panel he held, which then dissipated into a myriad of stars. Observing the transformed Ethan before him, Locke regarded him with a peculiar gaze. Come now, Ethan, I have not altered your thoughts. I am not a true deity. At least not yet. He rose and approached Ethan, patting his shoulder, his tone softening with a hint of profound meaning. However, in a certain sense, we have indeed transcended the boundaries of the extraordinary. In the current paradigm, you are one of them, Ethan. He paused. I do not have any tasks for you at the moment. Why not pursue what you desire? The foundational skills of angelic combat, energy manipulation, and spatial perception theory have all been transmitted to you through Yen, and he has also granted you access. By the way, as Locke mentioned Yen, his consciousness drifted toward a massive rhomboid crystal emanating a gentle white light, floating deep within his own shadowy dimension. It was the sacred repository of knowledge under construction, with Yen positioned beside it as a small arm guard. It exists as a diminutive, ship-class computer in his own shadow realm, a subspace that overlaps with the realm of reality yet does not reside within the same dimension, independent of the sacred knowledge repository. This microcomputer is constructed by replicating certain data from the knowledge repository. Undoubtedly, it pales in comparison to the repository, and even when juxtaposed with the vastness of the cosmos, it remains but a trivial entity. Nonetheless, its diameter spans 5 kilometers. As for the choice of the name Yen, it is because the auxiliary intelligence of the supercomputer Yen is a product of the enhanced core of the original AI Yen. Although its computational power is far inferior to that of the knowledge repository, it is more than sufficient for processing the combat algorithms of the first-generation angels, providing foundational spatial positioning and information retrieval. When necessary, it can augment the computational power of the sacred knowledge repository, serving as a divine computing cluster. The sacred knowledge repository is the very foundation of Locke's existence, harboring his greatest secret. This is a matter of principle. He has no intention of allowing a second person to know, even those angels who possess absolute loyalty to him. I understand, my God, Ethan solemnly replied. I have already stated that is not the case, Locke sighed, placing a hand on his forehead. First, familiarize yourself with your own powers. Yen will assist you in simulating various environments, guiding you in mastering wing flight, energy shaping, and basic combat algorithms. Once you have thoroughly acclimated to this new body and its powers, Locke's smile gradually faded. It will be time to execute the long-overdue justice for your former homeland, for the innocent deceased, and for yourself. A cold flame seemed to ignite in Ethan's eyes as he nodded firmly. I shall obey the divine edict. This angel, transformed by his own hands, bore no imprint of the ideologies from the Kaisha era, ensuring his unwavering loyalty to safeguard his secrets. Yet he did not need to become so cryptic. The foundational genes were essentially welded shut. Loyal orange. Loyal orange. By God, it's loyal orange. However, without substantial computational support, their combat abilities indeed left much to be desired. In the high-dimensional battles of the super-divine universe, the crux lies in information suppression and algorithmic dominance. A formidable celestial computer can instantaneously analyze every detail of an opponent's information, genetic composition, energy frequency, attack patterns, spatial trajectories, calculating all potential paths and preemptively evading or counterattacking even a billionth of a second before the adversary launches an attack. Such combat is a contest of foresight powered by computational prowess. Thus, in these days of leisure, he set about reconstructing Yen. A fine steed deserves an equally fine saddle. Locke mused as a plan gradually took shape. The standard angelic weapon, the Sword of Flames, must be brought to the forefront of the agenda. Repository. Retrieve the data for the Sword of Flames. Mobilize full computational power to adjust the foundational void algorithms. Authorize the core to access the data. And reconstruct it using the repository's alloy, employing the Sword of Flames as a template. Let's proceed, he declared, rolling his eyes. Command confirmed. Data has been retrieved. The foundational void algorithm calculations have been verified. Command confirmed. Authorization successful. Scanning for positioning is underway, and scanning is complete. Instruction lock. The blade of flames is primarily composed of dark alloy combined with stellar energy crystals. The core of the blade integrates stellar drive technology, absorbing and compressing stellar energy, such as solar flares, to generate a fiery attribute capable of unleashing high temperatures and devastating shockwaves. The blade of flames not only excels in physical cutting, but also possesses the ability to initiate energy bombardments akin to miniature solar storms. Hint: the current computational power required to reconstruct stellar energy crystals is 2759H. Optimization suggestion: the standard weaponry of the previous generation male angels is composed of inferior alloys. Is there such a thing? Then let there be a judgment of justice. Instruction confirmation: the command has been locked for the judgment of justice. Chapter 9. The Visit of the White Moonlight. As time ticked by, two long swords before Locke gradually coalesced energy, inscribing grooves of driving energy along their blades, akin to dust accumulating. At this moment, a phrase destined to resonate throughout the world was on the verge of being uttered, a key to initiating this era. On the screen, Stark Industries' stock price continued its frantic descent, panic spreading like wildfire. And what of the impending appearance of S-H-I-E-L-D? That nest riddled with Hydra's infiltration? Locke scoffed at the thought, finding it of little interest. However, the so-called 084 items contained within S-H-I-E-L-D that held unknown, formidable energies intrigue him greatly. Among these treasures, the most alluring were undoubtedly the Infinity Stones, crystallized essences of 6 singularities from the birth of the universe, embodying the most primal and potent laws of power within the cosmos. They are the personification of cosmic rules, as long as they exist within the confines of this universe. They are true artifacts. Locke gazed into the void, his eyes igniting with fervor upon the sight of the space stone. This blue gem held profound significance for him. His spatial abilities were commendable in the face of normalized spatial conditions, yet still constrained by his own computational power and energy reserves. Some spatial realms, when slightly stagnated, became exceedingly difficult to decipher. If he could acquire the space stone, even a preliminary understanding of its spatial laws, integrating them into his sacred coding and repository of knowledge, would suffice to catalyze a qualitative leap in his spatial prowess, to construct more stable, longer-distance wormholes, to even attempt to touch upon the mysteries of higher-dimensional spaces. The space stone itself is an almost boundless source of pure energy. After all, the 6 stones are inherently tied to the universe itself, and the energy within the cosmos is abundant, offering far more than mere trifles. Thus, whether for upgrading his drive, supporting the computational demands of a future angelic legion, or even propelling himself towards a higher divine evolution, its value is immeasurable. In the hands of S-H-I-E-L-D, it is nothing short of wasteful. The remaining stones are fundamentally based on the laws of this universe. The warm spring sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the polished surface of a desk. Ethan's dark communication arrived as Locke handled old Lee's concerns regarding the farm's crops. As he navigated the channel of thought, his directives were clear and resolute. Just call me Locke. You should have mastered your control over energy by now. It's time, Ethan. You ought to pay a visit to your friend Tony, who yearns for you with an almost feverish longing. He has not forgotten his desire for vengeance. After all, conveniently, you can accompany him to Gamera, revisiting the past and allowing it to be reborn under the auspices of justice. He paused to add, if you encounter any military or official inquiries, do not feel compelled to conceal your presence. I have already cloaked all your biological traits and physical composition information. Adhere to the divine edict. A hint of unnoticeable anticipation tinged Ethan's voice. The communication within his consciousness was abruptly severed. Locke exhaled a sigh, retrieving Ethan's recent logs. Goodness, I never realized this fellow was so introspective. He pulled up Ethan's latest study records, the varieties of religious experience, the basic forms of religious life, the Protestant ethic and the spirit of capitalism. If I pretended to be a priest, systematic theology. Locke couldn't help but scoff. This chap must have been a devout reader of the Quran during his time in the Middle East. In New York, Long Island, at Tony Stark's seaside villa, Ethan stood before the entrance of the futuristic abode. Sunlight cascaded onto his impeccably tailored pure white linen suit, accentuating his tall stature and distinguished demeanor. Whether it was the influence of genetic transformation or a profound shift in mentality, he found himself possessing an almost obsessive fondness for white, a color that symbolized rebirth, purity, and the untainted power bestowed by the divine. Yin had long since rewritten Ethan's identity profile for the past 6 months. Dr. Ethan Venkat, Ph.D. in physical engineering. Born in the war-torn town of Gamera in a small Middle Eastern nation. Amidst the dire scarcity of resources and relentless bombardment in his homeland, he had, through sheer determination, self-taught himself to become an exceptional battlefield surgeon, having saved countless lives. 6 months ago, after the loss of his family, he was invited to leave his traumatized homeland and join Pineapple Technology Lab, a core research department under angel investment focusing on future mobile communication technology, where he served as an experimental consultant. Ethan pressed the doorbell, his demeanor calm and composed. In the underground laboratory, Tony was entirely engrossed, watching as the mechanical arm applied the final dazzling coat of gold-red paint to Mark III. Suddenly, Jarvis's elegant British accent resonated. "Sir, there's a visitor at the door." Identity confirmed, Dr. Ethan Venkat. He claims to be an old friend come to pay a visit. The surveillance footage appeared, clearly displaying the figure clad in white outside the door. Seemingly sensing Tony's gaze, Ethan raised his head in the video, precisely targeting the location of the hidden camera, offering a gentle and familiar smile, even giving a slight wave. "Ethan Venkat? What Ethan?" Tony murmured, frowning as if oblivious to the significance, his eyes scanning the screen. However, when his gaze truly focused on the smiling yet remarkably familiar face, time appeared to come to a standstill. "Ethan!" A gasp of disbelief escaped his lips. Tony abruptly cast aside the tablet in his hand, nearly crushing his toes, oblivious to the pain from a muscle strain in his left arm caused by the test armor's flight. Like a lit cannonball, he stumbled toward the elevator leading to the ground. He didn't even notice that he had put on his slippers incorrectly. After narrowly escaping death in Afghanistan, he had deployed every satellite resource at Stark Industries' disposal, ground monitoring stations, and even infiltrated portions of military databases in an attempt to capture any trace of that angel. Yet, the angel's appearance was akin to a pure mirage, leaving no remnants, optical images, or even energy disturbances. For a staunch materialist and technology enthusiast like him, this was a profound shock. He scoured every religious text, mystical archive, and alien sighting report he could find, but to no avail. It seemed that angels existed solely within the pages of the Bible. He even began to doubt whether that breathtaking final moment, the figure bathed in divine light and Ethan's disappearance, was merely an illusion conjured by his extreme pain and hypoxia. Yet, deep within, the angel's calm words echoed like a brand. "You will meet again." Today, this phrase, almost prophetic, had finally come to fruition. The door slid open, and Tony, breathless, appeared at the threshold, his hair disheveled, clad in a slightly rumpled white tank top, 1 foot bare, his appearance a chaotic mess. He widened his eyes, fixated on Ethan, who stood outside, bathed in sunlight, exuding an ineffable confidence and composure that felt strangely unfamiliar. The Ethan before him was not the weary, disheveled doctor with bloodshot eyes from a cave. As Ethan beheld Tony in this state, his smile deepened, his gaze reflecting the bittersweet reunion. He opened his arms, his voice warm and powerful. "Oi, Tony, long time no see. I hear you might need a bit of help from an old friend." Chapter 10. Embrace the Judgment. "Ethan, it truly is you. My God, so that angel, all of it, was it real?" Tony's voice trembled. The joy and lingering shock rendered him somewhat incoherent, even prompting him to instinctively reach out to pinch Ethan's cheek. "So the angel is real, and God exists too? Did you meet him, and Jesus as well?" "Yes, Tony, it is all real." Ethan released him, gazing into his eyes. His tone carried an undeniable reverence. "The existence of my God, his power, transcends mundane imagination." He paused, lowering his voice with a hint of caution. "However, we shall refrain from casually discussing the specifics of my God's existence in private. As for the God you mentioned, Jehovah," Ethan slightly shook his head, his gaze clear and resolute. "I have read about them in books, but whether they exist or not, in my heart, they cannot compare to even a whisper of my God." Tony was momentarily taken aback by the fervent religious discourse. Wasn't he a believer in Allah? But clearly, this was not the time for such discussions. "Ethan, what happened to you after that? Are you truly Ethan?" At that moment, the bullet struck your heart. "How did you?" Tony's words were abruptly interrupted by Ethan. "Hey, Tony, what are you thinking? Of course it's true. Do you remember how I helped you recreate your little heart?" Joy overwhelmed everything. "This is Mark III. It's an enhancement based on our collaborative design of that massive creation. A full titanium alloy shell, lighter and stronger, vector propulsion, Jarvis-assisted control, equipped with an array of advanced weapon systems. I was planning to fly to Gemera tomorrow to deal with those scoundrels one by one. You arrived so unexpectedly that I didn't have time to prepare a set for you. Otherwise, we could have celebrated together with a grand feast. Tony's boast came to an abrupt halt, transforming into an even louder exclamation. Before him stood Dr. Ethan Van Cott, wearing a mysterious smile, as behind him, a pair of ethereal, glowing white wings elegantly unfurled with a whoosh. The lights from the laboratory reflected off the pristine feathers, casting a mesmerizing halo that made the air shimmer with a powerful energy field. Ethan gently grasped Tony's excitedly flailing hand. Tony, there is no need for concern. As you can see, I have been bestowed with divine gifts, and I possess my own armor. I am no longer the feeble doctor I once was. Now, I can execute the justice of my God, while ensuring that the sinners are sent to where they truly belong. On the other end of the screen, atop Rock's private apartment, he sank comfortably into a luxurious leather sofa. The massive holographic screen before him was broadcasting the touching reunion in Tony's laboratory in real time. The high-definition footage even captured the moment when Tony lost a slipper, the glimmer of tears in his eyes as Ethan embraced him, and finally, the classic expression on Tony's face when Ethan unfurled his wings, as if he had seen both a ghost and a deity. Rock couldn't help but chuckle, immediately entering a frenzied screenshot mode. High-definition close-ups. He even applied a romantic soft-focus filter to the image of their clasped hands. TSK, 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 Rock mused, shaking his head in disbelief as he enjoyed the mini-movie. Nothing is more difficult to bear than a deceased moonlight, and even more so, a moonlight that has returned after dying for you. But where did Ethan learn such cryptic expressions? He stroked his chin, wearing a satisfied, almost maternal smile, thinking he should have directly sent him to apply at Stark Industries instead of assigning him a job. In Jimmer Town, night enveloped the moon hanging high in the sky. Once a peaceful haven, now only the remnants of walls cast sinister shadows under the cold moonlight. The air was thick with an unshakable scent of gunpowder mingled with scorched earth and faint traces of blood. This was land steeped in terror and despair, where every grain of dust seemed to weep silently. Above, two distinctly different trails of light pierced the silent night sky. One streaked downwards with a distinctive sharp wail and searing tail flame of a jet engine, akin to a falling meteor, embodying the formidable presence of Tony Stark and his Mark III armor. The other, however, was a tranquil, pure white. There was no roar of engines, only the gentle whisper of air being displaced by an invisible force. Ethan Vankit, or rather, the angel Ethan, unfurled his wings that shimmered with a cold luminescence, descending like a deity from the moonlit heavens. With each elegant flap of his wings, a faint ripple of light trailed behind him. To resolve a conflict, one must first become ensnared within it. He hovered slightly above Tony, his immaculate white suit undisturbed by the night breeze, his gaze calm as he surveyed the land below, a repository of countless painful memories. Beneath that tranquility lay the will of cold judgment. Jarvis, mark all heat sources, prioritize high-threat targets, and mark unarmed civilians in blue. Tony's voice resonated within the armor, imbued with a metallic timbre. Excellent. Ethan, you begin. Tony. Ethan's voice flowed into Tony's ear, serene and unwavering, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. The gaze of my God observes this place. Justice shall descend. No sooner had he spoken than Ethan's wings surged powerfully. There was no acceleration. His figure vanished from the heights, leaving behind a rapidly spreading and dissipating ripple of air. Space warped. In the next instant, he appeared like a specter atop the highest point of the half-destroyed clock tower in the town square. The pure white figure glimmered under the moonlight, resembling a lighthouse, instantly capturing the attention of all armed men below. He dove down, seizing the neck of a henchman, a once-skilled battlefield medic, and thus well acquainted with the human anatomy. A sickening crack resonated in his grip. He turned to the terrified crowd. What is that thing? An angel? No, a monster. Open fire. Open fire. Oh, divine being above. What is that? The cacophony of terrified screams and frantic shouts shattered the night's stillness. Countless gun barrels were raised, tracer rounds erupting like an angry swarm of fireflies, howling through the air, madly targeting the white figure atop the clock tower. Divine being? Your deity does not deserve to lick the toes of my God. Faced with a metal storm capable of shredding steel, Ethan stood resolutely, clutching the terrorist whose neck he had just snapped, not a single furrow on his brow. Just as the first wave of bullets was about to reach his form, a low hum resonated, a delicate golden barrier, seemingly woven from countless fine hexagonal energy shields, suddenly expanded around him without warning. Cling, clang, cling, clang, the sound echoed. What in the world is this? Roquette Loungehair. RPG. Quick. A burly man, resembling a leader, roared hoarsely. Bullets struck the barrier, erupting into a dazzling shower of sparks, producing a jarring clatter that sent shivers down the spine. Yet like waves crashing against the wall of size, they twisted and deformed, falling powerless without even stirring a ripple. Although the gun may not claim his life, the kinetic energy of the bullets can impede his movements, causing considerable frustration. Ethan perceives himself as a divine visage traversing the earthly realm, with an air of sophistication that must not wane. Several armed militants, brandishing RPG-7s, swiftly take aim and pull the triggers. Multiple rockets, trailing long, fiery tails, and shrieking with the herald of death, hurtle toward the clock tower. Just as the projectiles are about to strike their target, Ethan makes his move. With his right hand poised, a radiant light gathers in his palm, coalescing into the ethereal silhouette of a long sword, its blade flowing with searing white flames as it materializes instantaneously. The Sword of Judgment. Prepare to face your reckoning. Instead of evading, he boldly faces the oncoming rockets, seemingly nonchalant as he swings the sword. Whoosh! A beam of concentrated, tangible white light slices through the air, cleaving the incoming rockets in twain with the ease of cutting through tofu. The precisely severed warheads fail to detonate in time. Their explosive contents ignited in midair by the sword's terrifying heat, transforming into expanding orange fireballs and shockwaves that burst forth just meters from Ethan. The force of the blast sends ripples through the corners of his pure white attire, yet he remains unfazed. Tony, in the midst of his descent, witnesses this spectacle and cannot help but exclaim a curse within his armor. Since he first glimpsed Ethan's wings, he had sensed the change. But witnessing such inhuman strength and graceful combat firsthand left him utterly astounded. Jarvis, stop dawdling. Get to work, and remember to scan Ethan's energy levels. Tony's astonishment swiftly morphs in a heightened resolve. The Mark III, akin to a fierce tiger descending the mountain, charges into the chaotic throng of enemies. Taste this. Tony's palm-mounted repulsors blaze with energy. A pulsating wave of concentrated power roars forth, striking a pickup truck mounted with a heavy machine gun with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The truck disintegrates as though struck by a colossal hammer, its explosion illuminating the sky, while machine gun parts and remnants of militants scatter in every direction. Simultaneously, many missile pods deploy from his armored shoulders. Fire! Several mini armor-piercing missiles, like venomous serpents, dart forth with a piercing shriek, accurately penetrating several sandbag bunkers poised to launch RPGs. Bang, 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 bang. A series of consecutive explosions send both the fortifications and their occupants soaring into the sky. Tony dances through the ruins like a steel sprite, wielding his repulsors, mini-missiles, and occasionally using his armored arms to brutally swat away any approaching foes. His combat is a seamless blend of efficiency and technological violent beauty, each attack accompanied by the fiery explosions and the cries of the defeated. However, the Ten Commandments gang, entrenched in this locale for quite some time, are not without their means of retaliation. Just as they prepare to move to their next stronghold, a T-72 main battle tank, concealed deep within the rubble, suddenly opens fire. The massive cannon belches forth flames and smoke. Boom! An armor-piercing round, shrieking through the air, hurtles directly toward Tony, who is flying at low altitude. Chapter 11. Ethan's Elegance. Sir, incoming missile. Trajectory locked. Jarvis issues an urgent warning. Tony's pupils dilate. The distance and angle render evasion exceedingly arduous. To confront directly? The armor of the Mark III stands little chance against the onslaught of a tank's main cannon. Just at this critical juncture, a figure clad in pure white appeared as if by teleportation, interposing itself between the projectile and Tony. It was Ethan. Remarkably, he did not even draw the Sword of Judgment. He merely extended his left hand towards the whistling shell. With Yan's enhancement, deciphering a material that had yet to reach the extraordinary was swift. Ahem! The space before his palm twisted violently, folding as if an invisible lens had been forcefully embedded into reality. The shell collided with that distorted spatial region, its velocity suddenly diminishing, its trajectory curving bizarrely by nearly 90 degrees. Like a drunken stagger, it veered towards the ground, ultimately detonating in a distant, desolate ruin with a resounding explosion. Holy moly! Spatial distortion. Jarvis, did you witness that? Tony, still shaken, gazed at the white figure hovering before him, having intercepted a lethal blow. His heart stirred with tumultuous waves. Does an angel possess such flamboyance? I must report this. I must report it. Good heavens! Is this bull-headed creature unleashing its powers? ISNT spatial manipulation, a skill of the technological realm? Ethan, do try the judgment of justice. I have just granted you the authority. A voice, cold and sudden, broke through Ethan's consciousness, belonging to Locke, who had been observing the scene. Very well, my deity. Ethan's voice remained reverent, as if the scene before him were but a speck of dust, insignificant compared to the essence of a god. Tony, ascend. I have something splendid to show you. His gaze shifted towards the exposed T-72 tank, his expression instantly turning icy. He recognized the occupant within, the very mustachioed man from before. Behind him, the wings vibrated at an accelerated frequency, his body transformed into a streak of white light. Soaring into the air at a speed surpassing that of the tank's turret, the radiance of the Sword of Judgment surged, its tip coalescing into a blindingly brilliant white point. Judgment. The unrighteous shall be consumed by flames. The mournful shall meet their fatal reckoning. The deceivers shall find themselves powerless to escape divine retribution. The defiant shall be engulfed in fire. The fallen are beyond redemption, and the greedy shall face annihilation. Only the worthy may endure. Can genetic modification truly lead one to embrace such flamboyance? Locke mused, observing Ethan's grandiose demeanor. Justice, judgment, Ethan intoned, raising his sword towards the heavens, then sweeping it down towards the tank. As the sword descended, a searing column of light erupted from its tip, cascading towards the ground. Sizzle. Instead of an earth-shattering explosion, there was merely the sound akin to a red-hot brand slicing through butter. This was Locke's preliminary version of the Justice Judgment, modified based on stellar drive technology. Ethan harnessed the energy from the bunker's nuclear fusion, mimicking the power of a miniature solar storm. The instantaneous release of ultra-high energy particle beams and terrifying heat coalesced into a single beam of light. The light penetrated without obstruction. Boom! A violent explosion surged before him. In the next moment, the entire tank disintegrated as if it were mere foam tossed into a furnace, dissolving instantly. Flames and thick smoke erupted violently from the targeted location. The occupants within were instantaneously vaporized, unable even to emit a cry of anguish before succumbing to the extreme heat. This scene, surpassing all comprehension, utterly shattered the psychological defenses of the remaining insurgents. Devils! They are demons! Flee! Quick, escape! Oh Allah, save us! The temperature of the corona spread like a contagion. Within a radius of 300 meters, the combatants were directly vaporized, leaving behind only charred earth. The distant remnants of the insurgents, no longer able to resist, abandoned their weapons and fled in a frantic panic, like headless flies, wailing amidst the ruins. Sir, high energy levels cannot be detected, but thermal readings indicate an explosive temperature between 1 million and 3 million degrees Celsius. Tony gazed at the scene before him, as if witnessing divine retribution. He glanced at Ethan, who hovered in midair with wings slightly unfurled, his sword gradually dissipating, his pristine white attire remaining unblemished. Ethan opened his mouth, yet ultimately spoke not a word. A sense of bewilderment engulfed him, having witnessed a shattering of perception. He turned his gaze towards the distant town. Tony took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within. Jarvis, scan the perimeter, lock onto all heat signatures attempting to flee, prepare non-lethal weaponry. Ethan nodded, his wings fluttering lightly as he transformed into a gentle white light, gracefully drifting toward the entrance of the underground shelter. Upon landing, he refrained from forcefully breaching the heavy iron door. Instead, he pressed his palm against it. A soft golden light swirled from his hand. Click! With a gentle sound, the lock responded and opened. He pushed the door open, revealing the muffled sounds of weeping and terrified gasps within. Ethan repressed all angelic authority, his expression softening with compassion, as he comforted in fluent Arabic. Do not fear. We are here to rescue you. You are safe now, and light will ultimately dispel the darkness. Tony watched as Ethan disappeared into the shelter's entrance, then surveyed the burning wreckage around him, the destroyed tanks, and the fleeing enemies. A tumultuous wave of emotions surging within him. There was indeed a cathartic release of anger and a sense of satisfaction and retribution. Yet beneath it lay an overwhelming feeling of impotence in the face of a higher existence. Soon, however, his curiosity reignited. He was eager to analyze Ethan's current state, for it was nothing short of miraculous. He maneuvered his armor to land on a relatively intact rooftop, his palm cannon lowered, scanning the surroundings vigilantly, though his heart remained unsettled. Meanwhile, far away in New York, Rock watched the real-time transmission with satisfaction, particularly reveling in Ethan's stunning display of fiery judgment. a smirk of pride curling at the corners of his mouth. After a night of cleansing, nearly half of the Ten Commandments gang strongholds in the Middle East had been eradicated. Over the Atlantic, the smoke and flames of Gemera faded into the distance, while the deep night sky began to brighten with the faintest hint of dawn. Tony piloted the Crimson and Gold Mark III, its thrusters leaving a long trail through the clouds. Ethan flew alongside, his pure white wings shimmering with a cool luster in the thin morning light. Each elegant flap, silent yet efficient, his speed rivaling that of Tony's armor. The echoes of battle still resonated within Tony's heart. Ethan manifested an almost divine power, evoking an exceedingly intricate array of emotions. Unable to contain his curiosity, Tony finally inquired, "Ethan, was that twisted projectile and a luminous beam just now the so-called power bestowed by the deity? It is indeed a fragment of his grace. I am omnipotent, Tony." Ethan's voice resonated calmly within the confines of the Mark III's armor, imbued with an inherent reverence. "How did you access my internal channel?" Tony paused momentarily, realizing the voice did not emanate from the external environment. "It remains a part of his grace, Tony." Ethan's tone remained tranquil. Nina lapsed into silence once more, the arc reactor's glow pulsating steadily at his chest. "A deity? But this is technology. Shouldn't you be waving your hand to summon divine light and cleanse their souls?" "Tony, I have never mentioned that I am a creation of the material realm. My existence is fundamentally biological, as is this." Just as Tony immersed himself in Ethan's words, Jarvis's composed alarm shattered the tranquility of the communication channel, simultaneously detecting high-speed aerial targets approaching. Quantity, 2. Speed, 18 Mach. Altitude, at the same level. Bearing, 10 degrees north of due east. Estimated time to contact, 90 seconds. Identification signal, Amelie Air Force. The adversaries have activated the identification friend or foe, IFF, interrogation signal. Tony's heart sank. "Damn it, we've been detected." Jarvis, activate stealth radar. Realizing it was too late for concealment, he acknowledged that the enemy had already visually locked onto him. "Nest, this is Nest 1. Unidentified aerial units. You have entered sensitive airspace without authorization, accompanied by unidentified escort objects. Immediately reduce altitude, disarm, and comply with guidance for landing. Repeat, comply with the orders at once, or you will be considered a threat." The voice maintained its customary military tone. Barely had the words left his lips when two ghostly gray figures tore through the clouds, resembling two unsheathed swords, appearing in Tony and Ethan's line of sight. It was two F-22 Raptors. The aircraft banked, revealing the missiles beneath their wings, clearly indicating a threat. The nose glimmered with the icy light characteristic of radar lock-on, akin to a predator fixated on its prey. Tony cursed under his breath. The Mark III instantly entered a state of heightened alert. "Jarvis, connect me with Rhodey, quickly. Prepare for emergency landing equipment." He understood that the missiles equipped on the Raptors were not the same as the armor-piercing shells from the previous night. Once locked on, even the Mark III would be in dire peril when besieged at such close range by two elite fighter jets. Could Ethan intercept one missile, let alone withstand the onslaught of a dozen from two Raptors? Just as Tony Stark was explaining to Rhodey about the two entities flying in American airspace, one of which was him, Ethan, who had remained silent throughout the flight, suddenly sprang into action. He slightly turned, positioning himself between Tony and the two fighter jets. The pure white wings behind him abruptly folded inward, then vibrated at a frequency and speed far beyond biological limits. A low, resonant hum reverberated through the air. Buzz. A layer of spatial ripples unfurled before Ethan and Tony, emanating a heart-stirring tremor. In the next instant, Ethan and Tony vanished upon traversing the ripples. Holy Mother! Within the confines of Tony's helmet, the piercing alarm indicating radar lock dissipated instantaneously. He was astounded to discover that both the radar waves of the F-22 and any potential laser targeting from the adversary had vanished without a trace. As if swallowed by the abyss, the moment the two made contact with the undulating spatial ripples on the adversary's radar screen, their signals had likely transformed into untraceable phantoms. Chapter 12. Creatures Beyond Cognition. Eagle Nest 1. Eagle Nest 2. Target lost. Radar failure. Optical tracking is severely disrupted. Repeat, unable to lock on. The public channel echoed with the incredulous, even slightly terrified reports of the pilots. "Stock, you need to explain to me what that thing beside you is." Rhodey's voice faltered, then grew quieter. Rhodey, Tony's old friend. He was evidently summoned urgently to address this formidable situation. Rhodey's voice brimmed with confusion and shock. "Ethan? Which Ethan? Wait, the doctor from that cave Tony encountered? How did he become like this?" The communication channel fell into a brief silence, filled only with the crackling sound of static. Clearly, Rhodey was urgently conferring with higher-ups. Moments later, the Tower-S voice resonated between the two aircraft, laden with bewilderment. Eagle Nest 1, Eagle Nest 2, we have just received notice that it was a friendly aircraft testing, which has been temporarily authorized. Ethan, it's a friendly unit, but what was that just now? Tony inquired. A short-range spatial wormhole. Quite cool. I assent it? Ethan's voice remained serene. It's not that I don't want to, but I cannot. The distance from here to your villa is somewhat too far, and the computations required exceed my permissions, necessitating the approval of my deity. I wouldn't want to disturb my deity's rest, my friend. You understand, don't you? Ethan shook his head slightly. Finally, are we no longer the best in the world? The silent Nini felt a pang of bitterness. The halo behind his wings ceased its high-frequency vibrations, enveloping the two in a pale golden dome that silently dissipated like a phantom. He continued to hover beside Tony, his pristine white suit remaining immaculate amidst the rushing airflow, seemingly calm as he observed the two F-22s retreating in profound confusion. Once they had officially departed, under the illumination of the rising sun, this individual and the angel soared towards the Malibu coastline. Tony Stark's Malibu villa. As the golden red Mark III and the pure white figure of the angel descended onto the private helipad of Tony's villa, the military helicopter bearing Rhodey arrived almost simultaneously. Rhodey leaped from the helicopter, his gaze fixed upon Tony as he emerged from the armor, feeling an intense fervor welling up within him. He stared at the Mark III for an extended moment, yet words eluded him, culminating in a deep sigh and a vigorous rubbing of his temples. The atmosphere within the villa was palpably delicate. Rhodey brought with him warm regard from high-ranking military officials, along with a plethora of inquiries. Tony underscored that Ethan was both his savior and collaborator. At present, Tony was engrossed in pioneering applications of biotechnology, assuring that these advancements posed no threat to national security, at least within the realms of his control. Rhodey was acutely aware that the armor Tony had just removed could not merely be attributed to high-tech prosthetics. However, under Tony's insistence and the bond of old friendship, coupled with Ethan's uncharacteristically serene demeanor, he ultimately departed, laden with unanswered questions and directives from his superiors. After bidding farewell to the exhausted Rhodey, the vast villa was left with only Tony and Ethan. In the laboratory, the Mark III was quietly retracted into its platform, the arc reactor's glow pulsating steadily. Tony poured himself a glass of wine and downed it in one gulp, attempting to quell the tumult of the previous night and the morning's madness. He set the glass down, his gaze intense as it fell upon Ethan, who sat across from him, as still as a statue. Tony's voice, tinged with a hint of hoarseness and an uncontrollable eagerness, broke the silence. I know this is rather forward, but as a scientist and engineer, I implore you, my friend, allow me to conduct a physical examination. No, don't misunderstand. Seeing Ethan's brow arch slightly, Tony hastily gestured. It's merely the most basic, non-invasive scan. Energy readings, biological fields, tissue density. Anything you're willing to permit. Please. Everything that transpired last night and just now in the air has utterly reshaped my understanding. I cannot contain my curiosity. I must comprehend. He yearned to uncover the source of the power that distorted space, the origin of the searing heat that could penetrate tanks, and the principles behind the radar-evading shield. Could it be that the world harbored technology so metaphysical? Could it truly reach such depths? More importantly, what had transpired within Ethan's physical structure? Was he still human? Ethan observed the pure light of exploration in Tony's eyes, recalling Locke's prior suggestion. There was no need for concealment, for it was already sealed. Do as you wish. He remained silent for a few moments, sunlight gracing his face and revealing a gentle smile. Nodding, he replied, "Very well, Tony. As a friend, but only for you. And with the equipment you permit, and the data will not leave this room." He trusted Tony, fully aware of the formidable nature of Locke's divine code information lock. In an instant, Tony's eyes sparkled with delight. Excellent. Jarvis, initiate the highest specification of non-invasive full-body scan. Activate all sensors. Energy spectra, magnetic resonance imaging, low-power X-ray diffraction, infrared thermal imaging, spectral analysis, everything. Quickly. In the ensuing hours, Tony's underground laboratory transformed from a mechanical research facility into a cutting-edge life sciences institute. Ethan stood serenely on the scanning platform, allowing rays and energy fields to sweep over his body as they were analyzed by the ocular apparatus. Jarvis projected vast quantities of data onto the holographic screen, while Tony, akin to a child discovering a confectionery for the first time, paced excitedly before the display, exclaiming in astonishment and confusion, "My God, the energy readings are so remarkably stable. Yet, the source of energy remains elusive. The tissue density is inscrutable. Yet, the testing reveals values surpassing those of alloys. But the flexibility scans indicate an unusual agility. This defies material science. The biological magnetic field. Jarvis attempt to model and analyze. Failure? Incomprehensible. Thermal imaging indicates a constant body temperature of 365 degrees Celsius. Yet, the previous scan revealed an energy reaction comparable to that of a small nuclear power station. Has the second law of thermodynamics failed? The skeletal structure is beyond estimation, and the material composition of these wings, an unknown alloy, non-reactive. It appears to be biological tissue. Each data point exceeded Tony's comprehension, and every analytical attempt collided against insurmountable barriers of knowledge. His expression, once brimming with excitement, gradually morphed into shock, confusion, and ultimately a profound sense of impotence. The technology he held dear seemed utterly pallid in the presence of Ethan's form. Ultimately, he received a report derived from Ethan's hair, an unknown substance, unresolvable. What is this? Could it truly be a creation of the divine? Tony murmured, gazing at Ethan. After the scan, calmly adjusted his pristine white suit, his eyes reflecting a complex turmoil. Ethan, what exactly are you now? Tony remained silent for an extended period. He looked at this familiar yet unfamiliar friend, and a thought surged with unprecedented intensity. Stay, Ethan. Tony stepped forward, his tone imbued with an earnestness and sincerity never before exhibited. Remain at Stark Industries. Stay by my side. I know you're a genius in physical engineering as well. We can explore these unknowns together. Integrate your knowledge and the very essence of your existence into the future of Stark Industries. We can change the world. Truly change it. Tony's gaze was filled with fervor. He longed to retain Ethan, not solely as a friend, but because Ethan represented a realm of technology and power he had never before reached. This was an irresistible temptation for a technology aficionado like him. Ethan, observing the fervent gaze of Tony, felt a flicker of warmth within, yet predominantly sensed a resolute distance. He slowly shook his head, his smile remaining gentle but undeniably distant. Tony, I understand and appreciate your intentions. However, I have my own duties and affiliations. He rose, his pure white wings subtly manifesting behind him. My power exists solely to uphold his justice. Without his guidance, I have no intention of relocating from Stark Industries. Chapter 13. A gentleman is naturally drawn to beauty, yet it is the longing for the unattainable that is truly human. He paused, observing the flicker of disappointment in Tony's eyes, and added, However, we are friends, Tony. If you wish to seek me out, you should take the time to learn more about my current endeavors. Ethan smiled knowingly. Perhaps you might consider investigating my name, Ethan Van Cott, and where I am presently employed. With that, Ethan did not afford Tony any further opportunity for retention. He inclined his head slightly towards Tony and turned to exit the laboratory. Tony instinctively reached out. Wait, Ethan. He slowly sank into the Ford he had driven over. In the next moment, the car window rolled down and Ethan's voice emerged, his gaze shimmering with a silvery hue. Until next time, Tony. By the way, your heart still has a few minor issues. If you need assistance, remember to contact me. I trust you can find my information. Watching the car gradually depart, Tony stood alone, his outstretched hand lingering in midair as if he had wished to grasp something. He was enveloped in silence, with only the faint glow of the arc reactor in his chest providing light. Heart issues? He pondered. Jarvis, since all the equipment is available, let us conduct another checkup, including blood work and all relevant data. After some time, Tony slowly lowered the tablet in his hand, which indicated that the palladium concentration exceeded safe levels for the human body. His expression shifted from despondency to one of sharp determination and curiosity, characteristic of Tony Stark. Ethan Van Cott, he murmured. Jarvis. Yes, sir, Jarvis responded with his electronic timbre. Tony approached the holographic control panel, his fingers dancing rapidly across the interface. Dig deep. Penetrate the internet. Scour through all databases. I want to uncover everything about the name Ethan Van Cott. All his information, especially regarding his current employer, Pineapple Technologies. And Tony's gaze deepened with inquiry. Investigate the parent company of Pineapple's Foresight Laboratory, that so-called angel investment. I must know everything. Executing now, sir, Jarvis replied, his voice humming with efficient operation. The search began with keywords. Ethan Van Cott, Pineapple Technologies, angel investment, related searches initiated. On the screen, a torrent of data began to refresh like a cascading waterfall. Tony's eyes remained fixated on the display, the glow of the arc reactor in his chest intensifying with the acceleration of his heartbeat. Ethan's enigmatic return, revealing disruptive power. Everything pointed towards angel investment. Angel. Tony savored the term, recalling the man who had descended from the scorching Middle Eastern desert. A smirk of competitive spirit and fervent interest graced his lips. No matter your origins, Tony Stark would find you, not a celestial being from above. He envisioned a chessboard where technology and unknown forces intertwined, and the mysterious power began to unveil its formidable edge from a mist. Tony Stark could hardly wait to unmask this enigmatic angel. New York, Manhattan, Pineapple Tower. The afternoon sun generously spills over Locke's expansive office, casting a warm golden hue upon the lavish walnut desk and the hovering holographic data screens. Locke reclines languidly in his ergonomic chair, his fingertips unconsciously toying with a cube emanating an ethereal blue glow, a small toy from Angel, designed for delightful games of data decoding. Boss, we received news that the yield rate for the third batch of Firefly micro-high-energy battery engineering samples has stabilized above 98. The acceptance team on the client S side is practically wide-eyed with astonishment, reports the CEO, who also serves as the chief financial officer of Pineapple Technology, standing before Locke's desk. Despite the professionalism in his demeanor, his gaze cannot help but dart towards the futuristic gadget in Locke's hand. As expected. Understood. Evelyn quickly notes down the information, hesitating briefly. Locke finally lifts his eyelids, a hint of playful amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, a request for excavation? I presume you've embellished a bit. It seems you wish to indulge in some games with Ethan. Inform him. Let him dig further, but Evelyn, make sure the information regarding Ethan remains somewhat nebulous, particularly the complex data related to his contact details. Let us give him some amusement, but do not allow him to reach Ethan's door too swiftly. He shakes the azure cube in his hand, knowing Yin will accompany him in this game of data hide-and-seek. Remember to leave a few interesting dead ends for him to explore. Understood, boss. Evelyn nods in comprehension, turning to leave. She is well aware that Locke's notion of interesting often entails logical traps that could leave even a genius like Tony Stark in a frenzy for quite some time. The office returns to tranquility. Locke casually tosses the azure cube onto the desk, his gaze drifting towards the vibrant urban forest beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. Tony's investigation unfolds as anticipated. After all, the Pineapple where Ethan is currently employed is indeed a subsidiary of Angel, and the implications of the name Angel Investment are strikingly potent. In Brooklyn Bridge Park, New York, during the evening, the afterglow of the setting sun bathes the East River in hues of orange-red, with the Statue of Liberty standing distinct in the distance. Locke dons a relaxed, creamy white linen shirt paired with khaki trousers, appearing as an ordinary handsome urban youth. Beside him, his petite assistant, Emily, links her arm with his. Before Locke's transformation succeeded, most of his daily affairs were managed by Emily. Locke is willing to offer a chance to all those who strive. Emily Sanders, today clad in a floral dress, beams with a sweet smile, her eyes glistening with unabashed admiration as she gazes at Locke. So, you really completed the parameter optimization for the Bose-Einstein condensate's quantum entanglement path simulation in a superfluid over just one weekend. Emily tilts her head back, her large eyes sparkling with adoration. The professor said that was nearly impossible. You are incredible, Locke. Locke smiles gently, instinctively tucking a strand of her golden hair, tousled by the river breeze behind her ear. The gesture is natural. Fortune favored me. I happened upon a mathematical shortcut, and with an exceptional listener like you to discuss with, my thoughts became clearer. Locke's praise causes Emily to catch her breath, drawing closer to him. Has Locke finally had his epiphany? At long last, has he come to appreciate my beauty? Emily was utterly absorbed in the sensations of the moment. Locke's gaze, seemingly gentle, harbored a flicker of an unearthly golden light, a subtle indication that Yin was relaying real-time data from a gene transformation chamber within the bunker laboratory via their neural link. For Locke, such matters were of little concern. What was paramount was to soothe the fluttering heart of the young girl beside him. There is a saying, it is not that I am lecherous, but when flowers bloom so splendidly, to neglect their beauty would be somewhat lacking in romantic sensibility. It is only natural for a gentleman to appreciate beauty and be enamored by youth. Emily's vibrant spirit and pure admiration brought a sense of lightness and joy to Locke as well. Look, Locke, fireworks, Emily suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the opposite shore of the Hudson River. Brilliant fireworks erupted against the darkening sky, illuminating the smiles of couples below. Locke responded with an appreciative expression, gently wrapping his arm around Emily's shoulders, gazing at her as he whispered, truly beautiful. Oh, I'm not referring to the fireworks. Such flirtatious banter, worn thin in a past life, proved remarkably effective in different settings. Even without being lovers, it could invigorate the spirit. Emily leaned against Locke, feeling as though the entire world was enveloped in rosy bubbles. She had been the angel investor who helped Locke secure his position when he delved into covert gene experiments. Should the fit be right, Locke would likely enlist Emily's assistance with future tasks. Chapter 14. A Day in the Life of Ethan. New York, Brooklyn, Pineapple Technology Laboratory. The morning sun streamed through expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the futuristic open office space in light. Engineers clad in abstract logo polo shirts busily navigated amongst various intricate instruments. The air was infused with the aroma of caffeine and fresh circuit boards. In the materials analysis section, Dr. Ethan donned a fitted white lab coat. His gold-rimmed glasses perched upon his nose as he intently observed the screen of an electron microscope. Displayed on the screen were the nanostructures of a novel flexible screen substrate. "Doctor, take a look at this stress test data." A young Chinese engineer approached, brow furrowed. Sample 37 has developed unexpected microscopic cracks in the conductive layer during the extreme bending test, and this has been consistent over 3 trials. Ethan lifted his gaze, his eyes behind the lenses warm and wise. Rather than immediately reviewing the data, he extended a gloved finger to gently touch the nearby Sample 37. After accepting the data report and scanning it briefly, he remarked, "The issue lies not within the conductive layer itself. Lee, look at this parameter in the report." He pointed to a specific detail. "It is the topology of the underlying support mesh that has undergone subtle deformation accumulation during continuous bending, transmitting stress to the upper layer, ultimately resulting in a stress tear at the anchoring points of the conductive layer and the mesh. We can attempt to enhance the mesh unit density along the bending axis by 15, whilst also optimizing the flexible buffering design of the anchoring points." The young engineer gazed at the spot indicated by Ethan, then met his unwavering gaze, suddenly enlightened. "Ah, so that's how it is. Thank you, doctor. I'll make the changes right away." With admiration etched on his face, he hurried off, tablet in hand. His colleagues were already accustomed to such displays. The recently arrived Dr. Ethan not only possessed a humble demeanor, but also exhibited a remarkably precise intuition in materials engineering, as if he could perceive the very soul of the materials. Were it not for his incessant attempts to recruit people into his obscure angelic cult, he would likely be well-liked by everyone. Ethan adjusted his glasses and returned his focus to the microscope. Although this technical work posed no challenge for him, he approached it with meticulous care, even finding joy in the process. It provided him with a sense of purpose, imbued with the significance of life bestowed upon him by Locke. Interactions with his colleagues and witnessing the progress of the team filled him with a tranquil satisfaction whenever he saw their smiles as they broke through their obstacles thanks to his insights. During the lunch break, Ethan declined an invitation to join his colleagues at a bustling restaurant, choosing instead to enjoy a simple meal of steak and a ready-made salad on the small terrace atop the laboratory. The view was expansive, offering a distant gaze at the Manhattan skyline. The sky here was a shade of blue that could never be found in Gramercy, though the air was not pristine. At least the blazing sun did not scorch his eyes, allowing him to gaze upon it directly. He ate quietly, his expression serene. Occasionally, a sharp-eyed pigeon would flutter by, stopping beside him as if it found this spot safer than its own nest. At times, his gaze would penetrate the concrete jungle, precisely identifying a pickpocket several blocks away. Reaching into a tourist pocket, he would concentrate slightly, a faint mental nudge like a gentle breeze, causing the thief to experience an inexplicable sense of unease and tremor, leading to his capture. Although divinity indicated that he need not conceal himself, he also did not need to constantly reveal his wings and sword. The divine will, along with its subtle interventions, could likewise sow the seeds of order and justice within this bustling city. After work, Ethan opted to walk rather than drive. He traversed the graffiti-laden streets of Brooklyn, purchasing fresh fruits and steak at a familiar neighborhood grocery store. His modest apartment, though not luxurious, was tidy and bright, brimming with the essence of life. On the living room bookshelf, alongside professional tomes on physics, engineering, and medicine, lay texts such as the varieties of religious experience and the basic forms of religious life. Although divinity had not proclaimed it, Ethan believed that one day the faith of angels would flourish everywhere. He donned an apron and gracefully prepared dinner in the kitchen, his movements both skilled and elegant. As the sharp knife glided through the ingredients with a life of its own, it was hard to imagine that these hands once wielded the sword of judgment, forged in the crucible of ruin. The aroma of cooking mingled harmoniously with his calm demeanor, creating a peculiar yet enchanting balance. As night descends, Ethan stands by the window of his apartment, cradling a cup of warm water quietly gazing at the myriad lights of the city below. Such tranquility is a rare delight. Deep within his consciousness, he maintains a low-energy link with Yin, ever ready to respond to the divine summons. In this moment, he simply savors the serenity of this night that belongs solely to him, feeling the rhythmic pulse of the vast metropolis. He is the messenger of the divine walking among mortals, a reliable advisor in the laboratory, a silent patron in the supermarket, and an ordinary individual preparing dinner in his kitchen. Much like the concealed wings behind him, he performs on the eternal stage of New York, embodying a significance understood only by himself. Meanwhile, his god must still be troubled by concerns for justice. In the deep of night, at the Colon Bar, Ethan's god approaches the bar and addresses the bartender, Bourbon Whiskey. The coolly dressed female bartender, gazing at the handsome figure before her, hand a glass to Rock. "Are you alone? I could keep you company," she offers. At SHIELD, in the subterranean command center of Headquarters 3, a vast circular screen wall dominates the room, partitioned into dozens of real-time surveillance feeds, satellite cloud maps, dynamics of global hotspots, anomalous energy readings, and encrypted communication interceptions fill the air with a low hum of machinery and the rapid clattering of keyboards. This is the nerve center for directing global intelligence and responding to extraordinary events. Agent Phil Coulson stands at the central command console, his meticulous suit and tie presenting a subtle contrast to the high-tech surroundings. The imagery is somewhat blurred, marred by electronic interference, yet it distinctly reveals two critical targets: a humanoid entity exuding fiery red energy, and another being radiating a gentle white light, with colossal wings unfurling behind it. Yes, Deputy Commander Maria Hill's finger glides across the control panel. Instantly, a screen beside her bursts forth with a torrent of data, accompanied by an alarm indicating a peak in red energy. Timestamp, local time, last Tuesday at 21:47. For the first time, a high-energy reaction was detected over Gemera, closely matching the unidentified armor that had emerged from Stark's villa the previous Monday night. The energy output peaks at approximately 32 gigawatts, confirming that the fluctuations in energy source align with Stark Industries' power reactor. Referring to the press conference held by Stark, where a faint blue glow emanated from his chest, it can be inferred that he has likely upgraded to a compact fusion core. Her finger slides again, pointing to another curve that escalates sharply, its graph portrayed in a blinding pale gold. Shortly thereafter, at 21:49, a drastically different and intense energy explosion is detected. This phenomenon does not fall within the known physical models. The energy displays as high-frequency spatial distortions, the release of unknown particle streams, and a systematic energy shield. The peak readings far exceed Stark's reactor, lasting only a brief moment, but exhibiting an extraordinarily high energy level. The visuals switch to another angle, capturing a breathtaking scene, a figure with pure white wings suspended in midair, facing the oncoming tank shell, merely extending a single hand. The trajectory of the projectile bizarrely deviated nearly 90 degrees a mere 10 meters away from him. Subsequently, the horrifying sight of that searing white energy effortlessly melting the turret of a T-72 tank unfolded before him. The manipulation of spatial energy, shaping defiance against conventional kinetic weaponry, left Nick Fury murmuring to himself, his gaze as sharp as that of an eagle. Target characteristic analysis? The target closely matched the object that accompanied Stark in military airspace the following dawn. Hill retrieved a sharpened static image, though blurred. The distinctive wings and humanoid silhouette were discernible. According to Colonel Rhodes' report to the military, the object was identified as a new type of flying apparatus developed by Stark Industries. Our limited surveillance of Stark's villa confirmed that this target could potentially be Ethan Venkett, currently employed by Pineapple Technologies. The military report described the individual as utilizing high-tech medical prosthetics. Such advanced prosthetics could enable one to grow wings, distort space, and pierce through tanks, inciting explosions akin to energy storms. Am I losing my mind? Or is the military's examiner a fool? Nick Fury's lips curled into a humorless arc hill. Update the target designation to Angel, provisional level 8, with potential strategic deterrence, and classify it as a priority monitoring target. Mobilize available resources for 24-hour surveillance of Stark's villa and any area where Angel may manifest. I need to ascertain the material of the feathers on those wings. Understood. The Angel dossier is established, with monitoring prioritized. Hill swiftly complied, then retrieved another report. Nick Fury inhaled deeply, his expression grave. A genius armed to the teeth with technology. An angel possessing supernatural powers? He gazed at the screen, fixed on the moment the white figure peers through the tank, gently caressing the pager at his waist. What is this world? Chapter 15. But we are not Tony Stark. Stark Industries headquarters, Obadiah Stane's private office. The imposing solid mahogany door stood firmly shut, its soundproofing so effective that even the faintest noise outside could not penetrate. The room was dimly lit, illuminated solely by a desk lamp casting a pallid glow. Obadiah Stane's towering figure sank deep into the leather executive chair, the cultivated mask of elegance and gentleness he once maintained now torn asunder. Only shadows of malice, agitation, and a hint of unmasked panic remained. The filming perspective was evidently distant, rendering the video blurry, yet it was unmistakably the scene from last night over Gamera, where golden red armor fought alongside white wings. Despite the coarse quality, the power of the Mark III palm cannon, the eerie barrier of the white figure, and the lightsaber that pierced the tank were enough to instill dread in anyone knowledgeable. Bang! Stane's fist struck the cherry wood table with ferocity, causing the coffee cup to leap. Useless. A cadre of incompetents wielding Stark Industries' most advanced weaponry. They can't even handle a playboy with a tin can and a winged freak. He bellowed, akin to a trapped, enraged brown bear. Beside the video, another intelligence document was opened. Title: A gripping account of the decimation of the Ten Commandments gang. This report meticulously delineates the harrowing aftermath of the obliteration of the Gemera stronghold, with particular emphasis on the T-72 tank that was struck by an unknown high-temperature energy weapon, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Within the confines of that fiery detonation, all but metallic remnants were vaporized. What, pray tell, is this enigmatic high-temperature energy weapon, dubbed Angel? Stane's gaze was fixated upon the descriptions within the report, then shifted to the video depicting a blindingly white sword, his eyes brimming with avarice and profound unease. Tony, what other treasures do you conceal? What is the true nature of the arc reactor now? An energy beam capable of melting through tanks and provoking such a magnitude of explosion? He abruptly seized the encrypted communicator on the desk, connecting to a clandestine channel, his voice lowered to a whisper, laced with suppressed fury. After terminating the communication, Stane rose to his feet, pacing restlessly within the confines of the room. Approaching the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, he gazed down upon the resplendent Stark industrial complex, reflecting on how it ought to have all been his, the fruit of his relentless toil to elevate the legacy left by Howard Stark. Tony, a mere child who fritters away time with magazine models. Albeit he occasionally lays golden eggs. Would Stark Industries have achieved its current splendor without him colluding with Obadiah and the military? A frenzied notion crystallized within his mind. The arc reactor. If he could secure that nearly limitless core of clean energy, coupled with his covertly pursued project, he hastened toward a concealed elevator at the deeper recesses of his office, inputting a complex password and undergoing biometric verification. The elevator descended silently, reaching the most clandestine depths of Stark Industries headquarters, the assembly workshop for the Ironmonger prototype, a domain even Tony was unaware of. Though night had fallen, the vast subterranean space remained ablaze with light, permeated by the sense of oil and metal. This was the ultimate war machine, the Ironmonger, modified by his engineers after acquiring the Mark I prototype. Stane had not anticipated that Tony would deliver such a significant surprise from that unremarkable cave. Yet, at this moment, the steel behemoth stood in unnerving silence. At its chest lay a sunken, circular recess, designed to accommodate the energy core interface of the arc reactor. Presently, the cavity was barren, save for a few hefty cables that languidly drooped, connecting to a nearby, cumbersome, yet humming temporary hydrogen fuel cell. A cadre of technicians clad in work attire busied themselves around the Ironmonger, their faces etched with anxiety. Mr. Stane, the project supervisor, spotting him, quickly approached, wiping the sweat from his brow. The output power and stability of the hydrogen fuel cell still fail to meet the peak demands of the Ironmonger, particularly during simultaneous activation of the weapon systems and enhanced thrusters. The risk of overload is exceedingly high. Moreover, its size and weight severely compromise its maneuverability. Useless. A pack of inept fools. Stane's fury ignited instantaneously as he grasped the supervisor by the collar, nearly spitting in the man's face. I have invested astronomical sums. It is not acceptable for you to merely inform me of the impossibility. Tony was able to forge a reactor in a cave with nothing but a hammer. And what about you? A group of PhD holders reduced to mere incompetence. But we are not Tony Stark. He released his grip on the supervisor, gazing at the silent Ironmonger, void of a heart, his inner turmoil and murderous intent almost overwhelming. Tony, the arc reactor must be procured. That cursed abomination must also be dealt with. Listen, Stan surveyed the hushed technical team, kicking a fuel cell group with a chillingly cold voice. I do not care what methods you employ. Hold this heap together. Fine-tune the weapon systems. Prepare for assault. As for the energy, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Soon, we shall possess the finest heart. He turned and departed the workshop, plotting his final scheme. Unbeknownst to him, as he ascended in the elevator from the underground laboratory, Pepper, guided by Tony, had arrived at his office. She had just uncovered extremely dangerous clues on his computer regarding Obadiah Stane's covert dealings of weaponry with the 10 rings, encrypted fragments of emails, alongside a vague design concept of the Ironmonger prototype. The blueprint displayed a recess on the Ironmonger's chest, perfectly matching Tony's arc reactor. And the footage of Tony's abduction struck her heart like a bolt of icy lightning. Her complexion drained of color. Her fingers trembled as she attempted to copy the crucial evidence onto her encrypted USB drive. A sense of crisis washed over her like a frigid tide. Stan was planning to take action against Tony. An agent, grappling with a receding hairline, had once warned Tony, yet he was reluctant to believe it. At Tony Stark's Malibu villa, in the underground laboratory, the atmosphere was markedly relaxed, in stark contrast to Stan's frantic state and the looming threat of S.H.I.E.L.D. The Mark III was being disassembled and maintained by mechanical arms, while Tony, clad in a tank top and shorts, with his left hand bandaged as a memento from the battle with Gamora, held a glass of wine, gesturing towards the design blueprints on the holographic screen. Discussing improvements for the Mark IV with J.A.R.V.I.S. Although the investigation into angel investors yielded no useful information, he now possessed Ethan's contact details. G.A.R.V.I.S. optimized the vector nozzles of the leg thrusters. That sharp turn last night nearly caused me to regurgitate the leftover burger. And adjust the rear spoilers as well. Certainly, sir. Additionally, regarding your requested simulation analysis of Mr. Ethan's angelic energy barriers. Stop. Do not utter that word. Tony dramatically clutched his chest, exclaiming, hearing angel now gives me PTSD. That Ethan is silently formidable, far more than I can muster. He complained, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. The power Ethan exhibited, though paradigm shifting, opened a gateway to an entirely new realm for him. For Ethan had conveyed that what was bestowed upon him was not merely divine strength, but also the application of knowledge, and the rest he was reluctant to disclose. His mind was awash with a cacophony of frenzied thoughts revolving around spatial distortions and energy manipulation. A sudden chime echoed through the laboratory, rousing him from his reverie. Obadiah Stane's voice crackled over the internal communication system, laced with a barely perceptible tension. Tony, are you down there? We need to discuss the board. Tony furrowed his brow. Obi? Now. Tell him I'm busy tomorrow. Tony. Obadiah's voice rose slightly, tinged with urgency. This is quite pressing, and you should come up at once. With a resigned sigh, Tony acquiesced. All right, I'll be right up. He set down his coffee cup and instructed Jarvis. Save the design files. We'll continue later. A tempest, born of betrayal and avarice, was quietly brewing in the shadows around Tony Stark, orchestrated by those he held dearest. At Stark's Malibu villa, the atmosphere felt as though it had solidified. Tony clutched his chest, racked with excruciating pain, staggering backward until he collapsed onto the sofa, incredulously staring at the miniature arc reactor glowing with an eerie blue light in Obadiah's hands. His lifeblood, the very essence of his power. The facade of feigned concern had been supplanted by a sinister triumph on Stane's face. He relished the grotesque contortions of Tony's features, wrought by suffocation and agony, as one might admire an exquisite trophy. Don't look at me like that, Tony. Stane's voice was cold and merciless, imbued with the arrogance of a victor. This is for the future of Stark Industries, to ensure that your father's and my efforts do not perish due to your decisions. I had no choice. Really? Tony managed to rasp, his lungs feeling as though they were being pierced by countless steel needles, his vision beginning to blur. The compact device, the subsonic generator that had incapacitated him moments before, lay quietly in Stane's suit pocket, akin to a venomous serpent. Your little inventions can sometimes prove quite useful, Tony. Noticing Tony's gaze, Stane scoffed, carefully placing the arc reactor into a specially designed lead line container. I devoted my life to Stark Industries, not to close the weapons division for your unfounded sense of compassion. That was my labor. He cast a disdainful glance at the electromagnet and exposed wires on Tony's chest. Enjoy your final moments. Rest assured, Stark Industries will be in good hands. Chapter 16. Iron Tyrant. As night descended, the city outside shimmered with a myriad of lights. Ethan Van Cott sat quietly on a solitary armchair by the window, cradling a warm cup of red tea, his gaze serene as he perused a journal on the frontiers of philosophy. He had never before indulged in such readings, knowing well that philosophy could not salvage his homeland. Yet now, endowed with power and time, these tomes that fostered reflection proved to be quite intriguing. It was an unremarkably ordinary night, a tranquil interlude for the likes of Ethan Van Cott. Suddenly, his hand, cradling the cup, froze. The once tranquil surface of the tea erupted into a flurry of ripples. A clandestine communication had arrived. He had received a prompt from Yen. This is the alarm Ethan set last time, which alerts him whenever Tony's vital signs reach a critical level. Tony Stark in danger. Coordinates, Malibu Villa. Threat source, foreign object in the aorta. The voice of Yen resonates in Ethan's consciousness. The cold, sharp demeanor of a warrior swiftly supplants the gentle nature of Dr. Ethan. Pure white wings materialize in the radiant light. The wings unfurl. A spatial wormhole forms instantaneously in the center of the apartment. Although he is still some distance from Stark's villa, Providence has granted him sufficient computational power. Within his authority, a few leaps through the wormhole will suffice. Ethan steps forward and vanishes without a trace. At the Malibu villa, at the entrance to the underground laboratory, Tony Stark, like a dying insect, struggles to crawl on the cold floor of the corridor. Each movement brings excruciating pain and a suffocating sensation due to inadequate blood supply. Sweat mingled with despair soaks his attire. His destination is the corner of the laboratory. There lies the item he had carelessly instructed Pepper to discard. Now repackaged and gifted back to him. On the showcase rests an exquisite glass box, within which lies his former heart. Tony Stark once possessed a warm heart. Now, it represents his sole chance at survival. Jarvis. Tony's lips move, his voice faint. Pepper is in danger at Obi's office. Hope is right before me. Yet, his eyelids begin to droop weakly, the lack of blood flow causing dizziness to numb his consciousness. Suddenly, the air before Tony warps violently. A cerulean vortex of space manifests instantaneously. A powerful yet gentle force field lifts Tony's body. Angelic Ethan, bearing sacred wings, steps forth from the vortex. Tony. Ethan's voice carries urgency and reassurance. He immediately perceives the horrific wound on Tony's chest and the exposed electromagnet. Ethan Stark Industries, help me protect Pepper, Tony croaks, squeezing out the essential words. Ethan rolls his eyes, understanding in an instant. Kneeling, he concentrates a soft golden light at his fingertips and precisely targets the junction on Tony's chest. A hum resonates. The temporary power stabilizes the electromagnet's function, at least preserving Tony's life. Following Tony's gaze, he locks onto the Type 1 arc reactor on the pedestal. He recalls how they had forged it together, strike by strike. He then removes the old reactor from its glass casing and prepares to install it in Tony. Ethan, Pepper is in danger, help me. Tony's voice appears feeble. It seems that once this ordeal concludes, another surgery will be necessary. If one day I surprise you while you're showering, you wouldn't want a man wrapped in a towel appearing before you, right? Ethan speaks rapidly, his wings fluttering, transforming his body into a flash of white lightning, defying physical constraints as he rushes through the wormhole towards Stark Industries. After catching his breath, Tony quickly accesses the surveillance of Stark Industries, instructing Jarvis to prepare Mark III's suit. Jarvis, activate the cameras at Stark Industries and locate Pepper. Prepare Mark III for me. Stark Industries, Central Avenue night. Caught in the throes of a midlife hairline crisis, Coulson led his team as they fled from the basement with Pepper in tow. In the next moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the walls. The massive ironmonger burst forth like a steel beast emerging from the depths of hell, crashing through the wall and standing imposingly in the center of the main thoroughfare of Stark Industries. Its colossal frame nearly filled the entire lane, with robust hydraulic systems supporting its heavy armor, while the Gatling guns mounted on its arms began to rotate slowly, and the missile pods on its shoulders glimmered ominously in the moonlight. Obadiah, Stain's maniacal laughter resonated from within the armor. His voice distorted through the loudspeakers like a demonic roar. Little bugs, where are you hiding? Boom! The ironmonger's massive metal foot came crashing down, instantly fracturing the asphalt. It raised its Gatling gun, targeting the building where Coulson and Pepper sought refuge. Just as Stain was about to pull the trigger, boom! The outer wall of the headquarters building nearby exploded as if struck by a giant hammer, sending debris and glass cascading like a torrential downpour. Amidst the swirling dust and the stark illumination of the industrial area, a figure radiating a gentle white light with enormous wings, hovered in mid-air. Those cold eyes, akin to the eyes of judgment, locked onto the ironmonger. "It's you, you winged abomination?" Stain bellowed from within the armor, the terrifying visage of Godzilla flooding his mind. "You must die." The Gatling guns on the ironmonger's arms whirled into a frenzy. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Amidst the deafening roar, two metallic fire dragons capable of rending steel surged toward the white figure suspended in the air. Simultaneously, the shoulder-mounted missile pods activated, launching a volley of micro-armor-piercing projectiles, each shrieking with the promise of death. Confronted with this annihilating assault, Ethan's expression remained icy. He bore part of the blame for Godzilla's devastation, as the weapons that harmed his family and obliterated his homeland had been delivered into the hands of those executioners by this very man. His wings vibrated at high frequency. Buzz! A pale golden barrier unfurled instantaneously. Ding 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 ding. Countless bullets collided with the barrier, erupting into a dazzling display of sparks as they struck its surface like a rain of stars. When the armor-piercing rounds met the barrier, their kinetic energy was rapidly absorbed and deflected, ultimately shooting into the night sky, far above. "Impossible!" Stain roared in terror. The ironmonger's most formidable firepower, ineffective. Ethan granted Stain no time to react. Clenching his right hand, the blazing white sword of judgment materialized in an instant. Its tip aimed directly at the recess of the arc reactor in the ironmonger's chest. "Stunna, your soul shall be judged." Ethan's voice pierced through the ironmonger's armor, resounding in Stain's ears. "Not a chance. I am a master of Stark, and no one can judge me." Stan succumbed to madness, wielding the immense metallic arm of the Iron Titan, striking down upon Ethan with overwhelming force. He sought to triumph through sheer might. Whoosh! In the instant the colossal fist approached, Ethan vanished. Space warped. He materialized behind the Iron Titan, in the vicinity of its engine. I summoned the Wrath of Light. The Sword of Judgment, imbued with an indomitable will, plunged fiercely downward. Sizzle! The excruciating sound of molten metal echoed. The relatively vulnerable rear armor of the Iron Titan melted like butter before the sacred flames. The blade pierced through, instantly obliterating the circuits and hydraulic systems within the Titan's waist. Sparks and thick smoke erupted violently. The heat surged toward Stan inside. Stan screamed in agony as the enormous body of the Iron Titan staggered. Just then, a golden-red figure descended with a roar from above. Tony Stark. His chest pulsated with the eerie blue glow of an old arc reactor. Mark III instantly locked onto the Iron Titan, observing Ethan in midair. With his sword tip pointed upward, it seemed clear what he intended to do. "Ethan, lure him to an open area." "Not here," Tony shouted over the comms, concerned about the industrial park's facilities and any remaining personnel. "All right, leave it to me." Ethan comprehended in an instant. Stan, now disregarding everything, realized that with this winged creature present, he could accomplish nothing, not even Tony's demise. He had to flee. He had to escape this place. Stan's communication channel was flooded with terrified and enraged roars. He recognized how utterly powerless his proud war machine was against this avian adversary. Escape had become a distant dream, only to be pushed deeper into despair. Stan's sanity disintegrated completely. "We all must die." Seeing Ethan's successful provocation, he ceased his attacks, flapping his wings and transforming into a streak of white light, deliberately darting towards the expansive, abandoned factory area outside the industrial park. "You shall not escape." Stan completely lost his sanity, disregarding the damage behind him, pushing the thruster power to its limit. The Iron Titan lumbered forward like an enraged rhinoceros, crashing through barriers and streetlights in relentless pursuit of Ethan. Tony's Mark III quickly followed suit. A thrilling chase and battle erupted, stretching from the central avenue of Stark Industries to the night sky and ground of the outskirts of Los Angeles. Meanwhile, just beside the battlefield, beneath a towering building, "Did you see that, Director?" Coulson switched the camera on his chest as he spoke into the phone. "SHIELD, Triskelion Headquarters Command Center." There was a moment of silence on the other end before Nick Fury's deep voice resonated. "As for Stark and that behemoth, proceed as per protocol." "Understood." Coulson set down the communicator, his gaze sharp. "Emergency team Aminos, Kaysen, Tom, follow me. The rest, evacuate the civilians. Target area, abandoned factory district in the industrial park. Monitoring focus, Angel." The pale moonlight illuminated the rusted steel skeletons, dilapidated factories, and overgrown roads. This had once been the pulse of Stark Industries, now reduced to a deathly silence. a perfect arena for the clash between steel and angel. The Iron Tyrant rampaged like a frenzied steel behemoth across the desolate ruins. At this moment, its colossal size became a disadvantage. The uneven terrain and remnants of factory infrastructure severely hindered its speed, while cables snapped under intense strain, sending sparks flying. Stan roared wildly within his armor, the Gatling gun firing indiscriminately, riddling the abandoned oil tanks with holes and spewing forth foul, rancid black oil that reeked of decay. Ethan hovered in the air, poised to request the authority for a decisive judgment when a voice resonated within him. "Ethan, I have a better plan." Observing Ethan ascend, Tony's voice echoed. He understood that Ethan's actions could lead to Stan's demise. Although Stan was far from exemplary, he had been the one to clean up the mess since the incident with Ethan's parents, and Ethan did not wish to take that step. The sub-zero temperatures must remain unresolved. Utilizing the agility of Mark III, Tony darted around the clumsy Iron Tyrant like a golden-red hummingbird, further destabilizing Stan's already frayed emotions. Chapter 17, Iron Tyrant 2. Understood. Ethan sighed, his voice directly transmitted to Tony's communicator, as his wings vibrated, emitting a low hum. He maintained his position at the periphery of the Iron Tyrant's attack range, yet magnetically drew Stan's fury. As the Iron Tyrant raised its cannon to lock onto him once more, Ethan's figure vanished in an instant. Whoosh! The space warped. He materialized directly above the Iron Tyrant's head. Instead of striking with the Sword of Judgment, he directed the blade downward, channeling an entirely different kind of frigid energy. This was a fundamental application recorded by Yin Zhong, utilizing energy to guide the rapid loss of environmental thermal energy. Whoosh! The sharp sound of metal contracting and ice forming echoed. Hydraulic oil thickened rapidly under the extreme cold, and moving parts became enveloped in a thick layer of frost. "Damn it! What is happening?" Stan exclaimed in terror as he realized his visual sensors were quickly freezing and blurring. The rotation mechanism of the shoulder missile pod, emitting a shrill metallic screech, nearly frozen in place. "Now, Tony!" Ethan shouted, looking upward. "Here it comes." Tony had been waiting for this moment. The main thrusters and foot thrusters of Mark III erupted with maximum power, the golden-red armor soaring like a released arrow, ascending to heights beyond the reach of the Iron Tyrant. The frigid air caused the Iron Tyrant to emit a groan of unbearable strain as its output power visibly dwindled. JARVIS. Calculate maximum thrust. Target, directly above the concave slot on the Iron Tyrant's chest. Tony bellowed. Calculation complete. Target locked. "Sir, the energy remaining in the old reactor is at 3%. There's no time to waste." Mark III transformed into a golden-red comet, propelled by a resolute momentum, and hurtled towards the massive slot on the Iron Tyrant's chest, which was connected to the new reactor's energy source, crashing down with tremendous force. "No!" Stan let out a desperate roar within his armor, attempting to raise his frozen arm in defense, but it was too late. Boom! The deafening clamor of metal colliding rang out like a death knell. The formidable Mark III, encased in a robust titanium alloy shell, struck with the force of a battering ram, precisely and violently impacting the energy interface of the Iron Tyrant. Crack! Boom! It careened away, crashing heavily against the wall of an abandoned factory, erupting into a burst of flames. The energy connections severed. The main system failed. Emergency backup power initiated in vain. The armor lost all propulsion. Repeat, propulsion lost. Alarms blared within the Iron Tyrant. The colossal steel behemoth collapsed backward as if its spine had been wrenched away, crashing down onto the ground littered with debris and oil, producing a thunderous sound that sent clouds of dust spiraling into the air. The armor at the point of impact was severely dented and deformed. Electrical sparks flickered like dying fireflies at the damaged area before extinguishing completely. Obadiah Stane's fate within the armor remained uncertain, but the Iron Tyrant, this monstrous creation birthed from greed, was utterly incapacitated. The golden-red Mark III, propelled by the reaction force of the collision, gracefully rolled through the air and landed steadily amidst the rubble. The glow of its old reactor flickering violently a few times before stabilizing with great difficulty. Tony exhaled deeply, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. A white figure alighted lightly beside the enormous form of the Iron Tyrant. Ethan, with the Sword of Judgment in hand, had already dissipated it, calmly observing the lifeless steel construct before directing his gaze towards the grounded Tony, offering a slight nod. Just then, a piercing siren approached from the distance. Several iconic black SUVs emblazoned with the S-H-I-E-L-D Insignia surged like specters through the periphery of the abandoned factory, indicating that SHIELD had covertly established a presence and was racing toward the scene. The searchlights atop the vehicles illuminated the battlefield as if it were broad daylight. The doors swung open, and Agent Phil Coulson, accompanied by a team of fully armed, solemn field agents, swiftly disembarked. Though their weapons remained lowered, their posture was undeniably vigilant. Their eyes immediately locked onto the incapacitated Iron Tyrant, as well as the golden-red Iron Man and the ethereal white figure emanating an otherworldly aura. Coulson took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within, and stepped forward a few paces, addressing Tony and Ethan with the calmest yet most assertive tone he could muster. "Mr. Stark, and this gentleman. We're taking over here. We need—" Before he could finish his sentence, Ethan's wings unfurled once more with a hum. Without a glance at Coulson or the SHIELD agents, he inclined his head towards Tony. In the next moment, the space in front of him rippled with ethereal blue and pale gold waves. "Wait, we need to talk," Coulson hurriedly interjected. But Ethan had already stepped into the spatial wormhole, vanishing like a reflection blending into water, leaving only the air still rippling from the disturbance. Coulson, astonished by the elusive angel, quickly suppressed his emotions and turned to Tony. "Mr. Stark, regarding tonight's incident and that angel, I hope you can provide a formal explanation." The faceplate of Tony's armor retracted with a swift hiss, revealing his weary but relieved expression, grateful to have survived. He gazed at Coulson, a signature smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, tinged with a hint of cynicism. "An explanation? Certainly." However, he continued, striding purposefully towards the Ironmonger to dismantle the Type 2 reactor core. "Could you assist me in disposing of this heap of scrap metal? And who exactly are you affiliated with?" He glanced at the dim, antiquated reactor embedded in his chest. The following day, Stark Industries held a press conference. The vast auditorium buzzed with activity, filled to the brim with eager attendees and an array of cameras. Journalists, akin to sharks sensing blood, crowded every corner, the air thick with tension and anticipation. The cataclysmic battle between Stark Industries and the suburban area from the previous night had already gone viral, with blurred videos and photographs circulating online and discussions of new weaponry, angels, and armed robots trending fervently. Pepper Potts, standing at the back of the podium, appeared pale yet resolute. She had just finished reading an official statement drafted with the assistance of SHIELD, which ambiguously classified the incident as an industrial accident and an unauthorized prototype test gone awry. The reporters, clearly dissatisfied with this explanation, erupted in a cacophony of inquiries. "Miss Potts, is that flying robot in the video a new weapon from Stark Industries? Who was the person with the white wings? Do angels truly exist? Is Stark Industries secretly developing humanoid weapons?" Overwhelmed by the barrage of questions, Pepper felt a wave of suffocation, just as she struggled to find a response. The doors of the auditorium swung open with force. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, Tony Stark strode in, bearing an air of fatigue, yet with an unmistakably bright gaze. He disregarded the outstretched microphones and cameras, making his way directly to the podium. He gently patted Pepper's trembling shoulder, offering her a reassuring glance before stepping up to the microphone. In an instant, the tumultuous noise faded into silence, all eyes fixating on Tony. He surveyed the crowd, his gaze sweeping across eager faces, and noticed a figure seated inconspicuously in the back of the press area, with Ethan standing behind him, looking on with admiration. He recognized that face. In his most desperate moment, it had appeared before him, embodying hope. Clad in a well-fitted casual suit, the individual bore a nearly imperceptible smile, leisurely sipping coffee provided by the venue, as if merely a spectator drawn to the spectacle. Yet Tony knew he was anything but ordinary. The smile on Loki's lips deepened slightly, and he almost imperceptibly nodded, as if to convey, "Well done." Tony turned his attention to the countless eyes in the audience, waiting for answers. Images flashed through his mind. Ethan's sacrifice in the cave, his miraculous arrival the previous night, the chaos of the Ironmonger, and the chilling truth concealed within the electromagnetic core. All the deceptions, disguises, and official statements felt utterly feeble in that moment. He removed his sunglasses, leaned slightly forward, and drew closer to the microphone. A blend of exhaustion and relief washed over him, but his voice rang out, crystal clear and thunderous. "The truth is." He deliberately paused, heightening everyone's anticipation. The entire venue fell into an eerie silence. "I am Iron Man Boom." The hall erupted as if a bomb had been detonated. Flashing lights surged forth, nearly engulfing Tony Stark. The reporters' gasps, screams, and incredulous inquiries erupted like a tsunami. Pepper covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock and concern. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. stationed in the corners were expressions of dismay. The overtime and the looming performance penalties were one matter, but the added workload for the data department was intolerable. Meanwhile, seated at the back, Rock Lee's smile blossomed fully upon hearing that declaration. He set down his coffee cup and gently applauded. His gaze traversed the throng, once more meeting the spotlight that was Tony Stark. He nodded to Ethan behind him, and then, while all attention was captivated by the billionaire genius revealing his identity, he quietly stood and turned to exit the raucous venue, satisfied after clocking in. A new era in the Marvel Universe had dramatically unfurled its curtains. Chapter 18, The Weary Soul. The remnants of the Ironmonger had long been removed by S.H.I.E.L.D., which was Tony Stark's explanation. Stark Industries stock price, after experiencing a brief panic-induced drop from Tony's earth-shattering proclamation, soared like a rocket, reaching unprecedented heights. Behind the financial market's jubilation lay the astonishment and adjustment of the entire world to the dawn of the Iron Man era. Yet, outside the eye of this storm, in a serene office atop the angel investment firm with a splendid view, tranquility prevailed. Rockley stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his fingertips unconsciously gliding over the cold glass. Outside, the deep autumn sky was a brilliant blue, and Manhattan remained as vibrant as ever, but his thoughts were far from the scenery before him. At the periphery of his vision, faint golden streams of data silently refreshed, ultimately stabilizing on a gratifying figure. Stark Industries, SDK, shareholding ratio updated, 2317. Note, completion rate of secondary market circulation share absorption plan, 987. Subsequent operational strategy, maintain strategic holding, await dividends. Thanks to Tony's abduction, the announcement of the weapon division's closure, and the 3 epic panic sell-offs triggered by the Ironmonger incident, the angel investment guided by Rock had silently devoured nearly all of Stark Industries' circulating shares on the market. Much like the most efficient financial leviathan, coupled with the early holdings through angels and offshore companies, the Angel Investment Group had become the undisputed third-largest shareholder of Stark Industries. A faint smile curved at Rock's lips. Investing in Stark Industries was indeed a quintessential endeavor upon entering the Marvel realm. With the substantial cash flow from angel investments and the promising disruptive product line of Pineapple Technology, coupled with the dividends from Stark Industries, a veritable cash cow, there's virtually nothing on Earth that could cause him financial distress. This serves as the critical infrastructure for the ascension of the next 3 generations of divine entities and the materialization of a repository of knowledge. All progressing steadily according to plan. My lord. 2 respectful voices resonated behind him. Locke turned around to find Ethan Van Court and Evelyn standing side by side. Both were attired in appropriate casual wear, yet their demeanor exuded an extraordinary tranquility and strength, distinctly non-human. Ethan needed no introduction, while Evelyn, his chief financial officer who had managed his vast business empire for many years, had also undergone transformation during the Iron Tyrant incident. The process was far simpler than Ethan's initial experience in the cultivation chamber. After Ethan sent her for the transformation, Yin executed the procedure, utilizing a genetic blueprint identical to Ethan's. Now, Evelyn's cognitive speed, information processing capabilities, and loyalty to the divine had reached new heights, making her the most impeccable sovereign in Locke's commercial and financial realms. Are you all prepared? Locke inquired, his gaze sweeping over the two. Very well, he nodded. Turning to Ethan, and you? Are you still acclimating to Stark Industries? Has Tony been a nuisance? A gentle smile graced Ethan's face. Tony is quite energetic. Our daily discussions on physics and engineering, although rooted in my expertise, are always invigorated by his imaginative ideas and leaps of thought, providing insights that inspire. The work itself does not squander my abilities. It simply brings its fair share of troubles. He shook his head with a hint of affectionate exasperation. The troubles, of course, refer to the various agencies that had taken notice: CIA, FBI, NSA, and even the Vatican's secret envoy. Ever since he made an appearance at Stark Industries, countless individuals, cloaked in the guise of national security, scientific research, or religious dialogue, had sought to engage with Tony, hoping to glean the secrets of the angel through him. Phones, emails, and even door-to-door inquiries were employed in their relentless pursuit to extract the divine's mysteries from Tony. By the way, my lord, may I utilize Yan's computational power to enhance my analytical capabilities and address his heart issues? Although he has resolved the radiation problem, the neutron energy from the palladium reaction still carries toxins, which are detrimental to Tony, Ethan added. Ah, as anticipated, Locke chuckled lightly. Tony has shielded you from quite a bit of trouble. It's up to you to manage it. Pursue what you wish, as long as it remains within the bounds of just order. Indeed, Ethan affirmed, his tone reflecting a sense of camaraderie. He is quite formidable, threatening to disclose certain institutions' harassing behaviors by leveraging commercial secrets and private health consultancy has proven to be remarkably effective. That's splendid. Locke nodded in satisfaction. I hear you've donated your entire salary? Yes, my lord. Ethan's gaze softened, yet remained resolute. Tony's remuneration is substantial, and I have channeled all the funds through angel investment avenues to the Gemma Reconstruction Fund and the International Children's Aid Organization, hoping to aid my homeland and other places like Gemma in escaping the ravages of war. Though he has transcended the ordinary, the compassion forged by his experiences as a battlefield medic remains unchanged. We adhere to the divine edict. Both individuals intone their voices resolute. Locke gestures for them to depart, casting a final glance at the slowly rotating genetic map and supercomputing model displayed on the holographic star chart, ensuring all remain stable. He then picks up a pre-booked ticket to New Mexico resting on the table. The Asgardians warrant a measured engagement. Locke harbors a keen interest in their genetics and hopes to incorporate optimized Asgardian genes into the third generation, if feasible. He vaguely recalls that Thor should have manifested in the timeline surrounding the Iron Man incident, but beyond that his knowledge is scant. In his previous life, he had little time to immerse himself in such fantastical narratives. The plethora of stories from various ladies left him no surplus time for such pursuits. Thus, his understanding of Marvel primarily stemmed from the frenzy that erupted when the films became viral, often leading him to invite a random lady intrigued by Marvel to accompany him to a screening. Yet, one must not inquire whether his focus was solely on the screen during such occasions. Look into my eyes. Tell me why. Why, baby, why? Brother, given the opportunity, you squander it. If a mere platonic friend of the opposite gender accompanies you to the cinema, surely you must devise ways to make physical contact feel more natural. But I digress. His previous encounters with Marvel were often spent in the comfort of hotel beds, in a sage-like state, each absorbed in their respective mobile devices. During such moments, Locke would typically scroll through commentary on some app. And let us not entertain notions of cuddling post-activity. Those who inquire about such matters often lack experience. After all, a sage-like male would prefer to remain still, perhaps lazily smoking a cigarette or browsing his phone. For men like us, who neither require assistance nor smoke in bed, that is truly a warm gesture. Please cherish it as the plane ascends into the clouds, carving through the cerulean skyline towards the other side of the continent. It also serves as a genuine holiday. The clamor of New York, the games of capital, the watchful eyes of SHIELD, and the looming threats of divine ascension and cosmic crises are momentarily cast aside. From the moment he comprehended this world, he has lived in a state of tension, only avoiding collapse upon acquiring the treasury's backup. Yet the ominous warning of impending danger lingers overhead, compelling him to continually exert pressure upon himself, leaving only two pursuits in his life: labor and diligence, study and advancement. His youthful physique, however, carries the weight of a weary soul. Leaning back in the comfortable seat, Locke closes his eyes, for the first time genuinely anticipating a holiday that promises to be relatively pure. Meanwhile, in Tony's villa, within the underground laboratory, Ethan adeptly manipulates a precise instrument designed by Tony, as they debate an engineering application concerning a particular quantum tunneling effect, while Pepper sits beside them, resembling a light bulb. Outside, a black Chevrolet Suburban belonging to SHIELD quietly awaits at the street corner, its windows tinted dark. Coulson sat inside, gazing toward Stark Tower, his brow furrowed, holding a file containing a dossier on Dr. Ethan, who had recently interacted with Tony. The resume appeared entirely ordinary, yet Coulson sensed an underlying disquiet. Sunlight filtered through the Hudson River, casting its glow upon the tranquil barn of the Locke family farm, as if nothing had transpired. Only the wind swept across the expansive fields, carrying the crisp chill of late autumn. Chapter 19, The Encounter at Locke. New Mexico, desert highway, late autumn. The wheels crunched over the coarse, gravelly terrain, producing a monotonous rustling sound. A deep gray Jeep Wrangler, its roof open, cruised along an interminable interstate highway. On either side lay an expansive, barren desert, the earth exhibiting a scorched, reddish hue, sporadically adorned with resilient cacti and low shrubs. The horizon was jaggedly dissected by distant ridges, the sky a breathtaking azure, with wisps of thin clouds resembling torn cotton. The air was dry and invigorating, infused with the unique scent of dust and sun-baked earth. Locke donned sunglasses, clad in a simple white cotton linen shirt and khaki work pants. the sleeves casually rolled to his elbows, revealing his elegantly sculpted forearms. He rested one hand on the steering wheel, while the other extended out the window, relishing the sensation of the brisk wind caressing his fingertips. Soft country music flowed from the car's speakers, perfectly harmonizing with the vast landscape. This was the essence of a vacation. At present, he was a quintessential wanderer. Even Yin had devoted all computational power to refining the third-generation genome within the vault, maintaining the remaining capacity at a minimal energy mode unless there were strong signals regarding anomalous energy or urgent communications. Otherwise, it would not intrude upon him. Environmental scan commence. He murmured, his voice swept away by the wind. Air composition normale. Radiation background value. 17 times that of New York City, within the local geological radiation range. No high-energy particle flow or signs of spatial anomalies detected. Sparse. Note, 15 kilometers ahead, the town of Puente Antiguo. Locke's lips curled into a slight smile. Excellent. Everything was in order. He reveled in the solitude and grandeur of this retreat from the clamor of civilization. The jeep veered off the highway onto a narrower path, leading him into a town named Puente Antiguo. The name bore an ancient charm, yet the town itself appeared to be a forgotten corner of time. Low adobe houses were painted with faded hues, and the main street featured but a few shops, a motor lodge with a weathered sign, a convenience store doubling as a grocery and gas station, and a dilapidated bar that seemed on the verge of collapse. Nevertheless, it served as a perfect resting place for passing travelers and truck drivers. Locke parked his vehicle in front of the Route 66 motor lodge. The sign's neon lights flickered, missing several letters, yet stubbornly illuminated the words 66, Route Street Tie-in. He picked up his simple backpack and entered the dimly lit front desk area. Good afternoon. Staying for the night? An elderly man with graying hair and a weathered face, who had been seated in front of an old television, looked up, a lit cigar hanging from his lips. Yes, the best room, please. Locke displayed a charming smile as he handed over cash. The best? He chuckled. Well, my friend, there are only two types of rooms here, those facing the road and those overlooking the desert. The latter is quieter. The elderly man accepted the money with a grin and presented him with a heavy iron key adorned with a wooden tag, inscribed with 207. At the end of the corridor, the window revealed the familiar sight of cacti and stones. It sounded appealing. Locke accepted the key with a smile, relishing the authenticity of this somewhat rugged locale. The room was simple yet adequately clean, featuring a large bed, an antique wardrobe, and a desk, with a view of the vast crimson desert outside, as the sun slowly descended, painting the sky in hues of gold and red. As the last vestiges of daylight were devoured by the profound indigo, he followed the faint strains of guitar music and distant revelry toward the only beacon of light in the heart of the town, the Rattlesnake Bar. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, he was enveloped by a potent blend of cheap whiskey, aged tobacco, perspiration, and worn leather. In the dim light, local cowboys gathered around tables, their coarse laughter intertwining with the soulful country melodies emanating from an old jukebox. Behind the bar, a burly bartender casually wiped a glass with a greasy cloth. The bar was modest in size, shrouded in shadow, with a polished wooden counter and a few scattered tables. A handful of patrons, mostly locals, mingled with weary travelers and ranch workers clad in work trousers. Locke's entrance was akin to a stone thrown into a tranquil pond, his demeanor somewhat incongruous with the rugged surroundings, instantly drawing several inquisitive gazes. Unfazed, he approached the bar and took a seat. A bourbon whiskey, please, he requested of the stout bartender with a thick beard. The amber liquid swirled in the glass, the ice clinking crisply. Consider it a graduation trip, Locke remarked, taking a sip that proved hotter than anticipated, seeking to unwind and experience a different vista. A vista. Here it's nothing but rocks and sand, the bartender scoffed, though his tone softened slightly. Best not to wander at night. The desert's chill brings not only cold, but also those critters that can't be found without a first aid kit. At that moment, a slightly husky yet magnetic voice chimed in from beside him. Hey, stranger alone? Locke turned his head to find a young woman had taken a seat on the bar stool next to him. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, with a tousled mane of chestnut curls, sun-kissed skin, and a slightly tattered red plaid shirt carelessly unbuttoned, revealing a snug black tank top beneath. She exuded a primal, vibrant, untamed vitality. Her large, beautiful amber eyes, illuminated by the bar's dim light, were filled with unabashed curiosity and a hint of wildness as she boldly assessed Locke. Megan Fox? Goodness, he thought. I'm Ella. The woman introduced herself, extending a long, strong hand adorned with calluses, indicative of hard work or athleticism. I'm a local, helping out at my dad's auto repair shop. It's rare to see such a refined young man around here. Her words carried a hint of teasing. Yet her gaze was unwavering. Refined? Locke raised an eyebrow, shaking his beer glass. It's the first time I've been described that way. It seems rather flattering. Care for a drink? My treat. A chuckle escaped Ella, revealing her pearly white teeth. All right, I suppose you pass. You ventured out to this desolate wilderness for a graduation trip? What did you study? Wow. It seems your intellect surpasses your allure. She leaned in slightly, exuding an aggressive charm, far more captivating than those who only prattled on about surfing and mussels. Care to discuss black holes? Or perhaps time travel? My father often says my mind is filled with grease. I ought to upgrade to something more sophisticated. Locke was amused by her candidness. He set down his glass, choosing not to indulge her in a conversation about physics. Rather than delving into topics of little relevance, let us discuss something intriguing. The atmosphere between them quickly intensified, as Locke suppressed the deeper layers of his genetic makeup. He was just an ordinary man in the face of Ella's unabashed admiration. He understood her allure, yet maintained a composed facade, continuing their light banter. Ella raised an eyebrow, lifting her tequila, savoring a sip, and letting out a satisfied sigh. The freedom here encompasses sandstorms, scorching sun, and a multitude of stars. She placed her glass down, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the rim, leaving a damp mark. City folk like you must have been boxed in from a young age. Would you care to witness a true desert night sky? I know a perfect spot. Such places typically require an adept guide. Locke's voice lowered, infused with a subtle enticement. For instance, enlighten me on how the stars here differ from those in New York. Ella leaned in closer, close enough for Locke to catch the faint scent of oil mingled with a wildflower freshness, alongside the aroma of tequila. New York's stars? She laughed lightly, laced with disdain, her breath, fragrant with alcohol, brushing against Locke's cheek. They sound like fireflies trapped in a cage. Suddenly, her expression turned distant and enigmatic, gesturing towards the endless darkness outside, as if God had spilled an entire box of diamonds, shimmering against the black velvet sky. The Milky Way is a river flowing with liquid light, bright enough to cast your shadow. Her description was imbued with the locals' unique poetic wildness, her amber eyes sparkling with fervor, as if the flames within her were ready to ignite the world. Locke's voice, gravelly and husky, emerged as he slightly shifted his posture, their shoulders nearly brushing, like a miracle not to be missed. But do you visit often? He paused deliberately, his gaze intensely fixed on her. Stargazing in such an open space, could it not feel a tad lonely? Ella met his gaze, the flame within her dancing even more vibrantly, tinged with mischief and a silent challenge. Lonely? That depends on who you're with. She downed the remaining tequila in her glass, slamming it onto the bar with a resounding thud. Then come with me. She stood, her heels clacking against the wooden floor, extending her hand towards him, palm up, an invitation that was impossible to decline. Without a moment of hesitation, Locke placed his hand in hers. Her hands, though not soft, bore thin calluses, dry yet powerful, as if grasping a prey that willingly swam into the net. He rose effortlessly, his towering figure casting a shadow over her, a shy smile gracing his lips. It seemed decidedly unchivalrous to decline such an invitation. It is my honor, Miss Ella. The jeep roared out of the town's faint glow, plunging headlong into the thick darkness. Ella navigated skillfully, the car's radio pouring forth melancholic jazz melodies. The headlights sliced through the boundless night like two gleaming swords, illuminating the gravel-strewn path ahead. Outside the window, the wind howled, carrying the distinct scent of the desert. In the distance, the mournful howl of a coyote echoed, accentuating the profound silence that enveloped the earth and sky. Eventually, the vehicle came to a halt at the precipice of a towering sandstone plateau. The moment the engine fell silent, the world seemed to be muted. Chapter 20. Hulk. Only the whisper of the wind remained, stirring tiny grains of sand that stung against the car's exterior and bare skin. Get out. Ella's voice rang out clearly in the stillness, laced with excitement. Locke opened the car door and stepped onto the soft, sandy ground. As he lifted his gaze to the heavens, time appeared to freeze. So, it is true that one can see stars, Locke murmured to himself. The expansive sky, resembling velvet soaked in ink, enveloped the landscape. Above this profound darkness shimmered countless stars. They were not mere embellishments. They sparkled with intensity, densely packed, dazzlingly bright, large and small. A veritable cascade of the universe's essence spilling over the desert sky. The fabled Milky Way transformed from a vague band of light into a magnificent river of luminescence, forged from an array of diamonds, surging across the heavens in breathtaking splendor, almost within reach. The starlight, pure and untainted, emanated a cold sanctity, casting the bizarre silhouettes of the sandstone formations into silent giants. "What do you think?" Ella's voice emerged from near him, tinged with a hint of pride. Unbeknownst to him, she had approached his side, her face uplifted, the starlight accentuating her features with a blend of sanctity and wildness. "Isn't this 1,000 times more magnificent than any light show?" Ella did not turn to him, her gaze still fixed upon the starry expanse, though a satisfied smile danced at the corners of her lips. "As a child, whenever I had a fierce quarrel with my father, I would sneak away in my old car to this very spot." Her voice softened, a slight tremor betraying her as the desert night's chill began to bite. Locke noticed her subtle shiver without hesitation. He removed his linen jacket, imbued with his warmth and a faint scent of aftershave, and gently draped it over her slender shoulders. Ella's body stiffened momentarily before relaxing, accepting his gesture. She wrapped herself in his warmth, finally turning to face him. The starlight danced in her eyes, as if harboring the secrets of the entire universe. "Are you still cold?" Locke asked softly, his voice resonating in the stillness. He moved closer, close enough to discern the delicate starlight clinging to her lashes. She simply gazed at him. She delicately rose onto her toes, embodying the wildness of the desert and the allure of starlight, and initiated a kiss upon his lips. Her lips were cool, tinged with the aftertaste of tequila and the sharpness of the desert night breeze, yet they instantly ignited a flame more fervent than the galaxy overhead. The interior of the car was suffused with a sticky warmth, a stark contrast to the frigid darkness beyond the windows. Silence enveloped them, punctuated only by the engine's low rumble and the audible rhythm of their breaths. The contours of Ella's profile appeared soft under the faint glow of the dashboard lights. Locke tilted his head, unable to divert his gaze from her. The coat draped over her shoulders had slipped to her waist. Ultimately, the vehicle came to a steady halt before the porch of the Sunset Inn, room 66. The dim, yellowed bulb on the porch resembled a weary sentinel, casting a faint halo of light amidst the vast darkness. As the engine fell silent, the world succumbed once more to an exquisite stillness, interrupted only by the distant chirping of insects and the whisper of the wind through the sign. Locke unbuckled his seatbelt and turned to face Ella. She was bent forward, seemingly engrossed in unfastening her seatbelt, her long lashes casting a subtle shadow beneath her eyes. The porch light accentuated the graceful line of her neck and illuminated the faint blush on her earlobes. "We've arrived." Ella's voice was softer than usual, tinged with a barely perceptible huskiness. She finally lifted her gaze to meet Locke's. Her pale, golden eyes, in the dim light, resembled two fathomless springs, swirling with the reflection of the recently witnessed galaxy, unquenched flames, and an invitation of some sort. The mischief that once danced in her gaze at the bar had vanished, replaced by a raw desire that quickened the pulse. Her cheeks flushed. No words were necessary. Locke comprehended the entirety of her unspoken message. He reached out, not to grasp her hand, but to gently caress her cheek, his thumb tenderly tracing her smooth skin, feeling the remarkable heat emanating from her. Ella remained still, slightly tilting her face upward like a flower yearning for rain in the desert, welcoming his touch with an even more fervent gaze. In the next heartbeat, Locke leaned in once more, capturing her lips again. This time, it was not a tentative brush beneath the starlit sky, but a passionate confirmation, akin to a desert storm sweeping in. The cold desert world outside the window was completely shut out. This kiss was prolonged and profound, until they finally parted, both slightly breathless, foreheads touching, their noses brushed against one another, their breaths mingling in a fervent embrace. Ella's eyes blazed with fiery intensity, her cheeks aglow, lips moist and slightly swollen. "I have an intriguing biological experiment. Would you care to be my assistant?" Locke's voice was hoarse, nearly unrecognizable, as he gestured toward the door at the end of the motel's second floor, a faint light shining through. It sounded rather captivating. Ella made no sudden movements, merely locking her fiery gaze onto him. Locke exited the car first, circling around to the driver's side to open the door for Ella. She gracefully leapt from the vehicle, the coat slipping slightly from her shoulders once more. She chose not to adjust it, allowing it to hang loosely as she reached out to take Locke's hand. Her palm was scorching, the callous skin tightly enveloping Locke's fingers with a grip so powerful it seemed to fear that he might vanish into the vast desert at any moment. The two shared no words, instinctively moving towards the door aglow with light. The wooden staircase creaked softly beneath their feet, its sound particularly pronounced in the stillness of the night. Locke produced a key to unlock the door, the metallic clash ringing clear. As the door swung open, a warm, amber light spilled into the room, illuminating a small patch of ground at the threshold. Ella stepped inside first, her stride unwavering. Locke followed closely behind, shutting the door with a swift motion. The faint click of the lock echoed like a ritual, completely severing the sprawling starry night of New Mexico, the boundless desert, and the biting cold wind from the outside world. The room was permeated with the distinctive scent of a motel, a melange of disinfectant and worn carpet. A solitary bedside lamp cast a dim halo, barely illuminating the modest bed and furnishings. Through the slats of the blinds, a few defiant rays of starlight managed to seep in. The moment the door closed, Ella spun around like a wildcat, fixating on its prey, pinning Locke against the door. Her movements were swift and direct, imbued with an irresistible force. She tilted her head back, her amber eyes shining remarkably in the dim light, the flames within them threatening to engulf both of them. She kissed him once more. Her kiss was rich with the desert's ruggedness and the vitality of life, with a hint of tequila's essence. The amber light distorted their entwined figures on the mottled wall, resembling a silent yet fervent shadow play. Suddenly, a cold female voice rang directly in his mind. Communication request. Computational resource invocation from secondary operator Ethan Evelyn. Request details. High-frequency energy computation, local spatial analysis. Target biological field analysis. Resources invoked. Microclass ship computer, Yin core computational power 30. Estimated duration, 1 hour. Reason for request. Execution of justice intervention. Target, unknown humanoid entity. Location, Harlem, New York. Authorization required? At such moments, Locke often muttered curses during intense experiments. His movements momentarily halted. The long, powerful legs brushing against his waist seemed to convey a sense of discontent. In an instant, his consciousness assessed that Ethan rarely disturbed him at night, especially in a combat state. Authorization granted. Computational channel activated. Core load increased to 25. Combat data synchronized. Simultaneously, the intensity surged, as if channeling all his irritation for being interrupted into this final experiment. Authorization confirmed. Computational channel established. Yin has entered the battlefield. The mechanical voice faded. An hour later, the time of the sage descended languidly. Locke leaned against the window, igniting a cigarette. Although his body no longer required such solace, habits die hard, and his gaze returned to clarity. He summoned Ethan's real-time status, projecting the battlefield scene of New York onto his retina. Harlem was in utter disarray. The edge of Harlem, near a public middle school, had already devolved into a battleground. Through the vision shared by Ethan and the global scan conducted by Yin, Locke discerned a startling reality. Two colossal entities were wreaking havoc, obliterating everything in their vicinity. At the heart of the battlefield stood these titans. One, a muscle-bound behemoth named Hulk, was entirely green, each leap and punch sending tremors through the ground, overturning vehicles and collapsing walls. The other, an even larger creature clad in tawny bone plates, exuded a menacing aura, displaying a cunning and bloodthirsty nature as it sought to direct the chaos toward the school that had yet to be fully evacuated. Chapter 21. Collecting Genes. Ethan hovered in midair, his signature white wings shimmering amidst the smoke and flames. The movements of the abomination had indeed become somewhat sluggish, as frost enveloped half of its body, emitting a furious and pained roar. Yet it continued to thrash wildly, the ice fracturing incessantly. On the ground, a lithe white figure darted along the battlefield's periphery, rescuing innocent civilians trapped beneath the collapsed structures and overturned vehicles. This was none other than Evelyn, the astute and capable CEO of Locke Angel Investment Group. She unfurled her pure white wings, seemingly to conceal her identity, her face partially obscured by a simple white mask. Her movements were swift. God, the physical defenses and regenerative abilities of that green humanoid are formidable. Ordinary attacks cannot inflict significant damage. It appeared to be manageable, yet its assault was ferocious. However, the creature adorned with bone spikes had a clear intent: to maximize casualties. Ethan's anxious voice resonated through the dark communication channel, interspersed with the thunderous sounds of energy collisions and collapsing buildings. I intended to unleash judgment and thoroughly purify the abomination, but with the chaos here, I fear for the safety of the surrounding populace. Locke's gaze penetrated the vast distances of space, calmly analyzing the battlefield. Through Yan's computational prowess, he could distinctly read the energy signatures and genetic fluctuations of the two monsters. Is this scenario aligned with Hulk's storyline? It seems I have just missed the mark. Locke mused for a moment. The abomination exhibits a volatile mindset, its genetic structure revealing unstable, artificially modified traits. Its regenerative capacity stems from an imperfect gamma radiation mutation. Initiate a vast data turbulence using yin to temporarily incapacitate it, then employ algorithms to imprison its thoughts. Remember to collect blood, tissue samples, and complete genetic data. It will be of use. Locke's voice resonated directly within the consciousness of Ethan and Evelyn. Both were momentarily taken aback. His directive shifted towards the abomination. Subsequently, Locke's attention turned to the frenzied green figure. Hulk, his primary persona Bruce Banner, is in a state of deep suppression, and his power source is undetectable. The extent of gamma radiation mutation is exceedingly high, and his relatively stable regenerative capabilities far surpass those of the abomination, exhibiting exponential growth characteristics. We must also devise a way to collect his blood samples and genetic data. As you wish, Ethan replied, ceasing to channel energy, and began harnessing computational power to analyze the surrounding space, shielding against the abomination, while Evelyn assisted Ethan in diverting Hulk's attention. Utilizing speed and agility, I ceaselessly conjured luminous barriers and energy detonations around the Hulk, disrupting his movements while deliberately steering the battlefield towards the relatively desolate expanse of an abandoned factory district. Despite the Hulk's continued roars and his relentless destruction of all obstacles in his path, the extent of the devastation was indeed constrained by Evelyn's efforts. Ethan, invigorated, cast aside his hesitations. In the midst of a chaotic surge of information, the abomination was momentarily dazed. At the instant the abomination was encased by the force field, Ethan clasped his hands together, channeling the vast computational power provided by yin into guiding energy. Frigid, a breath of icy blue, several times thicker than before, erupted from Ethan's longsword, precisely enveloping the struggling half of the abomination's body, still ensnared in ice. This time, the bone-chilling cold instantaneously penetrated the abomination's skull, causing its gradually clarifying gaze to suddenly falter, rendering its movements completely paralyzed. The ice, meticulously guided by Ethan's will, fully encased the abomination, transforming it into an ugly statue. Swathed in thick frost, standing amidst the ruins, with only the occasional heartbeat resonating beneath the ice attesting to its lingering vitality. Meanwhile, Evelyn successfully utilized the light barriers and inducements to lure the frenzied Hulk to the school playground, entering a relatively open area. The Hulk pounded the ground in fury, each strike sending tremors through the earth, yet his capacity for destruction was undeniably curtailed. At that moment, a heart-wrenching cry, laden with anguish, pierced through the roar of engines and the groans of buildings. Bruce! Betty Ross, disregarding the soldiers' attempts to obstruct her, broke through the makeshift military cordon, sprinting toward the abandoned factory district. Her face was streaked with tears and dirt, her gaze fixed solely on the colossal green figure. This call seemed to possess an enchanting power, penetrating the Hulk's frenzied consciousness. The rampaging green giant abruptly halted, his massive head swiveling toward the source of the voice. Those murky eyes, filled with an unadulterated desire for destruction, momentarily flashed with an almost imperceptible bewilderment and struggle upon encountering Betty's silhouette. Banner's voice trembled, imbued with endless supplication. The Hulk emitted a low, almost mournful whimper, a sound interwoven with the anguished struggle of Dr. Banner. His immense form swayed slightly, the violent aura visibly diminishing. He shook his head, casting a deep glance toward Betty, his expression a complex tapestry of unfathomable pain. In the next moment, the Hulk ceased to hesitate, unleashing a thunderous roar, his legs bursting forth with astonishing power. Disregarding Evelyn's interference and abandoning destruction, he leapt violently away from the city, away from the crowd, away from Betty. Each leap spanned great distances, and within mere bounds, that colossal green figure vanished beyond the towering skyline of New York. Evelyn watched the direction in which the Hulk had disappeared, her brow furrowing beneath her mask. The divine was indeed correct. This green behemoth was not merely a creature of pure monstrosity. She sheathed her longsword, refraining from pursuit. Meanwhile, Ethan had descended beside the frozen statue of the abomination. He disregarded the blinding lights of the military vehicles in the distance and the anxious shouts of soldiers, retrieving his longsword once more. He manipulated energy, meticulously avoiding the frozen core of thought, extracting a sufficient quantity of blood and tissue samples from the encased wounds of the abomination, while also collecting the deep green blood belonging to Hulk, simultaneously freezing both the samples and the abomination's tissue. In an instant, he communicated through Yan's encrypted channel to Rock, who was far away in New Mexico. The collection of samples and data complete, the god, Ethan, briefly reported over the dark communication. Understood. Ethan sheathed his longsword, his wings remaining unfurled, as he watched the data containing biological tissue make its way through the wormhole to Evelyn, radiating an even softer glow. He no longer cast a glance at the grotesque ice sculpture, turning instead to plunge into the true battlefield, the civilian area ravaged by the two monsters, now echoing with the cries of despair. Faint calls for help and the cries of children emerged from beneath the collapsed buildings. Those injured by the shockwave and struck by flying debris lay groaning on the ground. The ambulance remained stalled at a distance, its sirens sounding feeble and ineffective. Ethan's figure, imbued with a sacred aura, swiftly navigated through the ruins. He required no complex tools, as Yin accurately sensed the life forces hidden beneath the debris. Heavy concrete blocks and twisted steel rebar were gently lifted by the power belonging to angels. A small girl, bloodied and trapped beneath a dining table, was cradled in his arms. Golden light grazed her forehead, instantly halting the flow of blood and alleviating her pain and terror. "Do not fear, child, is all right." Ethan's voice was gentle yet resolute, imbued with an extraordinary power to soothe. He entrusted the girl to a community volunteer, still shaken with disbelief. A middle-aged man, trapped beneath the wreckage of a car, had severely deformed leg bones and a ruptured artery, blood gushing forth, teetering on the brink of death. Ethan knelt, his palm hovering above the wound. Golden energy, akin to the most intricate of nanosuturing devices, swiftly formed a dense energy membrane at the site of the rupture, forcibly sealing the wound and halting the fatal loss of blood. Simultaneously, a gentle, healing energy permeated the man's body, temporarily stabilizing his perilous vital signs. "Hope is within reach," Ethan whispered, as a flicker of survival ignited in the man's vacant gaze. Like an unflagging saint, he traversed the debris, stopping the fatal bleeding, alleviating the anguished moans, and rescuing trapped lives wherever he went. The soft white light emanating from him, along with his magnificent wings, became a symbol of hope in many eyes amidst the spreading smoke and despair. People instinctively parted for him, their gazes filled with reverence and gratitude. However, this harmonious and luminous scene of humanity was abruptly shattered. Ross, stationed not far from Ethan, stood there. General Thaddeus Ross had ordered soldiers to remove Betty and was followed by a group of armed soldiers, tense and alert. He disregarded the civilians being rescued, fixing his hawk-like gaze squarely on Ethan, who was stabilizing the injuries of an elderly man. "You." General Ross's voice rasped like sandpaper, imbued with an indomitable, commanding tone. "Cease your actions. Where's Hulk fled? What manner of creature are you? Who sent you here?" His barrage of inquiries shot forth like bullets, while a mere wave of his hand prompted the soldiers behind him to instinctively raise their weapons. Though not explicitly aimed at Ethan, the threatening posture was unmistakable. Ethan halted his movements, slowly straightening up to hand the elderly man over to a nearby rescuer. Having recently indulged in Marvel films, he felt an overwhelming sense of nausea from the rapid-fire analysis. He turned, his pure white wings gently folding under the blinding lights of the military vehicle. For the first time, a cold displeasure distinctly surfaced on his face, which otherwise bore an expression of compassion and serenity. His pale golden eyes swept across the guns pointed in his direction, ultimately settling on General Ross's face, which was etched with obsession and authority. "General?" Ethan's voice, though soft, pierced through the cacophony with a metallic chill. "I am striving to save the lives of the innocents wounded by your military's uncontrolled weapons. And yet you aim your firearms at those who seek to assist?" He stepped forward, each stride imbued with an immense gravity, causing an invisible pressure to permeate the air. The soldiers with their weapons felt their breath hitch, their fingers tightening around the triggers, yet they hesitated to act. "Where's Hulk gone?" "I do not know, nor do I care." Ethan's gaze was sharp as a blade. "As for that yellow monstrosity, it is the calamity you have wrought, General. For now, it is under temporary control, and that is your concern. As for my identity," his eyes glimmered with a hint of reverence, "I am a devotee of the divine, a righteous sword executing judgment on behalf of my God. But whatever I am bears little significance to you. Otherwise?" Ethan's tone turned frigid, the depths of his amber eyes flickering with a faint golden stream of data. "It seems you require a moment of clarity, General. Contemplate who the true enemy is here, and who deserves protection." Before his words fully dissipated, Ethan nonchalantly raised his right hand and snapped his fingers in Ross's direction. The sharp crack of the snap resonated through the chaotic ruins, not loud, but possessing an uncanny penetrating quality. In an instant, General Ross, who had been seething with rage and poised to issue orders, found his expression frozen, the fury in his eyes extinguished like a candle doused with water. Replaced by a vacant confusion, his body swayed, seemingly drained of all strength, his eyelids drooping heavily, and he collapsed backward like a marionette with severed strings. The overwhelming surge of chaotic data bombarded Ross's consciousness, lulling him into slumber. "General," the aide beside him shouted in terror, frantically supporting the slumped figure of Ross. The surrounding soldiers were utterly bewildered, their eyes darting between their fallen commander and the angel who had merely snapped his fingers, feeling no significant energy fluctuations. A chilling dread surged from their feet to the crown of their heads. Fear overwhelmed the command, and no one dared to raise their firearms. Some instinctively took a step back. "Soldiers, your general requires rest. Please do not disturb him, and neither should you. Thank you." Ethan paid no further heed to the chaos engulfing the military personnel. The wings behind him unfurled once more, a gentle white light illuminating anew as he proceeded towards the next wounded soul in need of aid. His actions served as the most unequivocal declaration. His power existed solely to safeguard life and uphold the justice that resided within his heart, rather than yielding to any tyrannical authority or foolish command. The soldiers exchanged glances, observing the figure clad in white as he immersed himself in rescue efforts. Carefully retrieving another child from the debris, staunching the bleeding of a grievously injured individual, and casting a glance at the unconscious general. Ultimately, no one approached to obstruct him, nor did anyone dare voice inquiries. They silently sheathed their weapons. Some began to assist in cordoning off the abhorrent ice sculpture, while others, almost involuntarily, lent a hand to those civilians rescued by Ethan. All of this was meticulously recorded from behind the unassuming window of a black Chevrolet Suburban, where Agent Phil Coulson's miniature camera captured every moment. New Mexico, a roadside motel. Sunlight filtered through thin curtains, casting mottled shadows upon the disheveled bed sheets. Locke comfortably turned over, his arm naturally draped across the sun-kissed body beside him. The girl, like a contented feline, curled within his embrace, her curly hair clinging to her damp forehead. Locke's gaze fell upon Ella's sleeping profile, a vibrant wildcat indeed. He contemplated whether to initiate another morning experiment when Ella's long lashes fluttered and she opened her amber eyes. The flames of vitality seemed momentarily replaced by languor, yet remained bright. "Good morning, Mr. Outsider," she greeted, her voice husky with teasing undertones as she swept aside the strands of hair that had fallen over her eyes, tilting her head to meet Locke's gaze. "Last night's experiment proved quite efficient, did it not?" "Good morning, Miss Wildcat," Locke replied, leaning down to kiss her forehead. "What would you like for breakfast today?" His words were interrupted by the jarring vibration and ring of Ella's antiquated flip phone on the nightstand. The irritable voice of a middle-aged man emanated from the receiver, discernible even from a distance. After hanging up, Ella hurriedly donned her clothing and approached Locke. "Darling, I must head to work. Will you still be here tonight? Shall I come find you for dinner after my shift?" Declining Ella's wild dinner invitation, Locke felt little regret. The sun of New Mexico blazed fiercely, yet his attention was entirely captivated by two precious treasures he had recently acquired: the genetic samples of Abomination and Hulk. The potential inherent in the gene imbued with metaphysical power ignited a restless yearning within him. Driving a rented Jeep, he departed the small town, traversing the desolate interstate towards the vast red wasteland. Eventually, he halted the vehicle at the entrance of a seldom visited dry canyon. Here, only wind-eroded rock walls, scorching gravel, and an ancient silence prevailed, rendering it an ideal locale for conducting some rather unconventional research. "Excellent," Locke nodded in satisfaction. He pushed open the car door, and the sweltering air enveloped him instantly. Yet for the physique of a second-generation super soldier, it was but a warm embrace. He walked deeper into the canyon, approaching a relatively flat rock face, where a faint golden stream of data flickered through his eyes. With a gesture of his hands, invisible ripples of space began to spread. Xiongxin, initiate energy monitoring in this area, ensuring priority. The target area was designated. Coordinates X7 are 3TY9K 1SZ 4P0Q, with a radiation radius of 800 kilometers. Historical energy maps of the area were being retrieved, sensor arrays connected, and optimal monitoring node deployment schemes calculated. Locke contemplated for a moment before adding. Core monitoring requirements. Focus on detecting anomalous spatial distortions. Trigger a level 1 alert for any spatial fluctuations or those reaching energy thresholds, while attempting preliminary energy source analysis. Command confirmed. Monitoring network deployment command in progress. Micro-wormhole generation initiated. Node deployment commencing. Deployment complete. 16 silent inodes activated. Network self-check passed. Operational status. Optimal. There was no thunderous sound. Subtle spatial fissures appeared before the rock face, as if precisely cut lines. A temporary wormhole entrance, radiating a ghostly blue light and barely wide enough for a single person, formed in an instant. Locke stepped through, his figure vanishing into the canyon's oppressive heat. The next moment, after 3 leaps, he found himself in the bunker, where Yin provided the necessary computational power to maintain operations. Yin initiated the full genomic lineage analysis protocol, connecting to the Treasury's computational core, allowing for a slowdown in the 3rd-generation divine body's gene compilation progress. Locke rolled his eyes and issued the command. Countless streams of information erupted before him, a cascade of densely packed data flowing like a waterfall. Precision nanogenetic sequencers, high-energy particle flow analyzers, and multidimensional energy field resonance scanners activated automatically, emitting a low hum. Locke approached the control console, pulled up a floating chair, and settled down, his gaze flickering over the data that began refreshing. The first sample presented was that of Bruce Banner's blood. The data stream rolled frantically, constructing an exceedingly intricate 3-dimensional model of the genes. The vast biological database of the Kaisa Knowledge Repository was activated for comparison. Gamma radiation-induced deep genetic mutation confirmed. The foundational base sequence underwent extensive, non-directional fusion and welding. No wonder. The Hulk RNA resembled an uncontrollable proliferation switch. It also functioned as a floodgate for energy flow, ensuring that cells did not instantly disintegrate under the immense impact of gamma energy. Remarkable. However, as the analysis deepened, Locke's excitement gradually cooled, replaced by a thread of confusion and gravity. Where's the energy source? He murmured, pondering the whereabouts of such colossal, nearly limitless biological energy that fueled this engine of fury. Was gamma radiation merely the detonator and catalyst for the core energy source? He increased the Treasury's computational power, undertaking the most meticulous tracing of energy fluctuations within the Hulk's cells. Chapter 23. The Agreed Surgery. The data stream delved like the most precise probe into quantum levels, as if it had appeared from thin air or seeped through an unobservable fissure. The exploration of cross-dimensional physiology and the absorption of energy from alternate dimensions intrigued Locke, who leaned back in his chair and rubbed his brow. Indeed, the metaphysical nature of such power was inextricably linked to emotions, as it opened a conduit to a high-energy dimension akin to the dark universe from which energy could be drawn. If one could locate this dimensional passage, it might lead to a more convenient energy source. Regarding the loss of rationality, Locke accessed the public medical database to compare Dr. Banner's brainwave data in a normal state with the readings obtained during Ethan's monitoring of the Hulk's condition. It appeared that the issue resided within Banner himself. The mutation had not affected the physiological basis of his rationality. Instead, it was the uncontrollable hormonal tempest and the absence of GRB10 that precipitated the extreme unfamiliarity and terror he experienced, overwhelming his mental defenses. It was akin to an ordinary individual being thrust into a malfunctioning mech, unable to recognize their own limbs, let alone control them. The more angered he became, the more powerful he grew, resembling a secondary persona birthed from primal survival instincts. Next came the analysis of the abomination sample. The results presented a chaotic medley. As he observed, the human segments of the genetic blueprint were brutally severed and grafted. It was evident that although the abomination possessed some rationality, it was predominantly dominated by brutality. However, this was not entirely the fault of the soldier. It appeared that the military of the United States still harbored such grotesque practices. The abomination derived energy from 2 primary sources: the minuscule cosmic and background radiation present in the atmosphere, and the faint gamma energy contained within the residual Hulk blood on the battlefield. No wonder his regenerative capacity paled in comparison to the Hulk's. The efficiency of energy replenishment was drastically inferior. The super soldier serum and Hulk's blood existed in a state of half-fusion conflict, resulting in poor genetic stability. As Locke gazed at the consciousness projection displaying 2 chaotic and mysterious orbs representing the Hulk and the abomination's genes, his initial fervor extinguished. There was potential, particularly in the Hulk's metaphysical, emotion-driven mode of energy invocation, which seemed to defy the laws of physics. He murmured to himself, recognizing that even if he could forcibly induce a similar mutation with his core technology, the energy source problem would remain unresolved, likely resulting in an even worse abomination. What he sought was a stable, controllable evolution akin to angelic genes, with a clear energy source, stellar-driven, dark energy. Although the allure of the Hulk's power was tempting, its uncontrollability and the enigmatic energy source contradicted his current technological trajectory and ultimate goals. Tasteless to consume, yet not regrettable to discard, he thought. decisively shutting down most of the data stream projection, leaving only the interface for basic sample preservation. He archived the complete data of these 2 samples in the secondary database of the Marvel Archives, labeling them as Gamma Mutants, Green Giant Abomination, with biological samples preserved in an inert state. The research priority was downgraded to a storage status, while the optimization progress of the 3rd-generation divine body remained at the highest priority. Rising from his seat, he stretched widely, his bones cracking in a series of crisp sounds. It was best to diligently pursue the development of his 3rd-generation divine body, as the path ahead was clear. Locke murmured to himself, preparing to delve into the intricacies of locating a dimension beyond the ordinary. The fleeting spark of genetic reverie was swiftly extinguished by the cold waters of rationality. Had the essence of the Liver King once again gained the upper hand, having been invested in the formation of 3 generations of divine bodies? The laboratory's lights were adjusted to an optimal, shadowless state for surgery, the air thick with the sterile scent of disinfectant. The laboratory had been transformed into a meticulous surgical suite. Following Ethan's previous insinuations regarding Tony's cardiac issues, compounded by the recent high-energy reactions from the reactor, Tony had finally become aware of his physical ailments. Realizing that he could not resolve the palladium toxicity on his own, he sought out Ethan, hoping for assistance. In comparison to the world's foremost surgeons, Ethan seemed to inspire a greater sense of trust. Standing beside Ethan, Tony observed him meticulously inspect the delicate instruments arranged on the sterile tray, which had been personally supervised for procurement and sterilization by Pepper Potts, intended for the extraction of the deadly shrapnel embedded near his aorta. At this moment, Tony had donned a suit that resembled a high-tech protective garment, elegantly tailored with smooth lines. His gaze followed Ethan's movements, imbued with a unique blend of curiosity, anxiety, and a forced calm. He attempted to dissipate his fear of the impending unknown with incessant chatter. Clearing his throat, he raised his voice slightly. "Ethan, my old friend, angelic doctor, are you certain you cannot conjure a bit of holy light to dazzle my eyes, and perhaps perform a complete cleansing to cure me?" He endeavored to muster a relaxed smile, though the muscles at the corners of his mouth appeared somewhat rigid. Ethan picked up a pair of exquisitely crafted tweezers, inspecting the tips against the light without lifting his gaze, his tone unperturbed. "Tony, my abilities are primarily utilized for energy guidance and microscopic operational assistance. I do not produce any holy light or visible effects that might interfere with the surgery. During the procedure, all you need to do is lie still and trust in modern medicine and in me." He raised his eyes to meet Tony's, his expression exuding absolute calm. "Your sense of humor can wait until after you awaken from anesthesia." "Huh, modern medicine?" Tony scoffed, gesturing towards the glowing device embedded in his chest. "No, my friend. Just look at this, and then look at you. The mere fact that we stand here is the greatest mockery of modern medicine." He continued earnestly, "Honestly, Ethan, after Harlem, I had Jarvis analyze every scrap of data available regarding you and that mysterious masked woman. Do you know what it revealed?" He deliberately paused, leaning forward slightly in excitement. Ethan remained silent, calmly donning the anesthesia mask and watching him. Tony, undeterred, continued at a rapid pace. "Noise? Just background noise. Your blood information? Encased in something akin to a quantum encrypted cloud, and not only is it impossible to decipher, scanning it feels like attempting to probe a realm of absolute zero. Even its properties cannot be categorized. The laws of physics seem to have been discounted in your presence. It is simply utterly fascinating." His eyes sparkled with the fervent enthusiasm of a true scientist, momentarily eclipsing the fear of surgery. "Tell me, Ethan, even just a little, what is the source of your power? Is it some form of higher dimensional energy? Or—" "Tony," Ethan interjected, his voice steady yet imbued with an unmistakable finality. "We have discussed this numerous times. My existence and abilities are firmly grounded in rigorous material foundations, not the mysticism or higher dimensional sorcery you envision. Perhaps such things are real. But for now, what matters most is your fragile heart." He shook the anesthesia mask in his hand. "Are you ready? Pepper, would you kindly wait outside?" "Don't worry, Tony. Ethan is an angel." Upon hearing Pepper's name, the fervent flame in Tony's eyes dimmed considerably, replaced by a subtle tenderness and regret. He glanced at the closed door of the laboratory, as if he could penetrate the steel to see the anxious figure outside. Taking a deep breath, he removed his shirt and lay upon the surgical table, striving to relax his taut muscles, yet his fingers unconsciously clutched the edge of the table. "All right, my angel," Tony resignedly remarked as he gazed at the anesthesia mask in Ethan's hand. "Get on with it, Ethan. By the way, can't you just snap your fingers and put me to sleep like you did with Ross? Oh, and if things go awry, remember to save my face first. It's worth more than my life." This last quintessentially narcissistic remark elicited a nearly imperceptible smile from the corners of Ethan's mouth. If you wish to avoid waking up to find your brain injured, please continue to trust in modern medicine. And rest assured, Mr. Stark, I have no interest in your face. Ethan gently placed the anesthesia mask over Tony's mouth and nose. Breathe deeply, count to 10. Tony complied, inhaling deeply as his gaze began to glaze over, mumbling incoherently. 19. Angel. Materialism. Pepper. His voice grew increasingly faint until finally, his eyelids fell heavily closed, his taut body entirely relaxing. With only the blue glow of the reactor in his chest and the green line of the monitor affirming the persistence of his life. Once Ethan confirmed that Tony had entered a deep anesthetic state, his expression shifted to one of intense focus and sharpness. He did not reach for the scalpel. Instead, he slowly raised both hands. A nearly imperceptible, faint golden halo emanated from his palms, gently enveloping Tony's chest like the most sophisticated scanner. This was a highly concentrated bioenergy field, capable of sensing the minutest changes in bodily tissues, the pulse of blood vessels, and even the precise position and shape of the metal fragments buried deep within the mortal coil. Vital signs stable. Initiating the establishment of the energy guiding field, Ethan murmured, as if issuing commands to an invisible assistant. Chapter 24. The Whip and Chain. Though the pure white wings behind Ethan remained unfurled under the halo of the surgical lights, he appeared enveloped in a sacred aura. Meanwhile, in the upper living room of the villa, the cashmere carpet bore the disheveled traces of her footsteps. She gazed countless times at the elevator door leading to the underground laboratory, as if she could penetrate the heavy metal and discern the happenings within. Potts, would you like something to drink? Coffee? Yeah. Or perhaps something, stronger? Happy Hogan, Tony's bodyguard and driver, stood nervously beside her, attempting to offer solace. Though his voice was dry. No, thank you. Happy. Pepper mustered a smile that was more painful than tears. I can't drink anything. She cast another glance at the elevator, her voice laced with an imperceptible tremor. Ethan seems quite confident, doesn't he? He's an angel. Angels should excel at saving lives, shouldn't they? It seemed as if she were inquiring of Happy, yet more so trying to convince herself. Of course. Absolutely. Happy straightened his posture, endeavoring to project assurance. Mister. Ethan can freeze that yellow monstrosity into a popsicle. Dealing with a few small projectiles should be child's play. The boss will be just fine. Yet, his tightly clenched grip on the hamburger betrayed his inner turmoil. Pepper moved to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, the azure sea and sky outside offering no relief to her growing anxiety. She recalled Tony's forced calm before anesthesia, his eyes still revealing fear, the arc reactor in his chest sustaining his life, and Ethan's final calm request for silence. Abruptly, she turned away from the elevator, as if another glance at those closed doors would shatter her composure. She compelled herself to approach the sofa, grasping a fashion magazine, her fingers unconsciously pressing so hard that they nearly tore the pages. She needed tranquility. She could not descend into chaos. Yet, her mind was a relentless tempest. Horrific thoughts surfacing uncontrollably. Oh God, or Jesus, I beg of you, she silently prayed, her gaze vacant upon a Model's radiant smile in the magazine, feeling it was painfully distant. In the underground laboratory, only the rhythmic ticking of monitoring devices, the occasional soft clatter of surgical instruments, and Ethan's hands, as steady as a rock, guided by a faint golden energy, reached with precision into the most perilous areas of Tony's body. A meticulous surgery unfolded in tense silence. Meanwhile, far away in the frigid expanse of Siberia, the sound of Ivan Vanko's hammer echoed like a countdown of fate, striking upon the anvil of vengeance. During the surgery, Rhodey arrived, joined by those few whom Tony trusted most in the world. Hours later, as Tony opened his eyes, he beheld the familiar faces surrounding him. His hidden love, Pepper. His most loyal friend and protector, Happy, Rhodey, and finally, Ethan, standing beside, sipping coffee while perusing a magazine, exuding confidence in the surgery's success. 1 week later, at Tony Stark's seaside villa, morning sunlight streamed through the vast floor-to-ceiling windows into the living room, where Tony, clad in a comfortable silk robe, stood before the mirror. He gently pressed at the spot on his chest, where once a continuously powering reactor embedded within flesh and blood resided. Now, only a locator integrated with sensors and the Mark armor remained, fitting him far more comfortably. He had designed the sensors to mimic the reactor, having grown accustomed to the cold metal against his chest, which seemed to offer him an enhanced sense of security. Jarvis's voice resonated through the chest sensor, reporting his vital signs. Heart rate 72, Blood pressure 118/75. Blood oxygen 99. Core temperature 36. 7 degrees Celsius. Everything was normal, sir. The healing of the sternum tissue had reached 98. 7. With complete recovery expected within the day. Very well, Jarvis. Tony flashed a satisfied smile at his reflection, playfully flicking the sensor with his finger. This is far superior to that toxic contraption. He referred to the old reactor preserved in the lab as a keepsake. Tony, are you ready? Pepper's voice called from the doorway. Dressed in a sharp professional suit and holding a tablet, she bore a hint of unspoken concern in her eyes. Of course, my CEO. Tony turned, spreading his arms in an exaggerated display. I feel fit enough to compete in a triathlon. Pepper chuckled, shaking her head. Save it, Tony. Today's agenda involves inspecting the reconstruction progress of Stark Industries, not a competition. Happy is already waiting in the garage. She stepped forward, instinctively reaching to adjust the collar of his robe, but paused midway, her gaze drifting to his chest. Tony caught her glance and immediately puffed out his chest, striking a pose like a bodybuilder. Fear not, Miss Potts. The view here is 100 times better than that gaping hole. He lowered his voice, infused with mischievous pride. With the world's foremost materialistic angel at the helm, coupled with Mr. Stark's formidable self-healing, it's double insurance. At the mention of Ethan, Pepper's expression softened considerably, yet she admonished. Even so, you must exercise caution. Don't think about operating bulldozers as soon as you arrive at the site. After the inspection, you must visit the new building. You still need to attend to board matters. I have an interview for the new legal assistant, so I shall take my leave. At your command, milady. Tony exaggeratedly bowed. After giving her instructions, Pepper said little more, grabbing her bag and departing. Outside the under-construction Stark Tower, a silver Audi R8, Tony's latest obsession, glided smoothly through the Manhattan traffic, with Happy focused at the wheel. Happy, what do you think about adding a mini golf course or a climate-controlled wine cellar on the rooftop of the new tower? Tony mused whimsically. Yeah. Tony shrugged. Just as the silver R8 came to a halt, Tony's hand was already poised over the door handle. Suddenly, a piercing sound erupted from the rear side, akin to the violent discharge of high-voltage electricity. A massive, ruggedly painted construction truck, its engine roaring like a beast, careened through several unsuspecting vehicles, barreling directly toward Tony's Audi. In the driver's seat, a man named Ivan Vanko, clad in a tattered leather jacket with a scruffy beard and eyes as cold as the Siberian tundra, stared intently at Tony's vehicle. Holy shit, Happy exclaimed, frantically twisting the steering wheel in an attempt to evade the impending threat. Yet the adversary's speed was too formidable. With a resounding crash, the immense force nearly overturned the entire car. Happy caught sight of a figure descending from the construction truck, a towering brute in a tattered jacket. A toothpick lodged in his mouth, his gaze menacingly fixed upon them. His bare chest was wrapped in rudimentary wires, connected to an unstable energy device. But the most striking aspect was the thick metallic whip he wielded, crackling with dangerous arcs of electricity. Boss, that guy doesn't he look like an artist? Happy's voice trembled with anxiety as he instinctively pressed the accelerator. Alas, it was too late. Zing! A brilliant blue-white energy whip lashed out from Ivan, striking the Audi R8 with tremendous force. The so-called bulletproof body of the car was cleaved in two as effortlessly as a hot knife slicing through butter under the terrifying impact of the energy whip. Happy barely had time to gasp before the overwhelming tremor and shockwave rendered him unconscious, blood trickling down his forehead. Ivan Vanko, his eyes ablaze with decades of pent-up hatred, uttered not a single word. He crossed his arms and unleashed the dual whips, which crackled with piercing blue-white arcs, tearing through the air with a sound reminiscent of furious electric serpents, striking precisely at the bulletproof coupe occupied by Tony. With a thunderous crack, the top-tier bulletproof glass, reputed to withstand rifle rounds, shattered like paper under the terrifying might of the energy whips. The robust roof and body frame of the car were brutally split open, sending shards of glass and metal flying like bullets. Holy shit! Tony managed to utter a curse before the immense impact, and a shattered seatback violently thrust him against the car door, plunging him into darkness. The jarring force nearly caused him to lose consciousness. He felt a ringing in his ears, a metallic taste filling his mouth. Happy, struggling to lift his head. He caught sight of Happy's condition, his heart constricting sharply as he shouted. Curled up, the force of the impact had displaced his very insides, sending his sunglasses flying. Dazed and disoriented, yet driven by the instinct to survive, he pressed on. Damn it! Tony's eyes flared with rage as he forcefully kicked open the contorted door. Tumbling onto the ground, ignoring his own disheveled state and pain, he scrambled toward the rear of the car. searching for the silver-red metal briefcase that had been cast aside due to the vehicle's rupture. He lunged for it, pressing his fingers against the surface of the case. With a satisfying click, a cacophony of mechanical transformations erupted. Metal components swiftly enveloped Tony's body like living entities, and within mere seconds, the red and silver Mark IV armor was fully donned, the faceplate sealing shut as the HUD illuminated. Jarvis scanned Happy's condition. Tony's voice was icy as he gazed at Happy, who lay unconscious in the driver's seat, his internal fury nearly boiling over. Mr. Hogan's vital signs are stable, with minor head trauma. A concussion cannot be ruled out. Emergency medical assistance has been called, Jarvis reported within the helmet. Upon hearing that Happy was not in critical condition, Tony's demeanor calmed somewhat. He turned to Whiplash, the sound of his repulsor charging filling the air. The battle erupted in an instant. Chapter 25, Whiplash 2. The energy whip clashed fiercely with the repulsor beams on the street, erupting into dazzling sparks and shockwaves. Surprise, Kulhad, Tony shouted, unleashing two high-energy pulse blasts aimed directly at Whiplash. Ivan Vanko clearly did not anticipate Tony's rapid transformation. In a panic, he crossed his arms and rolled to evade. Boom! The immense energy collision forced Whiplash to stagger backward, the asphalt beneath him cracking under the pressure. His crude arc reactor flickered violently, indicating a substantial overload. Fancy Ding Gang! Whiplash roared, regaining his footing. His dual whips lashed out like venomous serpents, crackling with electricity as they struck toward Tony. Although Tony held the advantage in firepower, the Mark IV was, after all, a portable model with thinner armor. A few glancing blows from the whips sent sparks flying, triggering alarms. While dodging, he couldn't help but quip, "Hey, buddy, your sausage technique isn't half bad. Is it a family heirloom?" "Shut up, Starks fraud," Whiplash retorted, leaving scorched marks on the ground with a furious whip strike, angrily cursing in a mix of Russian and English. "Your father was a thief. And you're a thief too. A thief of glory. Crybaby. Thief. My father created the future with his intellect." Tony narrowly evaded a sweeping attack, taunting, "What did you steal? Your grandfather's old jacket hidden in Siberia?" "Ah." Whiplash was thoroughly enraged, his arc reactor erupting with blinding light as the arcs on his whips surged violently, like two roaring dragons, recklessly striking toward Tony. This time, Tony did not evade. Instead, he seized the long whip as if it were his destiny, gradually advancing toward Whiplash. In a decisive blow, he sent Ivan Vanko flying from the truck, crashing him into a nearby bus, rendering him unconscious. Standing beside the fallen Ivan Vanko, Tony's helmet retracted as he gasped for breath, gazing at the crude, sparking replica of the arc reactor in Vanko's chest, his expression complex. The wailing of police sirens and ambulances approached from afar. Officers swiftly cordoned off the scene while medical personnel rushed toward the unconscious Happy and Vanko. At that moment, a white figure dashed from the distance and reached Tony's side. It was Ethan. "Tony, are you all right?" Ethan's voice remained steady, but his gaze quickly scanned Tony's armor and the unconscious Happy before settling on Vanko's arc reactor, a barely perceptible furrow forming on his brow. "All right? Couldn't be better," Tony replied, pointing at the chaotic street, the smoking truck, and the unconscious Happy and Vanko. "Just look at this welcome party. I merely wished to inspect my building when I was unexpectedly greeted with a new surprise." This contraption was prodded by the tip of a battle armor boot against the rudimentary reactor of Ivan Vanko. After Ethan dismantled the reactor, he and Tony retreated to a relatively safe spot by the roadside. Tony observed as the police carried the unconscious Ivan Vanko away in handcuffs, and he watched as paramedics carefully lifted Happy onto a stretcher. Happy appeared to show signs of regaining consciousness, emitting pain groans. He anxiously raked his fingers through his hair. Confusion and dread etched across his face. "I don't know, Ethan," Tony's voice deepened, imbued with an unusual uncertainty. "At the last hearing, that buffoon Hammer was ineptly imitating my technology, concocting those laughable iron soldiers. Now," he gestured towards the departing Ivan Vanko. "A man clad in a tattered leather jacket has somehow managed to fabricate a reactor capable of powering such an energy weapon. Though it appears as if it were scavenged from a dumpster, Jarvis's preliminary scan indicates that the core principles are correct." Tony's gaze, devoid of focus, swept the surroundings. "This is not right, Ethan. The technology behind the arc reactor is classified. Even Hammer Industries has only grazed the surface. Where did this guy procure the blueprints?" Ethan glanced at Happy being loaded into the ambulance, and then at Ivan Vanko being taken away in a police car, finally meeting Tony's inquisitive gaze with a calm demeanor. "Tony," Ethan's voice, though soft, pierced through the cacophony of the scene. The core formula of the arc reactor, its theoretical framework, is not entirely elusive within academic circles. The real challenge lies in engineering implementation, breakthroughs in material limits, and the control of energy constraints. He paused, his eyes seemingly capable of discerning the depths of human thought. This man, he indicated towards Ivan Vanko, his reactor. Do you not find it reminiscent of a rather primitive behemoth? Tokamak? The mention of this left Tony momentarily stunned. He opened his mouth, prepared to argue that it was impossible, even if he provided them with a formula. They could never reverse engineer it. Yet, upon witnessing Ethan's perceptive gaze, he felt that any rebuttal would appear juvenile. He waved his hand in exasperation. All right. You are the angel, and whatever you say is correct. However, his tone shifted, laced with irritation. This man nearly killed Happy and destroyed my new car. This matter is far from resolved. I must uncover who he is and who is behind him. At that moment, the sound of urgent high heels striking the ground echoed nearby. Tony. Pepper Potts pushed through the police cordon, her face pale with concern as she rushed towards him. Pepper, I'm Fine. Quite well, in fact. Look, Tony immediately donned a facade of reassurance, attempting to convey his well-being, even patting the chest of his armor to produce a metallic thud. Pepper disregarded his reassurances, rushing to his side, cradling his face in her hands for a meticulous examination, her voice trembling with emotion. Oh my God, I just received the news. Upon noticing the scars on the Mark armor, tears streamed down her cheeks as she urged, Quick, you must also get checked. Rest assured, I am unharmed. The finest medical team from Stark Industries is on standby to attend to Happy once he is finished. Tony quickly reassured her, endeavoring to divert her attention away from himself. Colonel Rhodes arrived promptly, first confirming Tony's safety before surveying the chaotic scene before him. His gaze fell upon the wreckage of a split Audi R8 and the engineering truck marked with sinister lash marks, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Wow, Tony, what have you gotten yourself into this time? A fan with atrocious taste? Tony rolled his eyes and replied with a serious tone. Let me check something on your account later. Pepper, regaining her composure, finally noticed the somewhat unassuming presence of Ethan standing beside Tony. She expressed her gratitude. Ethan, thank you for arriving just in time. I never got the chance to thank you last time. It's my duty, Miss Potts, Ethan acknowledged with a slight nod, his gaze drifting thoughtfully towards the direction where Ivan Vanko had been taken, as if seeking to capture some lingering information in the air. An ambulance swiftly whisked Happy away, while police officers cleared the site and reporters frantically snapped photos from behind the barricades. Standing amidst the debris, Tony's armor gleamed in the sunlight, flanked by the worried Pepper and the busy Rhodes. A personal vendetta against him had just been thwarted, and the stale resentment he felt began to seep into the atmosphere. JARVIS. Contact the best security firm and install 3 layers of blast doors on Happy's hospital room. Also, pull up all recent files on this individual. And Pepper, have the Stark Industries top legal team mobilize. Tony clearly had lost interest in further inspections and continued. Pepper, do you have time? I need to return to the villa to remove Mark IV. It lacks flight capability. Meanwhile, in a conference room on the 25th floor of Stark Tower, a figure observed them intently. It was the interviewer who had abandoned her moments ago to rush downstairs, now arranging her long hair behind her and massaging her temples as she organized the collected information. 3 days prior, in a dimly lit safe house. The only illumination came from the central holographic projector casting a ghostly blue glow, displaying several character profiles and their relational diagrams. Tony Stark, Pepper Potts, James Rhodes, Happy Hogan, Ethan Vanko, and a relatively indistinct figure labeled as Angel Investor, Rock. Adjacent to this was an organizational chart of Stark Industries, along with brief information on Pineapple Technology and Angel Investments. Nick Fury stood with his back to the door, his single eye fixed on the holographic display, resembling a silent black statue. The door slid open silently, and Natasha Romanoff entered. She had just concluded a cleaning mission in Eastern Europe, her trench coat still bearing a hint of gunpowder and the chill of the night air. Yet her demeanor had returned to its usual calm, edged with a hint of lethargic sharpness. Director, Natasha's voice shattered the silence, imbued with the relaxation following task completion. I thought I would enjoy at least 72 hours of leave. She approached the bar, poured herself a glass of vodka, leaned against the counter, and her gaze swept over the holographic projection. Upon seeing Ethan and Rock's names, a flicker of understanding crossed her amber eyes. Fury slowly turned to face her, his single eye sharp as a hawk's, piercing through Natasha's feigned relaxation. Leave has been cancelled, Agent Romanoff. His voice was low and imbued with undeniable authority. We have a more pressing mission at hand. He raised his hand, pointing towards the holographic projection of Tony Stark and Ethan Hunt. Stark Industries now stood at the eye of the storm. Tony Stark, the Iron Man, a walking arsenal, displayed an immature mind and unpredictable behavior. Doctor. Ethan's finger tapped lightly on Ethan's visage, emitting a faint hum. His existence subverted the known laws of physics and biology. Data analysis from the Afghanistan incident and the Battle of New York revealed that he possessed unimaginable strength, the ability to fly, energy manipulation, and rapid healing. Chapter 26. The World Needs You. His gaze was firmly fixed on Natasha. Only you, Agent Romanoff. Your adaptability is unparalleled, and your combat and interrogation skills are sufficient to handle emergencies. More importantly, you have experience dealing with unconventional entities. Romanoff, the world needs you. He approached the holographic projection, scrutinizing the information on Pepper Potts and the internal structure of Stark Industries. Identity? She inquired succinctly. Natalie Rushman. Fury summoned a detailed forged dossier, projecting it before Natasha. The file indicated that Natalie possessed a law degree from an Ivy League institution, was fluent in multiple languages, and boasted an impeccable resume with experience in international law firms and the legal departments of major tech companies. Particularly adept at handling intellectual property and complex contract disputes, precisely the type of talent Pepper urgently required to navigate the troubles Tony had stirred up and the increasingly intricate business operations. A faint smile played at the corners of Natasha's mouth. A position requiring one to manage a genius, egotistical boss, an anxious CEO, while maintaining composure and gathering intelligence in the presence of an angel sounds considerably more challenging than dealing with Eastern European arms dealers. Your primary task is observation and assessment. Fury emphasized, prioritizing the monitoring of Tony Stark's well-being. In our evaluation, his fragile heart may lead him into significant trouble, followed closely by that so-called angel. Lastly, if you uncover any connections they have with angel investors, document them. Understood, Natasha nodded. When do we commence? Now. Fury deactivated the holographic projection, and Natalie Rushman's resume ascended to the top of Pepper Potts' review list. Within 24 to 48 hours, you will receive an interview notification. Remember, your role is to be efficient, professional, reliable, and to exhibit a measured, professional tolerance towards Stark's playboy antics. Gaining Pepper's trust is paramount. Natasha turned towards the door, the hem of her trench coat tracing a sharp arc director. What if that angel can truly see into people's hearts? Fury solitary, I seemed particularly profound in the dim light. That will be our moment to secure the most critical intelligence, confirming whether he possesses such an ability and how he reacts to what he sees. The risk is high, but it is worthwhile. Good luck, Agent. Inside Pepper Potts' office, the atmosphere was subtly tense. Tony Stark leaned casually against the edge of Pepper's expensive desk, toying with a gadget, the projection showcasing the newly designed arc reactor energy core model of Stark Tower. Ethan sat relaxed in the single armchair beside them, holding a cup of clear red tea, exuding an intangible sense of distance. He did not lift his eyelids, and his voice remained steady. Tony, this is clean nuclear fusion energy, something you're more acquainted with than I am. It is not nuclear waste. Its radiation levels are even lower than the average background radiation in Manhattan. Your truffles would be safer, unless the chef overcooks them. Since the surgery, the two had increasingly engaged in technical discussions, their frequency growing as they spent most of their working hours together, while she, sealed outside their technical barrier, felt entirely overlooked. She took a deep breath, preparing to remind Tony about his upcoming meeting regarding the reconstruction budget. Miss Potts? A competent voice with a slight Eastern European accent resonated from the doorway. The three turned simultaneously. Standing at the entrance was a striking red-haired woman, impeccably dressed in a deep gray professional suit that complemented her snow-white skin, her fiery hair resembling flames. She wore an appropriate blend of humility and confidence, holding a stack of documents. It was none other than Natasha Romanoff, alias Natasha Rashman, the Black Widow. "Oh, Natalie, you arrived just in time," Pepper exclaimed, as though she had seen a savior, waving her in an effort to dissolve the invisible technical barrier between the two men. "Have the documents been organized?" After placing the documents down, she seemed to finally notice the two gentlemen in the room, slightly bowing her head as her gaze first respectfully swept past Tony, imbued with a hint of deference towards her superior, Mr. Stark. Then her eyes shifted to Ethan, where a fleeting glimmer of inquiry sparkled before being swiftly masked by her professional smile. "And this gentleman is?" Tony's attention lingered noticeably longer on Natalie than on the documents. He set down the holographic projector, a playful and appreciative smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Wow. Pepper, where did you unearth such an exceptional new member?" "Natalie?" Your name shines just as brightly as you do. He stepped forward, extending his hand. Tony Stark. He gestured towards Ethan. This is my old friend and chief technical advisor. Dr. Ethan, a true homebody. At the moment Natalie entered, Ethan's hand holding the cup imperceptibly paused. His amber eyes calmly regarded her. His gaze not sharp, yet imbued with a gentle, penetrating strength, causing Natalie to feel as though her carefully constructed facade was lightly brushed by a thin veil. Their hands briefly clasped before parting. Ethan nodded slightly. Hello, Miss Rashman. His tone remained even, yet Natalie keenly noted that he addressed her as Miss Rashman rather than Natalie, and that after her self-introduction, his gaze lingered on her seemingly tranquil green eyes for half a second longer. Tony. Pepper finally could not contain herself. Her tone tinged with exasperation. Natalie is here to work, not to visit a zoo. Also, you have a meeting in 3 minutes. I know, CEO. Tony raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, yet his gaze still flickered towards Natasha. Well, Natasha, would you be interested in serving as my executive assistant? You know, my previous assistant is now the CEO of Stark Industries. He winked at Natasha before turning away, patting Ethan on the shoulder. Come on, Mr. Consultant. I recall you have your own office. The arc reactor pendant on his chest perfectly concealed his greatest secret. I will consider it, Mr. Stark. But I need to obtain my superior's consent, Natasha replied, tucking a strand of her red hair behind her ear with a playful tone. Ethan set down his glass of water, rose to his feet, and nodded slightly to Pepper and Natasha before following Tony out of the office. As he passed by Natasha, his gaze seemed to inadvertently brush over a small mole behind her ear, nearly blending into her skin tone. However, Ethan noticed the electronic interface mark, and his steps did not falter. The office door closed. Pepper rubbed her forehead. Ethan, your deity must be that angelic investor, the 3-time PhD for Mike. Tony settled into the familiar half-reclined position on the sofa in Ethan's office. Do angels still ponder over theses? Do they have time to listen to the woes of mortals? Tony, deities are not as dull as you might imagine. After all, I am here working for you every day, Ethan replied, preparing a cup of red tea and placing it before Tony, knowing he preferred not to take things from others. Do I have a chance to converse with him? I wish to meet him, Tony said as he glanced at the red tea, rising to his feet. I'm afraid, Tony, I cannot make any judgments on behalf of the divine. If the deity wishes to meet you, he will manifest himself, Ethan responded. All right. He knows everything. Doesn't he? Fine, I have a meeting to attend. See you tomorrow. Listening to Ethan's ambiguous words, Tony resignedly exited the room. Chapter 27. You're not shivering in there, are you? Later that night, Natasha was speaking on the phone in a temporarily rented apartment. I encountered the target today. Did you see the report I sent? This is the suspected angel. Under normal circumstances, nothing appears amiss, yet he possesses the peace typical of traditional angels. However, he seems aware of my presence, and the possibility of exposure cannot be dismissed. Tony Stark's condition appeared less urgent than anticipated. The conflict occurring beneath Stark Tower involved an adversary utilizing an arc reactor as well. Is it Ivan Vanko? I will arrange for his transfer. You continue monitoring Stark's condition. And for now, let us observe the angel. In a heavily guarded temporary detention facility, Ivan Vanko sat in a cold, cramped cell, leaning against the icy wall. A toothpick, acquired from an unknown source, clutched between his lips, his vacant eyes staring at the ceiling. It was rumored that the police would transfer him to a certain institution today. A bandage wrapped around his head bore witness to the marks left by Tony. The observation window on the heavy iron door slid open, revealing a pair of vigilant eyes. After a moment, the door creaked open with a heavy thud. Instead of the anticipated prison guard, a well-dressed man with a smile, Justin Hammer, stood before him. Too expressionless. Burly bodyguards trailed behind him. Mr. Ivan Vanko? Hammer's voice exuded a deliberately cultivated enthusiasm. What a pleasure to meet you. I am Justin Hammer, CEO of Hammer Industries. I must say I was quite impressed by your, personal showcase on the streets of Manhattan. It was truly astonishing. Ivan slowly turned his head, his murky eyes fixated on Hammer. A toothpick shifted in his mouth, and though he remained silent, the corners of his lips curled into a subtle, sardonic arc. Hammer, seemingly oblivious to the mockery, strode into the cell, leaving the bodyguards outside. He wrinkled his nose in distaste, fanning himself with a handkerchief, yet soon reverted to his practiced smile. Mr. Vanko, I shall be candid. I admire your talent. That energy weapon, that raw power. This is precisely what Hammer Industries currently lacks. Tony Stark? He is far too arrogant, too reclusive. His technology belongs solely to him. Meanwhile, we at Hammer Industries, he spread his arms in a gesture of embracing the future, are dedicated to delivering the most advanced weaponry to those who need it most. such as our great American military. Ivan finally spat out the toothpick. He regarded Hammer's eyes, brimming with ambition and greed, then glanced down at his hollow chest, where once resided the engine of his vengeance. A grim, blood-tinged smile crept across his face as he articulated in halting English. The materials must be the finest palladium, and titanium alloys a great deal. Hammer's smile blossomed instantly. No problem. Everything is manageable. Shall we seal the deal? He extended his well-groomed hand. Ivan did not take that hand, but instead slowly rose, stretching his neck with a soft crack, his gaze sharp and predatory as that of a hungry wolf. Of course, my designs are all in my mind. A flicker of triumph crossed Hammer's eyes as he stepped aside. Certainly. This way, Mr. Vanko. Your new era begins. He envisioned a glorious scene of Stark trampled under the Iron Army he would create. As anticipated, upon exiting, Ivan found no guard in sight, silently reflecting that he still held value in the eyes of these men. Observing Ivan's hesitation at the door, Hammer seized the opportunity to flex his muscles. Everyone in this facility has been dealt with, including surveillance, so no one knows where you are. Rest assured, Mr. Anton, this is the sincerity of Hammer Industries. 1 week later, on the terrace of Tony's cliffside villa, the salty sea breeze wafted through the air. After a long day of dealing with politicians, Tony lounged in casual attire, swirling a glass of whiskey on the rocks. Colonel Rhodes, dressed in his uniform, sat across from him, his drink nearly untouched, his brow furrowed, eyes evasive, fingers drumming nervously on the table. He appeared to be on the verge of speaking, but hesitated. Tony took a sip of his drink, observing Rhodes' constipated expression, and couldn't help but chuckle. Come on, Rhodes. Whenever you wear that expression, it's either to borrow money from me or to deliver some unfortunate task as a lobbyist. Spill it. Which general at the Pentagon has his sights set on my little toys this time? Rodney was taken aback by the unexpected remark, awkwardly clearing his throat before lifting his glass and gulping down its contents. With great difficulty, he finally managed to speak. Tony, you know I'm not. I know, Tony interrupted, setting down his glass and moving to the edge of the terrace, his back turned to Rodney as he gazed at the distant, twinkling lights of the city. You are a soldier. Obeying orders is your duty. Those old stubborn men have seen the whip of Vank and the power of my armor battling in the streets. They are fearful and envious, longing to exert control, just as they desire to dominate everything else. He turned around, his usual nonchalance replaced by a hint of weariness and understanding. Have they issued you an ultimatum? Attempting to persuade me to surrender my technology, perhaps even threatening your future? Tony, I came here seeking refuge, not to act as a negotiator. Yet they're driving me to madness. Since the hearing, I have endured no less than 10 discussions, not to mention what transpired yesterday beneath Stark Tower. They have recognized that it was your technology. I have come to lament. For me, this place is the best sanctuary. Rodney lifted his gaze, his face etched with fatigue and struggle. They're convinced you are hoarding more advanced technology and may have even struck some sort of deal with your angelic friend. Tony approached the liquor cabinet, pouring himself a glass of whiskey neat. He took a large sip, feeling the fiery liquid slide down his throat. A deal? Huh. All I know is that he saved my life, not once, but on multiple occasions, and assisted me in extricating myself from significant trouble. As for technology, he said, swirling his glass, my innovations are reserved for friends, not for bureaucrats wishing to transform them into instruments of destruction. Rodney fell silent for a moment, lifting his glass as if making a decisive choice, observing the amber liquid swirl within. Leave it to me, Tony. I will handle it. Tony turned away from Rodney, staring out at the darkened sea beyond the window. After a prolonged silence, he spoke, his voice laced with an imperceptible weariness and concession. Rodney, we are friends, aren't we? All right. Tony suddenly pivoted, a manic grin returning to his face. How about we play a game? Rodney blinked in surprise. A game? Yes. Tony's eyes sparkled with excitement as he approached Rodney. Put it on. Now, we're going for a joyride. If you can keep up with my Mark III and say, not get thrown too far off course while passing that damned donut billboard. Or let me see if your flying skills have improved. After all, you are a colonel in the Air Force. Then, the platform rose, unveiling the Mark II prototype alongside the Mark III. The portable Mark IV is practically unusable, and the Mark V is still in design. Rodney's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Tony. Tony, what do you mean? Gazing at the silver-gray armor before him, Rodney's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, igniting the soldier's fervor and a man's yearning for machinery. You mean the Mark II? I can, of course, but I need to sign a disclaimer first. Tony snapped his fingers. JARVIS. Colonel Rhodes requires a baby flight course. A few moments later, Two sets of golden red and silver gray armor ascended from the private platform beneath the villa, slicing through the tranquil night sky like two meteors soaring in reverse. In a vast expanse above, Tony's voice emanated through the armor's communication system, imbued with excitement and a hint of mischief. How does it feel, sweetheart? Much better than piloting an F-22, isn't it? Shut up, Tony. Don't distract me, exclaimed Rhodey, his voice brimming with awe and barely contained exhilaration as he clumsily attempted to maneuver and accelerate in the air. The movements of Mark II were slightly rigid, yet with the assistance of Jarvis, they gradually became more fluid. The duo chased each other through the night sky, engaging in a technical exchange understood solely by them. They soared past the brightly lit Stark Industries construction site, gliding over the serene expanse of Central Park. Ultimately, they touched down on an uninhabited beach in Long Island. As the faceplates retracted, Tony and Rhodey stood on the sand, the sea breeze tousling their hair. The remnants of flight-induced exhilaration still lingered on Rhodey's face as he gazed at the sleek, technologically advanced Mark II before him, his expression laden with complexity. Tony, I can't. Take it, Rhodey, Tony interjected, his tone casual yet underscored by undeniable sincerity, and with a sly wink added, remember to have them sign the non-disclosure agreements and maintenance contracts. Send the bills to the Pentagon. Chapter 28. Hammer's Pride. Rhodey was rendered speechless. He looked at Tony and then at the formidable iron behemoth before him, a torrent of unspoken emotions swirling within. He understood that this was Tony's unique way of forging a path between rules and camaraderie, while also providing an explanation to the military. Taking a deep breath, he straightened his posture and offered Tony a solemn salute. Thank you, Tony. I want to let you down. All right. Enough with the mushy stuff. The faceplates closed, and with the sound of vector thrusters, they ascended once more, leaving Rhodey and a brand new war machine standing on the desolate beach. Rhodey gazed in the direction where Tony had vanished, then looked down at his silent yet powerful steel companion, a resolute and relieved smile gracing his face. Tony Stark always had his unexpected ways of tackling the most challenging dilemmas. This bond of brotherhood was far more precious than any suit of armor. Meanwhile, in a highly secured command room at the SHIELD headquarters in New York, Nick Fury observed the two rapidly moving points of light on the satellite imagery, his single eye narrowing slightly. In the private office of Justin Hammer at Hammer Industries' New York headquarters, Justin Hammer felt as if he were about to take flight, struck by a colossal, golden pie of fortune, dizzy with happiness. Just 10 minutes prior, a call from military had come through his private encrypted line. The voice on the other end was low, steady, and exuded an undeniable sense of authority, introducing itself as Cardstone. Mr. Hammer, the voice stated directly, we understand your urgent need to enhance Hammer Industries' defense technology capabilities and your dissatisfaction with Stark Industries' recent momentum. Hammer's heart raced. Are you implying? The voice of Cardstone was devoid of fluctuations. Recently, Colonel James Rhodes of the military had acquired a set of outdated Stark Industries prototype armor. Colonel Rhodes's mind raced with thoughts. The Mark II, Tony Stark's iron armor. It surpassed his own clumsy drones and robotic soldiers by 100-fold. If he could get his hands on it, even if just to study the shell. You mean, Hammer's voice trembled with excitement. We could facilitate an official mission? Cardstone's tone carried a subtle allure. The Colonel's armor was merely a prototype, lacking weapon systems. The military required tangible collaborative results, while Hammer Industries sought a chance to redeem itself. Were the terms. Hammer was no fool. He knew that nothing of value fell from the sky, especially not something as golden as this. Quite simple, Cardstone's voice remained calm. First, Hammer Industries must publicly declare that the Mark II armor was obtained legally, for the purpose of reverse engineering and technological collaboration to enhance the defense capabilities of the United States, as a gesture of goodwill. Hammer hesitated for barely a moment. No problem. As long as I can obtain the Mark II and publicly announce its legal acquisition, this is a golden opportunity for me. Stark's coveted technology shall be in my possession. Once this news breaks, Hammer Industries stock price will soar through the roof. It's a deal. Absolutely no issue. Mr. Stone, please accept my heartfelt gratitude. The doors of Hammer Industries shall always remain open for you. We await your presence with great anticipation. Hammer was so exhilarated he nearly leapt from his leather seat. Excellent. The specific location and time for the transfer will be sent to your encrypted email shortly. Please ensure utmost confidentiality and prepare for receipt. Cardstone concluded and promptly hung up the phone. Hammer held the phone, listening to the busy signal, a jubilant smile illuminating his face. He pressed the internal communicator, gathered the head of RD, the head of security, and the head of public relations. Immediately, we have monumental tasks ahead. At the Air Force Base, Colonel Rhodes stood in his crisp Air Force uniform amidst a crowd that exuded an odd atmosphere. The air was thick with the acrid scent of fresh paint and an overwhelming sense of excitement. Before him stood the Mark II prototype, secured in a specially designed frame. The silver-gray armor gleamed under the lights, exuding a cold, hard sheen, its lines smooth and imbued with a sense of power. Justin Hammer, like a child who had just received a new toy, circled the Mark II in awe, his fingers delicately gliding over the armor surface. His face adorned with an exaggerated grin. "Oh my God, look at it, Colonel. This is nothing short of a perfect work of art. That bastard Stark, though his character is abysmal, has exquisite taste," Hammer exclaimed with ostentatious admiration, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Rhodes maintained a stoic expression, standing rigidly, his sharp gaze scanning the environment and the curious Hammer engineers, their eyes brimming with greed and curiosity. A sense of resistance and unease filled him, as if he were pushing his best friend into a pit of oil and shoddy imitations. Yet he had no choice. It was an order. Under the watchful eyes of all, the dismantling of the arc reactor, a cornerstone of Tony's technology, commenced, while Tony's armor had already undergone significant upgrades. Mr. Hammer, with a tone of military formality and the characteristic coldness of a soldier, stated, "The prototype Mark II has been duly transferred, as per our agreement. The stipulation is to integrate the weapon systems and optimize the exterior finish while ensuring the fundamental combat capabilities remain intact, aligning it more closely with military deterrence and identification requirements." He emphasized, "Be advised, the core control unit of the armor has been physically removed. However, any attempts to tamper with or remove the core components will be regarded as a severe breach of contract and hostile actions, the consequences of which will be borne by your party." Mr. Hammer's smile faltered momentarily, but quickly returned to its usual demeanor as he confidently reassured, "Of course. Absolutely. Colonel Rhodes, rest assured, we are professionals. We will undoubtedly respect intellectual property and strategic core secrets. We only add, never subtract. We solely focus on optimization, never destruction." He turned to an engineer nearby, adorned with thick glasses and appearing to be the technical supervisor. "Did you hear that? The core area is absolutely off limits." The engineer, upon being addressed, nodded timidly. Yes, Mr. Hammer. We will only focus on external weapon interfaces, armor coatings, and some auxiliary systems." Colonel Rhodes' gaze lingered on the timid engineer's face for a moment as he reiterated, "Mr. Hammer, I must remind you, the military places immense value on the technology of this suit. Any unauthorized modifications beyond the scope of the agreement could trigger the suit's built-in safety protocols, with unpredictable consequences." "Understood, understood," Hammer replied fervently, though his eyes were already glued to the Mark II, glimmering with an insatiable ambition. "Safety protocols? Once we dismantle and thoroughly study it, any agreement will be mere vapor." He envisioned himself basking in the spotlight, announcing that Hammer Industries had successfully optimized and mass-produced the war machine, utterly eclipsing Stark. Hammer escorted Rhodes through his weapons laboratory, showcasing a series of top-tier weapons designed for the war machine armor. As Hammer introduced each weapon, he boasted with confidence about their might, while Rhodes appeared somewhat resigned and speechless. Hammer excitedly proclaimed, "I've prepared something special for this fellow. Behold this submachine gun. Unleash its full firepower and sweep everything away." Rhodes, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, Quite impressive." Hammer continued to display, "In this large-caliber grenade launcher, one shot can overturn even a tank." Rhodes, still nonchalant, remarked, "Sounds formidable." Hammer, brimming with pride, declared, "And this Gatling gun, thousands of rounds per minute. The enemy won't dare approach." Rhodes, offering little enthusiasm, stated, "Indeed, quite powerful." With an air of mystery, Hammer concluded, "But the most formidable is yet to come. The ex-wife missile." Rhodes, puzzled, asked, "Ex-wife missile? What odd name." Hammer, filled with pride, responded, "I personally named it. Its power is immense, capable of obliterating enemy fortifications." Rhodes, incredulous, retorted, "Are you certain this isn't a joke?" Hammer continued to boast, "With these weapons, your war machine armor will become an invincible entity. Your enemies will tremble at the mere mention of your name." Inside, Rhodey thought, "I hope so." With that, the handover was complete. Rhodey cast one last glance at the cold, silent silver-gray armor, silently murmuring, "Tony, I'm sorry, and good luck." He saluted Hammer with a standard military gesture, then turned sharply and strode away from this discomforting place. He needed a shower to wash away the nauseating aura of hypocrisy that lingered there. After Rhodey departed, in the Hammer Industries laboratory, as the heavy alloy door slammed shut, the sycophantic smile on Hammer's face vanished in an instant. replaced by a grotesque mixture of ecstasy and greed. Like a ravenous wolf, he lunged toward Mark II, his fingers nearly poking into the armor. Quick, move. Get the scanners ready. X-ray, ultrasound, electromagnetic waves. Utilize everything at your disposal. Dismantle it. Ensure that you take it apart to the fullest extent possible while it's reparable. I want to understand the structure of every single screw in this thing, especially around that damned reactor and its control system interface. The engineers sprang into action, various large instruments being wheeled around Mark II, buzzing to life. Mr. Hammer, a timid engineer, cautiously reminded him. Colonel Rhodes warned that there are safety protocols in the core area, and forcibly scanning might. Shut up, Hammer interrupted roughly, saliva nearly spraying onto the engineer's face. Warnings? That's for cowards. This is Hammer Industries. We possess the most advanced shielding technology. Scan it. If something goes wrong, I'll take the blame. As long as we can decipher even a fraction of the core technology, we can turn our fortunes around. A mad glint flickered in his eyes. However, as the scanning progressed, the engineer's expressions grew increasingly grim. We've located the physical interface for the control system port, but when we attempted to connect after powering it on, the system prompted that the highest level permission key is required. We tried several universal cracking programs, but they were instantly countered. The port has locked itself down. What? Hammer erupted in fury, grabbing the technical supervisor by the collar. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. What do you think I pay you for? You can't even see through a metal shell? Mr. Hammer, the technological level is just too high. The supervisor lamented. Hammer released his grip in despair. Gazing at the tantalizing gold mine before him, a wave of profound frustration and deeper greed surged within him. Suddenly, he recalled a person, the madman, the one who could conjure energy whips. All right, you do your jobs. I'll figure out the rest. Hammer commanded his subordinates. Once you equip the weapon systems, begin constructing the weapon assembly platform. Leave the armor's record intact. The prototype will be sent to the underground facility in the T5 area shortly. Did he not harbor an intense hatred for Stark? Did he not proclaim himself a genius? Let him come. Let him behold this wretched contraption. Let him see if he can pry it open. Hammer swiftly thought of Ivan Vanko. Soon, Ivan Vanko, clad in greasy overalls and chewing on a toothpick, his gaze dark and brooding, was brought forth. He disregarded Hammer and the engineers, striding directly to the Mark II. His rough fingers pressed against the cold armor, and he closed his eyes as if to sense something. Moments later, he opened his eyes, bloodshot orbs flickering with surprise, quickly followed by deeper mockery and excitement. With a scoff, Ivan uttered a cold laugh, articulating in heavily accented English. The Stark family continues to revel in ostentatious appearances. He circled the armor, evaluating it like a predator assessing its prey. Force would be futile. Its defenses were tailored for individuals like you. He cast a disdainful glance at Hammer. Do you have a solution? Hammer inquired anxiously. In an instant, a torrent of code cascaded across the screen, the speed dizzying. It appeared he was attempting to brute force Tony's communication protocol, the code structure rife with a raw and violent essence. Minutes later, Ivan abruptly ceased his typing. The stream of code freezing, a vivid red warning box emerging. Unauthorized access attempt detected. Security protocol. Rhodes toy activated. Immediately, the Mark II armor emitted a low, ominous hum. The external cables connected to the chest reactor began to overheat, the voltage fluctuating erratically, and the lights on the armor flickered chaotically. Holy shit, is it going to self-destruct? Hammer recoiled in terror, the engineers behind him in a state of panic. Yet Ivan grinned widely, revealing his stark white teeth. Self-destruct? No, Stark isn't that foolish. It's merely a warning. A prank. He pointed at the warning on the screen. Rhodes toy? Huh. He is mocking you, Hammer. He is mocking me as well. His gaze turned perilous, but I appreciate this warning. It confirms that this contraption is indeed a treasure. It also signifies that Stark has declared war on me. Nick Fury stood before the curved screen, with Coulson positioned at his desk. The director, per Natasha S. report, believed Tony Stark's condition to be surprisingly stable. Phil Coulson, his tone laced with confusion, noted that according to Natasha, as secretly intercepted medical records, Stark's palladium poisoning symptoms should have been severe, with his bodily functions significantly declining and his emotions becoming increasingly unstable. Yet now Fury's keen eye fixated on the screen, his fingers unconsciously tapping the console. Where's Potts? And that angel, Ethan? Have they exhibited any anomalies? Fury remained silent for a moment, a calculating glimmer in his solitary eye. I see. Maintain continuous observation. After Coulson departed, he turned, advancing towards a hidden elevator glowing with an ethereal blue light. Upon exiting the elevator, he arrived at what appeared to be a vault. distinguished by dozens of safes of varying sizes. He inputted a complex password along with biometric information. The safe slid open silently, revealing a briefcase within. This is precisely the legacy left by Howard Stark within SHIELD, a conjectural document pertaining to a quantum-level model generator that encompasses clues for the synthesis of new elements, along with video files that have been viewed countless times. Fury cautiously extracted the briefcase, the cold metallic touch conveying the weight of history. According to Howard's conjectural document, SHIELD had conducted numerous experiments, ultimately proving that this direction was erroneous and incapable of creating new elements. Yet now, Fury resolved to attempt it once more. He believed in Tony Stark and was willing to place his faith in Howard Stark as well. As Fury weighed the briefcase in his hands, a subtle smile curved at the corner of his lips. A desperate genius, in the twilight of his life, received salvation from his father across the fabric of time, only to discover that this redemption originated from SHIELD, a perfect script. At Tony's cliffside villa, the rumble of the bulletproof Lincoln's engine faded into the silence of the driveway. Happy had finally finished work. Tony pushed open the heavy door of the villa, revealing a pitch-black interior, with only a faint glimmer of neon from the distant city filtering through the floor-to-ceiling windows. An eerie stillness enveloped the space. Tony's movements halted. Something was amiss. JARVIS operated on an independent power supply. Even if all of New York experienced a blackout, the villa should not be this silent. JARVIS. Tony's voice elevated slightly, laced with caution. He groped along the wall in search of a manual switch, but there was no response. A sense of foreboding crept into his mind. He held his breath and treaded lightly, akin to a cat sensing danger, stealthily advancing deeper into the living room. In the dark, his senses heightened. Suddenly, a deep, gravelly voice emerged unexpectedly from the shadows near the floor-to-ceiling window, facing the sea. "Stark, your electronic butler is temporarily offline." Tony spun around abruptly, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. Before him stood a tall figure clad in a long black leather coat, as if materialized from the darkness itself. Slowly stepping forth from the shadows, I reflected a cold glimmer in the dim light. It was none other than Nick Fury. "Holy shit," Tony muttered under his breath. Instinctively retreating a half step and adopting a defensive posture, his gaze sharpening like that of a hawk. You black bastard. Do you have any idea what private property means? What illegal trespassing entails? If I were to pull out my gun and shoot you right now, the jury would likely commend me for ridding society of a menace. Do you believe that?" He blustered, while his hand discreetly slid toward the phone in his pocket. Fury's expression bore no signs of offense. His single eye remained calmly fixed on Tony, as if observing an agitated feline. He leisurely retrieved a small device, akin to a car key, from his pocket. Pressing it gently with his thumb, with a soft beep, the lights in the villa flickered on, soft illumination dispelling the darkness. Simultaneously, JARVIS slightly delayed. Rebooting electronic voice resonated from the ceiling. Main power has been restored. System is rebooting. Estimated completion time, 2 minutes and 17 seconds. Tony's hand froze within his pocket. He gazed at the inconspicuous trinket in Fury's hand, instantly comprehending that it was the harbinger of the blackout and Jarvis's disconnection. Abandoning the thought of reaching for his phone, he forced an angry smirk onto his face. "Ah, flawless little toy. Quite the game you're playing, aren't you? Speak plainly, mate. What do you want from a law-abiding citizen in the dead of night? Money? Name your price." He deliberately employed a flippant tone to mask his inner vigilance and overwhelming irritation at being disturbed. Fury paid no heed to Tony's sarcasm or his offer. His deep-set single eye seemed capable of piercing through Tony's facade of calm, fixating instead on his chest, which appeared unscathed, yet had once teetered on the brink of peril. Fury pinched the document between 2 fingers and extended it toward Tony. The cover bore no extravagant embellishments, only the cold, clear logo of SHIELD, an eagle emblem. Below it was inscribed with chilling clarity, "Tony Stark, top secret medical evaluation report." Tony's gaze was riveted on the glaring logo and title, his pupils constricting sharply. He did not reach out to take it, but raised his eyes, his expression as sharp as a poisoned icicle, directed at Fury's impassive countenance, his voice a low, terrifying rumble. "Where did you acquire this?" Fury seemingly ignored the fury in Tony's eyes, engrossed in flipping to the first page of the report, which was rife with alarming graphs and dense annotations. Blood palladium concentration, 283, exhibiting a nonlinear acceleration trend. Myocardial tissue showing signs of irreversible fibrotic precursors. Neurotoxic accumulation effects leading to a significant reduction in central inhibition thresholds. He recited the report's summary in a flat tone, akin to reading a death sentence, with each word striking Tony's taut nerves like a hammer. Stark, Fury closed the report, his eye firmly locking onto Tony's. I harbor no malice toward you. Quite the opposite. I know you are teetering on the brink, with Palladium gnawing at you from within like a parasite. He took a step forward, an invisible pressure enveloping the air. I surmise, with your intellect and resources, you have exhausted every known element on Earth that could potentially replace Palladium, Haventium, Rhodium, Ruthenium, even those newly dubbed curiosities from laboratories. Fury's tone bore a hint of understanding, as if he had witnessed Tony's countless desperate failures firsthand. Fury knew. He knew it all. This knowledge incited in Tony a fury far greater than the invasion of his privacy, intermingled with a sense of being completely laid bare. His fists clenched at his sides, nails nearly embedding themselves into his palms. Hold it in, don't laugh. Indeed, this group resembled rodents, after all. Tony had once experienced life devoid of any apparatus upon awakening from Ethan's operating table. Yet he found it unbearable, for that cold sensation upon his chest represented not just energy, but an unspoken truth regarding the little device in his heart and the clandestine nature of Ethan's surgery. As for this medical report, it was merely a fabrication he had orchestrated Jarvis to create. He harbored concerns about individuals lurking in the shadows like Obadiah, and it seemed yet another had emerged. As Tony's wrath seemed poised to reach its zenith, Fury executed an unexpected maneuver. Instead of continuing to press, he subtly sidestepped and retrieved a black briefcase from the shadowed floor behind him, an item Tony had previously overlooked. The case appeared somewhat aged, its surface marred with wear. Its metal fastenings gleamed as if newly polished. Fury placed the briefcase upon Tony's opulent glass coffee table, producing a faint click. He gently tapped the lid, eliciting a dull thud. Your father, Howard Stark, Fury's voice took on a peculiar, almost nostalgic tone, was a true visionary. You may not be aware, but he was also one of the founding members of SHIELD. He paused, scrutinizing Tony's reaction. Indeed, the mention of SHIELD and its founders replaced the anger etched on Tony's face with profound shock and confusion. The legacy he left behind extends far beyond the foundations of Stark Industries. Fury's fingers lightly grazed the briefcase's clasp. Perhaps within the uncharted possibilities you have yet to explore, in the wisdom your father left untouched, lies the final key, a key that could unlock the door to a new world and save your life. Fury did not afford Tony the opportunity to question or retort. He straightened up, his solitary eye piercing into Tony's with a gaze that was complex and inscrutable, imbued with scrutiny and perhaps a hint of expectation. I know your mind is awash with countless inquiries, Stark, about me's, HILD, your father, and this briefcase. Fury's voice regained that calm authority, but the answers must be built upon a foundation of trust, and trust requires time. He turned, the hem of his black trench coat slicing through the air with precision as he strode purposefully toward the door. Now, Fury added, his tone laced with undeniable certainty, I suspect you are eager to ascertain the contents of this briefcase. After all, he slightly tilted his head, his peripheral vision catching Tony's rapt gaze fixated upon the briefcase. Filled with astonishment, confusion, and an intense thirst for knowledge, time is indeed of the essence for you. With those words, Nick Fury's figure melded into the night outside, as silently as he had arrived. The door slowly closed behind him with a soft click. The villa returned to its illuminated serenity following the restoration of power. At that moment, JARVIS's voice resonated. System reboot complete. All functions restored to normal. Sir, an unidentified briefcase has been detected, exhibiting unknown energy signatures. A security scan is advised. Yet, Tony seemed oblivious to JARVIS's alert. His entire focus was riveted on the enigmatic black briefcase resting quietly on the coffee table. Father? Founder of SHIELD? Legacy? A key to salvation? Fury's final remark about time being precious pierced his heart like a needle. The discomfort of being monitored and the bewilderment surrounding his father's secrets roiled within him. He stepped closer to the coffee table, his fingers trembling ever so slightly as they reached towards the clasp of the briefcase, laden with enigma and the dust of history, the bombshell that Nick Fury had cast. It shattered Tony's perception of his father, unveiling a path to the unknown, one that might harbor vitality. At this moment, Tony Stark's mind was consumed by a singular thought: to unlock it. The laboratory was devoid of thunderous music. replaced by the low hum of machinery and the subtle sounds of holographic data streams slicing through the air. Standing at the center, bare-chested, the flexible sensor of the arc reactor on his chest emitted a soft blue-white glow under the lights. With his eyes closed, he deftly manipulated the air before him. As countless intricate molecular structures, energy graphs, and genetic sequences whirled rapidly across the screens in front of him. JARVIS. Compare the energy decay curve of the new stable isotope, vibranium serpenium, with the original palladium core data, Tony commanded. Comparing now, sir. The data indicates that the energy half-life of the new element is 120,000 times that of palladium, with a 57 increase in energy output stability. Radiation residue is below background levels of 0.00001 and is entirely harmless to human cells. Conclusion. Your cardiac issues are completely resolved, even healthier than in its native state. Tony opened his eyes, gazing at the nearly perfect horizontal energy curve representing the new element on the screen. He glanced down at his smooth chest, a wry smile creeping across his face. Howard, even now you wish to lecture me. Yet in the next moment, his gaze sharpened with the precision of a blade, his finger slicing through the air with sudden urgency. JARVIS. Retrieve all suspicious signal sources attempting to infiltrate the Villa's network, physical monitoring points, and illegal scans of my personal health data over the past week. Conduct a reverse trace. Highest priority. Tony's voice was icy and piercing. Indeed, palladium poisoning. They even know this. Monitoring my health condition, for heaven's sake? Tony regarded the highlighted signals on the screen, a cold smirk of derision and wrath twisting his lips. These vermin in the gutters. They never rest, especially that one-eyed pirate lurking in the shadows. Clear the laboratory and bring out Howard's ancient models, especially that unfinished Expo model. Redesign it to be larger, placing it in the most prominent position. Meanwhile, in the bunker laboratory, Loki's eyes glimmered with a cold, silvery light, as countless spatial dimensional data streamed before him, crossing over. Alert! Priority detection. Coordinates. X7R3TY9K1SZ4P0Q. Anomalous spatial distortion detected. Knowledge repository data read. Unknown extraterrestrial civilization energy signatures indicate high-energy reactions. Finally, I almost thought this world lacked the god of thunder. It appears this is the moment. Loki's eyes sparkled with excitement. In the depths of the New Mexico desert, at the meteorite crash site, the night sky was as dark as ink, with stars cascading like a waterfall, casting a cool luminescence. Yet, in Loki's eyes, this meteorite crater, enveloped by the desert, was overshadowed by an even more boisterous brilliance. Standing at the edge of the crater, clad in a deep gray outdoor jacket that nearly blended into the surroundings. Only his deep-set eyes shimmered with a faint golden stream of data amidst the darkness. Surrounding him was the recently established wide-area energy and information shielding field. The invisible force field resembled an inverted giant bowl, enveloping the entire meteorite crater and its vicinity for hundreds of meters. Outside the pit, car headlights occasionally swept across the distant road, yet they remained oblivious to this area, as if it were utterly non-existent. Locke's gaze was firmly fixed upon the center of the crater, where a sleek short-handled warhammer stood embedded. The hammerhead was square-shaped, with flat striking surfaces at both ends, glimmering with a faint metallic sheen. The handle was wrapped in leather, its end tied with a dark red strap. Chapter 31. The Chosen One? Non-existent. It stood silently at the center of the charred pit, as if it had been there since time immemorial. However, in Locke's eyes, this hammer was the very source of the energy storm. Xiongxin, report the real-time energy spectrum and analytical progress. Locke's voice resonated in the silent desert, tinged with a barely perceptible excitement. Xiongxin's mechanical voice echoed directly in Locke's mind, while an exceedingly complex and ever-changing multidimensional energy model projected onto his retina. Command confirmed. Target energy field remains active. Intensity level. Planetary. Fluctuating. Energy spectrum indicates. Core center comprises unknown energy with a composition ratio of 528. Possessing the following characteristics. Characteristic 1. Conceptual constraint. The surface of the energy field's core harbors a cognitive rule lock. Its triggering condition is a specific qualification assessment, with a highly idealistic judgment logic that fundamentally conflicts with physical laws. The current assessment result is locked status, 999 probability. Characteristic 2. Material analysis reveals an unknown metal and the core of an annihilated star, with post-collapse energy detection reaching approximately asteroid level. Characteristic 3. Within the force field, physical laws exhibit localized distortion, specifically manifested as anomalous gravitational field, the hammer's own gravitational index amplified exponentially to planetary levels. Characteristic 4. Interdimensional linkage. An exceedingly faint yet stable interdimensional energy flow input has been detected, originating from a vaguely defined spatial coordinate. This linkage provides a continuous supplement to the hammer's core divine power. Analytical progress. Basic characteristic identification completed 100. Conceptual constraint logic deep analysis 07. Limited by the idealistic nature of qualification assessment and insufficient computational resources. Reverse engineering of spatial anchoring principles 001. Mechanism simulation of rule concretization failure. Interdimensional linkage tracking. Signal source too vague, unable to trace the origin coordinates. Note, continuing deep analysis will require invoking the core computational power of the Kaisha treasury, which will result in a suspension of the third-generation divine gene compilation progress. With an expected delay of 12 Earth years. 12 years. Locke's lips twitched slightly. That spatial coordinate should indeed indicate the precise location of Asgard. This was even more troublesome than Hulk's idealistic energy. Locke couldn't help but scoff. At least Hulk's power could track a vague, otherworldly scent. This hammer's divine power was a convoluted array of unreasonable rule locks, especially that qualification assessment, which was a blatant display of idealism. He sighed, resigned to his fate as he stepped down into the meteorite pit. The soil of the pit wall still bore the residual warmth of the sun's scorching rays from earlier in the day, accompanied by a distinct charred aroma. He approached the legendary artifact, Mjolnir, step by step, observing it up close. Its formidable majesty was palpable, and the seemingly simple patterns upon its surface swirled incessantly. An invisible, oppressive force emanated from the hammer, silently proclaiming its inviolability. The protagonist's aura? The chosen one? Locke chuckled to himself, reaching for the leather-wrapped handle. The texture was icy yet solid. He took a deep breath, and in an instant, all his strength coalesced. The terrifying power of the second-generation super soldier erupted. The scorched earth beneath his feet fractured like a spider's web, and a tempestuous gust of wind exploded outward from his center, stirring a cloud of dust. Mjolnir quivered slightly, yet the sense of weightiness intensified, as if an invisible mountain pressed upon his arm and soul, imbued with a near-contemptuous denial. It was as though he was not merely grappling with a hammer, but with the very planet beneath him. Locke refrained from forcing the issue further. He was merely testing, probing the boundaries of this reality. After a few moments, he decisively released his grip and stepped back, the energy surging within him subsiding. As the dust settled, Mjolnir remained steadfastly embedded in place. Indeed, he lacked the requisite qualifications. Locke shook his slightly numb arm, not from physical strain, but from a mental sluggishness induced by the rejection of these rules. There was no trace of defeat in his gaze. Rather, it was filled with the fervent curiosity of a researcher. Core, record the power loading curve from earlier, the energy feedback waveform, and the data on spatial force field variations. Establish the model for the qualification Locke's rejection response. Command confirmed. Data collection complete. Establishing qualification Locke rejection model. Model indicates rejection force is exponentially positively correlated with applied force and negatively correlated with qualification assessment. Current rejection coefficient. Conclusion. Unrecognized targets cannot be physically moved. Goodness, what a lack of courtesy. Locke smirked and circled the hammer twice, his fingertips emanating a faint golden glow, akin to the most delicate of probes, cautiously attempting to make contact with the swirling runes on the hammer surface. Buzz, a rejection force, far more potent than before, erupted instantaneously. The pale golden probe energy crashed against an invisible barrier, disintegrating in an instant. A divine power, imbued with authority and a sense of retribution, surged back through the energy connection. TSK. Locke furrowed his brow, abruptly severing the energy link, while a nearly imperceptible vacuum shield, formed by a magnetic confinement field, materialized around his body. Bang! A deep, resonant explosion reverberated against the vacuum shield. The shield quivered violently, as if struck by a heavy hammer. Locke was pushed back half a step by this force before regaining his balance. High-dimensional rule-level counterattack detected. Energy level, planetary. Wow, quite the temper. Locke observed the swiftly calming ripples on the shield, his interest deepening. The intensity of this countermeasure far exceeded his expectations. It seemed that direct contact for analysis was not a viable option either. This old Odin certainly had formidable anti-theft measures in place. He refrained from direct contact, standing several paces away, his gaze intensely fixed upon the hammer of the thunder god. The physical realm proved ineffective, as energy contact triggered formidable countermeasures. Was it truly necessary to await the arrival of the deity of the hammer himself? Locke stroked his chin, contemplating whether to approach it from the link instead. He glanced at the signal stream on his retina, pointing towards the indistinct dimension of Asgard. Core, concentrate computational power. Temporarily relinquish the qualification lock and the deep analysis of rule embodiment, and endeavor to decipher the laws of qualification or attempt to sever the energy cycle. A cunning glimmer flickered in Locke's eyes. Since the hammer itself was an insurmountable obstacle, he would investigate the safety of the power socket that charged it. Command confirmed. Mobilizing knowledge repository for resource redistribution. Initiating cross-dimensional link tracking and signal decryption protocol. Priority, highest. Third-generation divine gene compilation transferred to low-speed operation in the background. Having arranged Yan's tasks, Locke understood that the next step was to wait, to see whether Yan could uncover traces of Asgard, and to anticipate the entrance of another principal character in this unfolding drama. He remembered clearly that when the hammer struck the ground, it signified the imminent arrival of the exiled thunder god, Thor Odinson, who would soon appear on Earth like a wayward Viking, stumbling and disoriented. He turned, effortlessly leaping to the edge of the meteorite crater. He lifted certain shields, allowing this crater to re-emerge within the sight of ordinary people and detection instruments. Analysis required time. Thus it posed no significant concern. Returning to the jeep he had left behind, he noticed a lingering hint of tequila in the driver's seat. Should he seek out Ella? Locke murmured softly. After all, what could possibly excite a materialistic angel more than studying a living miracle? While contemplating his next excursion, Locke promptly received a voice from Core. Warning, high-intensity spatial distortion detected. Coordinates, 15 kilometers southwest of Old Bridgetown, in the desert area. Energy characteristics and anomalous spatial distortion fluctuations correspond highly with previous detection records. High-energy biological response confirmed. Individual energy levels are rapidly declining, state model predictions indicate. Accompanied by severe meteorological anomalies, a strong convective storm is forming, with central wind speeds continuously rising. Here it comes. Locke sprang from the jeep's seat in an instant, any trace of languor evaporating, replaced by a cheetah-like focus and a hint of exhilaration. His fingers danced in the air, summoning real-time satellite cloud maps and ground monitoring. On his retina, a swirling dark green storm cloud was frantically coalescing above the desert southwest of Old Bridgetown. A robust funnel cloud, resembling a colossal serpent, descended from the cloud layer, connecting to the area below, engulfed by turbulent air currents and swirling sand. Dazzling lightning crackled within the clouds, tearing apart the pitch-black night sky. And at the storm's core, energy fluctuations akin to those of the hammer of the thunder god emanated. TSK, such dramatic effects are indeed befitting of Thor, the hammer god. The commotion is certainly substantial. Locke quipped, yet his movements were as swift as lightning. His consciousness activated the construction of a wormhole. Simultaneously, he issued a command. Core, mask all of your energy signatures. Switch to harmless bystander mode. Instruction confirmed. Energy field converged to background noise level. A miniature spatial rift silently opened in the center of the laboratory. Locke pressed the accelerator, and the silhouette of the jeep vanished. In the next moment, he reappeared on a remote road leading from Old Bridgetown to the southwestern desert. The violent sandstorm rendered the windshield nearly useless as pea-sized raindrops, whipped by the hurricane, struck the car windows like bullets. Fortunately, the American Jeep was relatively sturdy. Nevertheless, it still swayed in the fierce wind, and the headlights pierced through the deluge, illuminating only a small, chaotic area ahead. Locke pulled the car over to the roadside and activated the hazard lights. Squinting against the wind and rain, he gazed towards the heart of the raging storm. His powerful perception penetrated the rain and dust, revealing the distant sky. A figure was plummeting rapidly. Chapter 32, A Hard Landing Made Worse. At that moment, two blinding headlights, accompanied by the roar of an engine, careened out from the depths of the storm. It was a white Ford van, its body riddled with fresh dents and scratches, and the luggage rack on the roof appeared to have been ripped off halfway. It skidded drunkenly along the slick, muddy road, perilously heading in Locke's direction. Screech. The piercing sound of brakes was drowned in the tempest. Bang! As the figure was about to land, it fortuitously collided with the passing Ford. The van came to a sudden halt a dozen meters in front of Locke, its body swaying violently. Locke, witnessing this spectacle, could hardly contain his laughter. He had come for a hard landing, and now it was about to worsen. The driver's side door was flung open, and a pale-faced young woman jumped out, none other than Jane Foster. She didn't even bother to put on a coat, staggering towards the rear door. "Quick, Daisy, help me. He's lost so much blood." Jane's voice trembled with tears and sheer terror. The back door was also pushed open, and a similarly disheveled Daisy Lewis emerged, clutching a rain-soaked tablet tightly. Seeing Jane struggling to drag a tall figure, she rushed forward to assist. Locke's gaze sharpened as he strode over. Amidst the storm, his voice was distinctly clear to the two women. "Do you need help?" Under the beam of the headlights, they beheld a young man clad in a dark gray windbreaker standing resolutely in the rain. His eyes, amidst the downpour, appeared strikingly calm and clear. The rain soaked his hair and coat, giving him an uncanny resemblance to a model emerging from the pages of a fashion magazine, poised for an adventurous outdoor shoot. "Who are you? How did you end up here?" Daisy instinctively inquired, her grip on the tablet tightening. "Luckily, just another person you nearly collided with." Locke's gaze shifted past them to the man in the back seat, who was teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. He was an exceptionally robust blond man, and even curled up, his tall frame and bulging muscles were unmistakable. He was clad in an ill-fitting, mud-stained coarse garment, reminiscent of attire one might find at a medieval market. A conspicuous wound marred his forehead, from which blood mingled with rainwater, streaming down to stain half of his face and collar. His eyes were tightly shut, brow furrowed, and even in unconsciousness, he exuded a fierce defiance entwined with profound suffering. It was undeniably Thoro Dinson. He had suddenly burst forth from the tempest, colliding with Jane, who, taken aback, stammered incoherently, tears mingling with rain as she pointed towards Thor. "He is gravely injured. We must get him to the hospital." Locke crouched down, instinctively checking Thor's carotid artery, swiftly assessing the wound on his forehead. As his hand gently brushed over the man's injury, unbeknownst to others, energy enveloped the blood, along with a small quantity of tissue and skin cells, which he deftly froze and transported through a wormhole. He then glanced at Jane and Daisy, stating, "He has a head injury and appears to have lost a significant amount of blood, but his vital signs remain stable. We're not far from Old Bridgetown. My vehicle is sturdier, and it will expedite our journey to the hospital. Come, lend a hand and help lift him into the back seat of my truck." At that moment, Jane and Daisy were in a state of shock, yet Locke's calm demeanor and professionalism felt like a lifeline. They nodded quickly, and, under Locke's direction, together they lifted the unconscious Thor from their dilapidated van. Thor's body felt as heavy as a stone, but with Locke's assistance, they managed to transfer him to the spacious back seat of Locke's pickup truck with relative ease. "Drive my truck and follow closely. Be cautious, the road is slippery," Locke instructed, tossing his keys to Daisy before taking his place in the driver's seat. Daisy glanced at the keys in her hand, then at the imposing SUV, and stole a look at the strikingly handsome man in the driver's seat. Her initial fear was momentarily replaced by a flicker of intrigue at this surreal turn of events. She nudged the still trembling Jane, whispering, "Jane, did you see that? He is not only handsome and wealthy, but also so kind. It seems like this accident might not be such a loss after all." Jane shot her an exasperated glare, but her focus was elsewhere. She hurried into the passenger seat, urging Daisy to follow Locke. The two vehicles traversed the tumultuous, yet gradually subsiding, storm, making their way toward Old Bridgetown. At the community hospital in Old Bridgetown, the emergency room was brightly lit, yet sparsely populated at this late hour. Thor was swiftly wheeled into the treatment room, where a doctor and nurse began to clean his wounds, stop the bleeding, and stitch him up. Locke, Jane, and Daisy, drenched, sat on the cold bench in the corridor, waiting anxiously. Jane clenched her hands tightly, her nails digging into her palms, her gaze fixated on the treatment room door. Daisy, on the other hand, twisted her wet hair, curiously observing the composed Locke beside her. Mr. Locke?" Daisy ventured tentatively. "Thank you so much for earlier. If you hadn't shown up, we really wouldn't have known what to do. That dreadful weather, you were quite bold." Locke offered a gentle, gracious smile, his rain-soaked hair adding to his air of harmless charm. "Just call me Locke. There is no need for formalities. Extending a helping hand to those in need is a natural inclination." With a casual shrug, he spoke in a relaxed tone, expressing his affinity for adventure. After all, a graduation trip should encompass some extraordinary experiences. A graduation trip? Jian's attention was momentarily diverted from her anxieties. "Are you a student?" "Somewhat," Locke replied, retrieving 2 business cards from the damp pocket of his coat and handing one to Jian and the other to Daisy. The cards bore a simple yet elegant design, featuring only his name, an A-shaped logo encircled by angelic wings, his doctoral title from MIT, and a secure method of contact. "I recently earned my doctorate and thought I would take a stroll," he introduced himself. I am Locke, the founder of an angel investment firm, primarily focusing on small-scale research projects in biophysics and genetic engineering. Jian gazed at the card in astonishment, then looked at the man before her. Mr. Locke. No, Dr. Locke. I never expected this. Thank you. She expressed her genuine gratitude. Just call me Locke, he replied with a warm smile. It was a mere gesture. Rather, it is you who deserve acknowledgement. He turned to Jian, observing their research vehicle. What were you investigating at this hour? And how did you find yourselves in such a perilous location amidst a storm? Upon mentioning the storm, Jian's expression darkened, tinged with frustration and confusion. We are astrophysicists, setting up equipment nearby to track an anomalous celestial energy reading, right at the storm's epicenter. My instruments captured unprecedented energy fluctuations and spatial distortion data. She grew animated, but then her thoughts drifted to the destroyed equipment and the injured individuals now lying within, leading to a sense of dejection. Unfortunately, the most crucial data recorder might be spatial distortion, celestial energy. Locke's expression morphed into one of scholarly curiosity as he found the topic utterly fascinating. I have engaged with some cutting-edge astrophysics projects at MIT. Could you elaborate further? If you can impress me, perhaps I could be of assistance, maybe even provide financial support. He deftly introduced his credentials as an angel investor. Jian's eyes lit up instantly. A potential benefactor who was not only interested in astrophysics, but also a distinguished scientist with substantial resources. It felt like a stroke of serendipity. She quickly forgot her fatigue and began excitedly detailing the peculiar phenomena she had observed, her theoretical conjectures regarding the Einstein-Rosen bridge, also known as a wormhole, and the regret over the damaged equipment. Locke listened intently, occasionally posing insightful and critical questions, which made Jian feel she had found a kindred spirit. Her admiration and trust in him surged. Meanwhile, Daisy observed the lively exchange between the two, glancing at Locke's handsome face. With a sly and teasing smile, she leaned closer to him, pointing towards the treatment room. Hey, big boss, considering you saved us and are so eager to support this scientific endeavor, how about we treat you to dinner once this fellow is well? I know a bar in town that serves superb hamburgers and beer. Just a token of gratitude for our savior. She deliberately winked, sending a clear signal. Locke met Daisy's bold and enthusiastic gaze. She was indeed seasoned, and then glanced back at Jian, who was still engrossed in her theoretical exposition, understanding everything in silence. He revealed a clear smile. Of course, it is my honor. Coincidentally, I find myself rather hungry as well. He cast a glance towards the treatment room, noticing that his companion seemed to require time to recuperate. I am aware that you must be quite shaken and in need of some relaxation. Just then, the door to the treatment room swung open. The doctor emerged, stating, the wound has been treated, is a mild concussion. There's been a bit of blood loss, necessitating observation for the night. The patient has regained consciousness, though his emotions appear rather unstable, persistently demanding his hammer. You may enter now. The three hurried into the treatment room. Thor had already propped himself up, a bandage wrapped around his forehead, his golden locks somewhat disheveled. Though his complexion was pale, his blue eyes burned with fierce anger and a bewilderment that stemmed from deep humiliation. Mortals, what have you done to me? Where's my Mjolnir? Where have you hidden it? Upon seeing Jane and Daisy, Thor erupted in a thunderous roar that reverberated through the small treatment room. He attempted to rise from the bed, but was restrained by a nurse. Calm down, sir. You need to rest. The nurse admonished sternly. Rest? Thor scoffed, as if he had just heard the grandest jest. He struggled, his gaze sweeping over the others like a wounded lion, finally locking onto Locke. This man instinctively aroused a sense of wariness within him. Who are you? Did you steal my hammer? Return it to me. Otherwise, I swear by Odin's name, hey, calm yourself. Jane interjected hastily, striving to soothe him. You are injured. We were the ones who collided with you and brought you to the hospital. This is Mr. Locke. He assisted in your transport. We do not possess your hammer. We have no knowledge of any hammer. Who are you? I am Thor Odinson, mortal. Do not attempt to deceive a god. Thor was resolute in his disbelief. Feeling stripped of his divine power, bereft of his hammer, exiled to this unfamiliar, fragile Midgard realm, the immense disparity and fury nearly consumed him. He glared at Locke, his eyes filled with primal menace. Locke met Thor's gaze with calmness, unperturbed, even sporting a hint of mockery. At that moment, Thor truly appeared somewhat foolish. Locke's words acted like a cold blade, piercing through the remnants of Thor's pride and delusions. Thor, as if struck by lightning, froze in his struggle. The fire in his eyes extinguished, replaced by incredulous shock and a tinge of fear at being so thoroughly seen through. My identity? Where's my hammer? The treatment room fell into an eerie silence. Jane and Daisy stared in astonishment at Locke, then at Thor, who seemed to have been robbed of all his strength. Had Locke not been present, Thor's proclamations of divinity might have seemed the ravings of a madman. Yet now, Locke acknowledged the identity of the other. The weight of the revelation was overwhelming, leaving their minds momentarily unable to process the information. Alert! Unknown energy scan detected, unable to decipher encrypted data lock. It appeared that old Odin was watching over his son, perhaps with a fleeting glance, suggesting that all was likely well. As the energy within him now lay in a state of tranquility, Locke disregarded their astonishment, offering a faint smile to Jane and Daisy, as if he had merely uttered an inconsequential remark. It appears our friend requires some time to digest this. Shall we procure some sustenance? Let him rest. He turned to the dazed Thor, speaking in a calm tone. As for you, Odinson, it would be prudent to remain silent until you regain your strength or learn to think rationally. Your father should have imparted this wisdom to you. With that, he took the lead, exiting the treatment room. Daisy, snapping back to reality, hurriedly tugged the still-dazed Jane along with her. In the corridor, Daisy, nearly bubbling over with excitement, linked her arm with Locke's, her eyes sparkling. Oh my goodness. Locke, you were absolutely magnificent just now. Do you actually know him? The God of Thunder. Is this for real? Are you not engaging in some sort of role-playing game? Locke allowed Daisy to cling to him, casting a mysterious smile at Jane. The bar in Old Bridgetown, hamburgers and beer. Wasn't it promised that I would be treated? Perhaps we could converse while we dine? About tonight's storm. He glanced at the closed door of the treatment room. His words seemed to possess an enchanting quality, igniting Jane's thirst for knowledge and Daisy's curiosity to a fever pitch. Regardless of the veracity of the situation, who would want to listen to a handsome figure standing at 6 feet tall regale them with tales? As for Daisy's fervor, well, the journey can be lonely, and having an insightful companion to alleviate the tedium is certainly welcome. The following morning, at the edge of the crater, as the first rays of sunlight pierced the horizon, casting a golden glow upon the charred pit, the stage welcomed its initial actors. A dilapidated pickup truck awkwardly parked by the roadside, and several local youths, clad in denim and evidently nursing hangovers, stumbled out of the vehicle, drawn by curiosity towards the enormous chasm that had mysteriously appeared overnight. Hey, look at that. What on earth is it? Exclaimed a redneck youth, pointing at the hammer of Thor resting at the bottom of the pit, his eyes wide with astonishment. Good heavens, is it a meteorite? Such a colossal hole. Another companion gasped. Does it resemble a meteorite? In the center of the pit, it looks like a hammer? A third individual observed keenly. A hammer? The group exchanged glances before erupting into raucous laughter. Who the hell threw a hammer here and created such a massive crater? You're joking. Come on, let's go down and take a look. It might be some valuable antique. Driven by alcohol and curiosity, the youths clambered down the walls of the pit. Hey, guys, watch this, boasted the bulliest of the group as he approached Thor's hammer, rubbing his hands together, bending down, and gripping the hammer's handle with both hands, summoning all his strength. Ugh, his face turned crimson, veins bulging on his neck as he exerted every ounce of energy. Yet, the hammer remained utterly immobile, as though it were cemented to the ground. Billy, you must have exhausted all your strength on that girl at the bar last night. His companions roared with laughter. Nonsense. You give it a try. Billy, embarrassed, stepped aside. Another skeptical youth stepped forward, only to find the same result. The hammer remained steadfast. The group took turns attempting to lift it, even trying to loop a rope around the handle, and pulling together. The engines of the pickup trucks roared under the strain, tires spinning wildly on the scorched earth, stirring up clouds of dust. Ultimately, the rope snapped, yet the hammer remained steadfastly lodged in place, leaving not a single mark. What on earth is that hammer made of? How peculiar. Could it possibly be some extraterrestrial weapon? A group of young men, panting heavily, gazed at the enigmatic hammer, their expressions shifting from curiosity to suspicion and a tinge of reverence. They grumbled as they climbed out of the pit, speeding away in their pickup trucks, likely to spread word of this bizarre occurrence in town. By afternoon, the area surrounding the meteorite crater had become quite lively. Townsfolk, travelers in RVs, journalists wielding cameras and notebooks, and even a few elderly gentlemen who appeared to be folklorists gathered at the pit's edge, pointing and discussing animatedly. Numerous attempts were made to extract the hammer, by burly men, inquisitive children, and even one individual who arrived with a small crane. Yet, without exception, all returned empty-handed. The crane's feeble arm left no impression on the hammer, nearly overturning the crane itself in the process. A plethora of bizarre theories began to circulate among the crowd. An alien artifact, a devil's pact, a seal of the earth, a distant cousin of Excalibur. As dusk approached, Painting the horizon in brilliant hues of gold and crimson, professionals finally made their appearance. Without a sound, several unmarked but evidently modified black Chevrolet Suburbans and a large cargo van glided silently off the road, halting at the perimeter of the crater. The doors swung open, and a group clad in uniform black tactical gear, well-equipped and moving with swift precision, swiftly disembarked. They began setting up a cordon, erecting barricades, and dispersing the onlookers with an air of undeniable authority. "Hey, who are you? On what grounds are you driving us away?" a disgruntled resident shouted. "Federal Emergency Management Agency. Sir, an unidentified object has been discovered here, and there may be risks of radiation or biological contamination. Please cooperate with the evacuation and retreat to the safety line." A balding leader brandished a forged identification badge, his tone grave and unassailable. Under the intimidation of the catch-all excuse of radiation contamination, most of the crowd, albeit reluctantly, was swiftly and orderly ushered away from the scene. Before long, the vicinity of the meteorite crater was cleared, leaving only the dark-clad agents and their vehicles behind. Meanwhile, in the quaint town of Old Bridge, Locke was covertly observing the unfolding events. The man directing the operation, dressed in a suit and sunglasses, exuding an amiable demeanor, yet possessing a piercing gaze, was Agent Phil Coulson. "Quite efficient, S-H-I-E-L-D, Locke murmured to himself. Coulson's arrival signified that S-H-I-E-L-D had officially taken control of the situation. Coulson approached the edge of the pit, casting a glance at the inconspicuous hammer resting at the bottom, illuminated by the setting sun, before noting the various marks left on the pit walls by the tools and vehicles, as well as the unfortunate little crane. A faint, almost imperceptible curve seemed to grace the corners of his mouth. Establish a temporary research base, cordoning off a 1-mile radius, and take appropriate coercive measures against any unauthorized personnel attempting to approach. Coulson calmly issued orders into his earpiece, directing the area around the hammer to be cleared and instructing the installation of multi-angle surveillance and full-spectrum detectors. He paused, his gaze sweeping towards the direction of the dispersed crowd, ultimately fixating on the hammer. Just 2 days prior, he had received a directive indicating significant data fluctuations in the magnetic field of New Mexico, necessitating his temporary presence, leading him to take charge of the peculiar rumors surrounding the distant relative of Excalibur. Soon, the rear doors of a large box truck swung open, and a variety of prefabricated modular units, instruments, and communication antennas were unloaded and assembled as if by magic. A well-equipped, heavily fortified temporary research base rose astonishingly fast beside the meteorite crater. The towering signal-jamming tower's apex flickered with a red light, enveloping the entire area in a magnetic field, aiming to completely isolate the magnetic reactions produced by the hammer. Locke observed the shield's remarkably efficient engineering capabilities with a raised brow, thinking, indeed, this department is adept at handling the most peculiar incidents. Their infrastructure speed rivals that of the construction frenzy back home. Chapter 34. The mounts of your courtyard are truly difficult to communicate with. Old Bridge Town, lunchtime. The aroma of cheap beer mingled with the scent of barbecued ribs in the slightly noisy bar atmosphere. Daisy Lewis nearly leaned against Locke, her half-full beer glass swaying in her hand, her gaze dreamy yet unabashedly flirtatious. "So, this gene editing project, can it really allow one to live to 200 while still looking like 20? Wouldn't that mean one could remain this handsome indefinitely?" Her fingers playfully traced Locke's sturdy arm. Locke raised his beer glass, a perfectly lazy smile gracing his face, neither rejecting Daisy's enthusiasm nor overly indulging it. Deftly navigating the interaction. Theoretically feasible, Daisy. However, the troubles with the ethics committee and insurance companies may prove more challenging than deciphering the genetic code itself. Across from them, Jane Foster was enthusiastically discussing several conjectures posed by Locke during lunch concerning high-dimensional energy models and gravitational lensing effects with Dr. Eric Selvig. The inebriated astrophysicist's eyes widened, as if the effects of alcohol had mostly worn off. "Brilliant. Dr. Locke, your notion of spatial folds as a stable medium for wormholes is a genius extrapolation of the Casimir effect on a macroscopic scale. Although it sounds like science fiction, mathematically, my goodness, I need paper and pen," Eric exclaimed, animatedly gesturing, nearly toppling the basket of fries before him. Jane nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with academic admiration as she looked at Locke. "Indeed, this approach is far more operational and theoretically profound than our previous reliance on celestial coordinate observation models. Locke, I've read your earlier papers in Nature and Physical Review letters. Will you continue to publish these theories?" They would undoubtedly cause a sensation. Locke took a sip of his beer and chuckled. Just some immature musings, a mental game to pass the time during my travels. The process of publishing a paper can be exceedingly cumbersome, especially when one must contend with the reviewers. His irritable tone, coupled with his visage, possesses a certain damn charm. At the heart of the storm sits Thor Odinson, perched at the opposite end of the table, surrounded by a veritable mountain of 5 or 6 empty beer mugs. His golden locks are carelessly tied back, and the bandage on his forehead is askew. Yet his coarse linen attire cannot conceal the pride that runs through him or the melancholy of the moment. He has managed to intoxicate Eric. It appears that Locke is somewhat impervious to his efforts. Observing Daisy unabashedly cling to Locke, Thor feels like an outsider. This sensation transports him back to the grand banquet halls of Asgard, where he was the prince, the center of attention. He craves the spotlight. He yearns for respect. He desires another drink. Thor suddenly erupts into a hearty, boisterous laugh, the scent of alcohol permeating his breath, and slams his empty beer mug down upon the table with a resounding clatter, instantly capturing the attention of the entire bar, including several disapproving glares. How could a warrior of Asgard be daunted by mere ale? Another round. Fill my cup. He mimics the grandiose drinking posture he had adopted at the feasts of yore, eagerly anticipating the bartender or server to present him with a refreshing drink, as the maidens of the celestial halls once did. The bartender, however, furrows his brow from behind the counter. The atmosphere becomes palpably awkward. Jane's face flushes with embarrassment as she hastily rises to restrain Thor's hand, which is poised to rise once more. Thor, do not behave in such a manner. This is a bar. Your actions will disturb others. Thor, dissatisfied, swats Jane's hand away with a measure of restraint, his blue eyes narrowing on her with confusion and grievance. Disturb? I merely seek a drink. In Asgard, placing down an empty cup is a signal for a refill. It is the etiquette of warriors. Locke sets down his own mug. Thor, Locke's voice emerges calmly, imbued with a peculiar soothing power here. One must raise a hand or politely request a refill. He gestures toward the bartender as an example. Thor pauses, watching as the bartender approaches, following Locke's signal, then glances at Locke's serene face. A wave of intense frustration and a sense of being schooled washes over him. Although he is loath to admit it, he is indeed a guest in this realm, and there is an instinctual wariness and an indescribable pressure emanating from this man named Locke. He mutters in resignation, ceasing his table thumping but still holding his head high. So many rules in this place. The bartender approaches, and at Locke's behest, fills Thor's mug once more. Thor seizes the cup, downing a hearty gulp, as if attempting to swallow his discontent. The lunch concludes in an atmosphere that is somewhat peculiar. Dr. Eric is thoroughly intoxicated, slumped over the table in slumber. Jane gazes at the disheveled table and her inebriated professor, letting out a resigned sigh. Yet Thor scoots closer to Locke. He endeavors to render his expression less beseeching, but the urgency in his gaze cannot be concealed. Ahem, mortal, Dr. Locke. He awkwardly corrects himself. You mentioned you knew the location of my hammer? Locke nods, observing Thor's eyes brighten with anticipation. Yes, it lies in the desert, approximately 50 miles to the northwest of the town. A certain official organization has imposed a blockade, establishing a temporary base. Thor furrowed his brow. The name sounded decidedly unfriendly. Who were they to dare seize the hammer of the Thunder God? An official agency that handles special incidents, Loki remarked casually. They probably regard your hammer as a hazardous extraterrestrial object. Nonetheless, it is indeed perilous for them, he added with a knowing glance. As they drove northwest along the main road outside of town, they beheld a section of the desolate landscape encircled by barbed wire, teeming with ominous black vehicles and makeshift structures. Loki elaborated on the scene, even crafting a rudimentary map using the fries on the table. Thor, how do you plan to get there? Jane inquired, eyeing his empty hands and ill-fitting attire with perplexity. A steed, Thor asserted matter-of-factly. I require a swift mount, much like the divine steeds of Asgard. His gaze swept across the bar, ultimately resting on a decorative painting of a cowboy and his gallant horse adorning the wall. Loki, Jane! Daisy snorts with laughter. She nearly spewed her beer, hastily covering her mouth. Thor, undeterred, strode out of the bar, leaving Jane, Daisy, and the inebriated Eric exchanging bewildered glances. Surely, couldn't he be serious about procuring a horse? Jane thought, torn between amusement and exasperation. Later that afternoon, outside a pet store in Old Bridgetown, as Loki drove his jeep, carrying a barely coherent yet still excitable Daisy through the town center, an exceedingly conspicuous sight unfolded. Towering and brawny, with long golden hair and clad in rough-spun attire, Thor Odinson, his forehead bandaged, was pressed against the glass of a pet shop. gesturing animatedly at a fluffy Alaskan Malamute confined within a cage. "Look at that one," he boomed, addressing a bewildered shop assistant. A small crowd of townsfolk had gathered at the pet store entrance, pointing and laughing at the spectacle. The Jeep came to a screeching halt by the roadside. Covering her face, Jane could hardly bear to watch. "Oh my goodness, Thor." Daisy was doubled over with laughter, whipping out her phone to capture the moment for posterity. Buying a dog as a steed? This is undoubtedly the best comedic moment of the year. It's bound to go viral on TikTok. Loki could hardly contain his amusement as he alighted from the vehicle. Upon spotting Loki, Thor appeared as if he had found a savior, promptly abandoning his quest for the Alaskan dog and striding over with a look of exasperation that suggested communication with Midgardian steeds was rather challenging. "Loki, Sage of Midgard, your arrival is fortuitous. These mortal mounts seem rather unruly. I require something ready for battle at a moment's notice. The faster, the better," Thor implored eagerly. Jane quickly exited the car, seizing Thor's arm. "Thor, enough of this. There are no divine steeds here capable of traversing 50 miles of desert. We use cars." "Cars?" Thor frowned, recalling the iron boxes that raced along the roads. "Do those possess souls? Can they sense the will of a warrior?" "It merely requires gasoline." Jane was on the verge of losing her patience. Observing Thor's earnest expression of concern for his steed, Jane sighed and spoke. "Well, Daisy, it seems we cannot deter him. Since we have no plans this afternoon, I shall drive him over. You can manage Locke and Daisy." "Absolutely, no worries." Locke waved his hand dismissively. "Really?" Thor turned to Jane simultaneously. Chapter 35. Unyielding? Summon more strength. Give it your all. Thus, Jane drove the Jeep, carrying an exuberant Thor, who resembled a child on an outing, towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. In the back seat, a few cans of beer and a bag of chips, hastily packed by Daisy from the bar, sat waiting. At the temporary S.H.I.E.L.D. base, a perimeter security line was established. The Jeep halted several hundred meters from the barbed wire fence surrounding the facility. The sunset bathed the wire and distant temporary structures in a golden red hue, elongating the shadows of armed agents atop the watchtowers. "Wow, what a setup." Jane leaned against the car window, observing the armed personnel and patrolling vehicles, her earlier enthusiasm waning slightly. She stuck out her tongue and remarked, "Thor, I doubt we can get in." Thor, however, fixated his gaze intensely on the depths beyond the wire, feeling a palpable connection to his Mjolnir. It resided within that largest, warehouse-like silver-gray building. The call stirred his blood. "My hammer. It's right there." Thor pointed towards the warehouse, his voice quaking with suppressed excitement. "I can feel it calling me." "Feeling it does not equate to access, Thor." Jane countered pragmatically. "Look at those armed guards. Do you think they will let you waltz in and pluck your hammer like a turnip?" With a disdainful snort, Thor retorted. "Mere mortal guards cannot possibly thwart the god of thunder." He reached for the car door, ready to leap out. "Wait, do you see that blind spot under the wire over there? The grass is quite dense." Jane indicated towards the southwestern corner of the base. "If you sprint over there, climb the wire, and head straight for the warehouse. Remember, secure the item and return. I'll be here to assist." Thor followed Jane's gesture, spotting the apparent blind spot. Blood surged through him, and he nodded vigorously. "All right, leave it to me." With the swiftness of an arrow released from its bow, Thor flung open the car door and surged forth at an astonishing speed. Though stripped of his divine powers, the physique of an Asgardian still far surpassed that of a mortal as he dashed towards the concealed area. His movements were swift and graceful, casting a blurred silhouette in the twilight. Jane clenched her fists anxiously within the car. Thor successfully reached the barbed wire, utilizing the cover of the grass. Grasping the wire with both hands, he climbed with remarkable strength, swiftly flipping over and landing inside the base. He touched down with barely a sound. "Impressive," Jane whispered in awe. Without a moment's pause, Thor oriented himself, crouched low, and stealthily maneuvered towards the central warehouse, using the shadows of the structures and parked vehicles as cover. His singular focus remained on one goal, his Mjolnir. The warehouse door stood firmly shut. Thor pushed against it, but remained immovable. He cast a glance at the entrance of a nearby ventilation duct and, without hesitation, crawled inside. The makeshift chamber was brightly illuminated. Mjolnir lay on its original pedestal, surrounded by a myriad of flickering instruments and probes. Several researchers clad in white coats were diligently recording data. Thor leaped down from the duct, startling the researchers with the sound of his landing. "Who? Guards. Intruder." Ignoring their alarm, Thor's gaze was solely fixated on the war hammer resting quietly on the platform. His beloved, the source of his strength, Mjolnir. With a cry filled with longing and desire, He surged towards the platform like a fierce tiger leaping toward its mate. Hawkeye, perched above, aimed an arrow at him, while Coulson, noticing a change in energy readings, raised his hand to halt the archer. He had recently deciphered the runes inscribed on the hammer, realizing they belonged to Norse mythology. And this hammer bore striking resemblance to Mjolnir. The intruder's knowledge of its name was no trivial matter. After all, not just anyone could neutralize the perimeter guards. In this world where angels had emerged, the presence of a god seemed scarcely implausible. He extended his hands, infused with unparalleled confidence and anticipation, grasping the cold hammer's handle tightly. This time he was determined to lift it. Father, behold me. I, Thor Odinson, remain the worthy god of thunder. He summoned all his strength, yet would not budge. Again he strained, exerting every ounce of his might, veins bulging on his arms, his face flushed with effort. Mjolnir remained steadfast, as if entwined with the very earth itself, immovable. The frigid touch and the weight of rejection struck him like the harshest verdict, shattering all of Thor's confidence and pride in an instant. Why is this impossible? Thor, feeling as though all his bones had been pulled from his body, collapsed helplessly before the hammer, his hands still clutching its handle, emitting a desperate and anguished roar like a wounded beast. In that moment, his world crumbled utterly. Witnessing Thor's despair, Coulson felt his earlier assumptions might have been excessive. Suddenly, the warehouse doors were violently flung open. Armed S.H.I.E.L.D. Agents surged in like a tide, their dart gun barrels instantly aimed at the kneeling, despondent Thor. Don't move. Raise your hands. Target is secured. Flashing lights illuminated the scene. Capturing this moment of humiliation, Thor appeared like a captured beast, rendered helpless and insignificant beneath the blinding glare. The jeep turned around and silently departed the sand dunes. Back at the hotel, Jane knocked on Eric's door, but it remained unanswered. She also found no response from Loki's room, and Daisy, her roommate, was nowhere to be seen. On the pillow, she discovered a note. Dear, I have a guiding theory on bioenergy that I need to discuss with Loki. Please do not disturb us unless it's urgent. In truth, Loki had heard the commotion outside and surmised Jane's intentions, but such matters could not be interrupted. The efficiency of bioelectric conduction under specific stimuli was an experiment that, if disrupted, could yield undesirable consequences. Hence he muffled all sound from outside, leaving Daisy oblivious to it all. Aside from Thor's genetic legacy, he was generally reluctant to wade into this quagmire. Thus far, Ethan had found the fluctuations in the original narrative of this world to be rather mild. However, Locke had indeed altered his fate. For one must remember that a bald, old guardian lurked in the shadows, meticulously overseeing this world. At noon in the old Bridgetown Inn, a thunderous knocking resounded at Locke's door, frantic and urgent. Locke, open the door. Something's happened. It was Jane Foster's voice, laced with desperation, accompanied by Eric's attempts at reassurance. Inside the room, Locke was engrossed in a profound morning discourse with Daisy regarding the conductivity of human bioelectricity under specific stimuli. Daisy's sun-kissed skin glimmered under the dim light, her amber eyes glazed with a mix of suppressed pleasure and satisfaction. Suddenly, Locke's movements halted, his brow furrowing. The fleeting annoyance of being interrupted was swiftly overshadowed by the palpable panic emanating from outside. Damn it, Daisy muttered discontentedly, pulling the blanket over herself. Locke hastily donned his trousers and threw on a shirt, neglecting to fasten the buttons, revealing his sculpted chest. He flung open the door to find Jane, pale and trembling, supported by Eric. Jane, what is wrong? Locke inquired in a low, measured tone, his gaze piercing as it swept over Jane's disheveled hair and disoriented expression. Thor was captured last night. Those agents from the Federal Management Bureau, they were incoherent. The floodgates of her tears finally opened. I couldn't wait for you to come out this morning, so I went with Eric to find Thor. Eric managed to get him out, but they took my research. Coulson, that agent, he seized all my notebooks, hard drives, and data. It was the culmination of my life's work. Everything about wormholes, about the Einstein-Rosen bridge, about that storm. It's all gone. She clutched Daisy's arm, her nails nearly digging into her skin. Locke's expression momentarily faltered. Coulson's actions had been swifter than he anticipated. Daisy steadied the wavering Jane, guiding her into the room, seating her on the sofa, and handing her a glass of water. Take your time, Jane. Where's Thor now? Locke's tone bore a soothing quality. Daisy quickly settled beside Jane, wrapping her arm around her shoulder. Yes, Jane, don't panic. Locke is here. He will surely find a way. Her gaze towards Locke brimmed with unwavering trust. After taking a few sips of water, Jane managed to calm herself slightly, recounting the events with intermittent sobs. Early that morning, After discussing the previous night's occurrences with Eric, they grew concerned about Thor. Seeing that it was nearly 9 o'clock and Locke still hadn't emerged, they decided to check the base. Under the influence of a little alcohol, Eric's quick thinking prompted Jane to disguise herself as a staff member in an attempt to infiltrate the base and locate Thor. Eric created a diversion to distract the agents, concocting a tale that Thor was his brain-damaged nephew with delusions, successfully misleading them and leading the distraught Thor out. However, just as they were about to leave, Jane, having slipped into the research area to search for Thor, was immediately recognized by the agents. Coulson, under the pretext of national security, confiscated all of her research equipment and materials from her vehicle. No amount of reasoning or even her furious rebukes could sway him. He was as unyielding as a rock. Jane gritted her teeth, her eyes ablaze with humiliation and rage. He accused me of obstructing their efforts and threatened to arrest me. He simply did not comprehend the gravity of his actions. What he seized was not merely data, but the key to a new world, a discovery that could transform human understanding. And Thor? What is his current state? Loki inquired. Thor, the god of thunder, resigned? That would be more astonishing than the sun rising in the west. Indeed, Loki's illusions and psychological tactics had struck precisely at his brother's most vulnerable point, his reverence for their father and his self-doubt after losing his powers. Chapter 36. This meat has strength. Jane, do not rush regarding the materials. There will be a way. Before Loki could finish, he was interrupted. Loki, I know this is rather rude, but please assist me. You are the owner of an investment firm. You must know influential people who might have connections with those in the administrative offices. That is my life's work, and I am utterly at a loss, Jane confessed, her sense of helplessness palpable. Beside her, Daisy tugged at Loki's arm, swaying it gently. Alas, there seems to be no alternative. Very well, I shall devise a solution, Loki said, pinching Daisy's cheek with an expression of resignation. Really? Jane's head shot up, her eyes igniting with the light of hope, akin to a drowning person grasping a piece of driftwood. With Boss Loki's intervention, one effort will suffice. Daisy chimed in enthusiastically, though her worry quickly resurfaced. But what of Thor? Shall we allow him to continue in that state of soulless existence? Loki pondered for a moment. That will require some special methods. He glanced at Jane, his meaning clear. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she averted her gaze from Loki. She felt a burgeoning sentiment towards that reckless, proud yet sincerely naive god, one that transcended mere curiosity. Let us go meet our dear Dr. Eric's foolish nephew, Loki declared, standing up and swiftly adjusting his attire, regaining the composure of an elite scholar. Daisy quickly sprang up too, tidying her somewhat disheveled hair and clothing. Inside the motel room where Jane and Eric resided, the atmosphere was stifling. Dr. Eric sat in a corner, watching Thor as he downed glass after glass of whiskey, attempting to numb his pain with alcohol. His towering figure appeared unnaturally hunched and fragile at that moment. His once lustrous golden hair now lay dull and disheveled over his shoulders. The room was saturated with a heavy scent of liquor and a profound sense of despair. Thor, Jane softly called, her voice laced with compassion. Thor slowly and laboriously turned his head. As his face came into the light, both Jane and Daisy gasped. Those once vibrant, fiery eyes now appeared dim and lifeless, filled with bloodshot veins, resembling two unfathomable abysses. The wound on his forehead throbbed beneath the bandage, yet it paled in comparison to the agony of his heart's desolation. His lips were cracked, and stubble adorned his chin. He emanated a scent of utter abandonment by the world. Thank you, he whispered to Jane. Thor's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper, devoid of any inflection, any emotion, only a chilling void. Eric, Jane, and you, Loki, you all tried your best. But it is over. Everything is ended. He forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears, laden with self-mockery and utter resignation. Loki was right. Father died because of me. Asgard no longer needs me. I am no longer the god of thunder. I am merely Thor Odinson, a mortal from Midgard, a worthless brute. He lowered his gaze to his empty hands, once capable of summoning thunder, now feeling the weight of even holding a cup of wine. Thor, I know your father's death has hit you hard, but Jane grasped his arm, attempting to convey a flicker of warmth. Enough, Jane. Thor abruptly interrupted her, his voice rising sharply, laced with a near-breaking rasp, then swiftly sinking back into an abyss of fatigue. Please, do not grant me false hopes anymore. Let me remain in quietude, to age and perish like all mortals. This is my fate. He withdrew his arm from Jane's grasp, the motion rife with resistance and self-exile. Jane's hand lingered in the air, frozen. She watched as Thor turned his face once more to the wall. his broad back resembling a wall of despair that shut her words out entirely. Eric sighed heavily, taking another deep swig of his drink. Daisy, too, had surrendered her usual playful demeanor, anxiously observing Jane and Thor. Loki stood quietly at the door, absorbing the full extent of Thor's state. This profound despair weighed heavier than he had anticipated. Loki's illusions and psychological warfare had proven remarkably effective. Thor now appeared more shattered than when he had been stripped of his powers. He had lost his purpose, his identity, even the strength to feel anger. "Why don't you all step out? I wish to speak with him. It may prove beneficial." Loki gestured to them. "Thor." Loki's voice shattered the silence, calm and clear. "Like a stone cast into still water, your hammer, Mjolnir, still resides in that base." Those individuals took all of Jane's research, the data that validated her theories on wormholes, her objectives before she ever met you. Loki continued, his gaze fixed on the door, as if his sight could penetrate the wooden barrier to see Jane outside. "Jane, for your sake, she has lost everything. And you," Loki's gaze returned to Thor's rigid silhouette. "You choose to sit here like a puddle of mud?" Loki's words struck Thor's silent heart like a cold whip, each sentence a raw revelation and interrogation. Thor suddenly turned, his lifeless eyes flickering with a hint of turmoil, a surge of anger and deeper humiliation ignited by the sting of truth. "What more can I do?" he roared, his voice tinged with a cry of despair and impotence, rising abruptly to his feet, pointing at himself. "Look at me. What am I now? A worthless wretch who cannot even lift his hammer. A pitiful creature abandoned by his father. A coward who must hide behind a woman. Tell me, what more can I do?" He waved his arms in a fervent display, as if attempting to unleash his impotent rage. "Perhaps you could try picking it up once more." Loki's voice remained calm, yet overshadowed Thor's roar. He stepped forward, an invisible force instantly filling the cramped room. "Thor Odinson." Loki's gaze pierced through Thor like a tangible blade. "Your strength has never resided solely in that hammer. Odin may have stripped you of your divine powers, but he cannot take away your lineage. He cannot rob you of the courage that courses through your veins, the responsibility of guardianship, and the instinct to fight. Why did your father exile you? Was it to let you languish here in self-pity? No, he intended for you to learn that even without divine power, you are still who you are." Loki gestured towards a doorway. "Look at Jane, a mere mortal scientist. She dared to breach a heavily guarded base to save you. For the sake of her research, she faced authority head-on. What is her power? It is knowledge. It is conviction." He then pointed towards the agents outside. "Now, look at those operatives. Their strength lies in discipline, in organization, in a desire to control the unknown. And what of you, Thor? When you lose your thunder, what remains?" Thor was staggered by Loki's relentless inquiries, retreating until his back met the wall. In his dull eyes, the lifeless ice seemed to crack under the weight of Loki's fury and Jane's tearful yet resolute gaze. The flicker of a small flame intertwined within him. Thor opened his mouth, yet words eluded him. The room fell into silence, punctuated only by his heavy breaths. Leaning against the wall, head bowed, his body quivered slightly. Loki's words landed like heavy blows, shattering the despair he had constructed around himself, revealing a soul still smoldering beneath, uncertain of its path forward. With the assistance of Jane Foster, Daisy Lewis, and Dr. Eric Selvig, Thor was temporarily accommodated in a suite arranged by Loki. While awaiting the moment Thor would lift the hammer, Loki also found himself managing Daisy's enthusiasm. In a cafe during breakfast, Thor awkwardly grasped a small coffee spoon. Gazing at the deep brown liquid in the delicate porcelain cup, his brow furrowed. He attempted to add sugar as elegantly as Jane did beside him, but his enthusiasm led to half a jar spilling into the cup, splattering the table. "Thor, that is not how you add sugar," Jane exclaimed, half amused, quickly reaching for a napkin to clean up the mess. Thor looked at the now syrupy coffee with disdain. "Are the beverages in Midgard so complicated? In Asgard, we drink mead by the barrel." He reminisced about the days of indulging in honeyed wine at the feasts of the Celestial Palace. "This is Earth, big guy." Daisy rolled her eyes, pushing her sandwich towards him. "Try this, simple, hearty, and packed with energy." Thor picked up a sandwich and bit into it like an enemy, instantly smearing lettuce, tomato, egg, bacon, and sauce all over his face. Nearby patrons couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Unfazed, Thor wiped his face with the back of his hand, chewing thoughtfully, his eyes lighting up. "This is delightful. It has meat. It has strength." He swiftly devoured the sandwich, savoring the remnants on his fingers, his gaze drifting towards another on Daisy's plate. Daisy promptly shielded her food, exclaiming, "Hey, that's mine." Loki, seated opposite, leisurely sipped his coffee, observing this lively spectacle with a wry smile. Chapter 37, 321 seconds. Afternoon at the hardware store in Old Bridgetown. You say you want a job? The hardware store owner, an elderly gentleman with a pipe, scrutinized Thor, who was tall and broad-shouldered, clad in ill-fitting, worn clothes. What can you do? Thor puffed out his chest, brimming with pride. I am the mightiest warrior of Asgard, proficient in the use of all weapons, capable of hand-to-hand combat against frost giants. Stop, stop, stop. The owner interrupted impatiently, waving his hand. I don't need a monster slayer here. Can you operate a power screwdriver? Can you read blueprints? Can you drive a forklift? Thor blinked in confusion. Power? Screwdriver? Forklift? The owner shook his head. Son, have you hit your head? You might want to wash dishes at the restaurant next door. They might be in need of help. He gestured towards the door. Thor looked at the tattered paper the owner handed him, emblazoned with a dishwashing job advertisement, then glanced at the cold tools in the corner. A wave of profound disappointment washed over him. How could the mighty god of thunder find himself reduced to washing dishes? Dejected, he exited the hardware store, only to run into Loki and Daisy passing by. Daisy burst into laughter upon seeing the job advertisement in Thor's hands. Instantly, Thor's face flushed crimson, and, in a fit of embarrassment and anger, he crumpled the paper and discarded it. Loki patted his shoulder, his tone calm, yet imbued with strength. Don't lose heart, Odinson. Strength and glory manifest in many forms. Adapt to it and discover what you can do. He pointed to a burly man in the distance, assisting a neighbor with a truck engine. For instance, manual labor? Thor observed the man, covered in grease yet exuding confidence as he skillfully handled the machinery, deep in thought. As the evening sun filtered through the curtained seams, warm spots of light danced upon the disheveled bed. The air was thick with an intimate ambience and a hint of sweat. Daisy Lewis, like a contented cat, curled up against Loki's chiseled chest, her sun-kissed skin glowing with a delicate sheen, her fingers unconsciously tracing circles on his abdomen. Daisy's voice, laced with post-intimacy languor and huskiness, lifted her amber eyes to meet Loki's unwearied face, marveling at his seemingly boundless stamina. Her expression hinted at something more, a satisfied smirk gracing her lips. With eyes closed and a slight smile playing on his lips, Loki relished the tranquility of the moment and the sensation of Daisy's vibrant body against him. His fingers entwined in her deep chestnut curls, he mumbled, a rare gift combined with a touch of synergy. He spoke vaguely, no longer the man who would be rendered weak after a night of battle. Now, he could traverse from East Road in New York to West 2nd Road in New Mexico without so much as blinking. Daisy, clearly dissatisfied with his answer, shifted the topic, her fingers playfully trailing downward. What about that big guy? Should he really wash dishes for the rest of his life? Or your angel investor? Are they hiring security? I think he could hold his own. She recalled the sight of Thor effortlessly tearing off a car door to use as a shield. A security guard? Locke chuckled softly, deeming it a trivial role for him. What he truly needed was to discover his place in this world. As he opened his eyes, his pale golden irises shimmered with a faint halo. Perhaps he could be a firefighter or a lumberjack. Strength would surely find its purpose. A lumberjack prince? Huh. Daisy envisioned that scene and couldn't help but laugh, her body shaking in Locke's embrace. New York, the main venue of the Stark Expo, the eye of the storm. In stark contrast to the tranquility of Old Bridgetown, the atmosphere here was electric, teeming with voices and fervor. A colossal circular stage was enveloped in dazzling lights and holographic displays, while the audience below, a sea of dark silhouettes, waved glow sticks and smartphones. As the media aimed their cameras at the center of the stage. Welcome, welcome to the future. Tony spread his arms wide, his voice resonating through the microphone. Look around. Look at these lights, these cheers. This is not merely an expo. It is a celebration of technology, of imagination, of me, Tony Stark. His unabashed self-praise evoked a chorus of good-natured laughter and even more fervent applause. I know what you're thinking. Tony paced the stage like a sovereign. Stark Industries is about to enter a new era. He paused deliberately, heightening the anticipation, then raised his voice, filled with pride and power. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to announce that the heart of Stark Industries has undergone an epic transformation. In the latter half of this year, the entire power supply of Manhattan will be delivered by Stark Industries, providing the purest clean energy. He extended his right hand, palm upwards. An instant hologram materialized above his hand, displaying the core model of the new element he had synthesized himself. It rotated gracefully, emitting a stable and potent azure glow, its intricate structure embodying the aesthetic of futuristic technology. A brand new element, a new era, stable, clean, powerful enough to illuminate a city. Tony's voice surged with passion. This is not just an energy source. It is the key to infinite possibilities. It is Stark Industries' gift to the world, to the future. As Tony's rousing speech reached its crescendo, prepared to announce that this technology would be partially open-sourced to catalyze a global energy revolution, Jarvis's calm voice suddenly interrupted through his earpiece, imbued with an unprecedented gravity. Prison escape tracking. Ivan Vanko appeared at Justin Hammer's factory on the 3rd. Satellite thermal imaging analysis indicates a 98.7% probability that the target is hiding at Hammer Industries' secret RD Center on Long Island. Given Hammer Industries' recent weapon development activities, it is strongly advised to reassess the security level of the Expo. Ivan Vanko's target. Most likely yourself and the Expo. Tony's smile instantly froze. Howard's assistant? Exiled? Condemned to death? A Scion-S vengeance? And tied to Hammer? A barrage of information overwhelmed him. He abruptly looked around the stage. At that very moment, behind the stage, the products that Hammer would unveil in 30 minutes were positioned. The immobile iron soldiers of Hammer Industries, Army, Navy, and Air Force variants, suddenly illuminated their weapon modules on their eyes, shoulders, and arms with blinding red targeting lasers, all in perfect unison, accompanied by a cacophony of jarring mechanical rotations, the ominous muzzles of their firearms, missile launchers, and even energy weapon generators emulating whips pivoted in an instant, locking onto Tony Stark at the center of the stage. But it was not merely the iron soldiers. Tony, I can't control it. This thing is beyond my command. Damn it. You're locked on. Even the war machine, piloted by Rhodes and recently descended onto the stage, had its Gatling gun and chest-mounted cannon abruptly raised, their cold barrels equally trained on Tony. Dozens of lethal red dots converged ominously upon Tony's heart and head. The chill of impending death pierced through the newly ignited atmosphere of technological revelry like a tangible ice shard. Silence enveloped the venue. The thunderous applause came to an abrupt halt. Everyone was taken aback by this sudden and hostile turn of events. The cameras of reporters instinctively focused on the menacing iron soldiers and the targeted Tony. Justin Hammer sat in the VIP box, ready to bask in the glory after Tony's announcement of failure. In that moment, his smug smile morphed into sheer terror and disbelief. He leapt to his feet, frantically yelling into his communicator, "No, stop, Ivan, this is not part of our plan. Hold it." But all that responded was a crackling static. Tony stood at the center of the stage, enveloped by dozens of red dots signifying death. His shock lasted less than a second, replaced by a profound understanding. He gazed at the weapons aimed at him, at the war machine, now under control, and finally his eyes seemed to pierce through the fabric of space, directing his focus towards Hammer Industries' secret base. A faint, mocking, and perilous chuckle escaped Tony's lips. He slowly raised both hands, not in surrender, but as a conductor might, making a delicate gesture in the void. Jarvis. His voice rang clear amidst the eerie silence of the auditorium. Chillingly calm. Initiate Mark V, Level 1 response. Also, connect me to the Angel line. I need him to protect Pepper. A cold smirk graced Tony's lips as he articulated. Sir, Mark V protocol has been activated. Estimated time of arrival, 321 seconds. Jarvis' voice remained composed. As his words concluded, the air erupted with the roar of powerful engines. A figure adorned in gold and crimson, akin to a disturbed swarm of bees, pierced through the night sky. Racing towards the exhibition venue. Whoosh! A golden-red meteor tore through the splendid night, accompanied by the shrill wail of its engine, descending at an almost vertical angle, crashing like a meteorite onto the ground before Tony. The sturdy, specially made stage floor instantly buckled and cracked, clouds of dust swirling. It was Tony's latest Mark V armor. It is more formidable than its predecessor, its crimson and gold finish gleaming with a lethal metallic sheen under the lights. As it touched the ground, the triangular new element reactor at its chest erupted in an unprecedented stable blue glow. A pale red laser beam instantaneously shot forth from the suit's eyes, precisely scanning Tony's chest to verify his identity. Crack, snap, clang. The back armor of Mark V unfurled like blossoming petals. Without a moment's hesitation, Tony, under the gaze of countless cameras, executed a swift forward roll, seamlessly embedding himself within the armor. The back armor sealed. The faceplate descended. Chapter 38. The Stark Expo is underway. The HUD illuminated in an instant. The engines roared to life. The vector nozzles adjusted their posture. And the golden-red Iron Man stood proudly amidst the billowing smoke. All right, gentlemen. Tony's voice resonated through the suit, laced with metallic reverberation and suppressed fury. Ladies and gentlemen, the exhibition time is over. However, Hammer Industries, your booth authorization has been revoked. Just as Tony completed his suit-up, all the Iron Soldiers on stage seemed to receive a final command, their eye beams suddenly blinding. A barrage of concentrated firepower cascaded down like a deluge. The metallic storm of Gatling guns tore through the air. Miniature missiles hurtled forth, trailing white smoke. Boom, 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 rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The stage instantly transformed into a battlefield. Explosive flames and flying debris left charred marks upon the ground. The crowd erupted in terrified screams, scattering in all directions. Tony weaved through the hail of bullets like a butterfly flitting among flowers. The maneuverability of Mark V far surpassed its predecessors. He utilized the pulse cannon to accurately target incoming missiles, blasting apart the encroaching Iron Soldiers with his palm cannon. Miniature armor-piercing rounds erupted from his shoulder, instantaneously obliterating a naval-type soldier. Rhodey, how are you holding up? Tony fought while attempting to contact War Machine through the suit's built-in communication system. All controls on my end are locked. I can't do anything. Rhodey's voice was interspersed with the relentless roar of the Gatling gun. The firepower of War Machine was exceptionally fierce, and combined with the onslaught of Iron Soldiers, it kept Tony in a perilous situation. Jarvis, disrupt its remote signal. Locate the control source. Tony narrowly evaded a chest impact cannon shot from War Machine, the energy grazing his suit and igniting a shower of sparks. Attempting, sir. The internal defense system of War Machine is locked down. Forcing a breach will require time. Jarvis reported urgently. Tony's heart sank. Rhodey was under control. This meant he had to contend not only with dozens of iron puppets, but also with a well-equipped War Machine. Meanwhile, in the VIP evacuation corridor, amidst the chaos, Pepper Potts was tightly guarded by Natasha as they swiftly exited the main venue. Pepper's face was ashen as she gazed at the besieged, golden-red figure on stage. Her heart racing. Tony, oh my God, he only has one suit. Pepper's voice trembled with anguish. Stay calm, Miss Potts. Trust Mr. Stark. At this moment, Natasha's voice exuded an unusual calmness as she shielded Pepper from the throng of pushing bodies while vigilantly surveying her surroundings. Her gaze was sharp as an eagle's, swiftly scanning the chaotic scene. After safely escorting Pepper to a makeshift shelter constructed by the Expo security, Natasha quickly whispered into the miniature communicator hidden beneath her collar. Director, there has been an incident at the Stark Expo. Tony Stark is under siege by Hammer Industries Iron Soldiers and War Machine. She rapidly glanced around, confirming Pepper's temporary safety, her words tumbling out in haste. Miss Potts, stay here and do not come out. I will find a way. Without waiting for Pepper's response, Natasha abruptly turned. She grasped the lapels of her tailored Chanel jacket and forcefully tore it apart. The buttons flew off. Beneath, it was a form-fitting deep black tactical combat suit. The suit perfectly accentuated her athletic and powerful physique, flickering in and out of visibility under the chaotic lighting. Her movements were fluid and swift, akin to a cheetah unleashed. Natalie, Pepper gazed in astonishment at Natasha, who had instantly transformed from an elegant assistant into a lethal agent, utterly dumbfounded. The stage had been reduced to ruins, and Tony was barely managing to shift the battlefield to the eco-park that had been temporarily closed for the expo. The crimson gold plating of his Mark V armor bore numerous deep scratches and burn marks. He had just dispatched 3 Iron Soldiers with a precise repulsor blast combined with mini-missiles, but was immediately suppressed by War Machine's ferocious Gatling fire, leaving him unable to lift his head. It had sealed off his escape routes. Damn it, Tony cursed, as the thrusters in his armor's legs erupted, narrowly skimming the ground to evade the whip-like strikes. Yet his shoulder was still struck by shrapnel from a mini-missile explosion, the alarms in his helmet blaring sharply. Sir, left shoulder armor damaged by 17. Warned Jarvis. Boom, boom, boom. Several out-of-control suits crashed into the surrounding billboards and partially collapsed bleachers, causing even greater chaos and explosions, just as Tony was momentarily distracted. Buzz! Tony! You're locked onto a missile. Get out of the way. Rhodey's anxious voice barely reached him. An Iron Soldier had maneuvered into Tony's blind spot. His HUD could only flash a blinding energy alert. He whirled around, but it was too late to evade completely. The missile, with terrifying speed and power, slammed into the chest plate of the Mark V. Bang! An agonizing explosion resonated. Tony was hurled as if struck by a high-speed train. The crimson gold armor flew backward like a severed kite, crashing into the massive electronic screen support behind the stage. Countless shards and sparks erupted. The triangular arc reactor in his chest flickered wildly. The piercing alarm blared frantically in Tony's helmet. Warning! Chest armor severely compromised. Core exposure risk. Jarvis's warnings echoed like a death knell. Lying amidst the rubble, Tony's vision blurred. Pain radiated throughout his body. He struggled to rise, but the damage to multiple systems in his armor rendered his movements agonizingly sluggish. Through the shattered visage of his helmet, he beheld the armored soldiers advancing with heavy strides, wielding crackling energy whips that drew ever closer. Other iron-clad warriors, akin to sharks sensing blood, encircled him from all directions. The muzzle of the war machine's Gatling gun once again locked onto his position. Natasha, like a specter of the night, silently infiltrated the tumultuous energy hub. The massive transformers and cables emitted a low, ominous hum, masking the sound of her footsteps. Her objective was clear. Based on the command center's analysis of the exhibition network topology and the fluctuations in the war machine's uncontrollable signals, the control source was concealed within the Hammer Industries exhibit hall. Beneath the frigid glare of the spotlight, dozens of imposing figures clad in identical black suits, armed with stun batons and automatic weapons, obstructed Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, at the entrance. The air was taut, almost igniting with sparks. A storm was brewing. Natasha made her move. Rather than charging at her adversaries, she became a bolt of black lightning, seamlessly slipping into the narrow gap between the two nearest security guards. Her movements manifested the art of lethal precision, blending the fierce strikes of karate, the deft throws of judo, and the deadly essence of various martial arts from around the globe. One guard swung his baton down, and she deftly angled her body, her left hand coiling around his wrist like a viper, twisting with force, the sharp crack of bones drowned out by the surrounding shouts, while her right elbow collided with the throat of another assailant like a hammer. She never engaged in brute force. The cold metallic conduits around her became extensions of her weaponry. She gracefully leapt onto a sagging steam pipe, her toes propelling her off the smooth metal, her body shooting forth like a released arrow, her long legs ensnaring the neck of an armed assailant, her core exerting pressure in a swift aerial choke, hurling him violently against a nearby control panel, sparks erupting. The cacophony of metal clashing, the thud of bodies, and the groans of pain ignited a chaotic symphony. The bodyguards, well-trained, attempted to encircle her. A burly man lunged from Natasha's side, aiming to grapple her, as if she had eyes in the back of her head. Her body sank with a fluidity that seemed to defy bone, executing a textbook jiu-jitsu sweep, accurately striking the ankle of his supporting foot. The man howled as he lost his balance, his massive frame toppling a row of alloy display stand with a resounding clang. The heart of the battle shifted in an instant. Two security guards appeared to seize a fleeting opportunity, flanking her from left and right. The one on the left swung his baton, while the other drew a handgun. Natasha's gaze sharpened, time seemingly slowing in her perception. Faced with the sweeping stun baton, she did not retreat but advanced, her body arching an incredible angle, nearly grazing the ground, the baton whistling past her nose. In that electrifying moment, her supporting right leg surged with power, the slender ankle propelling her sharp heel into a deadly arc, striking the wrist of the right handguard with unerring accuracy. Crack! The sound of bone fracturing resonated clearly, the handgun flying from his grasp, spinning to crash against a distant projector, igniting a cascade of flickering snowflakes. However, the security guard on the left, who had narrowly evaded the attack, exhibited a ferocious glint in his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, he thrust the electric baton forcefully towards Natasha's seemingly exposed waist. A lethal blue light flickered at the tip of the baton. Just as a fleeting sense of elation surged within him, he was met with the chilling curvature of Natasha's lips. Upon raising her left wrist, a seemingly decorative metallic bracelet suddenly gleamed with a perilous azure glow. ZZZ, the widow's bite. The high-voltage current struck the assailant's chest with unerring accuracy. His body convulsed violently, his eyes bulging, and before he could utter a scream, he collapsed like a lifeless sack, a wisp of scorched smoke rising from his thick mane. The encirclement was torn open, leaving only one last security guard, who instinctively recoiled half a step in disbelief, his face etched with abject terror. Natasha offered him no respite. With a resounding crack, her heel, accompanied by a faint waft of fragrance, struck the final guard's chin with force. Chapter 39. The battle continues too. The tremendous impact caused his head to snap back violently, the sound of dislocated vertebrae sending shivers down the spine as he was propelled into the air, crashing heavily against the display wall emblazoned with the Hammer Industries logo, causing the glass to hum ominously before he slumped to the ground, utterly unconscious. The metallic groans and the gasps of the fallen filled the air and the once tumultuous center of the exhibition descended into an eerie silence. Natasha gradually straightened her posture, her sleek black combat attire accentuating her powerful and graceful lines. Her chest rose and fell gently, her breath remaining calm and measured, as if the deadly dance amidst the metallic jungle, battling against many, was merely a trivial warm-up. She cast a cold gaze over the sprawled bodies, her eyes as frigid as the permafrost of Siberia. From the moment the first enemy fell to the last guard crashing into the wall, the entire ordeal lasted less than 2 minutes. Just beyond a corner, on a slightly wider maintenance platform, stood a portable signal repeater and a computer. Thick data cables connected to the ventilation ducts, voraciously consuming and transmitting data streams. Her figure appeared particularly slender against the backdrop of the massive machines, yet radiated an undeniable focus. Her delicate fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard as the screen cascaded with the primordial source code of the war machine, a deadly shackle left by Ivan Vanko. Her gaze was as keen as that of an eagle, filtering through the vast data streams, searching for the crack that could unlock the shackles. She found it. Her whispered words, barely audible in the expansive hangar, carried a resolute determination. A tap from her fingertips activated a complex decryption program. Without a moment's hesitation, the widow's bite on her left wrist emitted a flicker of light, and a slender yet powerful arc of electricity precisely severed the physical latch of the protective cover. The lid sprang open, revealing the interface. Her right hand had already grasped a specialized data stick and an emergency power bridge, piercing the interface with surgical precision. Buzz. Restart. Natasha's fingers danced across the tablet, leaving behind ephemeral traces as the decryption program surged forth like an unseen warrior, forcefully injecting itself into the main neural hub of the war machine. Just as the progress bar laboriously ascended to 78, completion was achieved. The once stagnant progress bar, now liberated from its confines, surged to 100 in an instant. The shoulder-mounted cannon was locking onto Tony's war machine, which abruptly ceased its operations. In the face of the enveloping darkness, Rhodes was momentarily taken aback. Was the system down? Shortly thereafter, the screen flickered back to life, accompanied by a feminine voice. Colonel Rhodes, I'm Agent Natasha Vess. HLD. Your device has been severed from remote control. You may now take command. Thank goodness, Tony. Do you have any idea how distressing it was for me to witness those cannons aimed at you? Is that you? Natalie, damn it. You were the one surveilling me. Before Rhodes could express his gratitude, Tony's voice cut through the air. For this time, Stark's legal team will refrain from pursuing you, but you are dismissed, Miss Spy. No matter, Tony, working at Stark is merely a facet of my duties. Damn bugs. Ivan, witnessing the war machine's icon extinguish on the screen, erupted in a furious roar. This indicated that his control over the war machine had been disrupted. Now deprived of this razor-sharp weapon, the army of steel soldiers continued their assault on Tony Stark. Once the war machine rebooted, unforeseen complications could arise. It was time for him to make his entrance. A sinister and maniacal grin spread across Ivan's face as he retrieved a small controller from his pocket and pressed a button. Tony Stark, our personal vendetta must come to an end. Ivan's voice resonated like a whisper from the depths of hell. Behind him, a concealed passageway in the energy center's wall silently slid open, revealing a larger, more heavily armored suit equipped with powerful jet engines, an armor crafted from the Mark II prototype by Hammer Industries. He stepped inside, and the armor swiftly enveloped him. The engines roared like a beast, propelling him skyward in an instant, breaking through the energy center's ceiling, transforming into a blue-white streak as he hurtled towards the main exhibition hall in pursuit of Tony. Tony lay amid the debris of electronic screens, his vision blurred, alarms blaring piercingly. Rhodes, Tony screamed into comms, get down. Now. At the sound of Tony's familiar and urgent call, Rhodes instinctively complied. The massive form of the war machine lunged forward. Just as Rhodes dove down, a thunderous hum erupted. 2 intensely radiant crimson laser beams, exuding an aura of dread and destruction, shot forth without warning from the peculiar lens devices that had emerged from the wrists of Tony's Mark V armor. These beams were not continuous streams of light, but rather ultra-brief pulses, cutting through the air with an imperceptible frequency. Swish, swish, as the red lines swept through space. It seemed as though the very fabric of reality was instantaneously melted by searing heat. The air emitted a chilling shriek. In the fan-shaped area directly before Tony, 7 or 8 armored soldiers, whether in the formidable army model or the agile Air Force variant, had their metallic bodies severed as if they were butter-tossed into a steel furnace, instantly cleaved by crimson lasers. The cuts were as smooth as glass, with edges glowing in a molten state. Sparks erupted from the exposed circuitry of the severed remains, crashing to the ground. Even the specially designed whip-like armored soldier, whose arm wielded an energy whip, was not spared. Its resilient alloy was sliced through with ease, akin to tofu. A severed arm, along with the energy whip's handle, plummeted to the earth. In an instant, a vast expanse before Tony was cleared. Only charred metal remains and sizzling, severed edges lingered. The battlefield seemed to fall into a momentary silence. Holy hell, brother. Rhodey, piloting the war machine, rose from the ground, his gaze fixed on the abruptly bisected array of armored soldiers. Unable to contain his shock and trepidation, he exclaimed, "You had that in your arsenal? Why didn't you use it sooner? You nearly scared me to death." Had he not ducked just now, he might have ended up like that scrap metal. Tony struggled to rise from the debris, his Mark V suit moving somewhat unsteadily. The peculiar lens devices on his wrists emitted a faint hiss, releasing tendrils of smoke, before dimming, reminiscent of a burnt-out bulb, ejected from the suit's interior. This was an extreme application he stumbled upon while studying the properties of a new elemental energy, terrifyingly potent, but at a monumental cost and highly unstable. Disposable? That's truly extravagant. Rhodey quipped, yet his actions remained swift. The war machine's weapon systems came back online, with the Gatling gun on his shoulder and the impact cannon on his arm aimed at the encroaching armored soldiers. The area-clearing effect was exceptional. Leave the rest to me. With the threat of the specialized whip soldier eliminated, Rhodey maneuvered the war machine like a tiger among sheep. The Gatling gun spat fire, shredding the nearby armored soldiers into fragments. The impact cannon delivered devastating force, sending several soldiers flying with a single shot. Back to back, he and Tony covered each other, momentarily suppressing the onslaught of armored soldiers. "Jarvis, get in touch with Pepper." And Ethan over there, Tony inquired, while firing the palm repulsors in precise bursts. "Miss Potts is safe. Miss Natalie is addressing the threat to the energy center and has interrupted the war machine's control signal. Angel Ethan's communication has been established." Jarvis's words were cut off. Boom! A deafening roar of engines approached rapidly. A blue-white streak, imbued with ferocious momentum, descended like a meteor, crashing down not far from Tony and Rhodey. The tremendous impact created a deep crater in the ground, enveloping the area in dust. Amidst the haze, a silver-gray armored figure, taller than the preceding soldiers, slowly rose. It was equipped with a colossal jet engine on its back and featured sturdier dual-energy whip generators on its arms, pulsating with stronger energy fluctuations. The whip tips danced in the air like two furious blue electric dragons, crackling with explosive sounds. The armored head bore a menacing metal skull mask, its eyes flickering with a chilling and frenzied crimson glow. It was none other than Ivan Vanko himself, piloting the ultimate whiplash armor. "Tony Stark." Ivan's voice resonated through the armor's external speakers, laden with a thick Eastern European accent and an intense hatred, akin to the grating of sandpaper. "Your little tricks are over. Now feel the wrath of the Vanko family." With a fierce motion of his arms, the air crackled with energy. Zzz, boom. Two blue energy whips, thicker and more ferocious than ever before, tore through the night sky like thunderous serpents, exuding an aura of annihilation as they lashed out towards Tony and Rhodey. Where the whips passed, the air ionized, carrying a sharp scent of ozone, as the ground was carved into deep, charred ravines. "Watch out!" Tony and Rhodey exclaimed in unison, swiftly dodging to the sides. Boom, boom. The energy whips struck the very spots where they had just stood, shattering the sturdy alloy stage as if it were mere tofu, creating two enormous craters. Debris and molten metal splattered in all directions. Chapter 40. The battle continues. Ivan offered them no respite. The jet engines behind him unleashed a ferocious thrust, propelling the heavy armor forward at an astonishing speed. The twin whips flailed like a tempest, sealing off any avenues for Tony and Rhodey to evade. His onslaught was filled with fury and madness. Each lash contained a terrifying power capable of rending steel armor asunder. Tony's Mark V was already damaged, significantly reducing its maneuverability. He could only rely on the pulse cannon and the remnants of the energy shield to barely withstand the onslaught, perilously balanced. Rhodey's war machine, though heavily armored, could not withstand the relentless bombardment of the energy whips, as the firepower of the Gatling gun merely sparked against the whip-armored chest plate. "Damn it, this lunatic!" Rhodey roared, blasting through a whip strike with the impact cannon, only to be grazed by another whip tip across his arm armor, leaving a deep, charred scar as alarms blared. His armor is too thick. The energy whips are far more powerful than before. Tony narrowly evaded a sweeping strike, firing his palm cannon at the shoulder of the whip armor, but it merely left a faint white mark. He had to find a weakness. A weakness? Ha ha ha. Ivan cackled, intensifying his assault. Stark, this is true power. Born from pain, born from hatred, born from the dignity you have trampled upon. That fool hammer thought he could control me? He merely provided the materials and the venue. Now, the entire New York will witness the downfall of the Stark family, written by my own hand. Let us see how formidable your ex-wife is. Rhodey's voice carried a hint of anticipation. After the military received all the weapons from Hammer Industries, they had conducted tests at the T-2 Air Force Base. The ex-wife missile, under sufficient kinetic energy, was still quite formidable. The missile bay on War Machine's shoulder opened instantly, and a cigar-shaped missile soared forth. The ex-wife missile trailed a long plume of fire, gaining ample initial kinetic energy, tracing an arc through the air, filled with Rhodey's fervent hopes, as it crashed violently into the chest of the whip armor. Boom! This time, the explosion's power exceeded all expectations. A colossal fireball, intermingled with flames and blue arcs of electricity, instantaneously engulfed the upper half of the whiplash armor. The ferocious shockwave sent the surrounding debris of steel soldiers soaring into the air. Both Tony and Rhodes were staggered back by the force. Do we take him down? Rhodes shouted with exhilaration. However, amidst the flames and smoke, a figure still stood, gradually becoming visible. The side armor of the whiplash was blasted open, revealing the twisted metallic structure within, with wires sparking ominously. Yet, it appeared that Ivan Vanko had suffered no significant damage, his gaze becoming more frenzied, akin to that of a wounded beast. The faceplate lifted, revealing Ivan Anton's visage, a toothpick dangling from his mouth, adorned with a sinister grin. Stark Industries scrap cannot kill me, Ivan roared, his voice rasping like wind through a crack. He raised his energy whips once more, dramatically increasing the energy output. The dual whips resembled two frenzied dragons, intertwining to form a deadly web of electricity, descending upon Tony and Rhodes. With no time to evade, the two were ensnared by the lengthy whips, which coiled around them, binding their movements while discharging high-voltage energy. Even through their armor, they felt a tingling sensation coursing through their bodies. But it was not over yet. A spark ignited in Tony's eyes. He realized that if this continued, both he and Rhodes would be rendered as mere roasted birds. He raised his arm fiercely, aiming the palm cannon at Ivan. However, even after enduring the close-range assault from his former wife, the whiplash armor remained robust. Just as he was about to fire, a fluttering feather caught Tony's gaze. A white silhouette appeared as if teleporting to Ivan Vanko's side. With a hum, a blazing longsword was firmly grasped in hand, locking onto the unstable core of Ivan's reactor at his chest. With a clang, the reactor, previously stable, was thrust into a state of imminent collapse, as external forces forced its internal energy into a frenzy of chaos and instability. The light flickered dangerously, emitting a menacing hum. Rhodes, strike there. Hit that piece of junk glowing blue. Understood. Rhodes bellowed, the War Machine's arm cannon charging up instantly. Now, Tony and Rhodes shouted in unison. Palm cannon. Impact cannon. The golden red and silver gray beams of destructive energy, akin to the scythe of death, struck with precision against the reactor core, which was forcibly restrained by Ethan's field, teetering on the brink of overload. Boom! This explosion was earth-shattering, 10 times more fierce than the missiles from his former wife. This time, even the Whiplash's formidable armor could not withstand the onslaught, for it lacked Tony's shock absorption system. The terrifying sphere of light, reminiscent of a miniature sun, expanded instantaneously, consuming Ivan Vanko and his whiplash armor. The powerful energy shockwave radiated outward in a circular manner, vaporizing everything within hundreds of meters, including the debris of steel soldiers and fragments of the stage, uprooting a layer of the exhibition hall's ground. Tony and Rhodes were violently hurled away by the immense shockwave, crashing heavily into the distant ruins, the alarm of their armors blaring incessantly. Ethan unfurled his wings, a pale golden energy coalescing into a formidable shield that absorbed the brunt of the impact. As the blinding light and swirling dust gradually dissipated, all that remained at the center of the explosion was a vast, molten-edged crater. Ivan Vanko and his ultimate whiplash armor, along with the reactor, had been utterly reduced to cosmic dust. How could Mr. Tony Stark, the harbinger of a new era, not have instructed Jarvis to contact me? I only learned of the events unfolding in Manhattan through the live broadcast. Ethan's voice remained calm. I believe I can manage this, just as I did last time. Tony and Rhodey struggled to rise from the wreckage, their armor battered yet relieved. At that moment, Natasha's voice resonated through Tony's armor's public channel, laden with unprecedented gravity. Stark, Rhodey, listen carefully. All of Hammer Industries' Iron Soldiers have had their embedded arc reactor replicas programmed with a chain overload protocol. They are not weapons. They are bombs. Should the core cease to function or be destroyed, they will detonate immediately. Your recent explosion may have already triggered it, before Natasha's words could fully settle. Boom, 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 like igniting a cacophony of death. Throughout the venue, the debris of Iron Soldiers, shattered by Tony and Rhodey, erupted one after another with blinding blue lights from their reactor cores. This was soon followed by a continuous series of violent explosions. The flames of the blasts danced chaotically. The shockwaves compounded. The entire main hall of the expo was instantaneously transformed into a hellfire inferno. Remaining structural elements collapsed amidst the explosions. Flames soared to the heavens. Thick smoke billowed. Pepper. Tony's pupils dilated in alarm. Yet the explosions raged all around. I had secured Pepper in the backstage security area of the exhibit, but I was uncertain whether there were remnants of Iron Soldiers nearby. Upon hearing Tony's words, Natasha reacted swiftly. This is our responsibility. You must go. Rhodey instantly grasped Tony's dread. War Machine raised his arms and unleashed a torrent of freezing gas upon the nearby Iron Soldier remains, which had yet to detonate, but were flashing ominously, attempting to obliterate them or push them away before they exploded. Jarvis, activate the remaining cameras at the expo and locate Pepper's position. Tony hesitated not for a moment. The Mark V's leg thrusters unleashed their final strength, the engine groaning under the strain. He shot forth like a blazing crimson meteor, disregarding the explosive fireballs and flying debris around him, racing at breakneck speed toward Pepper's location. Pepper, sheltered within the temporary security structure of the expo's grand stage, witnessed the relentless fireballs and collapsing buildings, her complexion paling. Pepper. Tony's voice pierced through with a desperate urgency. The golden-red armor burst through the smoke and flames, bearing scars, and landed heavily beside Pepper. Tony. Upon seeing him, tears instantly welled in Pepper's eyes. Hold me tight. Without a moment to spare, Tony scooped her up in his arms. The Mark V roared to life, propelling itself toward the roof of the Stark Expo's main news center, which had thus far avoided the onslaught of explosions. Whoosh! The armored suit carried the two individuals, narrowly skimming past a recently detonated fireball, the scorching wave of heat prompting Pepper to gasp in surprise. Tony gritted his teeth, pushing the thruster's power to its utmost limit, soaring towards the rooftop like an arrow released from a bow. On the rooftop of the news center, with a resounding thud, Tony landed heavily, cradling Pepper in his arms. He stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, as the leg thrusters of Mark V emitted wisps of smoke, clearly overloaded and damaged. With utmost care, he set Pepper down, both of them still shaken, breathing heavily. Below, the exhibition hall had transformed into a sea of flames. The sounds of explosions were gradually fading, yet thick smoke billowed upwards, illuminating the sky with a fiery glow. Pepper's voice, hoarse and tinged with an unfamiliar fragility, resonated as she gazed at Tony. The flickering firelight revealed her pale, yet unscathed face, her tear-filled eyes shining with the joy of survival. In that moment, the tension within Tony unraveled completely. The lingering fear and the overwhelming euphoria of having her safe shattered all his rationality and nonchalance. Pepper, too, observed him, taking in the fierce scars on his armor and the unmasked concern and profound affection in his eyes. All reservations and worries dissipated in that instant. They embraced tightly, as if drawn together by an invisible force. Chapter 41. The Seals Grappling for Grapes. Rod and Ethan soon appeared on the rooftop. The War Machine descended with a muted thud, and Rod lifted his helmet, observing the couple, their faces marked by soot and ash, yet still spirited. Ethan landed gracefully like a feather, his wings folding in, immaculate and untouched. Quite the spectacle, Rod remarked, standing aside and watching the pair lost in each other's embrace amidst the ruins of the inferno. He nudged Ethan, who stood like a statue, with a playful elbow, lowering his voice with a mischievous grin. Hey, buddy, don't they look like two seals fighting over the last grape on the ice? Ethan's amber eyes remained calm as he watched Tony and Pepper entwined, then glanced at Rod, whose face bore an ever-present smirk. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, as if he silently agreed with Rod's vivid description. This exchange caught Pepper's attention as she pulled away from their lingering kiss, catching her breath. She noticed Ethan's nearly imperceptible smile and then turned to Tony, whose handsome face, though now dusted with ash, radiated satisfaction. An oddly inappropriate thought flitted through her mind. Had their intimate moment been observed by this silent witness? How peculiar it felt, akin to a transgression before a spouse, even if the spouse seemed entirely unbothered and even understanding. Instantly, Pepper's cheeks flushed crimson, embarrassment washing over her, wishing for a crevice to hide in. Tony, however, possessed a thicker skin. Savoring the moment, he playfully licked his lips and, still holding the blushing Pepper, flashed his signature smug and infuriating grin towards the amused Rod and Ethan. Enough already, you two light bulbs. If you continue to gaze, I shall start charging an admission fee. VIP seats are rather expensive. Rod let out a hearty laugh, while Ethan resumed his impassive demeanor, as if he had not just nodded in agreement. Only Pepper remained buried in Tony's ironclad embrace, her ears flushed crimson, silently vowing to seek a more secluded locale next time. New York, Stark Industries Expo Center, news building, an impromptu meeting room. The air was a blend of motor oil, burnt odors, and a hint of champagne. Tony Stark reclined on a comfortable leather sofa, his long legs crossed atop the edge of an expensive glass coffee table, his fingers rhythmically tapping on his knee out of boredom. Facing him sat two agents from S.H.L.D., Natasha Romanoff, or rather, Natalie Rushman, her sharp business attire serving as an exquisite piece of irony. The other, Agent Coulter, clearly a temporary assignment, wore a gentle expression, as if the recent explosive events of the expo had been nothing more than a slightly intense fireworks display. Ethan, however, appeared unusually composed, clad in a crisp white leisure suit, immaculate against Tony's slightly dusty black ensemble. He had just finished a mild revelation regarding Natasha's true identity. What, Ethan? You always knew she was a spy? Why didn't you tell me? Tony abruptly sat up, nearly toppling the coffee table, his eyes wide as the arc reactor on his chest. I, the great Tony Stark, have been served coffee by a spy. Arrange my schedule, even discuss my, personal matters. He pointed at Natasha, his finger trembling as if indicating an act of cosmic betrayal. Natasha maintained her calm demeanor, even offering a hint of a professional apology with a smile. Mr. Stark, my duty is to assess and monitor your health. The coffee is Colombian, and the itinerary is meticulously organized. As for your personal health, that was necessitated by my assignment. As a legal assistant, my professional competence is beyond reproach. Her tone was as serene as reading a product manual. Tony, infuriated, began pacing the room. Oh wait, JRVIS. Check if this Miss Natalie Rushman's professional qualifications include taking down a dozen Hammer Industries security personnel with bare hands or hacking into the main control computer with a lipstick or something of that nature. JARVIS. S voice immediately responded, Sir, based on the backstage surveillance footage during the expo, Ms. Rushman's actions align with advanced tactical infiltration patterns. Her strength, agility, and proficiency with electronic devices far exceed that of an ordinary legal assistant. The lipstick is a Shield custom multifunctional tool. Equipped with a high-frequency EMP emission capability, Tony threw up his hands. Much like a student who had caught a classmate cheating, I knew it. That lipstick's color struck me as off. Too perfect, unnaturally so. Which legal assistant would wield a lethal cherry red? He turned to Ethan, exasperated. And you, my friend, you merely watched, like an audience member of a sitcom. Ethan gracefully lifted a glass of water from the table, savoring a sip as though he were indulging in the finest red wine. Tony, he began, his tone laced with a subtle undertone of scrutiny. She harbors no malice towards you. Her primary objective is indeed you. Furthermore, Agent Natasha is merely here to assess whether I pose a threat, primarily to monitor your well-being. I became aware of her intentions the first time she infiltrated the company's medical system. A cursory glance at her credentials revealed an impeccably flawless resume, yet her physiological capabilities far exceed those of an ordinary law school prodigy. Had you permitted Jarvis to analyze her behavioral patterns from the outset, this would have been evident. Nonetheless, she has not enacted any harmful actions against us. His cerulean gaze swept over Natasha, who raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by his assessment. The smile of the covert agent faltered momentarily before returning to its usual composure, even tinged with nostalgia. Mr. Stark, that vehicle is steeped in history. Your father's greatness is omnipresent and admirable. He deftly sidestepped the crux of the matter. The agent cleared his throat and finally addressed the main topic. Mr. Stark, Agent Romanoff's mission has been completed. Now, we, representing the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, formally wish to establish a line of communication with Dr. Ethan. Or rather, Mr. Ethan. He turned his gaze towards Ethan, his demeanor turning solemn. "We are greatly intrigued by the power you have exhibited. Your potential identity as an angel from the scriptures, or perhaps a form of extraterrestrial being. Additionally, we are curious about whether your companions during the Hulk incident were also angels, as well as your stance on these matters. We harbor considerable interest and some legitimate concerns, seeking to understand your intentions and your long-term plans on Earth." Ethan set down the glass, leaning slightly forward as a faint golden energy enveloped him, his eyes flashing with a silvery luminescence that conveyed an intangible pressure. "Agent Coulter, Ms. Romanoff," he spoke, his voice remaining calm, "I have always been aware of your concerns. Your actions, conducting thorough scans of my apartment through satellites and ground monitoring stations, I am cognizant of them, including the listening devices hidden among my bookshelves and on the sofa, akin to fireflies in the night." He paused, observing the two agents' bodies tense in response, a faint smile gracing his lips. "However, rest assured, I have no interest in crushing those little toys, as long as they do not find their way into my coffee cup." Natasha's gaze sharpened. "You have always known of our surveillance, yet allowed it to continue unchecked?" Tony interjected, "I told you their technology was lacking. Ethan, you should demand compensation for emotional distress. At the very least, they ought to reimburse me for a new sound system. Their monitoring signals constantly interfere with my heavy metal rock." His interruption successfully disrupted the gravity of the moment. Ethan disregarded Tony's antics and continued, "Regarding my origins and stance, you may interpret it as follows. We adhere to justice and order. We have no intention of interfering with the natural progression of civilization unless certain matters egregiously contravene justice and remain unaddressed, such as the abominable creations spiraling out of control or the recent escape of Ivan Vanko from prison." His implications were clear. "As for whether I am an angel from the scriptures, I apologize, but I am not merely an ordinary individual. Prior to last year, the information available in your database was indeed authentic. Now, I am reborn by divine grace, transcending the grasp of contemporary human understanding and technology." Chapter 42. Good night, agents. Items that should not have been withheld. Natasha found herself momentarily taken aback. The agents who previously searched Ethan's apartment were all seasoned professionals. How could they have possibly retained possessions? This incident did not occur here, but in New Mexico, regarding the unwarranted retention of Dr. Jane Foster's research materials by Agent Coulson, whom I last encountered. Observing Ethan's contemplative demeanor, it became evident that he was overthinking the matter. The observational data concerning wormholes and celestial convergence may seem trivial to you, yet for some, it represents a lifelong pursuit. These materials belong to Dr. Foster and to the essence of science itself. Withholding them serves no purpose, and Dr. Jane Foster, as a friend of the divine, should not be subjected to such treatment. Kurt pondered for a moment before rising to leave. "Please hold on. I need to consult with the director." Kurt felt the weight of pressure. Ethan's display of strength, information-gathering abilities, and the enigmatic deity behind him far surpassed SHIELD's initial assessment. Forcibly retaining the materials was not only futile, but could also provoke this unfathomable entity. 3 minutes later. "Very well, Mr. Ethan," Natasha declared. Her professional smile reinstated as she returned Dr. Foster's research materials. "We can arrange this as the beginning of our mutual trust. I hope that in the future, when facing greater troubles, we can discover a point of collaboration." She extended her hand. Ethan did not take her hand, but merely inclined his head slightly. "We shall see." He stood, his immaculate white suit gleaming under the light. "So, shall we conclude tonight's tea gathering? Tony, your Miss Pepper is still waiting for you," he reminded. "Oh dear, my drink," Tony exclaimed, suddenly jolted back to reality. JARVIS. Notify Happy. "No, forget it. Flying back will be quicker. I can't keep Pepper waiting." He hurried towards the exit, but paused at the door, turning back to point at Natasha. "You, spy lady, ever considered a career change? Pepper seems to appreciate your work ethic." "Never mind. We shall discuss this tomorrow. Ethan, please escort me back." In the reception room, only Kurt and Natasha remained. Alongside the untouched glass of water that Ethan had sipped, its surface tranquil and undisturbed. "Well," Kurt sighed, breaking the silence. "At least we have confirmed a few things. Angels do indeed exist. They are formidable. They are aware of our surveillance. And their temperament is somewhat better than anticipated, provided we refrain from disturbing their coffee cups and notebooks." Natasha approached the window, gazing at the spot where Tony's armor and Ethan had vanished, her expression contemplative. "Better temperament? Kurt, he was merely demonstrating his strength to us. He is aware of all our surveillance points, scrutinizing us as if he were strolling through his own backyard, while we..." She turned, a rare solemnity gracing her features. We cannot even touch the hem of his garment. And that so-called deity is the crux of it all. Indeed, a being capable of transforming ordinary individuals into angels and commanding the obedience of these celestial entities. Kurt rubbed his temples, hoping that Dr. Foster will be somewhat cooperative when she retrieved her precious notebook. At the very least, Natasha lifted the coffee from the table, took a sip, and a complex smile graced her lips, signaling the conclusion of her task, albeit in a rather public manner. How would Tony Stark account for this tomorrow? Would he deduct my salary or make me polish his armor? I suspect. Kurt observed her with sympathy. He would request a cup of coffee from you and scrutinize your every move. Natasha elegantly rolled her eyes and concealed the hidden camera at her chest, remarking, "This job is becoming increasingly arduous." She tucked away her lipstick, regained her composure, and declared, "Let us proceed, Kurt. Reports await." The two departed the dramatically adorned meeting room, one after the other. Meanwhile, in Old Bridge, New Mexico, at a motel, Locke reclined comfortably on the large bed, a glass of ice water perched on the nightstand. Suddenly, a smile crept across his lips, as though he had received some significant information. It was a brief report transmitted by Ethan via a secure communication channel. H.I.E.L.D. Contact complete. Data requests have been submitted. The message was succinct and clear. He stretched lazily, the bones emitting a faint crackling sound. Turning his head, he glanced at Daisy Lewis, who lay asleep beside him, exhausted yet content, her eyes closed and a satisfied smile lingering on her lips. In the tranquil room, only Daisy's steady breaths could be heard. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the Triskelion, the office was dimly lit, illuminating only the expansive curved desk and Fury's dark visage, his single eye glinting with sharp intensity. The air was thick with the scent of caffeine. Natasha Romanoff sat across from him, her presence commanding yet poised. Fury's eye fixated on Natasha, his fingers rhythmically tapping the surface of the desk, producing a dull, thudding sound. He did not immediately voice his thoughts, instead processing the explosive information presented. Fury's deep voice shattered the silence. "Agent Romanoff, your personal assessment. Setting aside the supernatural facade. Analyze logically and through the chain of evidence. Who is this god most likely to be?" Natasha leaned slightly forward, her eyes sparkling with analytical fervor. "That cannot be definitively established. The second candidate is Ethan. The records indicate his life was unremarkable until he arrived at Angel Investments 2 months after his hometown was ravaged by war. 6 months later, he appeared alongside Tony Stark on the battlefield in the Middle East, delivering a devastating blow to the local Ten Rings faction. While the nature of their acquaintance remains unclear, it is undoubtedly more complex than the records suggest. A doctor mentioned in military testimonies during the Stark kidnapping incident may or may not be the same individual. During the kidnapping timeline, this Dr. Ethan was employed at Pineapple Technologies. Although the possibility of data tampering exists, there are indeed traces of Ethan at the airport's entry and exit points. Lastly, there is the female angel who appeared alongside Ethan on the battlefield against the Hulk, whose appearance closely aligns with that of Evelyn, the CEO of Angel Investments. Natasha nodded slowly, recognizing that Hill's report was coherent and the probabilities were indeed substantial. Thus, the conclusion is as follows. Rock Lee, the proprietor of Angel Investments, a doctoral candidate at MIT, specializing in physics, genetics, and programming, along with Evelyn and Ethan, are all purported emissaries of a higher power. Fury continued, stating that although Ethan's current behavioral patterns lean towards observation and limited intervention, the power he wields and his potential intentions represent the greatest unknown threat to Earth's safety. Despite his verbal proclamations of justice and order, he remains concealed among us, and our knowledge of him is nearly non-existent. Fury's solitary eye narrowed slightly as he rose and approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the slumbering New York City. It is imperative to return Foster's documents. This is the only avenue to express goodwill towards this neighbor and also the beginning of acquiring further information. Inform Coulson to execute this immediately with a sincere demeanor. He may conduct non-destructive copies of the valuable portions of the documents, but the original must be delivered intact to Dr. Foster himself. This process will allow him to observe Rock up close. I will promptly send him the detailed information regarding Rock. Understood, Natasha replied, a faint trace of mockery flickering across her face. Director, if there are no urgent tasks at the moment. Fury, facing away from her, waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead, Agent Romanoff. You have performed admirably. Enjoy your leave. However, keep your phone on. He understood that even top agents require respite. Thank you, sir. Natasha swiftly rose and departed. the heavy door closing silently behind her. On the screen, that handsome visage appeared to Fury as an abyss. Chapter 43. The Son of Cowl. Once left alone in the office, Fury pressed the communication button on his earpiece. Target, Rock Lee. Without alarming the target. I require a complete account of all his past activities, every individual he has interacted with, every word he has spoken, and every cup of coffee he has purchased. Utilize all available resources, and then establish a personality model through the analysis team. But remember, absolute invisibility is paramount. Understood, sir. A competent voice responded through the earpiece. Fury severed the communication and gazed once more into the boundless night sky. The Earth seems ill-prepared to accept a being capable of creating angels. One who may even transcend the rules of our world. Old Bridgetown, Coulson's temporary residence. Agent Coulson sat at the edge of a modest bed. Having just concluded a conversation with Hill, the screen of his specially designed wristwatch dimming. He let out a long sigh. A request to return Foster's documents? How did an ordinary astrophysics PhD end up entangled with angels? Subconsciously, he raised his hand to touch his scalp, a small gesture he performed to alleviate stress. The sensation at his fingertips felt peculiar, prompting him to look down at his pillow. Under the light, he was startled to find an unusually large amount of light brown hair scattered across it. No longer just a few stray strands, but instead a conspicuous collection lying there. Almost glaringly, Coulson recognized them. Jake, the particularly curled tuft at the left corner of his forehead. John, the stiffer strands at the back of his head. And Billy, the slightly lighter strands at his temples. Old companions who had been with him for many years, seemingly choosing to depart collectively in this moment of overwhelming pressure. Sighing once more, Coulson exhaled with a hint of self-deprecating resignation. Even you all find this task overly daunting. Are you considering an early retirement? He meticulously gathered those cherished mementos of old friends and placed them in a pristine envelope atop his bedside table. The envelope was already home to numerous companions, and his hairline continued its relentless retreat. This may well be his final remnant of nostalgia. Rising, he approached the solitary table in the room and activated the encrypted terminal. Director Fury's preliminary dossier on Rock Lee had already synchronized. He skimmed through a prodigious MIT doctoral candidate, founder of an angel investment firm, possessing an extensive portfolio of avant-garde patents, leading a lavish lifestyle, yet achieving remarkable academic feats. Recently, a youthful figure in New Mexico, beaming with a radiant smile and clear-eyed innocence, appeared to be harmless. He retrieved the detainment list for Jane Foster, meticulously verifying every detail to ensure nothing was amiss. The return must be flawless. Simultaneously, he began to contemplate the remarks and focal points for the forthcoming return of the materials. Where would Rock Lee be? Would he make an appearance? Was that Thor merely a delusional individual? This night promised to be interminably longer and more taxing for Coulson than grappling with an immovable hammer. He absent-mindedly touched the increasingly sparse hair on his crown, reminiscing fondly about Jack, John, and Billy. The following morning, in a diner at a motel where Jane Foster and her companions were staying, sunlight streamed through the somewhat greasy windows, filling the air with the enticing aromas of coffee, sizzling bacon, and toasted bread. Seated at a small table were Jane Foster, Daisy Lewis, Dr. Eric Selvig, and a robust man named Thor Odinson, dressed in an ill-fitting, cheap t-shirt, ravenously demolishing his third plate of eggs and half a dozen sausages. Jane appeared somewhat anxious. Her research materials had been detained by S, H, and L, D, representing nearly all her hard work. In contrast, Thor was wholly absorbed in his meal. Eric rubbed his temples, the remnants of a hangover evident. Jane, don't fret, Daisy said, her cheeks stuffed. Rock assured us he would find a way. After all, he is a major player in angel investment. Just then, the diner door swung open. Agent Phil Coulson entered, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, wearing a professionally genial smile, followed closely by two agents in casual attire, yet exuding a formidable presence. One of them pushed a large wheeled case. The diner fell silent. Jane abruptly rose, her eyes filled with wariness and a flicker of hope. Daisy paused mid-chew, curiously scrutinizing Coulson. Eric straightened in his seat. Thor merely cast a glance. Having encountered numerous individuals detained by S, H, I, L, D, he displayed no interest in the newcomer, instead continuing to fork a hefty piece of sausage into his mouth. Dr. Foster, Coulson approached Jane directly, his demeanor impeccable and sincere. Good morning. I hope I'm not interrupting your breakfast. Agent Coulson, Jane's voice was taut. What brings you here? Unperturbed by her vigilance, Coulson gestured for the agents behind him to bring the case forward. I come to express my sincerest apologies, Dr. Foster, and to rectify the misunderstanding that transpired previously. He personally opened the box, revealing a meticulously organized collection of all Jane's research notes, data drives, laptops, and even scattered drafts, all systematically categorized. These are all your research materials and personal belongings. Coulson's voice was gentle yet clear. Upon thorough verification, there are no losses or damages. Due to the necessity of investigating anomalous events, we had to implement unconventional temporary custody measures. On behalf of my department, I extend my most heartfelt apologies for any inconvenience and distress caused by this situation. He even inclined his body slightly in respect. Jane was taken aback, scarcely able to believe her eyes and ears. The individual who had previously detained her life's work under the pretext of national security now stood before her this morning, exhibiting such humility. She instinctively glanced at Daisy, who mirrored her astonishment, then gestured with a silent look. "Isn't Loki remarkable? Thank you." Jane hesitated as she accepted the receipt Coulson offered, signing it after confirming its accuracy. The overwhelming joy of recovering her lost treasures dulled her skepticism. But why the sudden change? "We have reassessed the situation." Coulson maintained a smile, unwavering. "Your academic contributions deserve respect. Any obstruction to scientific exploration is ill-advised." His gaze seemingly nonchalantly swept across the restaurant, pausing momentarily on Daisy and Thor. "What of Dr. Loki? I hear he is also visiting Oldbridge Town? He must be quite concerned about your materials." Coulson nodded knowingly. "Indeed, it is commendable when young individuals are full of energy. Please convey my regards to him." His attention ultimately settled on Thor, who was struggling to manage his fourth plate of eggs. Coulson had come to understand a few extraordinary beings. Ethan, the angel, possessed a quiet yet formidable strength, while Thor appeared to channel his might in rather unorthodox manners, particularly when it came to dining. "And this is?" Coulson inquired knowingly, with an air of appropriate curiosity. "His name is Thor," Jane introduced awkwardly. "He, encountered a bit of an accident and is temporarily with us." "Thor?" Coulson's smile remained warm, yet there was a glimmer of scrutiny in his eyes. "A powerful name indeed. I hope you are enjoying yourself." He extended his hand. Thor finally set down his fork, wiping his greasy hands on the tablecloth before shaking Coulson's hand with a hearty grip that left Coulson feeling slightly uncomfortable. "Greetings, son of Cowl." Thor's voice boomed with a peculiar resonance. "I thank you for returning Jane's intellectual treasures. Knowledge is invaluable, and even in Asgard, we hold scholars in high esteem." "Thank you, Mr. Coulson." Jane accepted his business card, her emotions in turmoil. Coulson surveyed the restaurant one final time, noting the absence of Loki, yet Daisy's words and demeanor had provided him with ample insight. That Loki was likely in one of the rooms upstairs at that very moment. He politely took his leave, accompanied by 2 agents. As the restaurant door closed, Jane immediately rushed to the box, eagerly sifting through her notes as if they were priceless gems. Daisy, brimming with excitement, lowered her voice to exclaim, "See, I told you Loki could handle it." The relevant authorities must obediently comply. Above, the heavy curtains of Locke's room were drawn tightly, blocking the morning sunlight. On the soft, expansive bed, Daisy's words about the exhausted Locke were misleading. In truth, he was suspended half an inch above the mattress. A faint golden aura enveloped him, with delicate golden energy veins beneath his skin pulsing like a breath, while streams of data coursed through his silvery eyes. His consciousness was immersed in the depths of the dark dimension, bolstered by the computational power of the treasure trove, tirelessly optimizing and refining his third-generation divine genetic blueprint. Incorporating the preliminary analysis of the Mjolnir's divine power structure and Thor's genes from the previous night, Thor's genetics appeared to enhance the angelic essence of thunder. The foundational genes of both were being fervently dismantled, analyzed, and distilled by the sacred repository of knowledge, subsequently integrated into the ultimate evolution framework he had devised for himself. Chapter 44. The Arrival of the Destroyer. Everything occurring in the dining area below, including Coulson's arrival, the return of materials, and his observations of Thor, was relayed to the periphery of Locke's consciousness through the energy field he had dispersed around the hotel. Coulson was remarkably efficient. A fragment of Locke's consciousness separated itself, noting that fury was quite perceptive. The return of materials was merely the beginning. He watched Thor below, robustly indulging in his meal with an air of confidence. And the affectionate, if somewhat patronizing, gazes that Jane and Eric cast upon Thor nearly elicited a laugh from him. The genetic fusion rate had reached 875, significantly enhancing the efficiency of gamma energy absorption and the transformation of free particles. The spatial affinity, having partially analyzed Mjolnir's runes, also bolstered Locke's evaluation of progress. However, the qualification certification system Odin had affixed to the hammer was indeed exquisite, forcibly breaking the multiple bindings of will and spatial coordinates was feasible. It would provoke that entity, which could be troublesome. It would be best to allow Thor to complete the first act of his prince's adventure. He centered his thoughts, dedicating more computational power to the fine-tuning of the genetic blueprint. He perused the knowledge repository for information he had not yet had the opportunity to study in depth. Step-by-step guide to becoming a deity. An introduction to genetic modification. From basics to breakthrough. A practical manual on wormhole transport. Three-dimensional origami art. An in-depth explanation of wormhole spatial topology. Directly to the enemy's rear. A tactical guide to wormhole assaults, including practical content. The Void. A guide to understanding the incomprehensible from introduction to cognitive death. On elegantly embracing the unknown. The hypothesis of the void and the practice of self-annihilation. By Carl, archive status. The illumination and destruction of your beauty, stellar energy dynamics, and thunder bombardment to evaporation. The Rainbow Bridge? Loki? Had he perhaps taken a fall last night and not recovered? Daisy mumbled through a half-eaten piece of toast, her words a blur. What he spoke of sounded as if he were still dreaming of Norse mythology. Eric rubbed his throbbing temples. The hangover, coupled with a series of stimuli, left him feeling somewhat queasy. Outside the hotel, the morning sun spilled across the empty streets. Carrying the distinctive arid essence of a desert town, Thor stood in the middle of the road. The radiant column of energy that had pierced the heavens moments ago had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed, leaving only a faint, peculiar scent in the air reminiscent of ozone after rain, and a few traces of sand that had been melted and rapidly cooled by intense heat. As Thor gazed around in bewilderment like an abandoned dog, four figures emerged from around the street corner, walking against the sunlight. They were clad in armor and leather attire that seemed utterly out of place with modern Earth fashion, exuding an air of adventure, their eyes sharp as eagles. Thor, the first to speak, was a golden-haired man, holding an exquisite longsword, his demeanor elegant and filled with excitement and an indescribable complexity that spoke of a long-awaited reunion. My friend, Vandal. Upon seeing the newcomer, Thor's profound sense of loss was instantly replaced by overwhelming joy. He opened his arms wide to embrace his four weary comrades, the most distinguished warriors of the realm, his dearest friends and brothers, Hogun, Volstagg, and Sif. One by one, he embraced these valiant companions. Vandal, skilled in swordsmanship, was steady and resolute. Hogun, adept in close combat and archery, possessed a keen gaze. Volstagg, with a boisterous and humorous personality, had the most imposing physique, and Sif, the realm's most outstanding female warrior, radiated brilliance in her silver armor under the sunlight. Have you come to visit me? Thor exclaimed, clapping his hand forcefully on Volstagg's shoulder, causing the latter to grimace in response. I knew it. What my mother after father's passing. How fares Asgard? His eyes brimmed with longing for his homeland. However, the joy on the warriors' faces swiftly transformed into solemnity. They exchanged glances, and it was Hogun, the most composed among them, who spoke in a low and grave tone. Thor, we did not come for a visit. Thor's smile froze. What? King Odin has not perished. Sif stepped forward, her cerulean eyes locking onto Thor's, filled with both compassion and unwavering resolve. He has merely fallen into Odin's sleep, a profound slumber for the restoration of his strength. Loki deceived you, Thor. Volstagg could no longer contain himself, his voice booming with rage. While the king slumbers, he has usurped the throne. He now sits in the Golden Palace, issuing commands. He has distorted history, Vandal added, his tone imbued with a warrior's indignation. He told Asgard it was you, Thor, who, in arrogance and recklessness, shattered the peace with Jotunheim, inciting war. Your banishment was justly deserved. He even sealed the Rainbow Bridge, preventing us from seeking you. Thor stood utterly still, his towering figure trembling slightly, his golden eyes narrowing in shock. The news of his father's death, the humiliation of his exile, the guilt for instigating war, was it all a web of lies? Was it Loki, his most trusted brother, who had meticulously woven this deceit? Loki. Thor's voice was hoarse and dry, laced with suppressed fury and profound anguish. Why would he do this? If he truly desires it, then let him have it. At this moment, I am unable to even lift Mjolnir. I am no longer the Thor I once was. He inhaled deeply and continued, moreover, my father has exiled me to this place and stripped me of my divine powers to teach me humility, responsibility, and understanding. I have failed to meet my father's expectations. Thor's gaze drifted towards the direction of the temporary S-H-I-E-L-D base, where his beloved hammer, a symbol of his strength, lay. My power, my worth, must be proven by me, here in Midgard. I shall remain here, living as a true mortal, which is the fate I deserve. Thor. Vandal attempted to interject, but Thor raised his hand to silence him. His words resonated with a solemn and heroic determination. Sif's eyes glistened with unshed tears, while Hogan and Vandal pressed their lips together tightly. Volstagg struck the nearby utility pole with a heavy fist, producing a dull thud. Jane, Daisy, and Eric stood at a distance, staring in stunned disbelief. Usurpation? God King? What do these terms even mean? Were these individuals truly not here to engage in role-playing? Such vocabulary assaulted their understanding. Jane observed Thor's tall, yet somewhat solitary figure. Sif wished to persuade Thor further when, just then, a thunderous sound emanated from the northwest outside the hotel window, akin to the heart of the earth being struck. Boom! Immediately following, a blindingly pure white beam of light, like a spear of judgment, tore through the sky and descended, striking precisely at the center of the small town. A violent tremor reverberated through the hotel, causing the windows to buzz. Heavens! What is that? Daisy cried, rushing to the window. Jane and Eric, their faces drained of color, gazed towards the destructive beam. Loki was awakened by this jolt. The destroyer has arrived, he murmured. Indeed, Loki could no longer contain himself. He wished for Thor's demise and was intent on not sparing him. The beam persisted for several seconds before dissipating. Yet, a more terrifying sight soon emerged. A faceless giant, composed of metal and with a visage resembling a burning furnace, rose slowly from the enormous crater created by the beam, its heavy and oppressive footsteps echoing ominously. Chapter 45. The combat interface of the destroyer activates. Its furnace-like face turned towards Old Bridge Town, as if it had locked onto its prey. The destroyer began to stride forward, covering hundreds of meters, advancing like a moving catastrophe towards Old Bridge Town. Its target was unmistakably Thor Odinson. Believing that Loki would not harm him, Thor approached the destroyer without hesitation, questioning, Loki, if you wished, I never intended to contest the throne with you. We are brothers. But Sif, witnessing the destroyer's swinging fist, hurriedly dashed forward to shove Thor out of the way. Volstagg, clad in brown leather armor, let out a thunderous battle cry, raising his massive axe overhead, akin to a raging bull charging at the destroyer. Jane and the others, along with the curious Loki, rushed to Thor's side to assist him, eager to ascertain his well-being. The axe's blade tore through the searing air with the force of a mountain-splitting strike, ruthlessly descending upon the neck of the destroyer. The clang of metal striking metal reverberated, nearly shattering eardrums. The axe merely grazed the destroyer's shoulder plate, producing a shower of dazzling sparks. Yet the colossal metal figure remained unmoved. The hollow head of the destroyer mechanically turned toward Volstagg, and a terrifying, molten red surged within the depths of its visor. Back! Sif's sharp warning sliced through the air, but alas, it was a moment too late. A devastating beam of blinding white light erupted from the destroyer's visage. Volstagg instinctively raised his massive axe to block. But that once invincible weapon was rendered as fragile as common iron before a divine armament. In an instant, the axe was melted into a searing cascade of red-hot iron. Splattering down, the terrifying aftermath of the beam struck him squarely in the chest, propelling him like a severed kite several meters backward, crashing through the brick wall of a nearby convenience store. Smoke hissed from the dented armor, covering his chest, as the burly man struggled painfully amidst the rubble. Left with only a half-twisted, charred axe handle in hand, the two fighters, one on each side, launched a fierce assault, their cooperation seamless. Yet the destroyer deemed it beneath its notice to turn around. Its upper torso twisted in an unnatural motion, executing a sudden 180-degree rotation. The metallic spine emitting a grating sound akin to colossal gears grinding against one another. Hogan's Morning Star struck the leg armor, sending sparks flying but leaving only a trivial scratch. Vandal's cutting blade indeed found its mark at the joint of the armor, yet it met an ancient, unyielding barrier. Breaking with a sharp crack, the destroyer's arms, as robust as a battering ram, swept across with formidable force. Hogan barely managed to raise his round shield in defense, which instantly caved under the onslaught of overwhelming might. The two were hurled as if struck by a speeding truck, propelled by an irresistible force, crashing through the display window of a hardware store. Shattered glass cascaded like a torrential downpour, swiftly engulfing their pained groans beneath the debris. Just as the destroyer's cold gaze refocused on Thor, an energy surged anew within its visor. Sif's figure descended like a war goddess from the second-floor terrace. Grasping Odin's bestowed silver spear with both hands, She channeled all her strength and falling momentum into the spear's tip, resolutely thrusting it towards the unguarded crown of the destroyer for the sake of honor. The spearhead collided violently with the indestructible metal of the destroyer's skull, producing a shrill screech and blinding sparks. The tremendous impact forced the destroyer's head to lurch forward under the might of this assault. Sif clutched the spear's shaft, suspended in midair, exerting every ounce of her strength in an effort to pierce or tear through the head of this infernal armor. This fleeting advantage lasted but a moment. Suddenly, a deep, resonant hum erupted from within the destroyer's neck, akin to hydraulic machinery at full throttle. The heavy head disregarded the spear's resistance, slowly but inexorably lifting against Sif's weight and strength. Sif was violently flung into the air by this overwhelming force, her silver armor tracing a desperate arc in the blinding sunlight. Before she could adjust her stance and land, the destroyer swiftly grasped the spear shaft, effortlessly lifting Sif along with her weapon as if it were a mere toy, and with immense force, brought it crashing down upon a parked car by the roadside. The sound of the impact resounded as the car's roof crumpled and deformed under the violent blow, while shards of glass erupted in a shower. Sif lay curled within the twisted wreckage of metal, unconscious, with crimson blood trickling from her brow and staining her silver armor. The four mightiest warriors of the celestial palace now lay sprawled upon the cracked, searing asphalt, dust and blood mingling upon their battered armor, a grim testament to the tragic defeat of mortal flesh against divine weaponry. The destroyer stepped over the blazing remnants of the car, advancing with a heavy, unstoppable gait, its molten gold gaze fixated on the still unconscious Thor. Within the depths of its helmet, destructive energy surged, radiating blinding light and searing heat. The intense temperature distorted the air surrounding it, as the beam capable of incinerating all was on the verge of erupting. Jane watched in despair as the energy column closed in, shaking her head. The bottle in Dr. Eric's hand finally fell to the ground, shattering and splattering its contents. Daisy let out a terrified scream, retreating behind Jane. Meanwhile, Thor stared blankly at the silver giant outside, a harbinger of death and destruction, the very weapon sent by his brother to carry out the final extermination. The last flicker of confusion and self-pity in his eyes was swiftly replaced by an overwhelming fear and an instinctual will to survive ignited within him. The arrival of the destroyer heralded a brutal and direct reckoning. Thor, stripped of his divine powers, still had those he needed to protect. With no retreat left, he roared, "Loki!" as he prepared to charge toward the oncoming energy. Alas, the distance would endanger Daisy. Why not wait for Thor to close the gap before striking? Loki observed Thor's finally ignited fighting spirit, then glanced at the relentless destroyer outside, realizing that relying solely on Thor and a spear, albeit a long one, was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. He inhaled deeply, as faint golden data streams flickered wildly in his eyes. It was evident from his calculations that Thor could not withstand the onslaught, but that was of little consequence. Though his powers were sealed, he remained a god, and his father was watching. However, the energy at this distance would undoubtedly threaten Daisy and the others. Though Loki was sentimental, he was not devoid of compassion. A hum resonated as an invisible energy field suddenly expanded from Loki's center. Surrounding streetlights flickered wildly before extinguishing entirely. His casual attire billowed in the wind. Behind him, a pair of magnificent pure white wings slowly unfurled. The edges of the wings distorted the very fabric of space. Command confirmed. The Xeon combat panel has been activated. Energy analysis at 30-100. Object wormhole established. Loki approached the others, extending his slender finger. As the energy approached Loki, ripples formed in the space before his fingers, and cracks began to emerge, resulting in an aperture. The energy was swiftly consumed. Subsequently, a wormhole manifested above the destroyer, and a similar pillar of energy assailed it. My heavens! Daisy gaped at Loki, who appeared as a god descended from the heavens, utterly astonished. She was aware that Loki was extraordinary, but she never anticipated the extent of his uniqueness. Jane and Eric were equally overwhelmed with disbelief. Loki, Jane's voice quivered. There is no time for explanations. Loki's voice resonated with a metallic timbre, calm yet authoritative. Dr. Eric, take them to the basement. Find the sturdiest place to hide. Thor. He glanced at Thor, who gripped the chair with resolute eyes. Do you wish to prove that you are not merely the god of thunder reliant on a hammer? Thor suddenly straightened. Though still devoid of strength, the despairing demeanor vanished. In its stead arose a determination to fight against the odds. Thor gazed at Loki, suspended in the air, his eyes igniting with incredulous brilliance, soon replaced by a fierce flame of shared animosity. He nodded vigorously, a deep battle roar escaping his throat. "Huh? I knew you were not so simple. Excellent." In the next moment, Loki's figure transformed into a fleeting stream of pale gold, darting towards the silver destroyer that bore down like a mountain. Thor bellowed, clutching his weapon tightly, leaping through the shattered window, akin to a moth drawn to the flames. On the silent streets of Old Bridge, the recently repaired destroyer turned its furnace-like visage toward the two diminutive figures daring to obstruct its path. The mask opened once more, and terrifying energy began to coalesce, illuminating the street with a blinding white glow, the aura of destruction enveloping them. The magnetic confinement field activated at full power, testing my individual defense capabilities. Loki silently intoned, as golden patterns beneath his skin illuminated to their zenith, forming a gossamer-thin barrier before him, shimmering with intricate geometric light patterns. Boom! The blinding beam of light collided violently with the pale, golden force field. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a spine-chilling, high-frequency shriek of energy annihilating one another. The dazzling brilliance burst forth, casting everything around into a blinding white haze. The terrifying heat instantaneously melted the engine hood of a police car, while nearby agents felt their skin nearly scorched. Loki's body convulsed violently. The asphalt beneath him fractured and collapsed. A faint trace of nearly invisible golden blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The energy engine of the second-generation divine body throbbed wildly, operating beyond its limits. Warning: energy shock peak exceeds threshold of 150. Stability of magnetic confinement field drops to 78. Estimated duration: 37 seconds. The alarms of the core echoed frantically in Loki's mind. Chapter 46. Pull the plug. Record annihilation reaction model. Save combat data of the second-generation warrior's body. In his consciousness, streams of golden data cascaded like a waterfall from his eyes. The assault patterns of the destroyer, its energy properties, and the annihilation reaction processes belong to the combat data of Asgard, which is being meticulously captured and recorded in the repository of knowledge through its own existence as a sensor. A mere insect obstructing my path? Loki observed everything through the perspective of the destroyer, letting out a contemptuous snort. The brilliance emanating from the destroyer's visage did not diminish. Instead, it surged once more. The power of the rays escalated abruptly. Crack! The pale golden force field before Loki produced a sound of fracturing under immense pressure. Web-like fissures instantaneously spread across its surface. Seizing the moment while the two were at an impasse, Thor tightened his grip on his hammer, intending to launch a sneak attack from behind. His voice, hoarse yet resonant, pierced through the cacophony of energy converging in the destroyer, as if it transcended the void to reach Loki, who controlled everything from the throne of the Golden Palace in Asgard. Regardless of what I have done to evoke your resentment, I sincerely apologize. He took a deep breath, his gaze unwavering as it met the hollow, burning visage of the destroyer, as if he could peer through it to see Loki's eyes. But these people are innocent. Their demise brings you no benefit. Let's put an end to this. Within the treasury of Asgard, Loki, witnessing Thor's bold stance through the eyes of the destroyer, heard his plea imbued with remorse and a spirit of sacrifice. The smugness and coldness on Loki's face froze instantaneously, a fleeting expression of astonishment and confusion flickering in his eyes. Thor's actions were entirely unforeseen. The manipulations of the destroyer hesitated for a brief moment due to these unanticipated words. Meanwhile, in a deeper recess of Asgard, Odin, ensnared in slumber by Loki's enchantment, felt a tear escape the corner of his closed eyes. This tear flowed not only for his son's spirit of sacrifice, but also for his son's ultimate comprehension of the true essence of kingship. It bore the weight of Odin's divine power and acknowledgement, silently traversing the 9 realms to become the final key to unlocking Thor's seal. Yet, it appeared that the destroyer's momentary hesitation was fleeting. As if eyes lay behind the armor, it swiftly raised its hand towards Thor. The acrid scent of gravel mingled with flames filling the air. Thor had no time to evade. He could only watch helplessly as the fist, glimmering with metallic coldness, rapidly enlarged in his field of vision. No! Jane's scream echoed. Boom! The sound of a thundering impact reverberated. Thor's body was hurled like a kite with severed strings, crashing violently against a toppled police car several dozen meters away. The resilient roof of the vehicle buckled instantly under the force. Blood gushed from Thor's mouth, the sickening crack of bones resonating in his chest. He lay limp amidst the twisted metal, consciousness slipping away, teetering on the brink of life and death. Thor! Jane let out a heart-wrenching cry, desperately attempting to rush forward, but was firmly restrained by Eric and Daisy. At that moment, radiant white light surged forth. Pure white wings unfurled magnificently, enveloping Loki's figure as it shot toward the sky like a piercing arrow. The destructive rays grazed Loki's hair, igniting the gas station behind him into a towering inferno. This unfortunate child, attacking while speaking. What folly is there in sneaking an attack whilst conversing? Loki could only helplessly facepalm. Thor lay upon the twisted wreckage of the police car, his chest caved in, breath so faint it was nearly extinguished, blood staining his tattered garments. Jane broke free from Eric's grasp, rushing to Thor's side, tears cascading down her cheeks like scattered pearls, her trembling hand caressing his icy visage. Locke's voice reached Jane's ears, calm yet imbued with an undeniable strength. Jane, awaken him. Startled, she lifted her gaze, her tear-filled eyes searching the air. He's dying. How can I awaken him? With the words your heart longs to convey. Locke's golden eyes locked onto the destroyer, urging him not to succumb here. He implored him to remember his unfulfilled guardianship and responsibilities. Tell him his name. Drawn by the beam of light, the agents of SHIELD finally arrived. Evacuate. Immediately clear all residents. Retreat to the outskirts of the town. Hurry. Coulson seized this precious moment to bellow into his communicator. The trained agents of SHIELD swiftly divided into two groups. One continued to futilely shoot at the destroyer to divert its attention, while the other guided the terrified citizens towards safety outside the town. Locke hovered in the air, flames cascading from his palms, coalescing into a longsword. As the blade struck the shoulder guard of the destroyer, the sparks that erupted exhibited a strange bluish-purple hue. When the annihilation beam surged forth once more, he dove into the light, the longsword piercing precisely through the crevice of the helmet. The armor emitted a shrill screech as gears locked, dark golden fragments scattering from where the blade had struck. Locke soared past the destroyer, his palm now clutching a metal piece the size of a fingernail. URU flowed through his hands, shimmering with the light of starbirth. The hardness was commendable, and its energy conductivity appeared superior to that of dark silver. Core of destruction. Construct annihilation strikes. In the distance, the gap in the destroyer's helmet began to seal, slowly vanishing. A flicker of surprise crossed Locke's eyes as he turned to Jane, who cradled Thor. Why is he not awakened yet? We must alter the script. Though I can strike. This entity resembles a glitch, capable of self-repair, with a long-range energy supply. I must sever its connection. Locke's wings erupted with brilliant light. Core activation. Target, destroyer control link. Locking onto energy source coordinates and resonance frequency. Constructing an information barrier. Dimension, 7. Frequency. Inverse phase, mental wave. Power maximum. Executing. Force disruption. A wave of invisible energy surged forth from Locke, expanding rapidly. In his sight, a barrier formed around the destroyer, forcibly severing all its connections to the outside world. Far away, within the treasury of Asgard, Loki, who was wielding Gungnir to control the destroyer, suddenly changed countenance. What? He felt the eternal spear tremble violently in his grasp. It was as if a sharp blade had instantaneously severed the mental and energy link between him and the destroyer. It felt as though someone had forcibly unplugged his connection, freezing the game in an instant. The luminous image before him flickered violently, becoming blurred, distorted, and ultimately dissolving into a flurry of static noise. His connection with the destroyer was abruptly severed by an unknown yet formidable force. No, it cannot be. Loki's handsome visage contorted in an instant, his eyes filled with disbelief and a tinge of fear, as if the destroyer had been entirely erased from the cosmos. In that very moment, when Loki's control was forcibly disrupted, the colossal form of the destroyer came to an abrupt halt. Chapter 47. God of Thunder, Thor. Its face, once radiating a blinding light, extinguished as if a power had been cut. Its elevated foot hovered in midair, the entire entity appearing soulless, transformed into a frigid metallic statue. The overwhelming aura of destruction that enveloped the battlefield dissipated suddenly, plunging the arena into an eerie silence. Agents of SHIELD ceased their fire, staring blankly at the suddenly lifeless destroyer. Coulson fixated on the ethereal figure hovering above, emanating a faint golden glow, resembling a deity, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. The radiance in the destroyer's eyes gradually faded, leaving behind a half-healed scar on its brow. A sandstorm swept across its silent form, producing a hollow wail. Loki folded his wings and gracefully descended to the ground, disregarding the astonished gazes around him, striding directly towards the place where Thor lay gravely injured. At that moment, Jane cradled Thor in her arms, tears cascading down like pearls from a broken string, her trembling hand caressing his icy cheek. Loki, you're an angel. You truly are an angel, aren't you? Then what Thor said is true. He is a god, and he cannot die, can he? Loki's voice trembled as it slowly escaped Jane's lips. With a hint of helplessness, Loki touched the tip of his nose, initially intending to secretly gather the genes of Asgard's longevity species. How the script deviated so drastically. After all, I did not do anything, and in the film, the destroyer did not attack Daisy or Jane. If it weren't for the destroyer firing its annihilating beam at Daisy and the others, I wouldn't be in this predicament. Now, I must find a way to awaken Thor. Never mind, you cough cough. No, Thor's in trouble, Jane. Thor needs you to awaken him. He requires your strength. Loki had originally meant to assure Jane of her safety, but recalling that the destroyer was temporarily under his control and posed no immediate threat, it seemed Thor would not awaken easily. A soft golden energy emanated from Loki's fingertips, tracing through the air. Cough cough, Jane. Just focus on this incantation and maintain your current state. You must feel sorrow, rage, and fear. Although she was confused, looking at Thor's lifeless face evoked memories of his generosity, pride, the occasional flicker of bewilderment, and his selfless form from earlier, igniting a powerful emotion within her. She began to recite Loki's words. Thor, Odinson. Jane summoned all her strength, her voice breaking yet filled with a soul-piercing intensity, shouting into Thor's ear. You cannot die. Can you hear me? You promised to take me to see Asgard. You promised to tell me the stories of those stars. You said you were the god of thunder. He's the prince of Asgard. How can you lie here like a coward? Thor, awaken, like a true god. Rise up. Jane's voice resounded like thunder, as warm and invigorating as the purest spring, penetrating the depths of Thor's near-fading consciousness. Those forgotten glories, suppressed responsibilities, the wrath of Loki's betrayal, the longing for Asgard, and the promise to the brave mortal woman calling to him surged forth. When did I promise to show her the stars of Asgard? Yet, the once dormant thoughts ignited the barriers that had been lifted. Like a powder keg set ablaze, an explosion erupted deep within his silenced veins. A faint arc of electricity suddenly flickered at Thor's bloodied fingertips. Then came a second, the third, in the distant temporary base of Shield. At the center of the crater, Mjolnir trembled violently. The ancient runes inscribed upon the hammer erupted with an unprecedented brilliance of lightning. The very ground of the crater shook. Thor's tightly shut eyes flew open. No longer were they the soft blue of yore, but now ablaze with the fire of thunder. A divine power began to awaken and surge within his battered form. He struggled to lift his bloodied hand, his throat emitting a hoarse yet potent roar. Mjolnir! The sky suddenly darkened. Infinite storm clouds rolled and gathered. In the next moment, Mjolnir transformed into a blue bolt of lightning that tore through the sky. It raced towards the small town at a terrifying speed, surpassing the speed of sound, leaving a trail of chaotic electrical arcs in its wake. Wherever it passed, the air was ionized, producing sharp detonations, and the earth trembled beneath it. It shattered the roof of a convenience store, ripped apart the walls of a hardware shop, leaving destruction and brilliant sparks behind, unwavering in its pursuit of its true master. The hardware store owner exclaimed, The vast power of the gods descends. Mjolnir, imbued with the might of 1,000 thunderstorms, struck decisively into Thor's outstretched right palm. The moment the hammer's handle met his hand, a visible shockwave of blue and white energy, brimming with immense divine power, erupted from Thor's center, instantly sweeping across the entire street. Grasping the hammer of the thunder god, Thor soared into the sky, instantly enveloped in a tempest of furious lightning. His tattered mortal attire turned to ash in the electric light, revealing the silver armor forged from his guardian URU metal, inscribed with magical runes. A crimson cape billowed behind him, unfurling in the wind with a resounding crackle. In this moment, Thor the Thunder God had truly returned. Loki watched as Thor ascended, the armor seamlessly melding onto him, while his analytical eye clearly recorded how Thor activated his divine power. The swirling storm clouds above seemed to respond to an ultimate call, countless thick blue and white lightning bolts cascading down like wild dragons, converging upon the hammer. Mjolnir erupted with a radiance more blinding than the sun, as if it wielded a compressed star of thunder. drink in the power. With a thunderous roar, Thor hurled Mjolnir, imbued with boundless power of thunder, towards the destroyer with all his might. The enchanted hammer transformed into a radiant pillar of lightning, piercing through the heavens and instantly tearing apart the fabric of space, striking the destroyer with an unstoppable force. Boom! The deafening explosion reverberated through the skies. A blinding light consumed everything in an instant. Just as the thunder was about to strike the destroyer, Locke's figure moved once more. He appeared between the descending lightning and the destroyer, calmly raising his right hand in the face of the cataclysmic golden divine punishment. Spare some strength, Thor, Locke's voice, though not loud, pierced through the thunderous cacophony and resonated in the ears of everyone, including Thor, whose consciousness had only just returned. As he spoke, a portal reemerged at his fingertips, this time opening towards the sky. Buzz! The terrifying pale blue lightning, potent enough to reduce the destroyer and half a small town to ashes, surged violently towards the softly violet portal, barely 10 meters from the destroyer's head. Chapter 48. To look again would be impolite. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted in the sky, yet the destroyer remained unscathed. Locke lowered his hand and turned to face Thor, whose eyes still held a look of confusion amidst the lingering golden lightning. With a relaxed tone, he remarked, "Save your strength, God of Thunder. I have severed its energy supply and remote control. This hunk of iron is now nothing more than a pile of scrap metal, unable to stir up any waves." He gestured toward the statue-like, motionless destroyer. "I would like to borrow this thing. Do not damage it." A profound silence enveloped the battlefield. Only the flames flickered and smoke swirled in the air. Everyone stood in awe, gazing at the figure in white, who had so nonchalantly diverted the divine thunder before the destroyer. Thor observed the immense, inert destroyer, then glanced at Locke, who was curiously tapping on the destroyer's metallic leg. Producing a crisp, ringing sound, his expression complex. He felt the divine power surging back within him, a sensation filled with vitality that invigorated him immensely. Yet, the effortless manner in which Locke had redirected the thunder he had summoned left a more profound impression on him. "Very well, Locke," Thor said, flexing his still aching limbs. Producing a series of cracking sounds, his tone tinged with a subtle hint of respect. "Though I am eager to test my strength against you and see just how many strange abilities you possess." His gaze suddenly shifted towards the horizon, where the 4 valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace were helping each other emerge from the rubble, looking battered but seemingly unscathed. "Perhaps it is best to postpone that for now." Thor broke into a grin, revealing his trademark hearty smile. "I must first ascertain that Sif and the others are unharmed." His gaze then turned to Jane Foster, who was anxiously rushing towards him, his eyes filled with tenderness and a sense of relief at their reunion. "Then I must bid her a proper farewell." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Thor had already surged forward like a towering flash of lightning, covering several dozen meters in mere strides. He first approached Fandral and his companions, firmly clapping Hogan and Volstagg on the shoulder, before turning his attention to Sif. Exchanging a few brief words, and then, with an urgency that could not be contained, he pivoted and strode purposefully towards Jane, under the watchful eyes of countless armed HILD agents. Amidst the battlefield thick with the scent of smoke and charred remnants, Thor opened his powerful arms wide, enveloping Jane as if to meld her into his very being. In an instant, Jane's tears burst forth, soaking into his broad chest, her shoulders trembling slightly. Thor lowered his gaze, resting his chin atop her head, his golden eyes brimming with regret, reluctance, and an unprecedented tenderness. "I'm sorry, Jane, for making you worry." He spoke in a deep, magnetic tone. I know." Jane's voice was muffled, laced with a heavy nasal quality. "I swear," Thor solemnly vowed, gently cupping Jane's face and placing a kiss upon her forehead. In the distance, Agent Coulson observed this Hollywood-esque moment of divine affection, his lips twitching slightly as if he were about to voice a thought. Aren't they supposed to be fighting? How did it turn into a kiss? However, he ultimately redirected his gaze towards a more pressing matter. Loki, who was leisurely pacing around the colossal form of the destroyer as if he were perusing a museum exhibit. Coulson took a deep breath, straightening his slightly crumpled suit, and donned his characteristic gentle smile as he approached Loki. "Good day, Mr. Loki," he greeted, extending his hand with just the right amount of respect. "I am Agent Phil Coulson from Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, responsible for." He was abruptly interrupted by Loki, who, noting Coulson's somewhat stubborn hairline swaying in the morning breeze, quipped, "Enough with the lengthy introduction, Agent Coulson. I'm already acquainted with you. Speak freely. No need for such formality." With that, a faint golden glimmer ignited at the tip of his finger, akin to the most precise of chisels, delicately tapping at a connection point of the runes on the destroyer's metallic leg. There, a nearly imperceptible spark flickered to life. And instantly, the ancient runic array, which had previously pulsed with a faint luminescence, seemed to have its core siphoned away, dulling to lifelessness. Coulson's outstretched hand froze midair, his smile momentarily stiffening. Following Loki's gaze, he instinctively touched his increasingly prominent hairline, feeling a pang of resignation. Staring too long would be impolite, wouldn't it? This thought remained unspoken, merely a silent jab in his mind. Ahem, Mr. Loki, it is as follows. Coulson's gaze shifted towards the towering, cold metallic giant. His eyes filled with curiosity and a hint of concern. Could you kindly elucidate the events that transpired just now? For instance, this entity, it ponders its choice of words. But what exactly is it? A sort of robot, perhaps? Something akin to the Iron Man suit crafted by Mr. Tony Stark? He simply could not reconcile the ancient, otherworldly essence of this annihilator before him with Tony's modern, technologically advanced crimson armor. Loki finally turned around, directing his gaze at Coulson. A look of incredulity adorned his face, his golden eyes gleaming with amusement. Stark's armor? While that might be a fair comparison, Loki scoffed, shaking his head as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke. Agent Coulson, do they appear to be creations of a similar system? He tapped the cold metallic shell of the annihilator, producing a dull sound. Tony's armor, when dismantled, revealed circuit boards, servo motors, and a reactor fundamentally rooted in the principles of human physics and engineering. And this? Loki circled the annihilator, his fingertips gliding over its smooth metallic surface. This is URU metal, a product of Asgard, possessing near-perfect energy conductivity and physical strength. Its core is some manner of, well, you might interpret it as an energy core and will imprint based on the rules of the divine realm. Each rune inscribed upon it was meticulously carved by Odin, the father of that golden-haired, caped man, forming a magical array that bestows upon it the power to annihilate matter. Essentially, they are both armors, yet they do not belong to the same system. Loki paused, observing Coulson's increasingly grave expression, and added, the ancient one. Coulson's mouth twitched again at this nonchalant, almost casual tone, reminiscent of a neighbor recounting a quarrel, starkly contrasting with the apocalyptic battlefield and the imposing black and gold humanoid weapon before him. Yet he grasped the critical information, extraterrestrial civilization, a princely struggle for power, weaponry. So is it safe now? Coulson inquired, pointing at the annihilator, his primary concern still focused on this ticking time bomb. Safe. Loki raised an eyebrow. He gestured toward the area he had previously indicated, adding, moreover, to prevent any mishaps. I have physically dismantled several of its most crucial switch runes. As it stands, it is merely a colossal, highly artistic metallic sculpture. That is well and good indeed. It is of considerable artistic value, Coulson replied with a sigh of relief, only to be met with a fresh wave of concern. How to dispose of such a massive entity? The SHIELD was keenly interested in such an 084 item. He cautiously probed further. Mr. Loki, regarding this highly valuable metallic sculpture, what do you intend to? Oh, that. Loki replied with a look of obviousness. I shall, of course, take it with me. An exhibit of such artistic merit held in your possession would be poorly managed. What if some careless child or a terrorist organization were to salvage parts? It would cause trouble for Earth, wouldn't it? Rest assured, I will handle it appropriately. Coulson opened his mouth, wanting to interject, perhaps with phrases about it being an extraterrestrial object requiring SHIELD oversight. Based on his previous encounters with Ethan, reasoning with an angel, that was likely more challenging than negotiating with the Annihilator itself. At that moment, a disturbance arose from Thor's direction. The fleeting intimacy between him and Jane came to an end as the four valiant warriors of Asgard gathered around. Thor lifted his gaze to the heavens, his golden eyes flickering with the essence of thunder. Heimdall! Thor shouted into the sky. As his voice echoed, a radiant pillar resembling a divine staircase descended upon Thor, Sif, Fandral, Hogun, and Volstagg with a thunderous roar. Jane, wait for me. Thor cast a final, profound glance at Jane, his eyes brimming with promise. Loki, thank you. Asgard owes you a favor. He called out to Loki with sincerity. The brilliance swiftly enveloped their figures. Then, as abruptly as it appeared, it contracted and vanished, leaving behind a scorched circle emanating high temperatures and peculiar runes. Jane stared at the empty ground, a sense of unease creeping over her. Daisy rushed over and wrapped her arms around her shoulders. Eric sighed as he picked up the shattered wine jug from the ground, realizing it was already empty. Releasing another long sigh, Coulson observed the vanishing figures of Thor and the others, then glanced at Loki, who was cautiously dissecting the ankle joint of the destroyer. A throbbing headache intensified in his mind. He began to contemplate how to utilize the properties of this divine metal, combining it with the forging techniques of a knowledge repository regarding adamantium and dark iron, to create a melee weapon prototype worthy of angelic power. He had even begun searching for data in the repository, preparing to model it in the dark dimension. Suddenly, a strange wave swept through, as if the very fabric of space was being twisted by an invisible hand. There was no sound, no dramatic shifts in light and shadow. Yet Loki's acute perception tensed instantaneously. Just a moment ago, he had been on the chaotic battlefield of Old Bridgetown, surrounded by bustling SHLD agents, burning wreckage, and the cacophony of evacuating residents. In the next instant, an absolute silence enveloped him. All perception vanished. He felt as though he stood in a void, a nebulous chaos, with no bearings in any direction, save for his own existence. If there were air, it would be as solid as a block of lead at this moment. Spatial lockdown. Loki's pupils constricted sharply, alarm bells ringing in his mind. The metallic wings on his back were poised to unfold, golden patterns beneath his skin igniting with blinding light, his consciousness frantically connecting to the repository and the core. Core. Spatial anchoring. Prepare. Relax, Loki. A gentle, serene voice imbued with an oddly soothing power resonated behind him. Loki spun around. The movement was as swift as lightning. There stood a woman clad in a simple robe, her serene countenance exuding tranquility, as if she had always been there. Her hands hung naturally by her sides, a faint smile gracing her lips, her eyes deep and calm as they regarded him. Ancient One. Loki's movements froze, his wings halted in mid-expansion. His muscles remained taut as a drawn bowstring, his golden eyes fixed on the Ancient One, filled with utmost vigilance and gravity. He remained silent, yet the energy surging through him and his frigid gaze silently inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Ancient One seemed entirely unfazed by Loki's near-predatory stance, maintaining her serene smile, her tone as tranquil as if greeting a neighbor. "I harbor no malice. I shall not harm you. Loki." "What does that mean?" Loki's voice was icy, imbued with a metallic resonance, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. "Then why have you sought me out?" The energy engine within him continued to hum at a rapid pace, poised to confront any potential threat. Buzz. Chapter 50. The very concern he dreaded most had come to fruition. The chaotic space around them rippled like water, the gray void dissipating to reveal an elegant and tranquil tea room in Eastern style. Time-worn wooden tables and chairs adorned the space, with steaming Celadon teacups, while outside the window loomed a snow-capped mountain shrouded in mist. Everything appeared so vividly real and serene. Loki and Ancient One sat across from one another, the remnants of destruction quietly occupying a corner of the tea room, curiously out of place yet profoundly eerie. "It is nothing." Ancient One gracefully lifted her teacup, gently blowing away the steam. "I was merely curious about you, hence my visit." She took a sip of the tea, her gaze landing on Loki's still vigilant countenance. In truth, Ancient One set down her cup, her tone as neutral as if stating an undeniable fact. "I have observed you since the moment you successfully harnessed dimensional energy in that underground laboratory on the farm in New York State." Loki's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, one of his gravest fears had materialized. He had always acted discreetly, even attempting to avoid utilizing large-scale spatial or dimensional abilities in areas where Ancient One might be active, such as near the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York, fearing he would be mistaken for an interdimensional invader by this guardian of Earth. It appeared that from the very beginning, he had been under her scrutiny. Ancient One seemed to penetrate the tumult within Loki's heart, continuing with calm assurance. "According to my observations across countless parallel timelines, at this very moment, you should be on that farm, harvesting wheat alongside your father, living a tranquil and ordinary existence." She paused, her profound gaze locking onto Loki's wary golden eyes. "Yet, here you are, amidst the turmoil of Asgard, wielding powers beyond the mundane, even capable of interfering with the core of divine weaponry. This is quite intriguing." Loki forcibly suppressed the tumult within, striving to maintain an air of calm, though his vigilance remained unabated. He seized upon the critical information embedded in Ancient One's words. She had observed him across the parallel timelines. She was aware of Loki's original trajectory. "So what?" Loki's voice remained frosty. "Bringing me here, what do you wish to accomplish?" He discreetly summoned the core, preparing for the worst. Though facing Ancient One, he felt utterly uncertain. Ancient One, however, gently shook her head, a deeper, almost all-seeing smile gracing her lips. No. On the contrary, I have observed you for quite some time. When I first noticed the energy of your communication across dimensions, I was briefly led to believe that you had succumbed to some form of energy corruption. However, that was not the case. Moreover, after your recent communion with solar energy in the Himalayan mountains, I discerned that the dimensional energy you summoned appeared remarkably pure. Aside from the fact that your soul's essence seems to be far more resilient than that of an ordinary individual, and that a peculiar transition occurred at a certain point in time, there exists no fundamental difference between you and other versions of Rock Lee across different timelines at the level of the soul. You did not originate from any known or unknown alternate dimension. You remain distinctly yourself, a part of this universe. Her words stirred a tumult within Rock's heart. The notion of a soul's transition, genetic elevation, seemingly does not influence the realm of the soul. A transition at a certain point in time, could it be related to traversing dimensions? Yet, she also asserted that she does not hail from an alternate dimension, but is still a part of this universe. This seems to contradict his own understanding. Ancient One did not seem to expect Rock to grasp it immediately. She continued speaking. This piqued my curiosity immensely. How exactly did you achieve this? Through technology. Her gaze swept over Rock's currently retracted wings. The turmoil within Rock's heart intensified. It appears that Ancient One does not perceive him as an invader, but rather expresses interest in the source of his energy. Furthermore, from her words, it seems that his existence would not disrupt the reality she safeguards. He inhaled deeply and decided to temporarily lower his guard, following the thread of Ancient One's discourse. A semblance of appropriate bewilderment and curiosity adorned his face, as if he found the concepts of dimensions and the multiverse both foreign and intriguing. The dimensional energy you speak of, parallel timelines, the multiverse? These concepts elude my comprehension. I am merely, researching new methodologies for energy applications and have fortuitously achieved some results. He gestured towards the destroyer, attributing it to mere luck in uncovering a control weakness. Ancient One observed Rock's feigned ignorance with an amused glimmer in her eyes, choosing not to expose him. She lifted the teapot and filled the empty cup before him with fragrant tea. There is no need for you to be apprehensive, Rock. I am not here to pry in your secrets. As I mentioned earlier, I am simply curious. She set down the teapot and, with a gentle touch of her fingertip in the void, a spark of golden light danced momentarily in the air. Odin Borson, the king of Asgard, though in slumber, is aware of all that transpires within the celestial realm, particularly the disputes involving his two sons, as well as a once formidable weapon of war that posed a threat to the Nine Realms, which has been forcibly interrupted and captured by an unknown force. He has, through some means, contacted me to inquire about you. Rock understood immediately. Odin has awakened? Or can he perceive the outer world, even in slumber? This old fellow is indeed more complex than he appears. It seems my actions to shield the destroyer and decipher the runes have stirred the highest of beings. Just as well, Ancient One spoke in a calm tone. I merely sought to converse with you. An entity rooted here, yet deviated from its original trajectory due to some unknown transition. Your strength emanates from the exploration of technology and wisdom, rather than from the encroachment of external dimensions or ancient magical pacts. More importantly, the gaze of the Ancient One has grown profound, for this variable, namely you, Loki, and the timeline we inhabit, has quietly diverged from countless predetermined tributaries. It has not split into new parallel universes, as is customary, but has instead transformed into a singular, unique main artery. She observed the astonishment in Loki's eyes, which he could no longer conceal, and spoke slowly. I do not know how this came to be, nor do I know where it will ultimately lead. However, for now, your presence and actions do not seem to herald any misfortune. Thus I have come, prompted by Odin's inquiry and my own curiosity, to converse with you. The Ancient One lifted her teacup and gestured graciously. Would you care taste? The snow-topped tea of Kamartaj is known to soothe the spirit. Chapter 51, Academic Discussion. Loki gazed at the steaming tea before him, then glanced at the Ancient One, whose serene countenance seemed to embody an all-encompassing peace. The taut strings of his heart began to relax slightly. Though still vigilant, he understood that, at least for the moment, the Ancient One was not his adversary. He raised the teacup, feeling its warmth, as an invigorating aroma wafted into his senses. Taking a sip, the crisp, subtly sweet tea glided down his throat, imparting a peculiar sense of tranquility. He set down the cup, his golden eyes locking onto the Ancient One. So, Master, what would you like to discuss? The refreshing fragrance of tea permeated the elegant tea room, bestowing a unique calming effect. The smile of the Ancient One, imbued with insight, remained undiminished as her delicate fingers gently traced the warm rim of her cup, as if she were attuning herself to some profound essence. We may consider this a modest academic discussion, perhaps regarding the spaces and dimensions with which you are familiar, she said, her voice tranquil, akin to the explication of fundamental natural laws. Ththese concepts form the bedrock of our understanding and are the wellspring from which sorcerers derive their power. You inquire what we should discuss? Let us begin with your serendipitous discovery of the Destroyer's vulnerability, specifically the exquisite perception and manipulation of spatial structures you employed. How did you sever the energy of Odin's armor along with his will? She emphasized the word serendipitous with subtle inflection. Loki understood, well, that feigning ignorance before the Ancient One would yield little benefit, particularly given her awareness of his soul's transition and the peculiarity of this timeline. Nevertheless, he maintained his cautious demeanor, opting to elucidate using the language of technology while deliberately revealing a certain unfamiliarity with certain concepts. He extended a finger, from which a faint golden glow flickered, sketching an intricate, ever-shifting three-dimensional network model in the air between them, vividly illustrating his comprehension of space. The control exerted by the Destroyer, whether through a linkage or the energy transmission from its core, fundamentally constitutes a highly condensed flow of information and energy traversing space. This transmission inevitably leaves distinctive traces and resonance frequencies upon the fabric of space. When the flow of information is obstructed and the flow of energy is reflected, the control is naturally interrupted. Is this difficult to comprehend? In the realms of particle physics and quantum communication, analogous theoretical models indeed exist. Gu-E observed with keen interest as Locke outlined the spatial network model and elucidated his explanation of the principles governing manipulation and interruption. She nodded in agreement. The exquisite metaphor, from a technological perspective, bears resemblance to how we sorcerers perceive the weak points of space through the veil of Wanshan, or construct spatial portals via suspended rings. Fundamentally, there exists a connection, albeit the paths of realization and the tools employed are distinctly different. While Locke did not dispute this, he refrained from delving into the intentions behind the celestial core or the sacred repository of knowledge. He began to shift the conversation. You previously mentioned countless parallel timelines and a unique trunk. To be candid, this concept feels somewhat abstract to me. In my understanding, time flows like a unidirectional river from the past to the future, with each moment being singular. Are the innumerable timelines you speak of those that derive from various possibilities, akin to the uncertainty of quantum states? Gu-E regarded the perfectly timed confusion and curiosity in Locke's eyes, nodding slightly. Your understanding is on the right track. Under the usual cosmic rules, whenever a pivotal choice arises or a significant event occurs that could influence the course of the universe, the river of time bifurcates, flowing towards divergent possibilities, thus forming countless parallel tributaries that flow independently without interference. Each tributary represents an independent universe, possessing slightly different or entirely distinct histories and futures. She lifted the teapot and replenished Locke's cup with fragrant tea, steam rising gently. However, something extraordinarily rare has transpired within you, Locke. At the moment of your leap, or rather, when you deviated from your original path of reaping knowledge and began exploring new applications of energy, according to conventional wisdom, the timeline should have immediately split upon your first divergent choice, creating a new branch of parallel universes concerning the scientist Locke. Gu-Ye's gaze deepened with scrutiny. Yet, this is not the case. Both I and an organization safeguarding the order of time have observed with clarity that our current timeline has not bifurcated. It resembles a sturdy vessel navigating through a turbulent fork without entering any new tributary. Instead, it forcefully altered its original course, continuing to sail along a singular trunk. The previous tributaries predicting your mundane future all withered at that moment, or rather, were absorbed and overshadowed by this unique trunk. This time, Locke did not conceal his astonishment, his brow furrowing. How can this be? According to your assertion, my very existence disrupts the rules of this universe. Why has there been no bifurcation? Why have other timelines withered? This, Locke, is my greatest enigma. Gu-E gazed at him candidly. It appears that exceptions to the rules manifest in your case. I cannot elucidate the origins of this phenomenon. Perhaps your method of leap is exceptionally unique, or perhaps your soul has forged an inexplicable and profound bond with the anchor of this timeline. Alternatively, the distinctive technology you command may have inadvertently stabilized the continuity of space-time. It is akin to a colossal stabilizer, firmly confining all variables produced by your existence to a singular trajectory, thereby averting any potential fragmentation. She paused, her tone imbued with a barely perceptible gravity. This uniqueness renders this timeline exceptionally robust, seemingly impervious to the organization that safeguards time, yet it remains replete with the unknown. I can still communicate with my other selves, but we can no longer reference the scripts of alternate universes to predict its future. Its course will entirely hinge upon each variable present within it. Chapter 52, I Have a Path, albeit fraught with peril. Locke fell into a contemplative silence, absorbing the weight of Ancient One's words. He comprehended her implication. His presence had irrevocably altered the fate of the once humble farm boy, Locke, who harvested grain. Moreover, he had not only transformed his own destiny, but had forcibly extricated this universe from the predetermined narrative of the Marvel Multiverse, rendering it an independent entity, perhaps a single-player version, without other parallel universes for reference. As for dimensions, Ancient One seemed to perceive the heaviness of Locke's thoughts and deftly shifted the topic. The energy you harnessed in the underground laboratory, as well as the essence of your own power, has delved into the realms of the unknown dimensions. The material universe we inhabit is but one layer within a multitude of superimposed dimensions. The power of sorcerers largely derives from borrowing energy from higher dimensional existences or exploiting the interstices and vulnerabilities between dimensions. Her gaze swept once more over the energy patterns beneath Locke's skin. Your power is remarkably peculiar. It does not merely borrow, it seems to transmute and harness. This is precisely what piques my curiosity. You have, at one point, transformed the immense energy emanating from the stellar sun, employing a technological principle that eludes my complete understanding, into your own primal energy. This energy appears to possess the intrinsic quality of transcending dimensions, or perhaps it originates from an energy dimension yet to be explored, intricately linked to our material universe, yet distinctly separate. Can you elucidate the core principles behind this energy transmutation? For instance, how do you surmount the dimensional barriers that filter and dissipate energy forms? Furthermore, how do you ensure that the transformed energy maintains such stability? To be candid, Kamartaj has a significant demand for stable dimensional energy. Ancient One's gaze brimmed with the pure curiosity of a scholar. The sorcerers of Kamartaj acquire the power of the Vishani through contracts, but the price is the obligation of their souls in the afterlife to repay debts, which I trust you can comprehend. They must also remain ever vigilant against the temptations of the dark dimension. Faced with Ancient One's incisive inquiry regarding core technology, Locke felt a warning bell resonate within him once more. He lifted his teacup, using the act of sipping to mask his unease, then set the cup down, allowing a sincere yet resigned smile to grace his features. Ancient One, your question strikes at the heart of the matter. However, the specifics of the principles involved pertain to the core secrets of my research and a multitude of unverified, complex theoretical models. Thus, I am unable to divulge further details. I can only express that its foundation lies in a profound understanding of matter and energy at the microscopic level, as well as the resonant manipulation of the very fabric of space. He paused momentarily. It seemed more akin to the process of energy transformation, synchronously overlaying a certain encoding and guidance of information. The essence of all this advanced technology in the dark universe was something Locke truly wished to avoid discussing in depth. He could only deflect with these technologically evocative yet vague concepts. Gu-E listened intently, refraining from probing further, her face maintaining that inscrutable tranquility. She appeared to harbor no expectations that Locke would divulge everything. Such metaphorical explanations seemed to fall well within her anticipations. Information encoding, Gu-E repeated softly, her gaze contemplative. The path of technology, indeed, leads to such profound realms. The tea room once again succumbed to a brief silence, with only the clouds swirling silently around the snowy mountains outside. Gu-E regarded Locke, as if scrutinizing the most pivotal variable on this unique timeline. Eventually, she slowly rose to her feet. Today's conversation has been intriguing, Locke. The voice of the sorceress returned to its initial calm. Thank you for your candor. She gestured toward the nearly untouched teacup before Locke. Just as Gu-Ye's figure was about to dissipate along with the mirror space, an urgent thought surged within Locke's mind, and a bold idea suddenly emerged. Sorceress, please hold on. Locke spoke up suddenly, his voice resonating distinctly in the tranquil tea room. Gu-Ye's hand, poised to wave, hesitated slightly, casting a look of mild inquiry towards Locke. Taking a deep breath, Locke's golden eyes sparkled with astuteness. You mentioned the need for pure dimensional energy, as well as your curiosity regarding my methods of transforming stellar energy. Coincidentally, I have a path that bears significant risks. Well, to clarify, it probably poses minimal risk and offers substantial profit. Recently, I have been researching a highly unusual form of energy, suspected to originate from a dimension without a master. Oh, genuine interest flickered in Gu Yi's eyes as she settled back down, signaling Locke to continue. Its source of propulsion manifests as a powerful gamma radiation mutation. Yet its core drive does not adhere to the conventional physical rules of our universe. Locke began to elucidate, his fingertips glowing once more, sketching intricate and ever-changing energy patterns and data flow models in the air between them. Core data he had previously derived from analyzing Hulk and Abomination's blood. This energy, Locke pointed to a core energy point within the diagram that leapt continuously, as if possessing self-awareness, is characterized by its remarkable idealistic amplification while maintaining astonishing biological compatibility. It has previously integrated into human genes without resulting in collapse. Most crucially, through reverse tracking of its energy dissipation patterns and spatial coordinate shifts. It has been preliminarily identified to originate from a relatively independent dimension. Although its coordinates remain elusive, it is certain that the energy from this dimension does not taint one's will, albeit its hue slightly reflects the characteristics of the dimension. Locke turned to Gu Yi, his tone becoming earnest. The energy level inherent in this dimension is extraordinarily high, possessing relatively mild attributes. A secure connection could be established. The Ancient One's breath seemed to momentarily halt. Her profound gaze was fixated on the energy diagram delineated by Locke, particularly on the point representing the energy core. As a supreme sorceress tasked with safeguarding Earth from the threats posed by myriad dimensions, she comprehended all too well the implications of a high-energy dimension that lacks a master, yet possesses relatively benign energy properties. It was akin to an inexhaustible gold mine. Are you certain it is unclaimed? The Ancient One's voice carried a rare weight of seriousness and desire. Based on all my current observational data and model extrapolations, the probability exceeds 873. Locke provided a precise figure. Of course, final confirmation would necessitate more in-depth spatial positioning and dimensional probing, which, regrettably, is my current shortcoming. He candidly admitted, my expertise lies in the conversion, mastery, and microscopic manipulation of energy. However, I am presently incapable of constructing stable, transdimensional pathways or pinpointing the coordinates of this dimension. Locke proposed his collaborative idea. Thus, I have a suggestion. I will deliver the energy information of this dimension, along with its vague, dimensional hierarchy, to Kamartaj. Perhaps the sorcerers will find a means to explore this dimension and develop it more effectively. Chapter 53. The temptation was too great. A glimmer of mutual benefit shone in his eyes. Once successful, Kamartaj would acquire a stable source of pure energy, free from the need to borrow from ancient entities or pay a heavy price. The sorcerer's powers would no longer be constrained by the contracts of the Vishanti or the allure of dark dimensions. Locke gestured, his expression conveying an understanding. An inexhaustible source of high-quality energy. The Ancient One fell silent, contemplating Locke and the alluring energy in the air. The allure of this proposal was immense. An unclaimed dimension with relatively mild properties. This could catalyze a qualitative leap in Kamartaj's power structure. It might even alter Earth's standing within the grand tapestry of the multiverse's powers. Risks, of course, were inherent. The unknown dimension always accompanied unknown dangers. However, Locke's descriptions, particularly his assurances regarding the purity and controllability of the energy, significantly mitigated such risks. Moreover, the temptation was overwhelming, the costs were minimal, requiring merely the investment of time for exploration, with profits potentially exceeding 1,000%. Let's proceed. Moments later, a serene, yet powerful smile returned to the Ancient One's face. She lifted her teacup, signaling to Locke. A weight lifted from Locke's heart, and a genuine smile graced his face. He raised his now lukewarm cup of tea, clinking it in a toast from afar, to a fruitful collaboration, Ancient One. For the sake of pure energy and the power of protection. They exchanged a knowing smile, understanding conveyed without words. With a gentle wave of her hand, the surrounding scenery swiftly faded like a withering painting. The elegant tea room, the fragrant tea, and the snow-capped mountains outside vanished in an instant. Locke found himself once again standing on the smoke-filled battlefield of Old Bridgetown. The colossal remnants of the destroyer still loomed beside him as Coulson anxiously attempted to establish communication through his device. In the distance, rescue workers bustled amidst the burning ruins. It seemed as if only a fleeting moment had passed. This journey to New Mexico had yielded results beyond his expectations. He had acquired Asgardian genetics, unexpectedly claimed Odin's war weaponry, and learned of his current state through the Earth Asgardian, the Ancient One. The tautness in his nerves gradually eased, and a wave of fatigue washed over both his body and spirit. He cast a glance at the chaotic scene around him, while Coulson behind him continued to tend to the aftermath, delicately inquiring about the whereabouts of the destroyer and expressing a desire for some fragments. He had chosen to mute his thoughts selectively. A flicker of intent stirred within him, and a spatial wormhole opened once more. In the next instant, Loki's figure appeared at the entrance of that familiar motel room. He gently rapped on the door. "Loki, are you all right?" Daisy exclaimed, pulling him inside and shutting the door, her eyes scanning him up and down, settling on his clean, casual attire, her tone laced with concern. He yearned to focus on the matters at hand, his custom weapon, which he could directly transform once he fully analyzed the URU metal. The elevation of his 3 generations of divine form was also set to be realized. Having dealt with the Ancient One, he would likely no longer need to worry excessively about being discovered. It seemed there was no longer a necessity to lurk in the shadows, surreptitiously observing. She stepped closer, wrapping her arms around Loki's waist, pressing her face against his sturdy chest, her voice tinged with a subtle hint of affection. "Now that you've finished, let go of those troubling thoughts for tonight." Loki looked down at the gentle girl nestled in his embrace, feeling the warmth and vitality emanating from her, instantly igniting a stir within his heart. He chuckled softly and leaned down to capture her lips in a kiss. The following morning, as sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, Loki had already awakened. He observed Daisy, still in slumber, a satisfied smile gracing her lips, and gently brushed aside the damp strands of hair from her forehead. His figure vanished from the room, and the sound of a Jeep's engine echoed from downstairs. A weathered Jeep halted in front of the somewhat disheveled repair shop. Loki opened the car door and stepped out, leaning against the vehicle, his gaze drifting towards the interior of the shop. Soon, a middle-aged man, clad in oil-stained overalls, with graying hair and a hearty appearance, emerged from within, wiping his hands with a rag. He scrutinized Loki before glancing at the well-maintained, yet evidently weather-beaten Jeep. "Hey, kid, what seems to be the trouble with your car?" Old John approached the Jeep, patting the hood and inquiring boisterously. "An outsider. You've come to visit me." Before he could finish, Ella burst forth like a whirlwind from inside. She wore an oil-stained work vest and jeans, her golden curls hastily tied back, her face radiating an unabashedly bright smile, her amber eyes shimmering in the sunlight as she bounded towards Loki. She first shot an excited glance at Loki, then turned to her father, Old John, exclaiming loudly, "Dad, this is my friend, here to see me. You carry on with your work." With a hint of the petulance characteristic of a young girl, Old John observed his daughter's exuberance, scrutinizing Locke, who appeared refined, well-dressed, and drove a commendable car, clearly a wealthy outsider. As soon as her father departed, Ella turned to Locke like a jubilant little bird, unabashedly grasping his arm. "I thought you had forgotten about me. Come on, I'm about to finish work. Let me change my clothes, and then we'll head to the Rattlesnake." As evening descended, the clamor of the Rattlesnake bar persisted. Ella, familiar with the venue, led Locke to the bar counter, snapping her fingers at the bartender. The usual, 2 shots of tequila. Straight up, no ice. Chapter 54. Let us bid farewell properly. Unlike their initial encounter, which was steeped in tentative romance, this time, the high-proof liquor seemed to douse the sparks that already flickered between them. The spicy liquid slid down their throats, igniting their veins. No need for a starry backdrop or subtle flotation. Ella's eyes burned with unbridled passion and longing. Amid the dim lighting and raucous music of the bar, she boldly leaned closer to Locke, her warm breath imbued with the scent of tequila brushing against his ear. "Are we still going to watch the stars tonight?" Locke gazed at this wild and alluring creature before him, a smirk of understanding and desire playing upon his lips. This night lacked the romantic embellishments of starry sky, replaced instead by the warm glow of a hotel room and their hurried breaths. Ella's fervor resembled a tempest, fully consuming Locke. Everything else faded into oblivion, leaving only the primal impulses and tenderness that clashed and eventually settled within the confines of the small room. In a modest hotel room, the air felt almost ignited. There were no superfluous words, only the traces of sweat glistening on sun-kissed skin. Sweat erupted from her smooth forehead, trailing down her neck and pooling onto the disheveled sheets. Under the influence of the sage's aura, the storm finally subsided. Leaning against the headboard, Ella lit a cigarette, the smoke curling around her as she regarded Locke with a languid satisfaction. Her well-defined back muscles flowed gracefully under the soft light, resembling a work of art. "Hey, outsider." She exhaled a smoke ring, her voice husky from their passionate encounter. "How long do you plan to stay this time?" Locke turned, his demeanor calm. He approached the bed, his gaze falling upon Ella, whose golden hair clung to her forehead, damp with sweat, and her amber eyes still sparkling behind the haze of smoke. Click! Ella's fingers, clutching the cigarette, momentarily froze. Ash fell onto the sheets, searing a tiny mark. The languor and satisfaction on her face instantly crystallized. A fleeting flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes, soon masked by an adult-esque composure and indifference. Taking a deep drag, she exhaled slowly, the smoke obscuring her expression. She lifted her head, striving to conjure a carefree smile, her voice intentionally rising with the casual cheer often found in bars. "So, is this your way of saying goodbye?" "Ah." I initially believed she hesitated, as if pondering something to say, yet ultimately merely shrugged, flicking off the ash from her cigarette. "Very well, it is understood. Safe travels. You busy individual." Locke remained silent, merely gazing at her. His eyes were profound and tranquil, devoid of the sorrow of parting or the lingering attachment of fondness, as if merely stating an established fact, or perhaps looking beyond her towards something far more distant. This serenity rendered Ella's feigned nonchalance somewhat powerless. Ella was not an inexperienced girl in matters of the heart. She had engaged in several romances, all of which concluded without resolution. She believed she had long since acclimatized to the fleeting joys and inevitable farewells. Yet, the enigmatic aura surrounding Locke, a man seemingly adrift from the world, coupled with the extraordinary experiences he provided, captivated her and instilled an unprecedented sense of loss within her. She extinguished the cigarette, lifted the covers, and gracefully embraced Locke once more, her voice regaining its usual forthrightness, even tinged with a hint of deliberate lightness. "If that is the case, let us bid farewell properly." After a moment of silence, Ella reignited the conversation. "Locke, are you not weary? Look at me, rearmed and ready." "Morning." Locke stared at the empty doorway, his expression unchanged. He approached the window and drew back the curtains. Though it was morning, the outside world resembled twilight, with the desert winds stirring up clouds of yellow sand in the distance. He exhaled softly. Moments later, an unremarkable jeep departed the small town. He cast one last glance toward Ella's auto repair shop before resolutely heading towards the airport. The private jet glided smoothly at an altitude of 10,000 meters, with a tumultuous sea of clouds and a cerulean sky visible through the window. The cabin was remarkably silent, save for the barely audible hum of the climate control system and air circulation apparatus. Unlike before, Locke did not indulge in the journey or rest. He reclined in the spacious, comfortable aircraft seat, his eyes shut, as if plunged into a profound slumber. Yet, within the depths of his subconscious, a tempest raged, sweeping through the entire realm of his spirit. A vast torrent of data surged like a rushing river of stars within his mental vista. This data encapsulated his most pivotal research achievements and the essence he had gathered thus far. The invincible body sequence derived from the angelic gene template had been flawlessly decoded, optimized, and integrated into the main framework. It bestowed upon him an almost physical immunity, super speed, regeneration capabilities, and extreme resistance to energy impacts, forming the foundation of the divine body's invincibility. The thunder gene of Angel Yin had also been thoroughly integrated. It was no longer merely the manipulation of nature's lightning. It had evolved into absolute dominion over electromagnetic forces, plasma, and even more fundamental forms of energy. In an instant, all thunder bowed before him, and energy conformed to his will. The final piece of the puzzle, the most significant acquisition of this journey, was now revolving at the heart of the most dazzling data torrent, the gene logic of the Asgardian longevity strain, deciphered from the remnants of Thor's blood and the divine power of Mjolnir. It symbolizes an almost eternal vitality and the inherent potential for growth rooted in one's very bloodline. The progress of genetic fusion simulation stands at 987, 988, 989. The core conflict lies in the compatibility verification between the Asgardian divine power logic, driven by the essence of will, and the angelic energy system, governed by precise technological control. The proposed solution involves constructing a protocol for the conversion of will energy, introducing a sacred repository of knowledge and chaotic algorithms to maintain dynamic balance. Stability testing simulations have accelerated the flow of time to a ratio of 1,000:1, with a simulated duration of 1,000 years showing no signs of collapse, extending further to 2,000, 3,000, and 5,000 years, confirming stability. Countless golden runes and data chains collide, intertwine, annihilate, and rebirth within the realm of consciousness, crafting a unique and unprecedented blueprint of life. The genetic logic of the Asgardian longevity species resembles the most obstinate and precious gem, requiring meticulous cutting and setting. Chapter 55. The Third Generation of Genes. Through fundamental analysis, Thor's cells exhibit exceptionally high telomeres with self-repair mechanisms, granting an already extended lifespan, with prolonged cycles of division and decay. If sustained by higher dimensional energy, this lifespan could extend even further. Furthermore, the cells possess a natural perception and the ability to absorb energy from the multiverse, displaying formidable resistance to dimensional rifts. They can continuously draw cosmic energy to grow naturally over time. The longer the lifespan, the stronger the power. As long as one can harness the energy within, there is no need to fall into a slumber like Odin, who is bound by the constraints of his own body and must seek rest when the energy within becomes too overwhelming, marking the endpoint of the Asgardian lifespan. This growth potential is something the angelic genetic system inherently lacks. In the realm of supergods, the ultimate goal of elevating the divine body is to attain the concept of eternity, albeit through differing methodologies. Drawing references from Queen Kesha's Sacred Factors, Carl's Fanaminity, and the enigmatic space principle, while their paths diverge, the ultimate aim remains the same: to achieve a state of eternity. Once this step of successful fusion and stabilization is achieved, his third-generation divine body will no longer adhere to the traditional trajectory of angelic civilization, but will instead amalgamate the pinnacle of angelic technology with the Asgardian divine lineage's growth potential. The vastness of time, spanning tens of thousands of years, flickers through Locke's consciousness. For mortals, such a duration is unfathomably long. However, within this treasure-laden universe, it should not require such an extensive period. Even in Locke's current state of mind, this prospect ignites a fervent tide of passion within him. The progress of genetic fusion simulation stands at 995, 996, 997. The Will Energy Bridging Protocol operates stably, and the chaotic algorithm S dynamic balance coefficient has been optimized to its best value. The simulation for divine particle infiltration has passed, confirming the energy circuit's threshold capacity. The ultimate stability simulation accelerates the flow of time to a ratio of 10,000. 1, with a simulated duration of 10,000 years showing no signs of collapse or degradation. With the energy levels presenting a stable upward trajectory. Compatibility perfect. Eternity feels rather distant for Locke at this moment. What he aimed to achieve was the ultimate optimization of the three generations. The indomitable body ensured survival. The thunder factor enhanced energy operations, and the genes of the Asgardian race augmented growth potential. The fortified bunker laboratory, equipped with multiple shields, was now a bastion of research. At the central platform, the colossal remnants of the destroyer had been preliminarily dismantled. URU metal molecular structure chart entry completed. Divine energy circuit reverse analysis progress. 174. Core drive unit damaged. Residual energy characteristic sampling completed. The treasury was cataloged under the Marvel classification, Odin's Toys. Priority high. By integrating the Asgardian longevity genes extracted from Thor's blood, a cross-analysis of the correlation between divine power propulsion and material enhancement models was initiated. Locke issued commands within his consciousness. Command confirmed. Project dossier established. Cross-analysis initiated. Having completed the preliminary analysis of the destroyer, Locke did not pause. Without a moment's hesitation, his figure vanished from the bunker laboratory. Relying solely on his profound affinity for space, he executed a long-range spatial leap for the first time. In the next instant, he found himself in the frigid silence of the cosmic depths. Before him lay the burning sun of perdition. The tumultuous corona resembled a boiling golden sea, with countless plasma flows reaching millions of degrees Celsius, writhing like colossal serpents, unleashing energy storms potent enough to vaporize any known substance in an instant. This was a forbidden zone for life, yet it had become Locke's sacred sanctuary. He hovered in a relatively safe orbit, distance from the corona. No energy shields unfurled around him. He relied solely on his intrinsic properties. The faint golden energy veins beneath his skin glimmered softly, absorbing most of the destructive forces. His body resembled the singularity of a black hole, existing stably at the eye of this storm of energy, not only unscathed, but also experiencing an unprecedented sense of comfort and fulfillment. Had the verification of the knowledge repository ultimately been completed? Locke inquired deep within his consciousness. Final verification completed. Based on the genetic logic enhancement of the Asgardian race, the divine body structure surpasses the preset threshold of 312 for tolerance against stellar energy radiation, particle impacts, and high-temperature, high-pressure environments. The energy absorption and conversion efficiency model has been optimized to theoretical peak. Promotion protocol safety assessment passed. Excellent. A golden light surged in Locke's eyes. Thus, let the journey commence. Greenland, at latitude 77 degrees north. The biting wind sliced through the air, carrying the remnants of ancient ice, grinding everything in its path like an invisible whetstone. The temporary base of S.H.I.E.L.D., codenamed Polaris, stood stubbornly like a few resilient specks of dust on the edge of this vast white wasteland. Modular structures crafted from ultra-strong composite materials emitted a low groan in the minus 45-degree chill. The beam of the searchlight pierced through the eternal night, casting a solitary shadow upon the ice field. Agent Phil Coulson stepped out of the Osprey tilt-rotor transport, the bone-chilling cold immediately penetrating his state-of-the-art nanofiber cold-weather suit, causing him to involuntarily shiver. He tightened the drawstring of his hood, his gaze instinctively drawn to the brightly lit central area of the base, where the main drilling platform stood. Surrounding the platform, several robust pipelines meander like colossal serpents, linking the rumbling generator units to the liquid nitrogen storage tanks. The air is suffused with the scent of diesel, the melted snow water, and an indescribable chill reminiscent of ancient ice layers. Agent Coulson, welcome to the edge of the world, greeted Dr. Allison Shaw, a glaciologist whose visor was adorned with frost flowers. Her voice, transmitted through the communicator, bore a raspy electronic tone. She extended a datapad. On the thermal imaging scan, amidst the deep blue backdrop representing the thick ice layers, a minute pulsating orange lay quietly beneath 237 meters of ice, resembling a dormant heart. The target was confirmed to be the cockpit of the Valkyrie. The structural integrity remained largely intact, and a faint life source was detected during periodic performance tests. Coulson's heart skipped a beat. He had volunteered for this overtime, prepared to risk everything, even his own hair. His fingers unconsciously brushed the location of the inner pocket of his uniform, where he kept his cherished first edition Captain America trading card. The flickering light on the screen transformed from a mere mission objective to a symbol of his childhood hero, a legend frozen in time. What we demand is perfection, Dr. Shaw, and as a personal request, please ensure that there is no margin for error. Chapter 56, The Star on the Shield. The core of the excavation was to avoid any vibrations or sudden temperature changes that could potentially harm the target. Traditional blasting or heavy machinery excavation was strictly prohibited. Instead, a strategy of precision, nearly artistic in its execution, was employed. First, thermal ring cutting, followed by liquid nitrogen solidification to extract the ice blocks, preventing any further collapse. The first to take the stage was the circulator thermal drilling system. It resembled a massive metal spider, its hydraulic legs firmly anchored to the ice surface, with a hollow cylindrical drill head measuring 3 meters in diameter at its center. Inside the drill head, densely arranged microwave emitters and heat exchange pipes were embedded. As a deep, resonant hum began, high-energy microwave beams were accurately directed, ingeniously causing the hydrogen bonds within the ice crystals to resonate, significantly reducing the ice's strength. Simultaneously, a circulating thermal glycol solution seeped through countless micropores in the drill head's interior, gently washing away the softened ice crystals. The drilling process was exceedingly slow. The drill advanced at a mere few centimeters per minute, producing a viscous mixture of ice and water. This mixture was swiftly evacuated by a powerful vacuum pump system through the hollow conduit at the drill center, undergoing filtration and cooling treatment, with part being recycled and the excess safely discharged. The entire wellbore was exceptionally smooth, resembling a form pressed by a colossal glass tube, thereby minimizing the risk of collapse due to stress variations in the ice layer. Inside the monitoring tent, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Coulson's gaze was fixed on the screen as the technician's fingers danced across the console, continuously fine-tuning the microwave power. The ice layer was not homogeneous. Ancient bubbles, interspersed dust layers, and even minuscule geological faults lay hidden within. As the drilling reached a depth of 150 meters, an alarm blared sharply. Ice fault activity. Borehole wall stress exceeded limits. On the screen, a graph representing the stability of the well walls fluctuated violently, indicating that a concealed ice fissure was becoming active under the disturbances of drilling, potentially leading to a catastrophic collapse of the ice layer, burying or destroying the target below. Cease drilling. Inject liquid nitrogen for solidification. Maximum flow. Dr. Zhao's voice was resolute, devoid of any hesitation. The operator abruptly pushed down the control lever, and drilling came to an immediate halt. Almost simultaneously, another set of pipeline valves opened, and liquid nitrogen at a temperature of minus 196 C surged forth like a torrent of white death through special nozzles encircling the drill bit, rushing into the newly formed loose ice fissure. The moment the ultra-cold liquid nitrogen made contact with the ice, it erupted into hissing white mist, rapidly vaporizing and absorbing heat, initiating an instantaneous cold welding process. The liquid nitrogen swiftly drew away heat, causing the previously loose edges of the ice fissure and surrounding loose ice crystals to refreeze and solidify, achieving a strength that even surpassed that of the original ice layer. Within mere minutes, the alarm was lifted and the graph returned to a state of stability. A collective exhale of relief resonated within the monitoring room as hearts struggled to calm their violent throbbing. Coulson removed his goggles, wiping away the cold sweat that had formed at his temple. He understood that those few seconds had been critical to the success or failure of the entire mission. On the 17th day, the drilling system finally reached the target depth of 237 meters. The next phase required more meticulous operations. A more precise extractor was hoisted into place, equipped at its front end with 3 sets of high-energy pulsed laser cutting arms, distributed at 120-degree intervals. Their energy was perfectly calibrated to sever the molecular bonds of ice, while keeping the melting to a negligible minimum to avoid generating excessive liquid water that could impact the target environment. The laser cutting arms, akin to a surgeon's scalpel, began to perform circumferential cuts along the edges of the well wall formed by thermal drilling. Each cut accompanied by subtle hissing sounds and the instantaneous vaporization of minute amounts of white steam. The cutting depth was meticulously controlled, aiming to carve out a colossal ice column, approximately 4 meters in diameter and 8 meters in length, enveloping the entire cockpit of the Valkyrie. This process endured for over 30 hours, with the laser beam moving slowly yet resolutely through the ice, delineating the contours of the future ice sarcophagus. Upon completion of the cutting, a column of ice stood silently within the deep well, liberated from the native ice bed. A specially designed ultra-low temperature composite sling was cautiously lowered into the well, precisely fitted onto the pre-established reinforcement point at the top of the ice column by a remotely operated mechanical arm. The steel cable of the most powerful crane on the base tightened, emitting faint creaking sounds. Everyone held their breath as the sling slowly tightened, and the immense ice column began to resist as it detached from its slumbering ice bed of 70 years. Inch by inch, the ice column was raised, and cold white mist swirled around the wellhead. When it finally emerged from the well, exposed to Greenland's thin, frigid air, time seemed to freeze. The beams of searchlights focused upon it, revealing a crystal-clear ice column. At its center, the cockpit of the Valkyrie bomber was vividly visible, refracted and magnified by countless ice crystals. It resembled an insect ensnared in amber, a figure frozen in time, golden hair tinged with frost, body leaning forward. The left arm instinctively raised to shield the face, while the right hand clutched the control stick with unwavering determination. The iconic star-spangled uniform, encased in crystalline ice, allowed the white pentagon on the chest shield to still emit a faint yet persistent glow. Coulson stood amidst the biting wind, gazing up at the encased individual. Beneath the cold weather mask, his breath formed a mist within its confines. He did not need to scrutinize the bioresonance data. Merely observing that silhouette and feeling the poignant courage transcending time was enough to evoke an indescribable turmoil within his chest. He instinctively pressed his hand to his heart, where the rigid edge of the original Captain America card provided a tangible sense of reality. The target had been located. Now, the task was to transport him across thousands of kilometers to a top-secret medical facility of SHIELD in New York. For this mission, the elite aerial capabilities of SHIELD were deployed, a heavily modified C-17 Globemaster III strategic transport aircraft. Its massive form rested on an ice runway meticulously prepared beside the base, akin to a slumbering steel behemoth. Its cargo hold had been thoroughly transformed, centered around a colossal cryogenic transport module. This module itself was a marvel of high technology, encased in thick multi-layer composite materials, with a core filled with premium aerogel insulation, capable of astonishingly insulating against external temperature fluctuations. Chapter 57. The Baseball Game. The internal space was meticulously designed to accommodate the ice column, equipped with a sophisticated environmental control system. The temperature control system consisted of multiple liquid nitrogen jets and a precise network of thermocouples lining the module's inner walls, monitored in real time by an onboard supercomputer, which dispensed precise doses of liquid nitrogen to maintain a stable internal temperature of 30 C, ensuring the stability of the ice coffin while remaining above the target's thawing point to prevent unintended deep freezing. Temperature fluctuations were kept within 0.1°C. The pressure stabilization system was crucial during takeoffs, landings, and high-altitude flight, where air pressure changes dramatically. The module was equipped with a powerful pressure compensation device to ensure that the internal air pressure remained stable at sea level, preventing the ice coffin from fracturing due to pressure variations. As the cold wind howled, the hoisting operation unfolded under the spotlight, each step taken with utmost caution. When the ice column finally settled securely into the designated floating base recess within the transport module, magnetic fluid silently surged to envelop the base of the ice column, allowing the collective breath of everyone present to ease slightly. The heavy hatch closed slowly, emitting a dull metallic thud. The engines roared to life, and the C-17 accelerated heavily down the ice runway, piercing through Greenland's polar night towards the warmth of southern New York. Coulson sat within the cabin, gazing through the window at the swiftly receding white expanse below. Clutched in his hand was the real-time monitoring data panel, where the green waveform, representing Steve Rogers' vital signs, pulsated weakly yet steadily above the blue background curve indicating the ice coffin's temperature. This was a journey through time and space, a solemn escort mission. In the remote depths of a forsaken dam in northern New York, concealed from any map, lies one of the highest-tier biosafety isolation facilities of S.H.E.L.D. The heavy, blast-resistant alloy doors glide open silently as a low-temperature, constant-pressure transport module, delivered by a C-17, is gently maneuvered into the core area, a vast, futuristic, sterile, thawing medical chamber. At the heart of this chamber stands an immense, cylindrical gradient thawing tank, constructed from high-strength, transparent composite materials with intricate internal architecture. The ice column is meticulously hoisted into the preset low-temperature base within the thawing tank, perfectly shaped to match the bottom of the ice structure. The tank is subsequently sealed. The entire thawing process is overseen by S.H.I.E.L.D's most elite cryobiologists and medical team, adhering to an exceptionally strict gradient warming protocol, with the core principle being a slow, uniform, and controlled thaw to prevent cellular damage from ice crystal formation due to volumetric changes during the melting process. Inert gas is first injected into the thawing tank, rapidly cooling it to a consistent 30 C, aligning with the temperature of the ice coffin, ensuring that the ice column does not develop stress fractures due to temperature differentials during transfer. A meticulous incision is made in the outer ice shell, creating an observation window of approximately 1 square meter. The melted ice water is swiftly evacuated to prevent refreezing. This window affords the medical team a direct view of Steve Rogers' condition and permits the connection of life-monitoring probes and infusion lines. At long last, as the temperature gradually approaches 0 C, the ice layers enveloping Steve Rogers' body and his uniform become the final remnants to melt. The medical team's hearts race with anticipation as the breath sensors detect an exceedingly faint, autonomous breathing signal. The potency of the super serum is reviving him. The top of the thawing tank opens, and a specialized medical team clad in heavy, cold-weather dive suits enters the chamber. They employ hydraulic tools to carefully sever the remaining connections of the cockpit shell. Once the hatch is removed, Steve Rogers' form lies fully exposed. He is gently extricated from the frigid cockpit seat and placed upon a prepared stretcher. The stretcher is immediately wheeled into an adjacent sterile intensive care unit, where, under the bright lights, Steve Rogers reclines on a temperature-regulated medical bed, connected to an array of sensors and intravenous lines. His complexion remains pale as the snow upon the tundra, yet his chest exhibits a stable rhythm of breathing. Advanced medical apparatuses diligently function to gently restore his body temperature, recalibrate his electrolyte balance, and replenish essential nutrients. Buffers are metabolically cleared, replaced by more conventional saline solutions and minute doses of neuroactive medications. Outside the ICU's thick one-way observation glass, Coulson stands with clenched fists, no longer needing to gaze at the cherished card. The figure beyond the glass is a living legend. The medical team exchanges data in hushed tones, the atmosphere thick with tension and anticipation as time trickles by. While Steve remains in a comatose state, a cadre of historical consultants and behavioral psychologists from S.H.I.E.L.D. has quietly taken residence within the base. They took over a spacious isolation ward adjacent to the ICU and commenced meticulous renovations. After Steve Rogers' vital signs stabilized in the genuine ICU, he was carefully transferred to the meticulously arranged room 1945. The various tubes connected to him were concealed beneath his hospital gown, leaving only a few essential sensor wires tethered to modern equipment hidden behind the bedside table or beneath the bed. following a protracted 63 hours of thawing and initial revival. A barely perceptible disruption appeared on the stable heart rhythm displayed on the monitor. Immediately, Steve Rogers' long golden eyelashes twitched ever so slightly, akin to a butterfly struggling to break free from its cocoon. In the next moment, those eyes that had been shut for 70 years flew open. The azure pupils constricted sharply under the glaring lights, filled with primal instinctive alertness and profound bewilderment. The sudden movement triggered a rapid alarm from the nearby medical monitor. The radio played the commentary of a baseball game, interspersed with the cheers of the audience and the nostalgic tones of vintage advertisements, creating a familiar and comforting backdrop. Am I in a hospital? The thought flickered through his mind. Memories seemed to coalesce. The frigid cold of the crash, then being rescued. Had the Allied search team found him? How long had he been unconscious? Days? Weeks? The radio continued broadcasting the Dodgers game. It couldn't have been long. An overwhelming thirst and weakness washed over him. He attempted to move his fingers, then his arm. His body felt as heavy as lead. Yet the restorative power bestowed by the super serum was swiftly taking effect. He slowly turned his head, longing to survey his surroundings. At that moment, a nurse happened to enter, carrying a tray with an enamel cup. Chapter 58, Brooklyn. Upon seeing Steve's open eyes, her face instantly lit up with surprise. Oh, Mr. Rogers. You're awake. How wonderful. Thank God. Her voice carried the gentle concern characteristic of nurses from that era. Steve parted his lips, but his throat was too parched to produce a clear sound. Take your time, the nurse reassured, quickly placing the tray down. She picked up a glass water bottle, carefully poured a bit of water into the enamel cup, and propped him up to bring the cup to his lips. The cool water soothed his parched throat, offering a measure of comfort. Where am I? Steve's voice emerged hoarse and deep, laced with a Brooklyn accent. Yet he posed the most crucial question. You're in a rehabilitation hospital in Brooklyn, New York, Mr. Rogers, the nurse replied, adhering to her script with an air of ease. Steve's gaze swept across the room. The baseball game continued on the radio. Brooklyn. He felt a slight sense of relief. The military camp was located in northern New York. Northern New York was not too far from Brooklyn. With the nurse's assistance, he settled back down, and she tucked the blankets around him. You need to rest well. If you require anything, just ring this bell. She gestured to an antique brass bell with a pull cord on the bedside table. Steve nodded, a wave of fatigue washing over him once more. He gradually closed his eyes, the voice of the announcer on the radio transforming into the most exquisite lullaby. In the corner, the figures observing this room through surveillance believed the plan was proceeding quite smoothly. However, the super soldier serum had endowed Steve with not only strength, but also an extraordinary acuity of observation and an almost instinctual vigilance. He had witnessed this game before the crash. The advertisements playing on the radio sounded eerily familiar. Yet he sensed that one particular cigarette ad had seemingly been updated a few months prior. Why were they still broadcasting the old version? When a nurse entered, he noticed a pen protruding from her lab coat pocket. Its sleek, metallic design glimmered with a cold light. He had never encountered such a pen before. Pens from the 1940s were predominantly made of thicker plastic or celluloid with broader clips. He discreetly moved his body. Apart from a profound weakness, he felt no pain from any wounds. He recalled the immense impact of the crash. Instinctively, he reached for his chest and abdomen, feeling the ECG monitoring patches adhere to his skin through the hospital gown. He cautiously lifted a portion of the collar and glimpsed the smooth skin beneath the patch, devoid of any scars. This was impossible. Even if the serum granted him remarkable recovery abilities, it could not erase the marks of severe injuries within days or weeks. There were not even any scars. Doubt coiled around his heart like a chilling vine. Something was amiss, very amiss. The door to the disguised hospital room swung open once more, this time revealing a doctor clad in a white coat and gold-rimmed glasses. A gentle smile gracing his face. Good morning, Captain Rogers. It is truly wonderful to see you awake. How do you feel? The doctor's smile faltered slightly, but quickly returned. Brooklyn, Captain Rogers, we believe that the sights of your hometown will aid in your recovery. No. Steve's voice rang out with unyielding authority, a command that brooked no dissent. He abruptly sat up, his movements startling both the doctor and the nearby nurse. The strength of the super soldier unmistakable. With a swift motion, he ripped off the ECG patch from his chest, revealing unblemished skin. What about this wound? It cannot have healed so rapidly. And this? He pointed at the overly modern metallic pen on the bedside table. I have never seen such a pen. There is not a sound outside. The advertisements on the radio are outdated. Who are you? Where am I? His questions erupted like a rapid-fire barrage. Trust evaporating from his gaze, replaced by a simmering anger and a readiness to fight. The meticulously constructed Brooklyn seemed to crumble in an instant. The nurse's face drained of color, instinctively retreating a step, her hand moving towards her waist, the atmosphere thickening with palpable tension. Just at this precipice of confrontation, a shrill, high-frequency electronic alarm pierced the air, shattering the somber ambience of the hospital room. This was no sound that belonged to the 1940s. Almost simultaneously with the alarm's blare, the old wooden door of the ward was violently flung open with a resounding crash. A rapid response team from S.H.I.E.L.D., clad in deep blue tactical gear, helmets adorning their heads, and armed with electric pulse rifles, surged into the room. The barrels of their weapons were instantly raised. Icy red laser sights trained squarely upon Steve Rogers' chest. "Do not move. Get down on the ground," commanded the lead agent, his voice distorted through the mask. Gazing at the well-equipped, swift-moving figures radiating a chilling aura of lethal intent, the last flicker of hope within Steve Rogers extinguished. This was no hospital. It was a trap, a prison set by an unknown enemy. He had to discern where he truly was. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, as the armed personnel momentarily diverted their attention towards the doctors and nurses, the dormant power within Steve, lying in wait for 70 years, seemed to awaken with the quickening of his heartbeat. Like a cannonball, he launched himself towards the wall beside him. The drywall crumbled like paper under the force of his shoulder, obliterated by the full might he had gathered. Fragments of plaster and a lightweight steel framework scattered in every direction. Behind the wall, instead of the anticipated corridor or another ward, there lay blinding white light streaming from the towering ceiling, illuminating a vast factory floor replete with intricate machinery and tangled pipelines. The ward in which he found himself resembled a ludicrous stage prop, hastily constructed in a corner of this ultramodern facility. The stark visual contrast rendered him momentarily dazed. Target breached. Repeat. Target breached. Secure Zone B. Requesting authorization for non-lethal weaponry. The armed personnel shouted urgently into their communicators. No time for shock or hesitation. Steve's gaze swept across the area, approximately 7 to 8 meters above ground, revealing a landscape of pipes and massive equipment below. Behind him were pursuers. Before him, an unknown abyss. He had no choice. Taking a deep breath, he leaped from the gaping hole. Chapter 59. A sliding tackle. This fellow looks like he could fetch a good price. Adjusting his posture mid-air, he landed precisely on a sturdy steam pipe below, producing a resounding thud, and then rolled to dissipate the impact, landing firmly. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, surpassing the limits of an ordinary person. "PS below. Pursue." Steve dashed through the labyrinth of pipes and colossal equipment bases like a cheetah. The serum-enhanced strength propelled him far beyond the speed of his pursuers, each push-off from the ground unleashing a powerful thrust. Yet, he could sense the weight of his body and a burning sensation in his lungs that felt different from before. Even the super serum could not instantaneously alleviate it. Relying on his sense of direction and judgment of the sounds of pursuit, he evaded the blockade and raced toward what appeared to be a massive cargo exit. The heavy alloy gate was slowly descending. With a roar, he summoned his final reserves of strength, propelling himself forward just as the gate was about to close. He crouched low, gathering momentum. Sliding tackle. He narrowly slipped through. The blinding sunlight instantly compelled him to squint. Fresh air surged into his lungs. He burst forth. Yet, Steve did not pause for an instant. Continuing his frantic sprint along a broad avenue, he had escaped his pursuers, but the terror and confusion within him remained unabated. He needed to ascertain his location and find a way to contact his comrades. He dashed past one street corner after another, the architectural styles around him growing increasingly unfamiliar. Towering into the clouds, their glass facades reflecting the harsh light. The pedestrians donned peculiar attire, each clutching a glowing brick emblazoned with a pineapple logo, glancing down at it as they walked. The vehicles rushing along the street bore fluid, bizarre designs, devoid of hoods and protruding wheel arches, lacking the familiar roar of engines. Resembling the floating cars Howard had showcased years ago. But hadn't that been a failure? A chill gripped him. This was unmistakably not the New York he remembered. At last, he burst into a bustling open space, surrounded by enormous screens and garish billboards. A torrent of people surged, a cacophony of myriad languages crashing over him. He suddenly halted, gasping for breath, sweat soaking through his flimsy hospital gown, his chest heaving. He raised his gaze, surveying his surroundings. In the center of a tiered plaza, there appeared to be a sculpture. Wait. Steve Rogers' azure eyes widened in shock. Despite the bizarre and vibrant transformation surrounding him, with towering buildings cloaked in dynamic screens broadcasting peculiar advertisements, despite the cobblestone pavement beneath his feet rather than the asphalt and gravel of his memories, and despite the air saturated with the mingled aromas of fried chicken, coffee, and exhaust fumes rather than the familiar sense of coal smoke and hot dog stands from wartime. He unmistakably recognized the skeleton of this place. The familiar slant. The silhouette of the old building submerged in a sea of neon lights. The iconic sculpture of the victory kiss between a sailor and a nurse at the plaza's heart. Albeit surrounded by unfamiliar shops, it was undoubtedly Times Square. He had once stood here on a makeshift stage, facing throngs of people, promoting war bonds. Wearing an absurd costume, he had felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Back then, Times Square's buildings were far less towering, less dense, and less disconcerting. The streets were populated by sturdy Ford and Chevrolet classics, with honking horns echoing, unlike the streamlined vehicles of today. The colossal cognitive shock struck him like a hammer to the heart. He stumbled, nearly losing his footing. A rupture in time had transformed into this suffocatingly strange world before him, utterly consuming him. He stood there, dazed like a lost child, gazing up at the colossal screens broadcasting dazzling advertisements, celebrity images, and stock information, all of which he could not comprehend. On one screen, a blonde woman smiled, cradling a green beverage, with distorted letters spelling Starbucks beside her. "No, this can't be," he muttered, his voice hoarse and filled with despair. The power bestowed by the serum was drained in that moment, leaving only bewilderment and a bone-chilling solitude. The shrill sound of tires screeching abruptly jolted him from the mire of shock. 4 or 5 pitch-black Chevrolet Suburban SUVs raced in from various corners of Times Square, their tires screaming as they skidded, instantly cutting off all of Steve's escape routes. The doors flung open violently, and more armed agents clad in black tactical gear swiftly disembarked, forming a perimeter with the car doors, their weapons ominously aimed at the bewildered blonde man in a hospital gown standing at the center of Times Square. Surrounding tourists gasped and retreated in alarm. Amidst the chaos, the rear door of one vehicle swung open. A tall figure stepped out with an air of composure. He wore a knee-length black leather trench coat, his entirely dark attire contrasting sharply against the deep blue uniforms of the surrounding agents. His stride was steady, exuding an aura of absolute control. As he lifted his gaze and approached the center of the encirclement, Steve discerned his face. It was that of a black man. Most striking was his keen, hawk-like single eye, penetrating through the crowd, unwaveringly locking onto Steve. That gaze was profound, as if it could see through all facades and lies. As Steve watched the man close the distance, his body instinctively tensed again, adopting a defensive posture. He quickly assessed his opponent. A strong presence, stable footing, likely armed beneath the trench coat. A dangerous individual. A thought flickered in his mind, reminiscent of a Brooklyn Street kid evaluating a rival. This guy looks like he could fetch a good price, but alas, he as a one-eyed man would have to deduct quite a bit. Nick Fury, unfazed by the heightened tension surrounding him and completely disregarding the animosity and vigilance burning in Steve's eyes, halted merely 2 meters in front of him. His single "I met Steve's" bewildered gaze with calm assurance. The clamor and lights of Times Square seemed to fade into the background. Fury's voice, deep and steady, pierced through the surrounding noise, clearly reaching Steve's ears. "Good morning, soldier." He slightly tilted his head, as if correcting an inconsequential detail regarding the time. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say, "Good afternoon." In reality, the precise time was 4 p.m. on April 18th, 2011. "How are you feeling?" He paused, allowing Steve a moment to digest this earth-shattering revelation. The muscles in Steve's face twitched slightly, his azure eyes widening in shock as the dazzling lights of Times Square seemed to drain of color before him. Fury observed his reaction and continued in that calm tone. "You have been asleep for nearly 70 years. This statement fell like the final gavel of judgment. Steve Rogers, the Captain America, stood beneath the sea of neon lights and colossal screens of Times Square in 2011, encircled by armed strangers. Facing a one-eyed black man who seemed to deliver the eulogy for the world he had sacrificed himself for. 70 years had exiled him to the future. No longer a hero of war, he had become a relic from a distant past. His clenched fists weakened and fell slack, his body swaying slightly. The hem of his trench coat still carried a chill, and the truth brought forth by this one-eyed man was more piercing than the ancient ice. He had missed Peggy's dance, missed her entire life. In this moment, he was acutely aware, standing here, yet more lost than ever. The black man bore a subtle weight. "I apologize for welcoming you in this manner. Soldier, we merely wish to give you some respite." He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to inquire about Peggy, about the outcome of the war, but ultimately, he merely uttered a faint remark. I think I missed a dance. This statement floated lightly in the air, yet apart from Steve Rogers, those who understood its significance were now lying in their hospital beds. Fury nodded slightly, though somewhat perplexed. He understood how disheartening it must be to awaken to a world utterly changed, with loved ones and friends lost. Indeed, Captain, Fury's voice deepened. You missed a dance. Missed so much, yet the world still needs you. However, the visage of this world is transformed greatly from what you once knew. Captain, embrace this world. A new life still perseveres. Fury said no more, turning to leave the hospital room, leaving Steve alone on the bed that belonged to 1945. Confronted by the cold reality of 2011. Outside the door, Fury watched as Coulson slowly relaxed his grip on the card. Are you sure you don't need a vacation? Coulson? Seemingly lost in thought, Coulson paused upon hearing Fury's words. Sir, I believe assisting in the psychological rehabilitation of heroes is my duty. I am far from fatigued and see no necessity for a vacation. Such a notion holds no meaning for me, even though my girlfriend is causing a ruckus over a breakup. Please trust my professional abilities. This task is one I must undertake. He gazed at the figure in the hospital room, a silhouette suspended in time. The revelry of the celebration receded like a retreating tide from the top of Stark Tower. The brilliance of the crystal chandelier gradually dimmed, leaving only a warm circle of light near the bar. Tony Stark, holding a wine glass, quietly surveyed the twinkling lights of New York outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, resembling a starry river cascading down to earth. The glowing ribbons from the Stark Clean Energy Tower gently intertwined with the city's outline. Do you remember? Tony's voice, though soft, pierced through the lingering sound of champagne bubbles. For years ago, in that damn cave, how you removed my clothes. The pale, contorted face of Tony flashed before him, his trembling hand clutching the crude battery leads, along with a vow laced with pain and fury. Pepper, with a playful smile, settled beside Tony. What's this? Are you already reminiscing about your solitary moments? At that time, I thought merely surviving that cave was sufficient. But little did I expect. Oh yes, Tony. You didn't have any clothes on when you appeared before me. Colonel Rhodes approached, holding 2 glasses of whiskey, and thrust one into Ethan's hand. Hey. It seems you two are discussing some clothing-optional topics behind my back. He raised his glass toward Ethan. Brother, will you emit a holy light? Tony snorted, the rim of his glass clinking against Rhodes with a crisp sound. Yes, we're debating whether your backside is as dark as your face. By the way, did the Air Force deduct your salary? You arrived in that wrinkled suit. This is a bulletproof suit. The wrinkles are courtesy of Ivan Anton S. Antics. The military merely intended for me to make an appearance, and he had me performing all these complex maneuvers. A few wrinkles are perfectly normal. Rhodes took a sip of the whiskey, the spicy liquid sliding down his throat, bringing a touch of warmth. Pepper linked her arm with Tony's and raised her glass toward Ethan. Ethan, her voice was gentle yet earnest. I sincerely appreciate your assistance every time Tony gets into trouble. Tony clearly bristled. Pepper, what do you mean by trouble I caused? ISNT, that a victim-blaming statement? Yet, no one paid him any mind. Ethan raised his glass as well. We are friends, are we not? No need to concern yourself, Miss Potts. Call me Pepper. She corrected with a sincere smile. It is my honor. Ethan nodded in acknowledgement. After Tony's first encounter with an attack, he realized the necessity of establishing a more responsive internal medical security system, particularly to address Tony's perilous hobbies. In the depths of space, at the sun's edge, a hum resonated as a cocoon of light slowly cracked open, revealing Locke, enveloped by 2 pairs of wings. Locke's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open. The silvery light within them seemed unable to stir any ripples before the sun. A thrill coursed through every cell of his being. Fusion complete. The silver light in Locke's eyes gradually subsided, transforming into golden irises. He gently clenched his fist. The 3rd generation. From now on, it could be referred to as the divine body. The mighty core, based on Jupiter and solar energy, transmuting into a sacred repository of knowledge, the vessel. The indomitable, limit-bearing mode activated. The computational capacity of the 3rd generation was operating at full power. In dimensions imperceptible to sight, a mechanical disk slowly unfolded beneath Locke's feet. Mighty Core Auxiliary Panel activated. Jupiter's methane, ammonia, water vapor, hydrogen sulfide, neon, oxygen, carbon, nitrogen, sulfur, phosphorus elements locked. Drawing data from the sacred repository of knowledge to reconstruct the celestial computer's physical structure. Note, according to algorithmic calculations, it is expected to take 26 Earth years to exhaustively convert the materials, completing 73 of the celestial-grade computer. The construction of the sacred repository of knowledge. Wow, that's exorbitant. Chapter 61. I am Loki, entrusted with a mission to govern you all. Such antics could extinguish the very sun itself. Xiongxin. Adjust the foundation to the elemental essence of Jupiter, transforming and reconstructing the sacred repository of knowledge without disrupting celestial movements. The coordinates lie within my shadowy realm. Modification. Altered to Jupiter's elements, projected through calculations to require 0.53 Earth years for the transformation materials to reach 125 completion. Celestial-grade computational system. Construction of the sacred repository of knowledge. 0.53, which translates to nearly half a year. Let us proceed. Construct an observational shield around me. Command confirmed. The observational barrier has been erected, and supercomputing group permissions have been obtained to commence execution. Buzz. An invisible gravitational field suddenly expands, centered around Locke. Is this gravity? It resembles the allure a star exerts upon its planets. Dominant. Rumbling. The tranquil golden ocean on Jupiter's surface appears as though a colossal stone has been cast into it. A vortex, far exceeding Earth's diameter, begins to form upon Jupiter's surface. Pure elements and energies, light, heat, plasma, high-energy particles, stream like a torrent, converging under that formidable gravitational field, creating a flow that pierces the heavens and the earth, relentlessly pouring into the vortex's center where Locke resides. This spectacle resembles a black hole devouring a planet. Energy taming protocol initiated and executing. Invincible body limit-bearing mode is being activated. Authorization for the sacred repository of knowledge has been completed. Chaotic algorithm dynamic equilibrium has been enabled. With golden eyes now consumed by silvery brilliance, Locke exudes a calmness that is almost superhuman as he masterfully controls everything within him. Empowered by the computational prowess of the supercomputing yin and the semi-finished knowledge repository, the Xiongxin engine operates at an unprecedented frequency, transforming into an intangible whip that constrains the converted data, guiding it toward Locke's shadowy realm. Within Locke's dark domain, countless streams of particles transform into hierarchical computational units, adhering to the exterior of that immense rhombus-shaped crystal, becoming part of it. 00. Everything appears to be proceeding meticulously. Outskirts of New York, the shrill sound of alarms shatters the grave atmosphere of the underground base. Nick Fury strides with urgency, the hem of his black leather coat billowing, while Hawkeye Clint Barton awaits at the entrance, both faces shrouded in unprecedented severity. Barton, what's the situation? Fury's voice is low and urgent. The Tesseract is behaving erratically. Director. Barton's voice remains steady, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, fixed intently ahead. It has suddenly become extraordinarily active. Energy readings are soaring exponentially, far exceeding any safety thresholds. Dr. Eric and his team are attempting to stabilize it. He pauses, his brow furrowing, but it seems to be ineffective. They enter the vast circular main laboratory. At the center, the cosmic tesseract, radiating an eerie blue glow, hovers amidst an array of instruments, pulsating like a restless heart, emitting visible energy waves. Blue light swirls around it, connecting with the instrument screens, which flicker wildly, emitting an overload buzz. Dr. Eric Selvig, a distinguished astrophysicist, was discovered by S.H.I.E.L.D. amidst the aftermath of the New Mexico incident, where his remarkable talents were revealed during the analysis of Jane Foster's data. Consequently, S.H.I.E.L.D. enlisted him to lead the newly revitalized energy weapon project centered around the Tesseract. Standing before the control console, perspiration beading on his brow as his fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, he observed the visible light emanating from the Tesseract growing increasingly intense. A sense of unease began to settle over Fury. With an urgent tone, addressed Selvig. Eric, cut the power, Fury commanded sharply. Startled, Selvig looked up, forcing a somewhat rigid smile onto his face. Director Fury, the Tesseract itself is a potent energy source. It is operating autonomously. I had already severed the power before your arrival. It appears to have been activated from the other side. He gestured towards the Tesseract, sweat stinging his eyes. Sir, I have observed that no one has touched it, Hawkeye interjected, casting a wary glance at Fury. Fury's heart sank as he immediately turned to Barton. Barton, prepare for the worst. Evacuate all personnel. Yes, Director. Barton swiftly pivoted to direct the evacuation. Doctor, stay calm. The energy is about to spiral out of control. A frightened researcher cried out. Fury glanced back at Barton. Barton, prepare for the worst. But before he could finish his sentence, the Tesseract erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. A vivid blue light radiated from the core of the Tesseract, its vibrations crashing against the thick alloy walls of the laboratory, with thunderous force. A robust beam of blue energy shot forth from the Tesseract center. Boom! The sound resonated like a deafening explosion. The alloy walls trembled violently under the impact of the energy waves. A torrent of chaotic energy surged forth, gradually forming an irregular opening of concentrated energy before the alloy walls, causing the entire underground base to shake violently. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, a figure began to materialize from the energy vortex beyond the breach. Is this the power of an angel? I knew these beings could not remain so subdued, Fury mused, recognizing the similarities to the abilities reported by Coulson 6 months prior. The figure, tall and regal, was draped in a dark green robe adorned with golden patterns. In hand, he wielded an ornate scepter topped with a golden gemstone, his pale visage graced by an elegant smile, his eyes glimmering with disdain. He stepped gracefully over the molten debris and ruins, the gemstone atop his scepter radiating an enchanting golden light. His gaze swept over the astonished researchers and the apprehensive agents, finally resting upon Fury. Ah, Loki, his voice resonated clearly and magnetically, laced with mockery. Mortals, I am Loki, tasked with the dominion over you. Surrender your weapons. Fury, in a fit of rage, drew his firearm. In an instant, the smile on Loki's face transformed into a glacial stare. Is this a command? From a mere mortal? Instead of relinquishing his scepter, he flicked his wrist, and the gemstone at its apex blazed with blinding light. Suddenly, a concentrated sphere of blue energy shot forth from the scepter, targeting Fury's chest. Just as Fury rolled to evade the attack, a shadow flitted forth from the obscurity like a wraith. It was Clint Barton. He had stealthily maneuvered to Loki's flank amidst the chaos, utilizing the cover of instruments. In the fleeting moment when Loki raised his hand to strike Fury, he seized the opportunity. Twang, twang, twang. 3 specially crafted armor-piercing explosive arrows were loosed in unison, forming a triangular formation, their shrill cries tearing through the air as they aimed precisely for Loki's vulnerable back. The timing was impeccable. Barton did not hesitate, his aim directed at the critical target, intent on delivering a fatal blow. The aftermath of the New York battle would likely deviate from the established narrative. I was utterly astonished. There was an earthquake in Guangdong. I had just dined with my mother when the entire building began to tremble. In a bizarre twist of fate, my first instinct was not to flee, but to post on social media. A truly bewildering lapse. Chapter 62. The Avengers initiative commences. However, Loki seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. Like an elegant dancer, he sidestepped, evading all the arrows. Thud, thud, thud. The potent armor-piercing arrows sailed past Loki, colliding with the hardest alloy barrier. The arrowheads twisted and deformed instantly, the accompanying miniature explosive devices detonating. Only then did Loki gracefully turn to regard the steadfast Hawkeye, who remained composed despite the failure. A commendable attempt. Mortal, he remarked with a light chuckle, as though appraising a lackluster performance. Alas, the struggles of mere ants hold no significance before God. No sooner had he spoken than Loki's figure abruptly blurred. In an instant, he materialized before Barton, mere inches away. His speed exceeded the limits of human perception. Barton's pupils contracted sharply. His extensive combat experience prompted an instinctive retreat as he deftly drew his tactical dagger, slicing through the air toward Loki's throat. Loki's disdain deepened. He did not even move his scepter. With a casual wave of his empty left hand, an overwhelming, invisible force collided violently with Barton's chest. Ugh! Barton grunted, feeling as though he had been struck head-on by a speeding truck. He was sent tumbling uncontrollably, crashing into a massive apparatus behind him, producing a resounding thud. The device's exterior buckled, sparks flying. Barton felt a sharp pain in his chest, his blood surging, and his arm, still gripping the dagger, went numb, causing the weapon to fly from his grasp. Before he could fully recover from the impact, Loki's figure reappeared before him like a shadow. This time, Loki's scepter was in motion, the gem at its apex, radiating a yellow luminescence, struck with the precision and swiftness of a venomous serpent against Barton's heart. Barton's body jolted. The essence of Clint Barton, his will, memories, emotions, and loyalties, was brutally swept away, overwritten and distorted by this torrent of golden energy. Ugh! Barton convulsed violently, his eyes rapidly tainted by a strange blackness, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinpricks. His struggle weakened, the torment in his eyes swiftly faded, replaced by a hollow obedience. Moments later, the convulsions ceased. Hawkeye Barton slowly rose from the ground. His expression turned indifferent, his gaze vacant and cold. Completely disregarding the searing pain in his chest and the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He lowered his head slightly towards Loki and spoke in a voice devoid of emotion. Dr. Eric understands the Tesseract better than anyone here, should you require it very well. Now, proceed with your task. His eyes swept towards Dr. Eric Selvig at the console, and with another gesture of his staff, the same golden light flashed. Dr. Selvig's body stiffened, the last flicker of rationality extinguished, replaced by fervor and submission. The staff's radiance flickered again, and several more weak-willed researchers and agents were instantaneously ensnared. Joining Loki's ranks, the entire laboratory descended into chaos. Gunfire erupted as the controlled and the conscious agents exchanged fire, a cacophony of confusion. Fury watched in despair as Hawkeye and Eric instantly turned against him. He knew he must safeguard the Tesseract. Seizing the moment while Loki reveled in the chaos he had orchestrated, Fury lunged towards the platform housing the Tesseract. He had already donned a pair of specially designed gloves that could shield against the Tesseract's energy radiation, grasping the cube that emanated a ghostly blue glow. The icy chill penetrated his grasp. An indescribable surge of energy coursed up his arm. Without hesitation, he shoved it into a metallic briefcase he had prepared at his feet. With a decisive click, it locked shut. He lifted the case, crouching low amidst the smoke and tumult, using the equipment and collapsed walls for cover, dashing towards an unsealed emergency exit. His movements were swift and stealthy, almost crossing into the shadows of the corridor. Bang! A sharp gunshot rang out, piercing through the chaotic noise with a jarring clarity. Fury felt an immense force slam into his chest. Pain surged through him as he staggered forward, the metallic briefcase slipping from his grasp, tumbling near the entrance of the corridor. Struggling to lift his head, he beheld Hawkeye, now under Loki's control, standing not far away. Gun in hand, smoke still curling from a muzzle. Those vacant eyes coldly fixed on the fallen Fury. "Take it," Loki's voice echoed, tinged with amusement. Immediately, two controlled researchers rushed forward, retrieving the briefcase containing the Tesseract and presenting it respectfully to Loki. He nodded in satisfaction, casting a disdainful glance at the motionless Fury on the ground. No longer concerning himself with the lifeless mortal, he turned to command his ensnared subordinates. "We move. There is much to be done." The group swiftly passed through the gaping hole created by the Tesseract, vanishing into the swirling blue energies of the ruins. The chaos in the laboratory continued, yet the pivotal figures had departed. After several minutes, amidst the chaotic ruins, the figure long presumed lifeless suddenly twitched slightly. Nick Fury let out a suppressed groan of pain. Struggling, he turned over and gasped for air. With great effort, he sat up, grimacing as he touched his severely aching chest and extracted a deformed bullet from the shattered layers of his bulletproof coat. "Damn it, thank goodness for the high-grade body armor." Fury grimaced, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, knowing his body was likely covered in bruises, perhaps even fractures, yet he was fortunate to have avoided any mortal wounds. Struggling to his feet, he staggered to the communication console, picking up a functioning communicator. Taking a deep breath to suppress the agonizing pain, his voice hoarse. He turned the communicator's dial. Communications channel. Hill. Do you read me? Maria Hill. Director. Receiving. What is happening at the base? We've lost all internal signals. Maria Hill's voice came through, anxious yet composed. Fury's gaze swept over the devastated laboratory, ultimately resting on the gaping hole where Loki had departed and the eerie blue light beyond, resembling a portal to hell. "We have been attacked." Fury's voice was as cold as iron. "He has taken the Tesseract and has control over personnel, including Barton and Eric." He paused, each word weighted with gravity. "Initiate the Avengers initiative. Assemble everyone." Chapter 63. Is that bastard trying to shortchange my vacation? Natasha Romanoff was presently engaged in an intelligence extraction mission in Monaco, still bearing the faint scent of her Target-S cologne. Bound to a chair by several men, she was being interrogated. Suddenly, the man opposite her answered a phone call, hesitating for 2 minutes before extending the phone towards her. Sensing urgency in the caller's tone, Natasha quipped, "If you had called me 5 minutes later, this mission would have been completed. Is that bastard trying to shortchange my vacation?" Carlson rubbed his nose, acknowledging he does indeed have a habit of doing so. "I will inform the director and categorize this mission as complete." With swift movements, Natasha incapacitated the man in the room and elegantly walked out of the dilapidated factory in her high heels. "You should know, the last time I infiltrated that rich man's circle, while it ended favorably, he held no new interest in me. No, I'll handle the affluent one. You take care of the heavy-set fellow," Carlson replied as he descended the stairs. The Cap should ideally handle the easier tasks himself, leaving the more challenging ones to his subordinates. Sigh. At that moment, Tony Stark was intently fine-tuning the micro-missile launch array of his Mark 7 armor. Ethan sat quietly beside him, perusing a journal on high-energy physics with an air of elegance, yet surrounded by an aura of unsettling tranquility. Suddenly, Jarvis announced, "Sir, Agent Coulson is here." Without lifting his head, Tony swiftly navigated the virtual projection with his fingers. "Coulson? That agent with the inspirational hairline? Tell him I'm busy, or let him come up and help me tighten some screws." His tone was laced with his customary jest. "Sir, he has indeed arrived." No sooner had Agent Jarvis uttered these words than Phil Coulson stepped confidently out of the elevator. Clad in a perfectly tailored suit, he wore his signature sincere smile. "Mr. Stark, Dr. Ethan, I apologize for the interruption." Coulson's voice remained as calm and courteous as ever. "Agent Coulson, did you enjoy your vacation? You seem to have tanned a bit," Tony remarked, turning to lean against the workbench, a wrench in hand, a roguish grin adorning his face as he sought to seize the initiative. Coulson's smile persisted, but his gaze became more earnest as he presented a document. "Mr. Stark, the director has suffered a premeditated attack. The identity of the assailant is rather extraordinary, hence your assistance is required." He paused, directing his gaze toward Ethan. "Dr. Ethan, your presence and abilities hold immense value in this assessment." It was only when Tony, unaccustomed to receiving items from others, witnessed Ethan take the document and glance at it before placing it before him that he registered its contents. Ethan nodded slightly, his expression calm and unruffled. "S.H.I. Avengers assistance?" "Indeed, Doctor," Coulson confirmed with a nod. "The assailant is named Loki, seemingly hailing from Asgard. Last time, Mr. Loki was mentioned by Thor, who had dealings with him. He has not only stolen the Tesseract, but has also wielded a scepter that controls minds. Agent Clint Barton and Dr. Eric Selvig have already fallen under his influence." Tony quickly scanned the document Ethan had placed on his desk. The playful smirk on his face faded somewhat. "Your people are under control, and you expect us to form a super team?" He furrowed his brow, fingers unconsciously tapping the metal surface of the desk. "This sounds far more exhilarating than a congressional hearing. So what now? Does Fury want us to throw a welcome party?" Coulson disregarded Tony's sarcasm, his tone grave. "Loki's objectives remain unclear, but the Tesseract is an exceedingly dangerous weapon, and Earth faces an unprecedented threat. Director Fury has initiated the Avengers initiative. We need to assemble all forces capable of countering this menace. Mr. Stark, your armor technology is pivotal. Dr. Ethan, your powers are indispensable." Tony crossed his arms, scrutinizing Coulson. "The Avengers? It sounds like a child's play superhero team. What makes Fury think I will follow his orders?" "I cannot say for certain," Ethan replied, rising from his seat, his pristine white suit unblemished. His voice maintained its gentleness, but carried a weighty pressure. "If this indeed pertains to a global crisis, I believe justice will lend a helping hand." Tony looked at Ethan, their eyes meeting for a fleeting moment. He clicked his tongue, somewhat irritated as he raked his fingers through his hair. All right, for Ethan's sake, tell me the plan." "Coulson, don't expect me to take orders from anyone." He ultimately relented, albeit with a tone still tinged with reluctance. Coulson appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, his genuine smile widening slightly. Bang, bang, bang. Steve Rogers stood bare-chested, sweat trickling down his muscular frame. He relentlessly struck the heavy sandbag, each punch causing it to sway violently, while the hanging rings emitted a groan under the strain. His gaze was intensely focused, yet somewhat vacant, as if he sought to expel 70 years' worth of confusion and isolation onto the lifeless bag. Footsteps halted behind him. "If you come to sell gym memberships, spare me. I have no need for them," he uttered in a deep voice, tinged with a barely perceptible weariness. "Not a sales pitch, Captain," came a resonant voice, imbued with a unique cadence. Steve's movements abruptly ceased. He slowly turned to behold the imposing figure of Nick Fury, clad in a black leather trench coat, with a single eye and dark skin. Fury stood there, exuding a powerful yet restrained aura, his left eye concealed by an eye patch, while his right gleamed with the sharpness of an eagle, locking onto Steve. He appeared somewhat weary, an indelible gravity etched across his brow. "Director Fury," Steve recognized him. His tone calm, yet a flicker of inquiry danced in his eyes. "Do you have an aversion to bathing? Every time I see you, you wear that same attire. Or have you purchased many identical outfits?" He picked up a towel nearby to wipe the sweat from his brow, his muscles rippling with the movement. "I apologize for interrupting your adjustment to the new world, Rogers." Fury selectively disregarded his remarks, cutting to the chase. "But the world requires you to take up the shield once more." Steve's expression momentarily reflected resignation. "The world needs me? Why? I thought the era of the Howling Commandos had ended. There are police, there are armies, and there are SRS. H-I-E-L-D. Because this time, the adversary we face is not the Nazis, nor terrorists. Fury's voice resonated with a grave authority, imbued with an undeniable urgency, but a threat from beyond our planet. A being who calls himself a god, Loki, has seized a weapon you are well acquainted with, the Tesseract. Aliens? The Tesseract? Not this again. You should have let it remain in the ocean. Steve's brow furrowed deeply, his ice blue eyes brimming with confusion. He had only just begun to comprehend the internet and mobile phones, and now he was being informed of an alien invasion. Agent Barton, one of our finest operatives, has been manipulated by Loki. Dr. Selvig, a leading scientist, has also been ensnared. They are now in service of Loki. Conventional military and agents are rather insufficient against such power. We need your leadership, as a warrior, as one who can inspire hope in others, just as the Howling Commandos did in the darkest of times. Chapter 64, we will assist you. Fury's words struck Steve's heart like a hammer. He fell silent, his gaze sweeping across the desolate gym, as if he could once again see the war-torn era, his comrades, and Peggy Carter. A commendable speech. However, it might resonate better if delivered by another. So what should I do? Where? Steve Rogers' voice transformed from a low murmur to one of resolute determination as he set the towel aside. Fury's lips quirked slightly, though the expression could hardly be deemed a smile. Yet the gravity in his gaze softened ever so slightly. Follow me, Captain. The war has begun. We shall discuss it on the way. He turned, the hem of his trench coat sweeping in an arc. Steve Rogers did not hesitate. He picked up the neatly folded civilian jacket beside him and matched Fury's stride. The day's veteran before the sandbags had a mission now. The humid air clung thickly, reminiscent of congealed syrup, mingling with the acrid scent of refuse and the pungent aroma of cheap spices. Inside a dimly lit clinic, characterized by shattered windows and peeling walls, Dr. Bruce Banner, clad in a faded shirt and khaki trousers, was meticulously tending to a young girl's scraped arm, her tears flowing freely. His movements exuded a deliberate calm, as if he were pouring every ounce of his focus into this trivial treatment to suppress the beast within that threatened to roar to life. Sweat trickled down his balding temples, dripping onto the weathered wooden examination table. The clinic door was pushed open silently, not disturbing the long dormant bell that hung from the doorframe. A figure stepped in, backlit by the blinding sunlight outside. She wore a tailored beige trench coat that starkly contrasted with the squalor of the surroundings, beneath which lay a black combat suit. Her fiery red hair blazed like a flame, and her features were striking. Natasha Romanoff. Banner's body tensed instantaneously. He recognized the aura. These were the very individuals he had been evading for years. He did not raise his gaze, but his fingers paused imperceptibly as a flicker of wariness crossed his eyes. Dr. Banner. Natasha's voice was calm, neither softened nor confrontational, merely stating the facts. We need to talk. Banner inhaled deeply, forcing himself to relax his taut muscles. He dipped a cotton swab in antiseptic and continued to treat the wound, albeit with a slight increase in speed. If you're here to apprehend me or confine me to some deeper dungeon, he said, his voice low and hoarse, tinged with self-mockery, I fear you will be disappointed. I am not in a stable condition. He cast a pointed glance at his slightly trembling left hand. I'm not here to capture you, Doctor. Natasha stepped forward, stopping at the examination table, her gaze meeting Banner's with unwavering clarity. I am here to request your assistance. The world is in peril, immense peril, one that you cannot fathom. Banner forced a bitter smile, a grimace that barely touched his lips. He lowered his head, indicating that the girl's wound had been tended to, and he murmured some words of comfort in the local dialect. The little girl glanced nervously at Natasha before swiftly exiting the clinic. Only the two of them remained, the atmosphere thickening. Loki. Natasha directly cast the name, like a stone thrown to shatter the calm waters that Banner had so deliberately maintained. His movements halted. He looked up, his brow furrowed. Who? A god from Asgard. At least, that is how he presents himself. Natasha's tone remained steady, her keen eyes tracking every subtle shift in Banner's expression. He seized the Tesseract, an object you may not fully comprehend. However, let me elucidate. It possesses boundless energy, and this extraterrestrial being wields an artifact capable of emitting intense gamma radiation. Banner's pupils dilated in sudden alarm. As a foremost expert in gamma rays, he understood all too well what this entailed. His voice trembled slightly, yet his mind was rife with deeper apprehension. Infinite energy? Continuous non-radioactive emission? So what have you been doing with it? Research. We endeavored to comprehend it, to harness it for clean energy. But Loki utilized it to open a portal, and on the other side, He controlled a pair of agents and an extraordinarily skilled astrophysicist with a gem-encrusted scepter. He muttered, his gaze filled with anguish and helplessness. Such a graceful term. Research. I can surmise the nature of your investigations. Thus, you require that behemoth now? You need Hulk to obliterate those aliens? His tone dripped with irony and self-loathing. No, we require Dr. Bruce Banner. Natasha corrected, advancing a step closer, her eyes locked on a Banner-S with an undeniable intensity. Loki's scepter emits a potent gamma radiation signal. My superior believes you are the sole individual on Earth capable of tracking it. We must locate Loki and retrieve the Tesseract. Gamma radiation? The scepter can release gamma rays? Sufficiently traceable, which implies this radiation source is indeed a peculiar artifact. His mind raced, flooded with knowledge of gamma rays. Natasha nodded, recognizing the breakthrough in Banner's response. Yes, Dr. Banner, we need your expertise, not to unleash Hulk, but to trace the source and avert catastrophe. Banner's voice was parched. I cannot guarantee I can control it. Once it emerges, we will do everything in our power to aid you in managing the situation. Natasha's tone carried a blend of earnestness and pragmatic assurance. We have state-of-the-art facilities and some exceptional allies, but time is of the essence, Doctor. With each passing second, Earth may face increased peril. Consider those you have once aided. The innocent souls like that little girl just now. Banner painfully shut his eyes, haunted by the countless faces he had helped during his exile. Faces marked by suffering and illness. He loathed Hulk. He wished to avoid trouble. Yet, he could not stand idly by while Earth faced calamity. Chapter 65. How much do you need? Everything. The scientist's sense of duty, the intrinsic kindness buried deep within, and the curiosity surrounding gamma rays, the very essence he had devoted his life to studying, which had also brought him endless torment, eventually triumphed over his fear. He slowly opened his eyes. Weariness and resignation etched upon his features, yet a glimmer of resolve emerged. Lead the way, madam. But I must remain composed. Natasha's taut nerves finally eased slightly. We will assist you, Doctor. She stepped aside, clearing the path to the door. Banner had just realized that the once eerily quiet small building had become alive with the cacophony of footsteps since the little girl had departed. The aircraft carrier lay anchored in the misty waters of the North Atlantic, resembling a colossal island of steel. The eagle insignias on either side of the hull were partially obscured by the swirling fog. The Quinjet fighters were meticulously arranged, with technicians conducting the final checks before takeoff. Steve Rogers, clad in a deep blue combat uniform and bearing his iconic star-spangled shield, stood at the edge of the deck, gazing down at the vast ocean below. His expression was a complex interplay of awe towards modern technology. Phil Coulson stood nearby, holding a folder, his demeanor as perpetually gentle as it was slightly reserved. The air circulation system aboard is exceptionally advanced, Captain. Additionally, we have made subtle adjustments to your uniform, utilizing contemporary materials and ergonomic designs, in hopes that you will find it comfortable. Thank you, Agent Coulson. It is indeed impressive, far larger than any aircraft I piloted in my past. He paused, inquiring, what are the others? Agent Romanoff has just communicated. She has successfully contacted Dr. Banner, and they should be arriving shortly, Coulson reported, as well as Mr. Stark and Dr. Ethan. At that moment, the roar of an aircraft interrupted his words. Descending from the plane were none other than Dr. Banner and Natasha. Hey, Banner. Steve extended his hand toward the approaching doctor, clearly indicating that they had both reviewed the dossier on this super team member during their journey. Hello. My goodness. It's great to see you. They told me you would be coming. Yes, Dr. Banner. They mentioned you would be able to locate the Tesseract. Gentlemen, please follow me. Director Fury is awaiting you on the bridge. Remaining here may cause some discomfort. Natasha promptly guided. The vessel trembled as it ascended. Torrents of seawater cascading from the deck's drainage outlets like a waterfall. The supports retracted into the deck's crevices, the stealth coating shimmering in the sunlight. The engine's roar shifted from a low hum to a piercing buzz as the aircraft carrier defied the laws of physics, lifting above the ocean's grasp into the clouds. The mother ship hovered like a steel leviathan, suspended above the clouds, while four massive turbine engines emitted a ghostly blue glow, sustaining this behemoth's elevation. Inside the bridge, the space was vast, filled with an array of flickering screens, intricate control panels, and bustling junior agents earning meager salaries. At the center stood a substantial holographic projection table, displaying real-time images of Earth and energy readings from several critical areas. Activate the background reflective panels. Nick Fury loomed like a dark statue before the command console, his single eye sharply scanning the data on the screens. Black Widow and Natasha leaned against a pillar, arms crossed, observing the newly arrived individuals. Bruce Banner appeared somewhat out of place, having shed his old suit jacket to reveal an ill-fitting plaid shirt underneath. He lowered his head, seemingly attempting to conceal himself, emanating an aura of tension and unease. It had been a long time since Banner had interacted with so many people simultaneously. Natasha stood at a distance, neither too far nor too close, embodying an invisible vigilance as well as a protective presence. As Steve entered, his gaze swept across the entire bridge like radar, ultimately settling on Fury. Upon seeing Fury, a flicker of recognition seemed to dawn upon him, reminiscent of a wager. He extracted a $10 bill from his pocket and handed it over, devoid of any intention for dialogue, continuing his astonished exploration of the affairs before him. He believed that the pineapple phone had rendered him immune to all technology. Who could have imagined 70 years ago that such a diminutive device could not only make calls and send emails, but also capture photographs, play games, and allow for reading? Banner, his voice hoarse, stated, "I need equipment. Provide me a workspace." Fury nodded in satisfaction, a glimmer of approval flashing in his solitary eye. Finally, there was someone dependable. Romanoff. "Yes, Director." Natasha, leaning against a pillar, immediately straightened her posture. "Take Dr. Banner to the high-energy physics laboratory on board. Grant him the highest level of access and mobilize all necessary resources." "Understood." Natasha approached Banner, her tone calm and unwavering. "Doctor, please follow me." The laboratory door slid shut silently behind them, effectively isolating them from the clamor and tension of the bridge. The air here carried a hint of ozone. A vast circular screen enveloped the central control station, while an array of intricate analytical instruments flickered with a soft glow, operating quietly and efficiently. Entering this realm solely dedicated to science, Banner's taut, nerves visibly relaxed. His shoulders, once rigid, eased, and his slightly hunched back straightened a fraction. The discomfort he felt amidst the crowd gradually dissipated. He approached the central control station, his fingers gliding over the smooth, cold control panel, and a spark of focused brilliance reignited in his eyes, characteristic of a leading scientist. He quickly scanned the laboratory's myriad of equipment, his mind racing to devise the optimal method for tracking gamma signals. Natasha, Banner's voice was considerably steadier than it had been on the bridge. "Do you have a non-radioactive energy spectrometer? One capable of capturing subtle disturbances in energy fields?" Natasha stood near the laboratory entrance, a silent shadow. "All of them." A flicker of understanding crossed Natasha's eyes, devoid of any skepticism, as she promptly turned towards the communication panel in the corner of the laboratory to issue commands. "This is Romanoff. The high-energy physics laboratory requires all models of non-radioactive energy spectrometers. Dispatch them immediately. Repeat, all models." The instructions were swiftly conveyed. Banner was entirely absorbed in his work. He pulled a chair over, seated himself, and his fingers danced across multiple virtual screens, adjusting parameters while murmuring. Signal characteristic spatial distortion. Accompanying frequency modulation requires high-precision field strength array for auxiliary positioning. The fugitive who had trembled in the slums clinic had once again transformed into the authority in gamma radiation, Dr. Bruce Banner. Only the small device on his left wrist, which continuously monitors his heart rate, occasionally displays numbers that ascend into a perilous yellow zone, serving as a reminder to Natasha that the green beast lies in temporary repose. A few dim incandescent bulbs are the sole source of illumination, casting flickering shadows in the space laden with pipes. This is the safe house that Clint Barton had prepared for himself, which has now transformed into a temporary lair for the god of mischief. Loki sits gracefully upon a metallic work chair, toying with the staff embedded with the Mind Stone, its golden light flickering faintly in the gloom, illuminating the smile upon his pallid visage. Before him stand several figures, the exquisitely crafted marionette-like Hawkeye Barton, Dr. Eric Selvig, and a few other controlled SHIELD agents and researchers. Barton stands erect, his voice steady and devoid of emotion, reporting to his master. In Nick Fury's contingency plan, the foremost option is the Avengers initiative. This initiative aims to assemble individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities or exceptional technology to confront significant global crises. According to the documented records, its core potential members include, he recites, with chilling clarity and detachment, all the dossier information regarding the Avengers members, including himself. As if reciting from memory, we finally mentions Dr. Ethan, codename Angel. Threat level, extremely high. Advantages, possesses flight, energy manipulation, including healing, offense, defense, short-range spatial capabilities. Weakness, unknown, requires heightened vigilance. Angel, Barton's meticulous report dissects the details of the Avengers, whom Fury regards as his trump card. At this moment, Dr. Eric Selvig steps forward, his gaze equally vacant, yet his tone carries the characteristic rigidity of scientist. Master, the Tesseract has stabilized, but to maintain the spatial portal sufficiently large and stable. A catalyst in the form of iridium is required. It can stabilize the quantum tunneling effect, preventing the portal from collapsing under immense energy surges. He pauses, as if retrieving knowledge from his mind. Natural iridium on Earth is exceedingly rare. The known largest deposit is located in Stuttgart, Germany, at 28 Cunning Street. In an underground vault, Barton's cold voice seamlessly interjects. It is overseen by Dr. Heinrich Seifer, an authority on the stability of iridium isotopes. We lack one eye to access his safe. Iridium, Loki repeats the word, a calculating glimmer igniting in his eyes. We are short one eye. He casts a pointed glance at Barton. Barton's tone is devoid of emotion, as if stating an inconsequential fact. A knowing and cruel smile emerges on Loki's face. The eye, the window to the soul, also the key to treasures. He rises elegantly, the golden glow of his staff seeming to intensify. Leave this eye to me. It will serve as a delightful gift for those so-called Avengers, and perhaps. His smile broadens as he takes a few steps towards Hawkeye. After all, I am the god of mischief. Fear is not in my repertoire. We may proceed in this manner, then in another way, following that in yet another. Finally, concluding in this fashion. As Loki narrated, Hawkeye Barton has vacant golden eyes exhibited no discernible emotion. They merely recorded each command from his master with unwavering fidelity, nodding repetitively in agreement. The crystal chandelier refracted a dazzling brilliance, illuminating the opulent banquet hall as if it were broad daylight. Melodic strains of classical music flowed through the air, while elegantly attired gentlemen and ladies raised their champagne flutes, engaging in hushed conversations with polite smiles gracing their faces. This was a charity ball for the elite, a spectacle of elegance and extravagance, filled with graceful figures and clinking glasses, permeated by an air of sophistication and ostentation. Dr. Heinrich Seifer, a meticulous authority on iridium isotopes, stood at the periphery of the crowd, rubbing his brow with a hint of fatigue. He had just concluded a brief lecture on the applications of rare metals and yearned for a tranquil corner to rest. At that moment, a figure at the entrance of the banquet hall caught the attention of several attendees. Tall and clad in a vintage ensemble of deep green velvet, complemented by a pristine white shirt and a black bow tie, he presented a striking contrast to his pale complexion, enhancing his aura of mystery and elegance. His elongated fingers rested upon a black cane adorned with silver embellishments. He advanced with measured steps, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. Like a sovereign surveying his domain, his gaze deftly navigated through the throng, locking onto Dr. Seifer in the corner. With deliberate poise, he approached Dr. Seifer, the sound of his polished shoes resonating rhythmically against the smooth marble floor, harmonizing with the music and murmurs around him. As he passed, people instinctively parted to create a path for him. Dr. Seifer, too, noted the imposing stranger approaching him, his brow furrowing slightly as he felt the icy gaze akin to a serpent's tongue, which unsettled him. However, before he could react, Loki stood before him, maintaining that elegant smile. He tossed his cane lightly, seemingly gauging its weight, and then, amidst Dr. Seifer's astonished expression, the cane sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, striking fiercely at the back of the doctor's knee. A sickening crack echoed through the hall. Doctor! Seifer emitted a piercing scream, the excruciating pain causing him to lose his balance and tumble heavily to the ground, his expensive suit stained with spilled drinks. Clutching his twisted and contorted leg, he curled in agony, cold sweat instantly soaking his attire. The music in the banquet hall came to an abrupt halt. All conversations and laughter ceased. Everyone was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, with most hastily departing the scene. Only two middle-aged men, with dark hair and eyes, silently approached the corner, adopting a comfortable stance to observe the unfolding chaos. A middle-aged man took out some nuts from his pocket and shared them with an unfamiliar compatriot. These were casually retrieved from a corner of the dining table. When one observes the spectacle without something to chew on, there always seems to be something amiss. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Chapter 67. What if that madman comes to you instead of him? Loki looked down from his towering height at the writhing and groaning Dr. Seifer, his face seemingly illuminated by a sense of rapture. He raised his foot, the polished black leather shoe descending heavily upon Dr. Seifer's chest. Dr. Seifer's anguished cry was abruptly silenced, his ribcage emitting a lament under the unbearable pressure. He felt his lungs constricted, gasping for air, his eyes bulging from excruciating pain and suffocation. blood vessels prominent against the whites of his eyes. TSK, TSK, TSK. Loki shook his head, his voice low yet resonating clearly throughout the nearly empty banquet hall, infused with a chilling mockery. Mortals, so fragile, so easily crushed. He appeared to admire a shattered piece of porcelain. Loki leisurely retrieved from his suit pocket a peculiar metallic device that shimmered with a ghostly blue light. One end featured a sharp probe, while the other boasted a complex lens structure. This was a gift from Dr. Eric Shavik. With a curious demeanor, Loki toyed with the device, tilting his head as if pondering an inconsequential matter. Let me think, what did Eric say? He deliberately elongated his tone, the words echoing distinctly in the silent banquet hall. Should I insert it first, then press the button? He traced the probe across Dr. Cypher's terrified visage, the frigid metal causing him to tremble violently. Or should I press the button first, then insert it? Dr. Cypher's pupils constricted to pinpricks from sheer terror. He struggled desperately, his throat emitting raspy gasps. It was futile as he sought to escape the shoe pressing upon his chest and the cold device looming over his face. At that moment, the two middle-aged men in the corner, along with a few remaining onlookers, began to sense that something was amiss. This was not merely a brawl at a ball or a failure in business. It appeared to be a scene destined for bloodshed. Goodness, that young man. The older middle-aged man remarked. We should leave. Should we call the police? The slightly younger man pondered. Hush, let's exit quietly. What if that madman decides to come after us instead? The older man nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in this notion. Loki, too, noticed the hushed conversation in the corner. Yet at this moment, he was indifferent. He felt a slight indulgence towards his subjects. Dr. Cypher's agony seemed to have lost its entertainment value. Loki had grown weary of the game. His smile abruptly vanished. Never mind, it's not important, he murmured to himself, his tone as casual as if deciding what to have for dinner. In the next moment, under the magnified gaze of Dr. Cypher, Loki abruptly thrust the sharp probe of the instrument into the upper region of Dr. Cypher's left eye. No! Dr. Cypher emitted a chilling, inhuman scream. A cry of utmost despair. The instrument's pointed probe instantaneously pierced the fragile skin. Blood and bodily fluids gushed forth, cascading down the instrument and Dr. Cypher's cheek. Indifferent to the splatters that stained the pristine white cuffs of his shirt, Loki steadily pressed a button on the device. A low hum resonated as the instrument came alive, and a brilliant azure light exploded forth. The probe delved deeper into the eye socket, seemingly seizing something vital. The complex lens at the other end of the instrument suddenly illuminated, casting a remarkably clear, dynamic image of an eye, rich with biometric data. Within this image, the bloodshot left eye, filled with agony, unmistakably belonged to Dr. Heinrich Cypher himself. Simultaneously, beneath 28 Cunin Street, the heavy alloy corridor reeked of blood. Several guards clad in high-grade bulletproof vests lay sprawled in a pool of crimson, arrows precisely embedded in their foreheads or hearts, their faces frozen in shock. Clint Barton, the Hawkeye, stood expressionless before the alloy vault door, which required multiple biological verifications. The bowstring in his hand still quivered slightly, his quiver missing several arrows. His gaze was hollow, his pupils devoid of life under the cold glow of the corridor's emergency lights, until a receiver device on his wrist, compatible with the instrument in Loki's hand, shone with an ethereal blue light. As if receiving an instruction, he immediately raised the device, aligning the port with precision to the iris recognition sensor on the vault door. A beam of azure light shot from the receiver, projecting a crystal-clear image of the trembling left eye, a real-time transmission captured from Loki's extraction of Dr. Cypher's eye. The red light above the vault door flickered urgently a few times before, beep, iris verification successful. A cold electronic voice echoed in the silent corridor, accompanied by the heavy sound of mechanical operation as the impenetrable vault door began to slide open slowly. Behind it lay iridium reserve blocks, gleaming with a unique silver-gray metallic sheen, quietly resting within radiation-proof containers under the cool illumination of the vault. Hawkeye's eyes displayed no emotion. He merely executed his mission with unwavering focus. He stepped forward, entering the now-open vault door. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall, Loki gazed with satisfaction at the stable image of the eye projected by the instrument, signifying successful verification. Listening to the chilling electronic tones that seemed to echo in his ears, a triumphant smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He gradually lifted his foot, no longer glancing at the pitiful eye on the brink of death from excruciating pain. His gaze swept around, a soft scarf delicately wiping his slender fingers. Adjusting his collar, he leaned on his cane, turning and taking deliberate steps forward. The task was complete. Iridium in hand, the frigid night breeze swept through Cunin Street. Loki emerged from the opulent edifice, a faint, lingering smile gracing his lips. He stood by the roadside, observing the bustling throngs of people, then lifted his gaze to the excessively tranquil night sky. The events of the ball appeared to have left no impact on them. Not even a police presence was in sight. Oomph. He emitted a dismissive snort, casually twirling his scepter in hand. Did Barton not mention that some so-called super gang would come looking for me? Why is there not a whisper of activity? Tilting his head, a look of boredom crept across his face. It seems my earlier commotion was not sufficient. Then, let us create a greater spectacle. He ceased to conceal his true self. A faint, golden-green aura enveloped him. Under the astonished gaze of passers-by, his lavish dark green velvet suit transformed fluidly like quicksilver. The inner layer morphed into radiant golden armor, while the outer garment evolved into a magnificent robe adorned with emerald motifs reminiscent of a divine realm. A golden helmet, complete with 2 curved horns, materialized above his head. In an instant, the elegant gentleman was transfigured into a malevolent deity. Chapter 68. All of you kneel. Whoosh. A concentrated beam of golden energy surged forth from the gem atop his scepter. Boom. A luxury sedan was instantly engulfed in a fiery explosion. The shockwave shattered nearby storefront windows, sending debris and flames scattering in all directions. The night was abruptly torn asunder by screams, wails, and the blaring of alarms. Oh my God, what is that? The citizens around were seized by panic, erupting into terrified shrieks. People began to flee in a chaotic frenzy, desperate to escape this scene of impending terror. Observing the crowd scatter like frightened sheep, Loki's malicious grin widened. He reveled in the intoxicating sensation of wielding fear. Casually raising his scepter, he aimed it at a luxury car attempting to turn around and flee. Run! Hurry! Mommy! I want my mommy! He is so handsome! The crowd was engulfed in sheer panic, jostling one another, all yearning to escape this street of death. Yet, would Loki allow them such an escape? With a cat-and-mouse playfulness gleaming in his eyes, he advanced with slow, graceful strides, gently waving his scepter. Multiple phantoms, identical to his own form and crafted from magical energy, swiftly manifested at every exit and vantage point, encircling the terrified throngs. The phantoms wielded scepters as well, exuding an icy aura, blocking all avenues of escape. Despair surged like a frigid tide, drowning the crowd. They found themselves ensnared by an invisible wall of dread, with nowhere to retreat, shivering in unison. Fearfully gazing upon Loki as he approached the central pedestal of a fountain. Ascending the fountain's base, Loki looked down upon the trembling crowd below, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. He inhaled deeply, as though savoring the palpable scent of fear in the air. He spoke, his voice low yet resonant, like a chilling bell, imbued with formidable magical power. Echoing throughout the street, I command you, all of you kneel. The final 2 words resonated like a tangible sonic bomb, unleashing a formidable mental shockwave and physical tremor that reverberated through the air. Those in proximity were struck, their eardrums stinging for the impact. Under the absolute intimidation of this extraordinary power, the psychological defenses of the crowd crumbled entirely, akin to wheat being sheared as they fell to their knees in droves. Some knelt, humbly prostrating themselves. Others crouched in fear, trembling and clutching their heads, while still others collapsed to the ground, weeping silently. Gazing across the street, one could see a sea of bowed heads, all succumbing to the divine pressure. Kneel. Is it not simpler this way? Is this not your most natural state? His gaze swept over the lowered heads. Humanity harbors an unspoken truth. You yearn for subjugation. The blinding light of freedom has led you to lose the joy of life in your frenzied pursuit of power and status. He shook his head slightly, as if pitying these wayward lambs. You were born to be ruled. Ultimately, you will all kneel. Look at yourselves now, how compliant you are. However, it was evident that in Germany, a speech delivered by one who had not studied at the Vienna Academy of Fine Arts would not garner support. His lofty demeanor and scornful rhetoric failed to evoke reverence. Instead, they sparked a flicker of defiant will within the despairing crowd. A figure slowly rose, steadfastly standing tall. It was an elderly man, his hair streaked with gray, clad in a modest woolen coat. His face bore the marks of time's passage, and though his legs trembled slightly, he unwaveringly met the gaze of the imperious figure upon the platform. His voice, though soft and somewhat hoarse, rang with unwavering clarity, cutting through the oppressive atmosphere. Not a men like you. This statement struck like a thunderbolt, shattering the fear that Loki had cast over them. The sanctity and satisfaction on Loki's face froze instantly. A humble mortal dared to challenge his authority, dared to refuse his benevolence. What did you say? Loki's voice escalated, filled with icy malice. He raised his staff, the mind gem at its tip erupting with a blinding, destructive golden light. The target was the audacious elder, a pitiful insect, then perish. The golden beam of energy, akin to the scythe of death, screamed through the air as it hurtled toward the elder. The old man despairingly closed his eyes. A nation, an empire, a furor. In the darkness behind his closed eyelids, he seemed to envision a man with a toothbrush mustache, his left hand raised before him. The anticipated death did not arrive. Just as the energy beam was about to strike the elder, a figure clad in red and blue brandished a circular shield adorned with a silver star, descending like a celestial bulwark, precisely interposing itself before the elder. Boom! A deafening metallic clash echoed. The ferocious golden energy crashed violently against the shield, unleashing a blinding radiance. The seemingly ordinary shield stood unwavering like an imposing mountain, flawlessly absorbing all the energy with its peculiar vibranium alloy structure. As the brilliance dissipated, a tall figure stood resolutely behind the shield, clad in a deep blue combat uniform adorned with the stars and stripes. His muscles rippling, he wielded the shield in his left hand. His resolute visage chiseled as if carved from stone. It was Steve Rogers, Captain America. I recall my last visit to Germany, when someone demanded that all kneel. Steve's voice resonated with steady power, as unyielding as granite, his piercing gaze locking onto Loki atop the platform. The ensuing confrontation was far from pleasant. Suspended in midair, a Quinjet recalibrated its cannons, targeting Loki. The fury etched on Loki's face morphed into a flicker of shock, quickly replaced by a deeper malevolence. An antiquated buffoon in theatrical garb? He recognized the shield, his tone dripping with disdain. Suddenly, a jarring melody erupted in the night sky. Loki jerked his head upward, spotting a sleek, crimson and gold suit of armor swooping through the cityscape like a predatory hawk. With a thunderous roar, it deftly hovered in midair before Loki, charging its palm cannon, unleashing a beam aimed directly at him. The armor then opened, revealing the iconic, roguish grin of Tony Stark. Hey, costume-clad fool, your lines are outdated. Tony's voice resonated through the armor's external system, brimming with Stark's signature banter. The trend now is for freedom. Long live. Before his words could settle, the weapon bay on his shoulder burst open. An explosion shattered the marble pedestal, sending debris and water skyward. The unexpected blast and shockwave caused Loki to stumble, desperately wielding his scepter to regain his balance. His carefully crafted image shattered in an instant. Tony's armor gradually descended at the opposite end of the street. With missile pods on his shoulders, high-energy penetrator missiles in his hands, and palm cannons all simultaneously aiming at Loki. Together with Steve, who held the shield, they formed a perfect flanking maneuver, encircling Loki in their midst. The palm cannon of Mark 7 flickered menacingly, locking onto Loki. Apologies for interrupting your coronation, Bambi. Tony flashed a brilliant yet cold smile at the pallid Loki, declaring, "The party is over. You are apprehended." Chapter 69, The Arrival of the Cloaked Man. Loki stood by the shattered fountain, gazing at the steadfast Captain America below, that Iron Man whose weapons were all aimed at him, and finally at Ethan, who stood behind him wielding a long sword. His expression shifted between anger and calm. The scepter in his hand shimmered with golden light. Moments later, the look of offended fury on his face vanished, replaced by a serene smile. He slowly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Oh, is that so?" Loki's voice regained its elegant, slightly magnetic tone. Ethan's figure descended slowly behind Loki. The massive engines of the Quinjet roared steadily, gliding smoothly through the clouds. Inside the cockpit, Natasha Romanoff was intently manipulating the complex array of instruments, her gaze scanning the flight path and radar information ahead. In the rear of the cabin, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Loki was secured in a specially designed energy suppression seat, his hands bound by energy shackles, while his scepter rested in a containment box pulsating with energy, guarded by Steve Rogers. Loki's eyes were closed, seemingly in a light slumber, yet the faint curve of his lips indicated he was quite alert. Tony Stark, clearly restless, paced the cabin like an inquisitive child, tapping on the sturdy alloy walls here, inspecting the intricate network of pipes there, and finally leaning over the pilot's seat to comment on the back of Natasha's head. "Wow, Natasha, your little gadget is really something." Tony's voice dripped with his characteristic, exaggerated admiration, though he hesitated over the engine design. He elongated the syllables, gesturing in the air. "I think I've seen similar blueprints in my father's study. Nostalgic retro from the 40s? Quite charming, though the efficiency," he shrugged, flashing a knowing look. "Need me to help optimize it? For a familiar face, I could offer you a discount." Angelic Ethan sat in a position against the cabin wall, clad in an immaculate white suit, his golden hair cascading gracefully over his shoulders. His expression remained tranquil, as if the commotion within the cabin did not concern him. Hearing Tony's antics, especially with Pepper absent, he sighed softly. Ethan tilted his head slightly, his gentle voice resonating with an odd, soothing power. Tony, mind the occasion. These simple words seemed to press a pause button on Tony. His exaggerated smile softened a bit, and he pouted in mild annoyance. All right. I'll heed the angel's motherly advice. He raised his hands in a surrendering gesture, then turned his gaze to Steve Rogers, who sat silently opposite Loki. Hey, and Tony seemed to just notice Steve as he strolled over, donning that irreverent teasing smile once more. Who is this? Oh, I remember. The classic popsicle man. A pleasure to meet you. He extended his hand, his tone laced with unmistakable mockery. I've seen your performance at the Smithsonian. Quite, intriguing. I hear you sold quite a number of war bonds back in the day. Quite effective. Steve Rogers, with his icy blue eyes, regarded Tony with calm composure, betraying no hint of anger at the other's flippant jibe. To him, Tony was merely a mischievous child of an old friend. He reached out steadily, shaking Tony's hand through the armor. His grip was firm and resolute. I am Steve Rogers, he stated, his voice steady, his introduction succinct and powerful. Hello, Stark. Tony Stark. He reciprocated, then gestured toward the quietly seated Ethan. This is my friend, Dr. Ethan. He paused, deliberately adding, the agent should have introduced you, right? Chief laboratory consultant at Stark Industries, and oh. Tony elongated the last word with a playful smirk. Part-time angel. Yes. Quite literally one that can emit a shimmering light to cleanse your soul. Ethan nodded slightly to Steve, his gaze calm as he regarded the legendary warrior. His voice gentle yet clear. Captain Rogers, a pleasure to meet you. I am Ethan. Just as Ethan finished his sentence, a blinding flash of lightning suddenly tore through the inky clouds outside the aircraft's window, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. The Quinjet jolted violently. The window was instantly obscured by torrential rain, the howling wind faintly penetrating the sturdy fuselage. The cabin lights flickered erratically due to intense electromagnetic interference. Natasha, at the controls, quickly stabilized operations, her voice steady. We are encountering severe convective weather. Fasten your seatbelts. The sudden onslaught of thunder awakened Loki from his feigned slumber, his green eyes flashing with a hint of unease, perhaps even distaste and irritation. Instinctively, he tensed, his gaze darting warily toward the tumultuous window. Steve Rogers keenly noted Loki's momentary aberration. His eyes narrowed as he addressed Loki, his voice steady amidst the reverberating thunder. What's the matter? He inquired, curiosity lacing his tone. Does even a god fear thunder? Loki, as though a cat had stepped on his tail, instantly suppressed his disquiet and donned a facade of disdainful amusement. He shot a glance at Captain America, adopting a tone that feigned nonchalance but was laced with clear resistance. Fear? I merely harbor a profound dislike for that fellow who accompanies the thunder. Loki's words seemed to carry an ominous portent. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous roar, a sound far more terrifying than all previous claps combined, erupted from above, accompanied by a jarring impact that made the entire aircraft shudder as if a meteor had struck. What is happening? Tony exclaimed, immediately activating the helmet's faceplate, his palm cannon charging with urgency. Steve immediately tightened his grip on the shield, adopting a combat stance. Even Ethan, usually calm, displayed a flicker of light in his golden eyes, and a faint ripple of energy seemed to emanate around him. Natasha, in the cockpit, urgently reported, something has landed on top of the cabin. Captain. Before her words could finish, Tony sealed his helmet and opened the cabin door, revealing a robust man with golden hair and a cloak. His hair whipped wildly in the turbulent air, raindrops clung to his thick beard, and fury blazed in his blue eyes, fixed on Loki, who was bound to a seat. Loki! Thor's roar echoed like thunder as he raised his hands, his palms charged with energy. Tony, wait a moment. Those who have read this far are indeed formidable individuals. Today marks the final day of this phase, and starting tomorrow, there will be no more trips to the hospital. Within 2 days at most, I shall swiftly conclude the Battle of New York and will not dwell on it further. Afterward, the second volume, The Cosmic Arc, will diverge from the original storyline. It is a pity that in my youth, I was naive, uploading tens of thousands of words daily during the 89th chapter, and now there are no drafts left. Chapter 70. You dare to call this a bit? Thor's figure flickered with lightning, his scarlet cloak billowing, as his large hand reached directly for the bound Loki. Wait! Ethan immediately interjected, attempting to prevent the conflict. His gaze fixed on Thor, he gently urged, Thor Odinson, remain calm. We could talk. However, Thor's perspective at that moment was that his brother was being bullied, and after being mistreated, was bound while several burly men mocked him. He could hear nothing. As his left hand reached for Loki, the mighty Mjolnir in his right hand erupted with blinding blue-white lightning. Crack! A bolt of lightning erupted from the hammer without warning. Tony Stark was caught in its path. The armor's alarm system blared frantically. "Tony, watch out." Ethan's pupils contracted. He understood that Thor's power far exceeded the norm, and even with his enhanced physique as a super soldier and the computational power at his disposal, he might not be able to withstand him. In an instant, Ethan blurred and positioned himself in front of Tony. He crossed his arms over his chest, and a diamond-shaped shield of pure energy, glowing a soft golden hue, unfurled. Boom! The violent thunder struck Ethan's shield with tremendous force. Dazzling light and deafening noise filled the cabin. Ethan let out a muffled groan. His body pushed back by the immense impact, his feet carving shallow grooves into the metallic floor until he collided with Tony's armor, finally stabilizing. Although the shield absorbed most of the damage, the residual arcs of electricity sparked wildly throughout the cabin, causing the lights to flicker erratically. Thor paid no heed to the deflected lightning. His large hand had already seized Loki's shoulder, and the energy suppression chair emitted a piercing alarm and electric sparks under the strain of his divine power. "Come with me, brother," he growled, preparing to yank Loki and the chair upwards, intent on forcibly breaking through the cabin to escape. "Hey!" Explosive moment for the male lead. "You have marred my new home and bully my friend." Regaining his composure under Ethan's protection, Tony's fury ignited. He paid no heed to who stood before him. The thrusters of the Mark 7 roared within the confines of the cramped cockpit. Boom! Tony, akin to a human cannonball, surged forward, utilizing every ounce of strength to collide with Thor, who was preparing to depart with Loki. Caught off guard, Thor was struck hard in the side by this metallic body. Ugh! A groan escaped Thor's lips as the immense force caused him to loosen his grip on Loki's hand, his entire being propelled by Tony's impact, like a projectile, as they tumbled out of the cockpit, entangled in each other, plummeting from the heights. "Tony!" Ethan exclaimed in alarm. Ethan and Captain America exchanged a glance, each recognizing the shared sense of helplessness in the other's eyes. "Rogers, hold on to me," Ethan commanded decisively. With a mere thought, a pair of pristine white wings unfurled behind him with a swift whoosh. Radiance illuminated the chaotic cockpit. Without hesitation, Steve grasped Ethan's outstretched arm. "Natasha, Loki is in your hands," Steve shouted to the cockpit. As soon as he finished speaking, Ethan's wings flared, propelling Captain America into the air. Amidst the violent turbulence, Natasha struggled to stabilize the aircraft. Upon hearing the call, she promptly transferred control of the Quinjet to another pilot. Swiftly unbuckling her seatbelt, she turned, drew her firearm, and aimed steadily at Loki, her voice cold and resolute. "Rest assured, I will keep a close watch on him." Her piercing gaze fixed on Loki, causing his habitual false smile to falter momentarily. Ethan and Captain America descended rapidly into a relatively open clearing in the woods. Below lay a scene of devastation. Sturdy trees lay shattered, the ground riddled with charred craters and deep ravines. The clash between Tony's Mark 7 and Thor raged on. Golden energy collided fiercely with blue and white brilliance. Tony, leveraging the agility of his armor and its ranged firepower, darted through the air, firing his repulsor beams and mini-missiles at Thor. In response, Thor wielded Mjolnir, summoning thunder to retaliate, with terrifying lightning erupting from the ground. Each impact of hammer against shield resonated with explosive force. "Enough! Cease this at once." Upon landing, Steve Rogers immediately raised his shield and charged forward. Spotting an opening while Tony was momentarily staggered by Thor's hammer, he hurled his shield with force. Clang! The vibranium shield struck Mjolnir with perfect precision, momentarily halting Thor's pursuit. Simultaneously, Ethan spread his wings to shield Tony, stabilizing him, and extended his arms, conjuring a golden energy shield that thwarted Tony's advance. "Tony, calm down. He is not the enemy." Tony's armor mask retracted, revealing his flushed face, a testament to his anger and the intensity of battle. Yet, upon meeting Ethan's serious gaze and the sight of his wings, he ultimately subdued his fury, the glow of his repulsor fading, merely letting out a heavy grunt. Thor was momentarily disoriented by Captain America's shield, halting his actions as a wary gaze swept over Steve and Tony, ultimately landing on Ethan, who stood with his magnificent white wings unfurled. The hostility in Thor's eyes was supplanted by astonishment and a fleeting sense of familiarity. He recognized the shape of those wings. "Hey, wait a moment." Thor's voice carried a hint of uncertain delight as he pointed at Ethan, the winged figure. Are you a kin of Loki? Do you know Loki? Ethan, having confirmed Tony was unharmed, relaxed his defensive stance, gently folding his wings behind him. He turned to Thor and nodded, his tone gentle. I am Ethan. I have records of you, Thor Odinson, and of Asgard. We are not foes. We have gathered here to resolve the discord brought forth by Loki. Upon hearing Loki's name, a radiant smile spread across Thor's face, dispelling any remnants of hostility, leaving the other gods oblivious to the exchange. Huh, I knew it. A friend of Loki. He exuberantly sheathed his hammer and strode towards Ethan. I apologize, brother. I was overly eager to find Loki. The news of his survival drove me to madness, and then I saw him bound by your group, so frail and helpless. He patted Tony's shoulder, nearly toppling him, and then turned to Ethan and Captain America, scratching his head awkwardly. My apologies for being a bit impulsive. Tony rolled his eyes, muttering, just a bit? You call us a bit? Chapter 71. In truth, he was adopted. However, at Ethan's subtle gesture, he refrained from further retorts. The cabin was in disarray, but fortunately, the engines and the aircraft structure remained intact. Loki was still confined to the energy chair, with Natasha standing guard, her gaze icy. Thor approached Loki, disregarding the mocking smile on his brother's face, and sat down beside him, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Loki, Thor's voice, stripped of its previous thunderous quality, now bore softness. I thought you were dead. A cold smirk curled Loki's lips. Did you mourn for me? In place of mockery came a barely perceptible sadness and indifference. Loki's voice was frigid, his green eyes locking onto Thor's. Asgard, that cage woven from lies? I do not require your pity, Thor. His voice suddenly rose, laced with repressed fury. Once, I merely desired the same treatment as you. Do you understand? Instead, I was eternally relegated to the shadow of your greatness. An adopted monster, a frost giant. Thor was taken aback by Loki's outburst, his eyes filled with anguish. Loki, we are brothers. We grew up together, played in the gardens, wrestled in the training grounds, and faced the invaders of the Nine Realms together. Do you not remember any of this? Our father, our mother, their love for you has never waned. Brothers? Loki scoffed. All I remember is the shadow, an endless shadow. I have always been eclipsed by the brilliance of the mighty Thor. All I remember is their cheers for you, which pushed me step by step into the abyss. Loki's voice carried a shattered madness. I was once a king, the king of Jotunheim. I was meant to rule. Thor gazed at his brother, whose eyes brimmed with resentment. He opened his mouth, but his throat felt constricted, and all the words he longed to express transformed into a heavy sigh. He leaned despondently against the back of his chair, choosing silence. Within the cabin, only the roar of the engines remained, while Tony Stark, leaning against the cockpit, observed the tragic drama of fraternal conflict unfold. Unable to contain himself, he leaned toward Ethan and whispered in a volume only they could hear. Wow, how touching. If only I had a comfortable sofa, some popcorn, and Pepper to give me a warm embrace. He clicked his tongue, shaking his head. This plot is no different from the moral dramas aired at 8:30 that Rhodey loves to watch, except for The Wicked Stepmother. Ethan cast a resigned glance at Tony and subtly shook his head, signaling him to tone down the antics. His gaze shifted back to the anguished standoff between Thor and Loki, then out to the stormy night sky. The massive skyship loomed like a floating island of steel, hovering above the sea of clouds. As the Quinjet landed on the deck and the hatch opened, Loki was escorted off the aircraft. Upon entering the control room, Tony Stark immediately entered his sarcastic mode. He surveyed the enormous circular screens and the bustling agents, whistling appreciatively. Wow, Black Egg, your new office is quite nice. He approached the large porthole, gazing at the tumultuous clouds below. The expansive view, along with the decor, so fitting for you. Cold, sterile screens that can monitor everyone, right? Tony strode directly to Nick Fury, who stood at the command console, disregarding the palpable chill emanating from the single eye. As he spoke, he fidgeted like a hyperactive child, seemingly aimlessly wandering to a temporarily vacant control console, tapping his fingers on the smooth surface, checking parameters here and fiddling with connections there. No one noticed as his palm casually brushed against the data interface at the edge of the console, activating a miniature device that stealthily infiltrated DS internal network. A covert program, like an electronic specter, became his backdoor, silently embedding itself deep within DS firewall. This was a premeditated move before boarding the ship. Tony Stark never trusted Fury took a deep breath, forcing down the irritation ignited by Tony's continuous provocations, his single eye scanning the returning team. All right, Fury's voice held a feigned calmness. By the time Tony removed his armor and donned a casual shirt, he sauntered into the meeting area where Ethan, Natasha, Thor, Captain America, and Banner were already gathered. The atmosphere noticeably tense. Whatever Loki intended to do, Dr. Banner adjusted his glasses, his voice laced with suppressed anxiety and a hint of dread. But it was evident. He is a madman. In the streets of Stuttgart and within the banquet hall, Loki unleashed his malevolence, which he observed with keen clarity alongside fury from the command center. "Hey, my friend." Thor immediately furrowed his brow in discontent, casting a glance at Banner. "Regardless of how mad Loki may be, he remains an Asgardian, and he is still my brother. Mind your words." His instinct to defend his brother surged once more. Natasha interjected coldly, her voice as precise as a report. "According to the intelligence we have just compiled, Loki has caused the deaths of at least 80 civilians in the past 48 hours, not to mention the agents and soldiers under his control." Thor's demeanor faltered momentarily, and he coughed awkwardly, lowering his voice. "Ahem. In fact, you might not be aware that he is adopted." The statement lacked conviction. At that moment, Tony strolled in, casually pulling out a chair and sitting down. "What are we discussing? A sequel to a family drama?" He cast a glance at Thor and Banner. Fury's voice crackled through the communicator. "Everyone, please proceed to the special containment area." Chapter 72. The Super Gang is assembled. Haha. The group arrived at a zone isolated by a formidable energy barrier. In the center, within a circular transparent cage constructed of high-density glass, Loki stood leisurely, observing the newcomers. Maintaining his composure, his signature smile broadened as he noted the presence of the Avengers, silently counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all present. The Super Gang has gathered, haha. Nick Fury approached the cage, his piercing one-eyed gaze locked onto Loki through the energy barrier, his voice frigid. "Loki, your game is over. Tell us, where are the Tesseract and the agents you have abducted? What is your true purpose?" The smile on Loki's face remained unchanged, as if he were listening to a tedious joke. He casually crossed his legs, fingers tapping leisurely on his knee, seemingly indifferent to Fury's interrogation. Such psychological pressure was akin to a gentle breeze for the god of mischief. Once Fury finished speaking, Loki slowly lifted his head, scanning each individual outside the cage before finally resting his gaze on Fury, a sardonic curve forming at the corners of his mouth. "The Tesseract? Do you know?" His voice was rich with magnetism. "That precious Tesseract you speak of." He paused deliberately, relishing the focused expressions of his audience. "It does not belong to Earth." "So, esteemed Director Fury." Loki's gaze abruptly shifted to Fury, becoming as sharp as a serpent's. "What do you intend to do with this power that is not of your world? Far beyond your comprehension? Will you use it to illuminate the bulbs of your city?" He let out a derisive snicker, then his gaze gradually drifted, finally resting on Bruce Banner, whose face was pale as he struggled to maintain his composure. Loki's voice carried a seductive undertone, clearly reaching Banner's ears. "And," he raised a finger, indicating the cage that confined him. "This exquisite birdcage is clearly not meant for me, is it? Behold the size and strength." He deliberately elongated his tone, his green eyes fixated on Banner. "This is intended for some green behemoth, is it not?" "Loki, be silent," Thor thundered. But Loki's words struck Banner's heart like a poisoned dagger. Banner's body trembled violently, his face paling to a ghostly white as he instinctively stepped back. Clutching his chest with his left hand, the heart rate monitor on his wrist spiking alarmingly and emitting a shrill yellow alarm. That night, no one aboard the skyship could find tranquility. Tony knocked on the door of Ethan's lounge. "I found a backdoor in OSHIELD. I need to ascertain exactly what they're doing with the Tesseract. Although Jarvis could accomplish this as well, connecting through your, sacred method to my clandestine program is evidently far more efficient." Captain America ventured alone into the area designated for specialized equipment, rummaging through the layers of shelves, until, in an unremarkable corner among rows of boxes, he espied an oddly designed firearm, though modernized in appearance. The core energy conduits and the distinctive charging hum made Steve's pupils dilate. This was unmistakably an upgraded version of the energy weapon used by Red Skull's army during World War II, a weapon designed based on the energy of the cosmic cube. Fury was indeed secretly developing weapons of mass destruction. The following morning, everyone gathered once more in the main conference room, each harboring their own concerns. Banner, with dark circles under his eyes, appeared even more haggard and uneasy. Thor furrowed his brow, frequently glancing toward the door. Tony looked as though he had just awakened, yet his eyes glimmered with cold fury. Only Ethan and Natasha seemed relatively composed. Nick Fury stood at the head of the table, observing this seemingly insomniac group with a sense of urgency. Ladies and gentlemen, a new day dawns. Loki is in our grasp, and the location of the Tesseract has been secured. Now is the critical moment for our collaboration. Collaboration? Fury's words were abruptly interrupted by a voice dripping with sarcasm. Tony Stark leapt from his chair like a lion thoroughly provoked. He strode up to Fury, his finger nearly poking Fury's nose, his voice rising in pitch. He violently tore open the collar of his shirt, yanking off the miniaturized life-monitoring sensor disguised as an arc reactor, revealing his smooth chest beneath. This action was a manifestation of his pent-up rage. "Hey, black man." Tony glared at Fury's astonished single eye, his face adorned with a victor's mockery and cold smirk. "Did you not anticipate this? Did you think I was still waiting to perish relying on that broken palladium core? Awaiting your salvation like a messiah, to bestow upon me the relic that should rightfully belong to me?" He pointed at his enscathed chest, then gestured toward the calmly standing Ethan, his voice resonating throughout the conference room. "Long before you vultures circled my medical reports. Who is my friend? Did you investigate the scripture? A mere ray of divine light resolved my plight. Clean and clear. Your surveillance is, in my eyes, nothing but a farce. Ultimately, the cosmic cube is perceived by you as merely a weapon. You have imprisoned my father's lifelong research on the cosmic cube solely for this purpose. Haven to you?" Tony's gaze pierced through Fury like a blade, striking at everyone present. The doubts and anger that had simmered throughout the night erupted in this moment. The air in the conference room seemed to solidify. Fury's expression darkened significantly. Banner glanced at Tony's chest, then at Fury, as the heart rate monitor emitted another alarm. Just then, Steve entered the laboratory with a pale face, wielding a peculiar weapon, demanding, "What is this? Are you going to emulate the Nazis?" Ethan stood beside Tony, his eyes calmly surveying Fury. Though he remained silent in his support for Tony, his silence spoke volumes. Having personally experienced the destruction of his homeland by warfare and uncontrollable weapons, he could not condone SHIELD's use of the cosmic cube to create armaments, regardless of the intentions behind it. "We have no choice." Fury's voice suddenly escalated, tinged with a sense of desperation as he slammed his hand on the control panel. "Open your eyes and behold the world we live in." He pointed toward Ethan and Thor, an angel with wings, an extraterrestrial deity wielding a hammer. His gaze swept across the vast sky outside. When Thor first arrived, that small town in New Mexico was partially obliterated, and our agents, our finest operatives, could only cower in corners, futilely shooting at such entities with mere handguns. Fury's chest heaved with intensity, his single eye scanning each person present, his voice laden with urgency. From the moment these extraordinary beings, wielding powers beyond our comprehension, appeared on Earth, I have harbored a singular thought. The Earth must possess the capability to protect itself. We cannot rely on the kindness or so-called justice of others. The cosmic cube is the only opportunity we have to seize that power, even if it is perilous, even if it should not be misused. Yet, faced with the unknown and the imminent threat of annihilation, we have no alternatives. Though Steve Rogers felt a similar indignation regarding SHIELD's covert weapon development, he comprehended the sense of responsibility and concern for Earth embedded in Fury's words. He knew that this was not the time for accountability and infighting. A formidable enemy loomed, and Loki's threat was imminent. "Tony," Steve stepped forward, his voice steady, attempting to mediate. Fury's words carry weight. "We truly should not bicker over these matters. The immediate priority is to locate the cosmic cube, thwart Loki's scheme, and close the portal. Once the crisis is resolved, we can settle our accounts." "Settle accounts?" Tony abruptly turned, fixing his gaze on Steve with a piercing intensity, interrupting him with a tone laced with sarcasm. "Has being cooped up in that icebox for 70 years turned your little pudding on your head into a real pudding? How can you possibly believe the words of those politicians, those mice hiding in the shadows, who manipulate everything? Do you know how these wretches treated me back then? How they seized my father's hard work for themselves, all while they watched me teeter on the brink of death, calculating how to maximize the value of my father's legacy." Steve's voice took on a stern tone. "Stark, mind your language. Did Howard Stark teach you nothing but knowledge? Was he not always proud of his gentlemanly demeanor and manners? Veteran, I can only say you have never witnessed the entirety of his being. You have missed out on many of his remarkable performances. You do not understand him, nor do you understand me. Tony Stark." Steve's voice was like ice. "And you? Once you have shed this expensive armor, what remains of you, other than reliance on this cold shell?" Tony, as if he had heard the most amusing joke, exaggeratedly spread his arms wide. "Oh, what remains once I remove the armor?" He pointed at Ethan, counting on his fingers. I'm still a friend of angels, a playboy, a philanthropist, a magnate, an inventor, and enough. A furious roar interrupted Tony's words and drowned out all arguments. All eyes swiftly turned to the source of the voice. It was Bruce Banner, who had somehow seized Loki's scepter that lay beside the isolation box. His eyes were crimson, bloodshot, and his body trembled violently. The heart rate monitor on his wrist had long since peaked, emitting a shrill, piercing red alarm. The gem at the tip of the scepter radiated an ominous glow, as if it were greedily siphoning his inner fears, anger, and pain. Put it down, Banner, Natasha snapped, drawing her weapon in an instant. Ethan sensed the urgency. Everyone, stay away from that thing. It can amplify and disturb your emotions. His voice carried an unprecedented sense of urgency. You must calm down, find another place. However, Ethan's warning was utterly drowned out by a resounding explosion. Boom! A violent blast erupted from the hangar on the flank of the mothership. The enormous aerial vessel tilted dramatically to one side, as if struck by a colossal hammer. The air was filled with the deafening sound of metal tearing and the shrill wail of alarms. The lights in the conference room flickered manically, and everyone struggled to maintain their footing. Through the violently shaking viewport, one could see a Quinjet from S.H.I.E.L.D. hovering outside one of the mothership's engines. The hatch stood open, and Clint Barton coldly occupied the doorway, his compound bow drawn taut. Resting on the bowstring was a specially designed explosive arrow, radiating high-energy luminescence. His expression was devoid of emotion, his golden eyes hollow and vacant. He released his fingers. Whoosh! Boom! Another explosive arrow struck precisely at another engine of the mothership. A fierce explosion erupted, accompanied by a towering inferno. The violent shockwave instantly tore through the alloy walls of the conference room. Watch out! Steve shouted. Banner and Natasha, closest to the blast shockwave, were caught in the immediate peril. Natasha reacted with remarkable swiftness, attempting to roll away, yet was violently hurled along with the already fragile Dr. Banner by the fierce shockwave, colliding directly with the newly blasted opening in the floor. Banner, Tony, and Steve exclaimed in unison. Bruce. Tony's eyes flared with urgency as he shouted at Steve. I'm gonna don my armor. Before he could finish his sentence, he raced toward his armor storage. Without a moment's hesitation, Steve nodded decisively. I will go rescue him and soothe Banner. Grasping the nearby star shield, he charged toward the gaping hole. I will deal with that archer. Ethan's pristine wings unfurled in an instant, radiating light amidst the chaos of explosions and smoke. He transformed into a streak of light, flying directly through the breach, targeting Hawkeye, Barton, and the Quinjet, who were assaulting the third engine. Like a flash of white lightning, Ethan swiftly closed in on Hawkeye's jet, gathering radiant energy in his hand. A sort of holy flame materialized before him. Clint Barton. Ethan attempted to awaken the controlled archer. Simultaneously, he swung the sword, unleashing a fierce strike of holy light toward the jet's engine. The aircraft executed a deft roll to evade the attack, while Barton, with vacant eyes, retaliated with another arrow aimed at Ethan. The arrow was deflected by a faint golden shield as it approached him. In the midst of Ethan's struggle with Hawkeye, Tony had donned the Mark 7 armor, bursting forth like an enraged crimson meteor from the mothership's breach. He spotted an engine billowing thick smoke, the last engine desperately struggling, its rotations erratic, emitting a menacing hum and tremor. The mothership was losing balance, gradually tilting. Jarvis! Tony shouted as he dove toward the direction where Banner had fallen. Issuing commands. Sir, the third engine S turbofan is severely damaged. The blades are jammed. It requires a manual restart, and external force is needed to assist the thruster brake. Coordinates have been marked. Jarvis quickly reported. Tony immediately noticed the location of a manual control valve marked on his helmet's display, situated on the massive engine's casing. It was a heavy valve that required a substantial wrench to turn. Damn it, Tony cursed, realizing that if the engine went out of control, everyone aboard the mothership would be doomed. Captain, Tony's communication connected to Steve's earpiece. Leave Banner to Natasha. I will handle the engine, but I need assistance. That valve must be turned manually. I can't be distracted. He swiftly relayed the valve's location and operation method to Steve. Chapter 74. Is Yan's journal meant for writing diaries? Ethan, Tony called out anxiously as he saw Ethan approaching. Go help me turn that wrench. It's on the engine's casing. The captain seems to be held up. The airflow is too chaotic. Hurry, otherwise I'll truly become Tony Can. Ethan's gaze locked onto the manual valve. With a powerful flap of his wings, he transformed into a platinum streak, braving the violent engine currents and racing toward the critical valve. As Ethan turned the engine valve, accompanied by a mechanical roar, the blades finally had a moment to breathe, allowing Tony to escape and ultimately, the engine stabilized to a relatively steady operation. After Ethan resolved the main valve, he collaborated with Steve to free all those who had been controlled. The hangar and corridors lay in utter disarray, strewn with twisted metal, extinguished sparks, and bustling rescue personnel. Instead of a victorious sigh of relief, they were met with a barrage of grim news. Bruce. Hill leaned against a twisted pipe, nursing bruises on his arm as he checked his injuries. When a shockwave hurled him away, he lost control and transformed into that monstrous green being. Hill's account weighed heavily on the hearts of the trio. It turned out that during the impact of the shockwave, coupled with the severe physical trauma and the lingering mental interference from Loki's scepter, Banner's psychological defenses had finally crumbled. The enraged green giant roared thunderously in midair, smashing through several decks of the mothership and wreaking even greater havoc. Ultimately, while Thor attempted to subdue him, Hulk's attention was drawn by Quinjets trying to intercept him, and in the ensuing chase, he tore the aircraft apart, disappearing into the depths below. Where was Thor? Tony surveyed the area, failing to catch sight of the towering blonde figure. Loki. Steve immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and dashed towards the special containment area. The cell that had once held Loki was now desolate. The energy suppression device beside it lay violently damaged, debris scattered all around. On the control panel of the cell, a glaring red light indicated that the emergency release protocol had been activated. Hill followed them and said, Loki initiated the protocol, releasing the entire cell along with Thor, who is now also missing. Ethan's earlier attempts at mental disruption seemed to have borne fruit, as Barton's vacant gaze regained some spark, though still weak and disoriented. He had at least broken free from control. When Natasha inquired about the whereabouts of the scepter, Barton could only shake his head in agony, his memories during the period of control shrouded in obscurity. At that moment, Steve Rogers appeared to be lost in thought, sitting quietly in the conference room. Agent Coulson's voice, tinged with undeniable sorrow, echoed behind him. He had encountered Loki. He gently placed a bloodstained card on the table. These cards, with Fury's voice hoarse, were the last belongings he had kept in his pocket. He had never relinquished hope, nor his faith. He believed in you, in this team. Fury's gaze swept over Steve. He believed you could stop Loki and protect this world. And now, he had paid the ultimate price to teach us all the cost of failure. We still have time to mourn, but only if we must win. Fury's words carried a tragic weight, striving to rekindle the team's fighting spirit, invigorating Captain America. However, Tony's fury and profound distrust of S.H.I.E.L.D. had not fully abated. He abruptly lifted his head, his gaze piercing as he directed it toward Fury. Win? For what purpose? So you can continue using the Tesseract to create your grand toys. Tony, Ethan immediately interjected, attempting to soothe the tension. But at this moment, Tony's mind was exceptionally clear, instantly connecting with Ethan's prior discussions regarding the gamma signal analysis of the scepter and Loki's erratic behavior. He disregarded Fury's emotional appeals. His brain raced, integrating the previously identified faint gamma signal emanating from the top of Stark Tower. Wait. Tony abruptly interrupted Ethan's speech, as well as Fury's attempts to continue his rallying. A look of sudden realization mixed with anger spread across his face. I understand now. Ethan, do you remember our analysis? Loki requires a substantial and stable energy source to maintain that portal. He sees the iridium as a catalyst. And my Stark Tower. Tony's voice rose in pitch due to his fury, pointing at the holographic map of New York, precisely locking onto the rooftop of his iconic building. My Stark Tower. It possesses the most stable independent energy supply system on the entire East Coast. That massive arc reactor. That bastard intends to throw a party on my rooftop. Tony was utterly enraged. Tony, calm down. A steady hand pressed firmly on Tony's armored arm, a gentle yet resolute energy flowing in, forcibly suppressing the impending tempest of his emotions. Anger would not resolve the issue. Under Ethan's influence and words, Tony's heaving chest gradually settled, his crimson eyes fixed intently on the projection of Stark Tower. Loki, I will personally shove his horns up his backside. Agent Coulson, who consistently embodied calmness and a belief in order, seemed to Ethan to have a remarkable alignment with the ideals of justice and order upheld by angels. He resolved to take one last look before departing. The medical bay was permeated with the scent of antiseptic and a faint trace of blood. Coulson lay quietly on the stretcher, covered by a pristine white sheet, with only a few strands of brown hair visible. Beside him rested a stack of blood-stained collectible cards. Ethan approached the bedside, his expression solemn. He extended his hand, the soft golden glow of his fingertips gently hovering above the white fabric. He wished to sense for himself or at least bid farewell to this honorable man. Just as his energy tendrils subtly brushed against Coulson's body, an exceedingly faint pulse was detected, so weak it was nearly overshadowed by the specter of death. Yet, Ethan's perception captured a glimmer of life, so fragile it resembled a flickering candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Coulson was not dead, but his vital signs had weakened to the brink of vanishing entirely. God, Ethan fervently called out in his heart, attempting to contact the Almighty at the edge of the solar system through dark communications. My God, I believe Coulson is a good man. I need your strength. However, the channel of dark communication remained silent. Millions of kilometers away, near the orbit of Jupiter, a sphere composed purely of energy slowly rotated, drawing strength from stars and planets. Within the depths of the sphere's core consciousness, Loki's awareness was wholly immersed in the backup and reconstruction of a vast data stream from the repository of knowledge, akin to drifting through an endless galaxy and sea of laws. The request for dark communication fell like a stone cast into the depths of the sea, failing to stir even the slightest ripple, nor awaken him from his profound immersion. Ethan's heart sank. He could only connect to the other side. Evelyn, I have a person here who embodies the principles of order, now on the brink of death and temporarily unreachable by the divine. I will devise a way to transport him to the bunker. You must help me sustain his life until the deity personally decides whether to bestow upon him the gift of justice. At that moment, Evelyn, who was occupied with the investment documents for Pineapple Angels, scratched her head. A year. Evelyn, you are the financial wing of the divine. I cannot transcend these tasks. Get lost. At least 3 years. I will petition the deity. You just need to agree. If I weren't monitoring 2 companies, do you think you would have the time to frolic with your Nini every day? Oh dear, what a day for ordinary Ethan. Did you think Ian's journal was meant for you to write a diary? Ethan wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead while erasing parts of his journal. Fine. 3 years. See you in the bunker in 10 minutes. The deity has withdrawn the computational power, and I cannot open a wormhole over such a distance. I will have to fly there. Chapter 75. Flying Away with Coulson. Tony, Ethan's voice crackled through the armor's communication system, carrying an undertone of urgency. Tony was in conversation with Steve when he heard Ethan's words, momentarily taken aback, recalling the events that transpired after Ethan was taken by Loki. Special? Is there hope for him? My algorithm suggests he aligns with the ideals of the angels, but I cannot guarantee acceptance. You know I'm usually swift. Ethan's voice was candid. Understood. Go do what you must. Tony inhaled deeply, momentarily suppressing his anger towards S.H.I.L.D. and his concerns for the tower. We will handle this. He turned to Steve. Captain, shall we deal with that scoundrel Loki first? A flicker of complex emotion passed through Steve's eyes as he glanced skyward, where Ethan had already lifted the covered form of Coulson. Finally, he nodded at Tony and extended his hand, united against the external threat. Tony hesitated for a moment before grasping Steve's hand firmly, only within the group. As for S.H.I.L.D., I remained skeptical. After reaching a consensus, Tony immediately contacted Pepper Potts, who was attending an environmental summit in Los Angeles. I'm fine. Trust me, little Pepper. Turn around and stay somewhere safe. Tony concluded, not allowing Pepper to inquire further before severing the communication. He could not allow her to become embroiled in the impending catastrophe. Arves. Has the latest mark test concluded? Never mind, just prepare. Tony issued commands while striding towards the laboratory. The crimson and gold armor approached Steve. I'll take a step ahead. As the host of the gathering, I feel it necessary to warm things up a bit and perhaps don a new outfit. The helmet of Tony's armor closed. The thrusters ignited with a brilliant blue light, and he transformed into a streak of crimson and gold, racing towards New York. Steve found Clint Barton, who was taking care of Natasha, now fully alert. Their eyes met briefly. Tony deduced that Loki would likely execute his plan at Stark Tower and had already rushed there. We must follow. With those words, he prepared to leave. As Steve and Natasha turned, they heard Barton's voice from behind. Take me with you. Steve paused momentarily. Put on your uniform. Ethan, cradling Coulson, soared through the clouds at remarkable speed, landing at a familiar farm. In the absence of sufficient computational power, flying proved far swifter than traversing a wormhole, bringing them above the bunker. It took 7 minutes to open the wormhole. Evelyn, the CEO of Angel Investments, had been waiting for quite some time. Her golden locks were impeccably styled, cascading gracefully over her shoulders. Dressed in her professional attire, the red-soled heels clicked rhythmically against the ground, their vivid hue shimmering under the cold light. Her legs were encased in sheer black stockings, exuding a subtle sheen, while a crisp, white skirt, perfectly tailored, accentuated her poised silhouette. The fitted black blazer was impeccably buttoned, presenting a sharp and authoritative appearance. As she witnessed Ethan descending with a blood-stained white cloth, she promptly approached. "What's the situation?" Evelyn's voice was succinct and composed. "Vital signs are nearly absent. We need to mobilize energy to sustain his heart's vitality." Ethan responded swiftly, carrying Coulson into the laboratory within the bunker. The lid of the conversion chamber, left ajar from their previous encounter, slowly opened. Ethan placed Coulson inside and connected him to the life monitoring system. The curve displayed on the screen was so faint it nearly resembled a straight line, with various physiological indicators clearly showing the man teetering on the brink of death. Without a moment's hesitation, Evelyn took over from Ethan, her hands hovering over Coulson. A soft golden energy coalesced in her palms, gently enveloping Coulson within the life pod. The light, as if imbued with life itself, gradually permeated his body, precisely encasing his feebly beating heart, nurturing the nearly depleted vitality while cautiously maintaining the minimal activity of other vital organs, preventing them from succumbing entirely during the wait. Watching Coulson cocooned in the golden glow, Ethan addressed Evelyn. "This is in your hands now. Don't worry, I've also left a message for the deity," he assured, nodding before turning away. With a flourish, his pristine wings unfurled completely, illuminating the underground laboratory with a divine radiance. He transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the distant skyline of New York City. Tony needed him. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, having completed urgent repair orders aboard the ship, made his way back to the infirmary, followed by researchers from the Tahiti Project. One of them carried a specialized low-temperature secure case containing a vial of the GH325 serum. This was Nick Fury's last resort, a mysterious substance extracted from the corpse of an alien Kree, possessing formidable cellular regeneration capabilities. The Tahiti Project remains in its experimental phase, its efficacy uncertain. Nevertheless, he resolved to take a gamble, entrusting the endeavor to his most loyal agent, Phil Coulson, allowing him to continue his service with S.H.I.L.D. As he pushed open the door to the infirmary, Fury's single eye widened in disbelief. The gurney lay empty. The blood-stained white cloth was carelessly discarded on the floor. His formidable agent Coulson had vanished. What the hell? Just as he had decided to employ forbidden powers to save this invaluable ally, the man had disappeared. Damn it! Unable to contain his frustration, he cursed and activated Hill's communication. "Quickly, investigate who dealt with Coulson. Who? Who could have disposed of the body so swiftly? When did the logistics department become so efficient? Find out who the hell had the time to." Soon, Fury received footage from Hill. The screen clearly displayed that shortly after he had brushed his card against Coulson's chest, Ethan returned, his demeanor serious as he examined the gurney. Then, he lifted the covered Coulson entirely into his arms. Subsequently, Ethan unfurled his signature pristine wings and flew away with Coulson. Chapter 76. Care for a drink? Fury stared at the surveillance footage, confusion flooding his single eye. His hand froze midair. Ethan had taken Coulson? Fury murmured to himself. Or could he possibly be taking a corpse? A bizarre yet fitting thought uncontrollably surfaced. Had an angel taken him to heaven? He glanced down at the vial of the unknown risk, GH325, in his hand, then looked back at the last frame on the monitor showing Ethan disappearing with Coulson, ultimately letting out a sigh. His meticulously prepared resurrection plan seemed to have been thwarted in an unimaginable manner before it even began. He could only pray that the angel could indeed bring miracles, rather than merely transporting Coulson to another realm. On the rooftop of Stark Tower, Eric completed the final calibration. He lifted his gaze, staring blankly at the massive energy focal point directed toward the sky. With trembling hands, he pressed the main control button. Buzz! Time appeared to freeze for a moment. Then, the dormant ocean within the Tesseract was utterly ignited. The accumulated spatial energy, at its critical point, erupted like a long-suppressed volcano. A dazzling, blinding column of azure energy surged forth from the core of the cube, instantly filling the entire guide channel of the launcher. Boom! It shot skyward. The clear skies over Manhattan were forcibly torn apart. At the apex of the light column, at the cloud level, the fabric of space began to twist violently, as if disturbed by a stone thrown into water. An azure vortex materialized out of thin air, initially no larger than a fist, but soon, fueled by the Tesseract's relentless energy, it expanded wildly. At the heart of the vortex lies an absolute darkness that devours all light, while its edges are ablaze with frenzied arcs of blue energy, dancing like a myriad of furious lightning bolts. The vortex swells ever larger, its periphery tearing apart the surrounding space, emitting a soul-chilling hum and crackling sounds. In mere seconds, it expands into a spatial wormhole vast enough to allow colossal ships to traverse. At the moment the wormhole takes form, the very hues of the sky seem to dull slightly. Loki stands on the terrace outside Tony's office, his dark hair and emerald green robe billowing in the wild wind. He gazes upward, fixated on the slowly rotating, massive wormhole, resembling an entrance to the abyss of hell. The smile on his face vanishes, replaced by an eerie calm. The core of the plan has been achieved. The gateway is wide open. Tony, having arrived first, contacts Jarvis to sever the energy assault, yet to no avail. The attack fails to affect the Tesseract in any manner. Spotting Loki on the terrace, Tony Stark stumbles onto the platform, now a chaotic wreck from the energy shockwave. He strides toward the bar, where shards of glass and overturned bottles of fine liquor lay scattered. Tony's eyes, sharp as an eagle's, sweep over a concealed compartment beneath the bar, one of his reserved contingency plans. Casually propping his hand on the bar, he leans slightly forward, effectively shielding himself from Loki's potential gaze. His fingers swiftly explore the edge beneath the bar. A faint click resounds as a more compact, elegant arc-shaped patch springs forth, firmly adhering to his chest, replacing the old model. To Loki, it appears Tony is merely scavenging through the ruins for a surviving drink to soothe his nerves. Tony straightens up, a smirk of nonchalance gracing his features. Care for a drink? He leisurely retrieves a bottle of Scotch whiskey, pouring himself a glass of amber liquid. He gestures towards Loki, turning to lean against the bar, as if hosting an uninvited guest in his own living room. He takes a gentle sip, his gaze calm as it settles on the figure at the center of the hall, the one orchestrating the chaos. Loki, the god of mischief, rests upon his scepter of the mind, surveying the turmoil he has wrought outside with the appreciation of an art connoisseur. The Chitauri shuttles swarm like bloodthirsty locusts, darting between the towering edifices of Manhattan, explosions and plumes of smoke dotting the dying cityscape. He turns, a victorious smile gracing his visage as he strides toward Tony. What a magnificent sight, is it not? Tony sets down his glass, emitting a derisive laugh. The taste is horrid. They are far too brutish in appearance. Loki's smile swiftly cools, the azure gem atop his scepter beginning to emanate an alluring glow. Enough. Insect. He suddenly raises his scepter, its tip aimed directly at Tony's chest, the energy of the mind surging forth as if tangible, intent on breaching Tony's will in an instant. Kneel. Loki's voice carries a divine command. The eerie blue light at the scepter's tip nearly grazes Tony's chest. However, the anticipated surrender did not occur. As you might comprehend, such things can occasionally be unreliable. Tony remained steadfast, a hint of mockery gracing his features. The recently activated sensors served purposes beyond mere location tracking and heart rate monitoring. They had disrupted the energy transmission path of the scepter through the interference of an energy field. The flow of energy from the scepter collided with an invisible wall of energy, futilely creating faint ripples that failed to penetrate even a fraction. For the first time, the expression of absolute control on Loki's face showed signs of fracture. Beneath the elegant mask lay an incredulous astonishment. A performance issue? Tony raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You. Loki's grace was completely supplanted by unrestrained fury, a provoked rage. Bang! The heavy scepter, accompanied by a whistling wind, struck Tony's abdomen with tremendous force. The impact elicited a muffled groan from Tony, who was sent flying backward like a kite severed from its string. He shattered the once panoramic floor-to-ceiling window overlooking New York. Shards of crystalline glass erupted like a torrential downpour, refracting countless blinding rays of light onto the sun. Jarvis. In an instant, Tony's figure vanished beyond the fractured window, hurled into the icy currents of air 100 meters above. Jarvis. Below lay vehicles resembling ants and streets that seemed to plunge into an abyss. A powerful sense of weightlessness seized Tony as fierce winds tore at his clothes and hair. The ground of Manhattan rapidly enlarging in his view. The chilling breath of death approached. Mark Jarvis. In the midst of his plummeting descent, Tony summoned every ounce of strength to scream, simultaneously adjusting his posture mid-air. The sensor he had just replaced erupted in a blinding blue glow. Buzz. Chapter 77. Who are you? Commanding us while clad in a costume? The arc reactor embedded in his chest, and the thrusters in his limbs ignited in a full-power blue blaze. The immense thrust instantaneously countered the pull of gravity. Tony's descending figure abruptly halted in mid-air, forcibly pulling back from the brink of death. He hovered, the visor of his helmet illuminating with a cold white light. gazing down upon Loki, whose face twisted in shock and fury atop the highest platform of the building. Tony exhaled a breath within his helmet, a mix of post-survival exhilaration and seething rage. Now his icy voice resonated through the loudspeakers. It was time to settle the score for the shattered glass of my home. The golden-red figure transformed into a vengeful comet, engines roaring, energy cannons primed and ready, as he charged towards Loki on the rooftop. Loki stood there, the tip of the scepter glowing ominously, a smile gracing his lips. "What are you still struggling for, mortal?" He looked down upon the newly descended, golden-red figure, his voice laced with languor and arrogance. "I command an army," he declared, each word like poison-dipped icicles. The golden-red visor slid down instantaneously, enveloping Tony Stark's visage seamlessly, the blue light of the reactor burning fiercely behind the visor's lenses. "We have the Hulk." Tony's voice resonated through the speaker, before his words could fade into silence. The palm-mounted cannon was aimed at Loki. With a thunderous roar, Loki was sent tumbling away. Tony's gaze shifted to the ground, where the Chitauri soldiers wreaked havoc. From his shoulder-mounted missile pod, dozens of small short-range missiles were launched. Yet, against the countless Chitauri aerial troops swarming like locusts, it was merely a drop in the ocean. They emitted piercing shrieks, piloting their metallic, locust-like individual flying machines, cascading down like a dark tide. Following closely were the Leviathan troop carriers, resembling monstrous metallic whales, roaring from their gaping maws as they indiscriminately slammed into the buildings of the city. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions, the crash of collapsing structures. The Chitauri soldiers aboard their individual flying machines paid no heed to the chaos wrought by the likes of Mercedes or Mazda. The terrified screams of the crowd instantaneously transformed bustling Manhattan into a living hell. The Quinjets soared through the skies, unable to find a suitable landing spot. The hatch opened, and Captain America, wielding his iconic shield, leapt into the fray like an arrow released from a bow. Utilizing the shield's capacity to absorb impact, he landed flawlessly. Employing the cover of the streets and abandoned vehicles, he adeptly evaded the Chitauri's aerial fire. He continuously directed the panicked civilians to safety, using his shield to deflect stray bullets. Several Chitauri infantry attempted to intercept him, but they were swiftly dispatched by his powerful shield strikes and precise hand-to-hand combat. The frantic crowd scurried down the streets like headless flies. A handful of New York police officers took refuge behind an overturned patrol car, futilely firing at the Chitauri flyers that screeched overhead, their bullets merely sparking against the hull of the crafts. They shouted hoarsely, "Find cover! Get down!" But their voices were swallowed by the overwhelming chaos. "Officer, I need your men to assist with the evacuation." A steady, commanding voice pierced the tumult, resonating from atop the patrol car. "Blick Street." Steve's gaze fixed intently on the officer's eyes. "I need all civilians to move west of Blick Street." Immediately, leading the group was a grizzled, middle-aged officer. He abruptly turned his head, noticing a man clad in a red, white, and blue costume standing atop their patrol car. Instantly, the officer's eyes filled with suspicion. In this apocalyptic scene, a figure resembling something out of a comic book had appeared to command them. It was utterly absurd. "Evacuate. Who are you?" Clad in a costume. "To give orders to us." He failed to recognize the man before him, or, more accurately, in this life-and-death moment. He had no inclination to identify a peculiar stranger. "Look at this madness. The rest nowhere safe. What can we do?" He waved his handgun towards the marauding flyers and the rampaging Chitauri soldiers on the street, his face etched with profound helplessness. Steve understood the officer's emotions, but this was not the time for explanations. What was needed now was action, and action required authority and trust. This trust had to be earned through strength. As the officer's furious shouts echoed, two Chitauri soldiers detected movement behind the police car's cover. They emitted sharp, piercing shrieks, brandishing energy rifles as they nimbly darted from the wreckage of a burning bus, flanking the area on either side. The muzzles of their rifles flickered with a lethal blue light, aimed directly at the officers and Steve. "Watch out!" A young officer cried out in terror, instinctively raising his weapon to fire, but his reaction was too sluggish. Steve Rogers sprang into action, disregarding the officer's doubts. His entire focus zeroed in on the imminent threat. With a swift step to the left front, he summoned his strength, launching his vibranium shield like a discus thrower. The shield sliced through the air with a resonant hum, transforming into a whirlwind of force. Thud! The shield crashed heavily against the head of the Chitauri soldier on the left, shattering the alien helmet as if it were mere fragile eggshell. The soldier barely had time to scream before his body was propelled upward by the immense kinetic energy. Crashing against the adjacent wall like a discarded sack, sliding down lifelessly as thick green blood oozed from the fractured helmet. Without a moment's pause, Steve continued his assault, leveraging the shield's momentum as he lunged toward the soldier on the right. Just as the soldier raised his energy rifle to aim, Steve's left hand, like a vice, seized the soldier's wrist, twisting it upward with force. A distinctive crack echoed as the rifle flew from the soldier's grasp. Instinctively, the soldier reached out towards Steve, but his right fist, a powerful uppercut, struck the unprotected jaw with brutal force. Accompanied by a sickening crunch, the soldier's head snapped back at an unnatural angle, his body stiffening momentarily before collapsing to the ground. From the moment the two soldiers initiated their attack to their transformation into lifeless corpses, the entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, just as the other officers barely managed to redirect their weapons. The scene plunged into an eerie silence, interrupted only by the distant sounds of explosions and the shrill cries of war. Steve, breathing slightly heavier, cast a sharp gaze over the fallen soldiers to ensure the threat had been neutralized. He then turned back to face the officer, his demeanor still composed. Yet the recent thunderous combat bestowed upon him an unparalleled authority. Brick Street. I need all civilians relocated to west of Brick Street. Can your men assist? He immediately pivoted, shouting to the surrounding officers, his voice imbued with unprecedented confidence and decisiveness. Did you all hear that? West of Brick Street. Move. Get them over there. Yes, sir. Understood. No longer were they shooting and shouting aimlessly. They surged forth from their cover, displaying professionalism and efficiency. Two officers swiftly rushed to the center of the street, utilizing the wreckage of police cars, overturned trash bins, and even their own bodies as makeshift barricades to clear a relatively safe passage. They repeatedly shouted, "This way. Everyone, move this way. Head to Brick Street. Hurry." Other officers plunged into the panicked crowd, no longer merely shouting for people to take cover, but instead using their bodies and gestures to clearly direct the way. "Ladies, this way. Take the children over there. Sir, forget your belongings. Quickly join the line. Assist the elderly. You there. Put down your gun. Don't approach." The community protected its own as one armed individual prepared to assault the evacuation team. "Whoa, officer. Officer, this is my phone. This is my hand. The suspects have been neutralized. Continue the evacuation." Repeat. Suspects have been neutralized. Continue the evacuation. No pushing. One at a time. Elderly and children first. Help each other. Quickly. Action speaks louder than words. Their very presence instilled a sense of calm and order amidst the chaos. Steve observed this scene, and the tension in his mouth relaxed ever so slightly. He had gained the trust of the officers, swiftly organizing a disoriented group of law enforcers into an efficient evacuation force. At that moment, a piercing engine wail approached from afar. A Chitauri shuttle, having detected the gathering crowd below, dove down, its energy cannon beginning to charge, a deadly blue light flickering. Steve's expression hardened, and without hesitation, he dashed forward a few steps, muscles taut, and hurled his vibranium shield with all his might toward the descending vessel. Whoosh! The shield sliced through the air, accompanied by a howling wind, striking the Chitauri soldier in the cockpit with unerring precision. With a deafening sound of metal shattering and the sparks of energy short-circuiting, the shuttle lost control, careening into a nearby building, resulting in a violent explosion. The blast flames and shockwave surged toward him, and Steve rolled to avoid the flying debris. He quickly rose, not sparing a glance at the downed craft, refocusing on the officers diligently guiding the crowd and the civilians rushing toward Brick Street. Confirming that the evacuation route was temporarily safe, he clenched his fists and turned to face Stark Tower, where more Chitauri forces poured out like a tide of darkness. Natasha and Barton, initially intending to engage Loki using a Quinjet, were now battling on the ground of Stark Tower. They had located Loki, but the hatch had not yet opened when they urgently landed with his assistance. Just as Steve approached the vicinity of the tower, Ethan arrived, actively dispatching Chitauri soldiers. With wings unfurled and sword in hand, he surveyed the chaotic battlefield with his golden eyes, instantly targeting several Chitauri flyers that were strafing civilians at low altitude. In the name of justice, with a powerful flap of his wings, Ethan unleashed his sword, instantly obliterating the attacking flyers mid-air. He landed near Steve. "Captain, are you all right?" "Just in time, Angel Mother." A golden red figure, accompanied by a thunderous sonic boom, descended from the heavens. Tony Stark, adorned in his brand new Mark suit, landed steadily beside Ethan and Steve. The arc reactor embedded in his chest radiated with brilliance, while the weapon compartments on his shoulders and the palm repulsor simultaneously ignited. The party's opening music was rather deafening. Tony's helmet retracted, revealing his mischievous face. Your fireworks seem perfectly suited to unleash upon that grand spectacle, allowing us as hosts to surprise our guests. No sooner had he spoken than his palm repulsor and shoulder-mounted mini-missiles fired in unison, accurately obliterating 2 Chitauri aircraft attempting to dive-bomb them. Ethan paused momentarily, sheepishly scratching his head. Well, Tony, since the gods departed from Earth 6 months ago, my computational power has dwindled to a mere 30% of what it once was. Essentially, I now resemble a more agile, yet somewhat fleshy Chitauri aerial unit. Tony cast a glance towards the distant wormhole. No worries, little Cupid. It's only natural to feel anxious in critical moments. Take a deep breath, brace yourself, and let Daddy take you soaring. Together with Ethan, Steve, Black Widow, and Hawkeye, he valiantly confronted the relentless tide of Chitauri infantry and aerial firepower. Utilizing the agility of his suit, Tony maneuvered through the skies alongside Ethan, providing fire support for Steve and the others on the ground, eliminating aerial threats. Boom! A figure, entwined with ferocious lightning, plummeted to the street below like a meteor. The tremendous shockwave sent surrounding Chitauri soldiers sprawling. Thor Odinson's blue eyes blazed with fury as he disregarded the surrounding minions, his gaze locked onto Loki atop the building. Your tricks end here, Loki. He swung Mjolnir with great force, summoning a deluge of thunder. A mighty chain of lightning swept forth, instantly decimating a vast expanse of Chitauri soldiers. Wielding his hammer, he soared towards the rooftop like a tempest, leaving charred Chitauri in his wake. Loki stood at the shattered edge of a glass pane, golden armor plates embedded within his dark green robe, a signature smirk of disdain and mockery adorning his face. Oh, brother, Loki mused, tilting his head, his smile unwavering, as if savoring a theatrical performance. Did you miss me so soon? Words had become superfluous. Mjolnir hummed and roared in Thor's grasp, resonating with the divine power coursing through his veins. With a powerful thrust, the exquisite floor shattered beneath him as Thor transformed into a bolt of lightning, lunging at Loki. Loki's feigned smile froze in an instant as he attempted to evade, but it was too late. Thor's forearm, imbued with colossal strength, collided fiercely with his chest. Bang! The sound echoed as Loki was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the intact, massive glass panel behind him. Web-like cracks rapidly spread across the surface, with delicate ice crystals forming along the shattered glass. He groaned softly, sliding down the cold glass, and the fragmented ice crystals tumbled upon his golden-green armor, refracting light in a dazzling display. Thor stepped forward, his massive hand like an iron claw gripping Loki's shoulder, pinning him against the cracked glass wall. Loki was forced to tilt his head back, his pale face contorted in agony beneath the golden helm, yet his icy blue eyes blazed with a mocking fire. Look at you. Thor's voice was hoarse with fury. Look at the havoc you have wrought. You could have had everything, Loki. You could have. The last words were laced with a heart-wrenching pain. Could have what? Could have continued being your brother? Huh, am I right? Loki struggled to force the words out, his lips twisting into a sardonic curve. Look at yourself, Thor. Look where you stand, like a reckless bull trampling through the gardens of humanity. What have you protected? The icy flames in his gaze erupted suddenly. In that moment, as Thor was pierced by Loki's venomous words, a glimmer of cunning sparked in Loki's eyes. A ghostly green light shot forth unexpectedly from his clenched fist. The blade, imbued with deep-seated resentment, struck with precision and ferocity at Thor's side. The cold metal instantly tore through Thor's armor, plunging deeply into the sinewy muscle of his flank. Ugh! Thor roared in response. The hand that had gripped Loki's throat instinctively loosened due to the sharp pain and rage. Fear was swiftly replaced by a morbid exhilaration. However, the enraged god of thunder would grant him no respite. Thor disregarded the dagger still embedded in his side, feeling the sting of the wound exacerbated by the power of thunder coursing through him. His enormous hand, slicing through the air like a divine claw, seized Loki once more. Ugh! Thor's face loomed closer to Loki's, golden strands of hair swirling with violent energy, his eyes ablaze with molten fury and heartache. Mjolnir buzzed frantically in his other hand, the destructive lightning on the verge of spiraling out of control. He kicked Loki to the ground, yet he knew Loki was not so fragile. Thus, he grasped him firmly. Loki, Thor's roar was like a tempest. You will always be my brother. But this. He abruptly lifted Loki high into the air. Loki clawed futilely at Thor's arm, his legs flailing helplessly in the void. With a crash, Loki was hurled towards the floor. Yet, he did not lose consciousness. Instead, he rolled backward, tumbling and falling away from Thor's side. Loki! Thor's bellow was tinged with astonishment. Loki's figure plummeted swiftly, his verdant armor spinning through the air, a trace of a smile lingering on his face. His descent did not last long. A Chitauri single-person craft, swooping through the sky, accurately intercepted Loki as he fell. As if it had been preordained, Loki's form wobbled atop the craft before vanishing swiftly into the throng of Chitauri forces. The blue flames erupting from the craft's tail sped away, merging into the dense tide of the Chitauri army above New York. He withdrew the dagger from his side, the wound sending jolts of pain through him, a stark reminder of the chaos that had just transpired. Taking a deep breath to suppress the tumultuous anger and physical pain, Thor gripped Mjolnir tightly. Thunder once more gathered as he leapt from the pinnacle of Stark Tower, descending towards the smoke-filled streets below. He landed heavily among them, the head of Mjolnir striking the ground and sending shards of stone and arcs of electricity scattering. Clutching his side where blood continued to seep, he cast his gaze over each of his companions. Captain America, Black Widow, and Hawkeye were on the ground, valiantly clearing the advancing Chitauri soldiers. In the skies, Tony served as bait before the Leviathan, while Ethan relentlessly struck at the creature's head with his sword. Clang, clang, clang. The armor was breached, yet not entirely. Ethan could only continue, driving his long sword into a small fissure he had managed to create, channeling energy to summon frost. However, it appeared to have little effect. As the battle raged fiercely, the sound of engines pierced the air. A smoke-belching Harley-Davidson came to a halt before Steve. Through the haze, Banner appeared as though he had just returned from a grocery run, stepping onto the battlefield. "Tony, we found Banner," Steve said, pressing his earpiece upon seeing him, speaking into their makeshift channel. "Banner? Holy mother of... How did an untransformed, ordinary man arrive at the center of the battlefield?" "Tony, watch your language," came Tony's exasperated voice through the earpiece. Okay, let us get Banner ready. There's a big guy he needs to handle. Cupid, hurry down here to your dad. The Leviathan's head is too large. Once your compressor has enough power, try again. The rest is up to Hulk. Far from Earth, millions of kilometers away in the orbit of Jupiter, a golden, circular cocoon spun slowly. A distinct alert sounded, akin to a stone dropped into a tranquil lake, resonating deep within the core of the cocoon. A synthetic voice imprinted directly into Locke's consciousness. Alert! Reconstruction progress of the core entity of the Sacred Knowledge Repository is at 100. Reconstruction complete. Battleship class calculator Yin. The Xiongxin engine is on standby at full power. Buzz. In the dark dimension, Locke, who had always been diminutive, now appeared even more so. Dark energy coursed through the diamond-shaped Sacred Knowledge Repository. The prototype of the repository had reached a reconstruction degree of 125, and the core was now stable and operational. It's done? Locke's consciousness emitted its first wave after awakening, imbued with a sense of satisfaction and languor, as if emerging from a sea of knowledge. He felt a seamless connection with the newly birthed repository, as if it were an extension of himself, its vast computational power at his disposal like a gentle ocean. He was preparing to manipulate a portion of this power to test the repository's specific performance and the boundaries of its new capabilities. Just then, buzz, 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 buzz. 5 urgent and piercing requests for permission reverberated through his newly awakened consciousness like a series of thunderclaps. Applicant, Ethan, the first-generation Angel Warrior, serial number 01. Requested permissions, Justice Order, Judgment Protocol, Comet Level, the highest energy judgment of the first generation. Application status, repeated request. Ethan, Justice Judgment Permissions, Comet Level. The instant he accessed the Sacred Knowledge Repository, Locke's pupils glimmered with a silvery light, completely engulfing him. The repository and Yan's computational power simultaneously connected to Locke. Buzz. The terrifying computational power of 125 from the Sacred Knowledge Repository was unleashed by Locke without reservation at that moment. Chapter 80. Lend me a hand. Powerful? No. This was beyond mere strength. Locke truly experienced a sensation akin to divinity, omniscient and omnipotent. He understood this was merely an illusion born from the overwhelming computational power. Yet, for Earth, omniscience and omnipotence did not seem excessive. However, Locke felt a peculiar strangeness, as if he were entirely replaced by rationality. Something divine? He became an observer of his own thoughts, scrutinizing the process of getting up as if reading a manual for a stranger. Step 112. Locke's previously meaningless actions were deemed a waste of time in this moment of clarity. His personal perceptions seemed trivial now, as everything was calculated. Every choice was analyzed through a probability tree to derive the optimal solution. Strange. Yet, the master of this thought process remained Locke. His eyes, cloaked in silvery light, absorbed information as if the film of reality had been fast-forwarded, and the entire Manhattan battlefield flowed into his consciousness with crystal clarity. In the genetic substratum of the angels, justice, reckless justice, order, forceful execution. The cries of the battlefield and the struggles of Ethan and his comrades were instantly comprehended. On the New York battlefield, Tony, 3 aircraft are approaching your left flank. Thor, watch out for the Leviathan above you. It's charging up. Captain, there's a large congregation of infantry at the intersection ahead. I suggest you take a detour. Hulk is tearing down a building. Go Hulk. Barden's calm and precise voice provided crucial situational awareness and tactical intelligence support to his scattered teammates across the battlefield. Just as the New York battlefield was at a stalemate, a small, inconspicuous wormhole appeared in midair beneath the enormous wormhole supported by the Space Stone's beam. In comparison to the massive wormhole, this tiny passage, barely large enough for one person, went unnoticed. Locke's thoughts leaped over countless considerations. But the reality of his awakening and the journey through the wormhole to the New York battlefield spanned only a few seconds. Re-empowered with computational strength, Ethan, who had been airborne to assist Hawkeye, unhesitatingly placed Hawkeye securely on the rooftop platform of a skyscraper. So, Hawkeye inquired. His pure white wings suddenly unfurled, transforming into a streak of light as he reverently dove before the newly emerged Locke, bowing deeply. God! Ethan's voice resonated with profound reverence and a hint of relief. Supported by the immense computational power of the repository of divine knowledge, Locke's mind operated at lightning speed, swiftly analyzing the battlefield conditions. The conclusion was that Ethan and the Avengers' actions were optimal given the circumstances. A faint smile of approval graced his face as he addressed the bowed Ethan. Indeed. No sooner had he spoken than the 2 magnificent wings behind Locke gently unfurled. In that instant, countless feathers, shimmering with a soft golden light, cascaded down like snowflakes. Each feather, upon detaching from the wings, rapidly expanded and coalesced into a dual-winged angelic avatar wielding an energy sword. This was a weakened version of the he-she avatar technology, lacking advanced autonomous intelligence and direct connection to its progenitor. Yet, under the precise global oversight of the sacred repository, they became the most efficient killing machines. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. Each avatar possessed the power and swiftness of a second-generation angel, and with the repository's meticulous battlefield manipulation. Every swing of the energy sword targeted the most lethal vulnerabilities or energy cores of the Chitauri soldiers. The densely packed Chitauri infantry fell like wheat reaped by a scythe, collapsing in swathes. Small aerial vehicles were precisely detonated. Even the colossal Leviathan beasts were cleaved through their thick armor by the combined efforts of several avatars, triggering their biological cores to explode, resulting in massive fireballs that plummeted to the ground. The Avengers felt the pressure lessen dramatically, gazing in astonishment at the sudden emergence of this angelic legion. With the ground and low-altitude battlefield firmly under control, Locke set his sights on the azure beam of light emanating from the core of the wormhole. His wings flapped once more, and in an instant, he appeared directly beneath the wormhole, confronting the endlessly pouring tide of enemies. He raised his hand, issuing an invisible command. Xiong Xin. Construct a spatial barrier to seal the energy passage of the wormhole, preventing any from entering. Command confirmed. Analyzing spatial barrier concept. Energy simulation for barrier construction in progress. Construction complete. The feedback from Xiong Xin was remarkably efficient, aided by supercomputing. Almost instantaneously upon completion of the feedback, the torrent of Chitauri soldiers and aircraft surged forth came to an abrupt halt, as if a cascading waterfall had been suddenly interrupted by an invisible dam. The massive wormhole remained suspended, its azure light still swirling, yet nothing could emerge from within anymore. Ethan, lend me a hand, keep an eye on the spatial gem. Locke's voice transmitted through the dark communication directly to the poised Ethan below. His tone bore a hint of ease, yet was imbued with undeniable authority. Ethan's expression turned solemn, resembling the most loyal guardian, as he instantaneously moved beside the spatial gem apparatus, his pure white wings fully unfurled, energy circulating around him, forming an imperceptible barrier. At that moment, Captain America, Steve Rogers, was urgently discussing methods to close the wormhole with Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, taking a brief moment to catch his breath. Without further delay, Locke's wings surged, transforming him into a golden meteor as he boldly surged into the vast abyss of the colossal wormhole, defying the oncoming Chitauri tide. In the deep expanse of the cosmos, it was cold and dark. Locke hovered beyond the exit of the wormhole, confronted by an overwhelming fleet of Chitauri ships, alongside the enormous and menacing Chitauri mothership. The repository of knowledge and the formidable computational prowess of the Aegis swiftly conducted a thorough scan and analysis. Analysis complete. The biological core is controlled by a shared biological intelligence. Destroying the mothership's core will incapacitate the entire fleet. Optimal strategy. Jump through the wormhole to breach the mothership's interior and dismantle the core. Route has been plotted. Conventional strategy. Mobilize stellar energy to execute a planet-scale judgment of justice. The nearest stellar energy source in this star system is approximately 37 light-years away. Energy guidance formula has been generated. Secondary strategy. While the cognitive enhancements provided by the computational power yielded instantaneous analysis, Locke found himself grappling with the conflict against sheer rationality. I am the third generation of the Sugar Candy Angels, here to engage in a decapitation operation. Are we? I think not. He raised his hand, palm directed towards the Chitauri mothership. In the profound vacuum of space, a faint glimmer ignited in his palm, rapidly intensifying to a blinding brilliance. It was as if a miniature star was being born within his grasp. Energy was drawn from the nearby star, the radiance growing ever more luminous, illuminating the Chitauri vessels that had turned their cannons in his direction.